can't give up, couldn't know more. Not the same as a photo, yeah. You're the devil, you're the devil, no. All this light, it's a mess, all the fake smiles. See me like it's fun, like it's alright. But it's fake, like a comment, left me burned like a comment. On the stars, what you want is so far gone, it's the phone. Made me cave in, earthquake, locked exit. Been a long way, tired it cannot erase. What you done was never okay. Still I'm with it with your bad way. Though you can never be replaced. Guess I need a time, let me bring change. Try the only type, but no matter what, no one better off alone. You're the devil. Let me just like to play. Working hard. Let me just like to play. Working hard. Let me just like to play. Working hard.
What? Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. The new Avatar, The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is right around the corner, and you, the community, want to know more about it. But worry not. Today, I'm here to break the ice and answer all of your burning questions. Let's waste no time and jump right into the action, shall we? Which characters will be released as Squareos? Well, you can expect all of your favorite Avatar The Last Airbender characters like Aang, Momo, and even Uncle Iroh over here. But hey, never forget my favorite, the Cabbage Merchant. Isn't he the best? Will there be any special deck boxes for different factions or elements like fire, water, earth, and air? Well, we already have all of our favorite benders over here. We even have fire. But the next factions, well, that is something that will happen in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Malone, how big are the Squareos compared to other cards and figures, and how many cards can you fit in a deck box? Well, these are Return to Earth boulders by Ultimate Guard, so they're the same size as those, and they all fit your typical 100 cards double sleeve commander decks if you need to. So yeah, put them all in there, they're safe, you can shake them around, nothing to worry about, safe and protected, as Ultimate Guard always guarantees. Will there be any pre-order promotion or special bundles? Well, once all of these beautiful deck boxes hit the market, you'll be able to collect them all, even in this very beautiful upper collector's box where you can fit them all. Does the deck box also fit in other trading card carrying cases or backpacks? Well, as we already said, these are made by Ultimate Guard, so you can be certain that you can put your Ultimate Guard deck boxes into your Ultimate Guard cases. So if you already have one, just put him in there, bring him to your next Friday Night Magic, and get ready to beat your opponents in style. Are the Squareos made of the same materials as Ultimate Guard boulders? Yes. These are Return to Earth boulders. They're almost completely made out of renewable material in Germany. So yeah, I like them a lot, and I must say these are one of my favorite products that I will always keep on using. And now having my favorite characters on them just makes them way freaking better. All right, we have time for one last question. Can you use your Squareos for something other than trading cards? Of course you can. You can put your dice in here. Of course you can put your tea in there. But there's so many different uses, like, who put cabbage in my Squareo? Well, my friends, sadly, that is all the time we've got for today. But I want to thank this amazing community for all of your cool questions. And if you do have some more, please feel free to ask them in the comment section. We of course hope that you will enjoy these very cool Avatar The Last Airbender Squareos just as much as I did. And if you need any more information, check out the link down below. And you want to know even more? Check out these cool videos.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the regional championship here in Antwerp. After 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday, players with record 6 or better advanced to day 2. And here with me is amazing Filipa, who's going to do coverage this day as well. Good morning, Filipa.
Good morning, Maria. Good morning, everyone. Very exciting stuff. Today we are entering the day 2 of the regional championship. As Maria said, yesterday we had 8 rounds. Players with a score of 6 and 2, 18 points advanced into day 2. That is not an easy task, you know?
Not at all.
There were
Very
over
tough.
1,000 players here yesterday and only 160 today. That means
Exactly.
around 10% of the players made it into day 2. So that was not an easy task. Let's take a look at our tournament structure to see exactly how things went down. So again, yesterday we had 8 rounds, players 18 points advancing to day 2. Now what's happening today? Today we have 6 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. Players are really looking for a top 36 to get a Pro Tour invitation. It's not easy, but they, I think, made the most difficult part, which is making it into day 2.
I agree totally. It requires not only skill, but luck, so massive congratulations. And yes, today is the big day. when people are going to battle not only for monetary prizes with a total of $100,000, but also for the qualifications for the next regional championships, for the Pro Tour lore win. Very excited. And of course, top 2 get an invite to the Worlds.
A lot of money, Maria, as you said, over $100,000 in prize pool. It's amazing to be in these events. And you can also qualify through your local game store. You can go to your regional championship qualifiers and be here in the next one. It's always nice to see players over and over again here this weekend. And honestly, Maria, yesterday day one was so much fun. I really love that we got to showcase so many different modern decks.
I know. I was so surprised. Honestly, all the feature matches, they were so different, so interesting. So could you tell us about your highlights from yesterday?
Honestly, just the variety. We got to see so many different modern decks all weekend long. We had Amulet Titan, Esper Gorios, Domain Zoo. There were so many different things. I think Frank was saying in 24 different matches we saw like 19 different deck lists. It was some stat like this. I'm sure Frank knows that exactly, but he just showcased exactly how modern is such a diverse format. And I love to see players that have been playing the same deck for 10 years. It has been their pet deck. They come here, they play it. I'm talking about the Mill deck, Merfolk, all of those.
Right, super cool. So modern is really in a very good state. All right, and now to the casters.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bom dia, buongiorno, hola, goedemorgen, bonjour.
That's it. That's all the Europeans' language. Cover them all.
That's all.
Wait, you didn't say it in Czech.
Dobrý ráno.
Dobrý ráno.
Welcome to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. This is the regional championship in Antwerp. We played 8 rounds of Modern yesterday. That got us to 4 undefeated players, I believe.
4 undefeated players.
One of them is,
drumroll, Canister, Piotr Glogowski from Poland, one of the most successful player in the room.
Yeah, for sure.
Remains undefeated, playing his pet deck, Amulet Titan.
Probably the best deck in the format.
And probably the best as anyone in the world can. Yeah, so that's a deadly combination when it comes to, a very good deck.
Yeah, it's a deck that it is insanely hard to play to its full potential, but Canister has streamed for the last 2,000 days every day. He played 5 leagues and he is very well. He's playing it very, very well. So we're going to be seeing him in the feature match for the first round. But before we do that, we have some cool stuff to show you. Let's talk about the standings. Let's talk about the cool stuff you can buy for Spotlight Avatar in Lyon. Let's start with that, actually.
Ooh.
So this is coming up in January at the
9th to 11th January 2026. And if you're a Magic player, you love deals. Whenever there's a 2-for-1 like Electrolyze, you just be like, oh, I can save 10 euros. Well, you better pick up the package here for you get a 10 euro discount, you get a playmat, you get an Avatar Collector booster pack, and a main event participation for the Spotlight Series Lyon, which is gonna be standard. This is
standard coming up 2 months from now.
2 months from now.
Roughly.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So I haven't been contracted yet to be a commentator for Lyon, so I better register for this event just in case. I gotta save those 10 euros. But yeah, so that's what you can do on the Funfinity website. Or if you don't want to play the main event,
there is a side event package as well. What do you get?
Yes, same value basically. You get a playmat, a booster, and you get a total of, I'm doing the math right now, 75 euros of side events.
Cool. Collector booster packs. Do you open your boosters or do you save them for drafting or something?
It depends on the mood. If I need some something, I open it.
Like a dopamine boost?
Yeah, exactly. I need it. Or if I need a card, actually. Sometimes I remember opening a lot of Duskmourn collectors because I wanted a Kaito, and I just the Preswell had a lot of Duskmourn collectors, and I was just opening them to find Kaito. I never found them.
I just always say them for drafting because that's what that's what limited players do.
Yeah, but collectors, you can't save them.
That's true.
You're getting a collector here, and you gotta either open it or just put it in your room as an accessory. That's also something I do.
Okay, something cool we always do before the event is we do a caster fantasy draft. We look at the players that are playing the event, and we high roll for who's going to go first, who's going to be on the wheel, and we basically draft the players.
Oh, you're ahead.
Who's winning right now?
You're winning.
Oh, okay.
With your second pick, Piotr Glogowski.
Yeah, I got Canister on the wheel, and I was pretty happy about that.
Shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen.
That should not have happened. Yeah. I was actually super stoked about that. How's your team doing? You got Marco Del Pivo. That's a great pick.
The numbers on that team will not change him because none of them made day 2.
Okay, that's
so that 48 points is all I got. Unfortunately, none of my teammates brought me to day 2.
That's
so
unfortunate.
Rip.
I got Stefan. I think he was playing Neo for me yesterday. That was actually a surprise for me. I got Canister. Yeah, he's undefeated with Amulet Titan, Elias Watsfeld. He always does well. Luis Gobert. And I also got Davor Detechnik. He is actually the #1 ranked player on Magic Arena in Limited.
Oh, Davor. I think he made day 2.
Yeah.
So you have at least 2 players in your team making day 2, so you have very high chances of winning.
And I think he loves playing aggressive decks, and I believe he is playing Is It Prowess, which is also the deck I would have registered, so that was an easy pick for me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Simon in the second place with Lupi Guglielmo. That was a very important pick there because he is currently fifth in the standings playing Amulet Titan. Lupi Guglielmo is, of course, our MOX champion. Yeah, good pick.
Amulet Titan, yeah, one of the best decks in the format. But speaking of standings, how about we take a look at the top of the standings?
Yeah, so
give you guys an idea of what is actually going on.
Yeah, later on you will have Frank Karsten show you the metagame breakdown. I already saw it. I'm very happy to see what's the most successful deck of the day. A little bit of a tease.
No spoilers.
It is not something you would expect. Anyway, as you said, we have 4 undefeated players. Pierre Lebsch from Germany, Alejandro Stefanino Garro from, I want to say Spain, but I actually no. Piotr Glogowski from Poland and Pietro Malia Oltolina from Italy. They're all playing different decks. Ruby Storm, Espergorio, Amulet Titan, Is It Prowess. They will play with a draw, Guglielmo Lupi. Notably, Guglielmo Lupi in his sideboard of the Amulet Titan deck, there is a copy of 2 copies of Elder Gargaroth, a card of, I would call it obsolete. Maybe ancient. Just
Vintage.
a 5-mana 6/6 who doesn't have haste, that doesn't impact the board. Yeah. It is not something that you see in any format, I would say, but I guess he has a plan of in some matchups, like maybe against Boros. I don't know.
Yeah. Who are we going to be seeing in the feature match area for the first round?
Usually when we are in this spot, we feature the undefeated players. So I'm expecting to see the round number 9 pairings to be our 4 undefeated player. And I believe they're matched Rubystrom versus Prowess and Espergoro versus Amulet Titan.
Okay.
Yeah, so yesterday we've seen Canister already twice, and he won them both because he was undefeated. We're going to see him a 3rd time today. So, and that's it. We don't want to see him anymore after that.
Okay, yeah.
No, that's not true. We'll keep on seeing him.
I mean, it just lined up so perfectly. We have exactly 4 8-0s. That's just what we got to show you, right?
Yeah, exactly. But then again, there are a plethora of 7-1s. 2 7-1 are playing Golgari Yawgmoth, which was the deck that I kind of called as the bust-out deck because of the new card.
Okay.
Avatar. Usually standard set don't impact too much modern. I mean, that used to be a thing, but now no more. Now the standard set impact modern a lot.
Avatar was great for modern.
And Bajamor Cub, I think is going to impact modern, so it is good. We have a confirmation from Twitch chat that the second player, Alejandro, is indeed from Spain, and there they are. This is we've seen both of these players yesterday. Pedro Mario Oltolina playing Blue Prowess versus Pierre Lebsch playing Storm.
Yeah, so quick reminder, we're going to be playing 6 more rounds of Swiss today before we cut to the top 8. So this is round number 9, and Pietro is playing Is It Prowess. Anything unusual about this deck? Is this just a standard list?
Yeah, when we watched this deck yesterday, we thought it was a stock list, but there's actually one big change in this list, which is the main deck Blood Crypt. together with the 3 tosses in the sideboard, has proven to be deadly against Neoform. Pietro won against Neoform by going turn 1 tosses, discarding Neoform, and then the opponent just didn't do anything and died.
Absolutely, yeah.
If that was Spell Pierce, he would have lost because the opponent had the Pact of Negation, so he would have comboed on turn 2 through Spell Pierce.
Spell Pierce also makes a little bit of less sense in this type of deck because you want to play the spells proactively, right? You want to trigger your prowess, you want to make your Slick Shot have more power, and Thoughtseize works a little bit better than Spell Pierce in that regard.
Yeah, so this is the prowess deck. Again, a very aggressive strategy, as you mentioned, something that you like. Yesterday we saw Pietro almost having a turn 3 kill. I don't know if you remember, Martin, we talked about it.
I do.
I did the math at home. It was 19 damage on turn 3.
Really?
It wasn't lethal. It was not lethal. I thought it was, but... and the other side, Pierre Leibsch has been playing so well on camera the other day.
He played really well, yeah. The sequencing, everything, the way, you know, the cards lined up, Pierre definitely showed his mastery of this Ruby Storm deck. Is there anything unusual about this list? We talked a little bit about Artist Talent last week. Is this a new deck? Is this something that, you know, people have recently started playing?
Well, it's not a new card. Bloom Borrow, it's been around for a while, but the card is fairly new to the archetype, I'd say. It was featured in the RC winning list that won in Australia, so again, that's a card. But a card that wasn't in that list was Heroes Hang Out, a card from the Spider-Man set.
Okay.
A lot of words on that card, but basically what it does, it says Light of Hand, but you exile the card and you can cast it this turn.
Okay,
so,
okay.
It costs 1 mana, which is a little bit of a not synergistic with Rally Room Medallion because you actually want to discount your card,
stuff,
but this is something you can play on turn 1.
All right, 1 copy of Grape Shot. That's usually how you win the games. There's also Past in Flames, and we got a couple copies of Wish as well for the sideboard.
You want to diversify Wish and Grape Shot because people just play Surgical Extraction. They just love to play Surgical Extraction, and you want to be able to just not die because they surgical your Wish and you don't have any more win cons. So that is important. But yeah, I think this matchup is going to be actually close. Honestly, I can't really tell you who's ahead. Maybe Storm is a little bit ahead, but I think the Darrow will have a big impact on this game.
Yeah, this is basically 2 decks that are trying to go off on turn 3.
Yeah, I think Storm is a lot more likely that winning the game on turn 3 than Prowess, but yeah, Prowess can definitely. Game 1 doesn't really have any interaction, but post-sideboard, those thoughts will be very important.
Looks like we're right now at the most important point of the game, which is the Mulligans.
Yes.
Both players know each other's deck list. This is a tournament where, you know, we're playing with open deck lists, so you get to look through your opponent's list before you decide whether you're going to take a mulligan or not, which is super important. There are certainly a lot of matchups where you should mulligan aggressively, especially if you know your opponent is on a combo deck and they're going to be on a pretty fast clock.
Yeah, and those little number that you see under the camera of the players are the number of likes that the players are receiving right now. So Pietro has a little bit more of support right now with 107 likes, whereas Pierre only has 95 likes. But you at home can root for Pierre if you want his number of likes to go up.
A quick reminder about these little heart symbols. We do have a super cool thing for the broadcast, which are heart rate monitors for the players. But worry not, they can opt out. It is not a mandatory thing. So this is just something we thought would be cool for the broadcast. And we do want to show you, how stressful it can be to sit in the feature match area. There's a lot of people watching. There's a big crowd here watching live. There's a lot of you watching on Twitch, on YouTube. So yeah, just wanted to give you guys an idea of what it actually feels like when you're playing the match here live.
Yeah, so Pierre had a choice between selecting Gemstone Cavern or Valakut Awakening as his spell of choice. He went for Valakut Awakening. And that's surprising to me because, well, the other was just a land that he could have played to cast his Ruby Medallion. Instead, he went for Valakut Awakening, making me think that maybe next turn he wants to go Rite of Flame, not Rite of Flame, sorry, Pyretic Ritual into Valakut Awakening.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I don't know, though. That's surprising. That's really surprising to me. Because otherwise, that land comes into play tapped. It's not very good. So, yeah. Well, I'm very, very curious to know what Pierre is doing. Again, we covered him yesterday. He played so well that I'm definitely not going to backseat him as he chooses his lines.
All right, in the meantime, Pietro has a decent opening draw, not super fast though. Turn 1, Chandler into Slick Shot, attack for 2.
Okay, so here, Pierre can go off. He can go off. He can Metamorphose. He can go off. Look at that. He's going to be able to go.
Ritual.
Heretic Ritual. Ral or Ruby Medallion.
Okay.
And then he has 1 mana spare, and that can use that mana to play Metamorphose and then Valakut Awakening. He can even play Ral, flip Ral, and use the -2 to shoot down the Slick Shot show-off.
If you're Pierre and you're just, you just got attacked for 2 damage, are you trying to go off this turn, or do you think you're going to survive 1 more turn? Maybe you want to have that extra card. No, looks like he's just going to go for it. Again, I love that.
The skill of this deck is very often hidden. You don't know what
you're going to get.
What you're going to get with that Metamorphose, so you kind of have to go for it. And so yeah, he chooses not to go for Ral. He chooses to go for Ruby Medallion. And see, that Valakut Awakening was so important that he chose that card instead of the land. 1 mana left, Vren's Resolve. Storm count goes up. We're going to reveal the top 2 cards. We can cast them until next turn. And that's a ritual.
This is just how the deck wins on turn 2. No big deal.
It's not over yet. He needs something else.
He just wants to change spells, right? He just wants to change rituals, and he wants to change the spells like Vren's Resolve.
This is turn 2 of the game. This is powerful. This is very powerful. Again, Ruby Storm, not a driving force in Modern. That's a fun thing. This player is 8-0. This player is aiming at winning the game on turn 2. And this isn't even like a top 10 deck.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of Modern, right? There's 40 different decks that can win the tournament on any given day.
Yeah, so yesterday, Maria interviewed Pierre after his win, and he said in preparation for this tournament, or I mean, just for fun as well, I guess, he played 1,200 games. 1,200, for those who are not familiar with the numbers, is 1,200.
That is dedication.
You play 1 game, it's 1. And, you know.
And that's exactly what we talked about yesterday, right? In Modern, it is almost always better to play a deck you're familiar with rather than, whatever the new hot deck is in the format.
Yeah, so Pierre is now deciding, do I want to go, yeah, I think Grape, I don't know, my line here, maybe, was to go Ral instead of Ruby Medallion, and maybe flip it and kill something and pass and get ready to combo the next turn.
Okay.
Pierre choose a much more aggressive line. Once again, it can pivot now and go Wish, Grape Shot, kill your 2 creatures. But he doesn't look like a person who just wants to kill the opponent creature. He looks like a person who wants to win
this turn.
So
yeah.
I'm very curious to see what is he gonna get off of this Wish.
So Storm count is 6, but we only have 1 more red mana floating. He does pick up the Grape Shot, so it looks like what you're saying is going to happen.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to kill. Actually, now he may want to play around Mutagenic Growth. So you have to announce all the targets first. You can't just wait to see what your opponent does. So what he's saying is, I'm going to target Monk with the first Grape Shot and Storm. I mean, I can't hear them, so I don't know if Pierre is like overpaying, like he can do 3 and 4. I think that's what he's doing.
That makes sense, right? Like you don't really...
Exactly. He's dealing 3 damage to GRC, 4 damage to Slick Shot. So you may think that he missed 4 damage. You know what he missed? He missed a land drop. If he chose Gemstone Cavern, he would have been able to not play land from hand and play Gemstone Cavern as a second land. So he would have had an extra card. But at the same time, he may have needed the Valakut Awakening to win the game if he needed that. So again, on turn 1 of the game, he had a very important decision. And that's how...
Yeah, let's see if Pietro can capitalize on the fact that Pierre kind of didn't really break, but at the same time, he also didn't win the game. So he must be feeling pretty good about that. So what does he have? There is a choice between Expressive Iteration to try to find more gas, or he can play Quarry Steel Cutter and follow that up instantly with a bobble to make a token and attack.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. You want to make a clock here. Yeah, as Chad pointed out, he actually didn't have Ral. He had Artist Talent in hand. So once again, Pierre just took the right line. I was just thinking about it. Of late, it was not a thing. Anyway, we're waiting on a Monk. Of course, here on the future match, we get all the tokens that we want.
All right, we're going to crack the bubble. Take a look at the top of your deck. Attack for 2.
And the game, once again, might be over at this turn. Let's see what happens.
I would be very impressed if Pierre manages to go off here after, burning half of his hand.
Oh, a ritual.
Okay.
That's a great draw. That's a fantastic draw. Maybe last turn, if instead of going Wish Grape Shot, it would have gone for Vrans Resolve, it would have flipped the ritual, and he would have won the game with something else. So once again, the options are really, really endless with this deck.
Storm Count is one. We're going to flip a Manamorphose.
Yeah, so he has in hand the Ritual and the Artist Talent. So what he can do is go Artist Talent for 1 mana, and then Ritual for 1 mana, Manamorphose for 1 mana, use the extra card to cycle until you find a Past in Flames.
Okay.
These basic, I really love the basic lands of choice on one side, on both sides, and this is a way to win in Magic is definitely having the proper basic
land game.
Yeah.
I do want to give a shout out to Wizards. I do love that they have started including more and more full art lands in all these new sets, and I think that's a super cool thing that everybody can now collect them instead of just these lands being in unhinged and unglued or whatever the sets were.
Very expensive. The unglued only lands now it's a little bit more accessible.
Welcome to my only lands.
We drew the Past in Flames, and this is over. 1 mana becomes 4. 4 mana becomes 1, and then Past in Flames is on the stack, and the game will be over. From 1, we go to 4. That Past in Flames was the key for the win. He's thinking what to discard, but I think it's pretty easy. Ral, yeah.
Yeah, you already have one of the things that discounts your stuff. There is a second copy of Ral, so Storm Count is 4.
And then
Ritual resolves.
Yeah, Artist Talent is a May. You don't have to discard. It's not a mandatory thing, but. Bam! Past in Flames, a card, a very unique card. Throwback to one of the strongest cards of the game, Yawgmoth's Will. It only flashes back instant and sorceries, but that's really all we care. Yeah, we go up to 2, draw a card. You can see how he's declining the ability of Artist Talent. And now he's gonna just probably play Ral. Yeah, he's just counting, saying you're basically just dead. You're gonna go Ritual. Again, he can level up Artist Talent for an easier kill. He's just explaining he doesn't need to do anything else. He's just saying oh, show me the sideboard if you have a win con. He actually doesn't because he played a Grape Shot already. So the opponent's saying, do you have another Grape Shot? I don't think you do. You only played 1. But he's just saying exactly, I'm going to go to level 3 of Artist Talent, and I'm going to kill you with that Grape Shot.
It is insane how Pierre passed turn 2 with just 2 cards in hand.
And the Roommate Island in play.
And that's important.
Yes.
How does he just go off on turn 3 with that?
Well, he drew a couple of Ritual. That was super important. And then he drew Past in Flame. So he definitely drew very well, but it is something common. Yeah, turn 3 kill for Storm without disruption is common.
It really does show the power of this deck. And yeah, looks like the players are just kind of going through the motions. I'm going to have a lot of Storm Count. This is, I'm going to flash back all these Rituals, going to get extra mana. And
I mean, that could also execute. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I would just start executing. If the opponent doesn't want to concede, of course, they're allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, make them do it,
Yeah, exactly. You're in the future match. It's cool to, yeah. Let's see how your deck wins.
There's a second copy of Grape Shot. Yeah, with all the cards in the graveyard, I think now you can just say, okay, I'm going to play all this. That's going to add the Storm Count to, X, Y, and Z. Going to play 2 Grape Shots. That's going to be good enough. So congratulations to Pierre for picking up game number 1.
Yes, the German player. Yesterday I mistakenly say the flag as the Belgian one. That was not nice of me. Yeah.
And now we get to go to sideboarding. As you already highlighted, there's going to be some Thoughtseizes coming into Pietro's deck. But what does Pierre do?
Yeah, Pierre has the Orim's Chant, which will not be good in this matchup. If you're thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to use them to buy a turn. No, that's not how you win games of Magic. Not with buying turns, but with winning the game. So we're not going to bring the Orim's Chant. We are going to bring in the Prismatic Ending, though. That's a card that you can use to stave off a little bit the aggression from the blue-red prowess play. So I think, or you can just honestly don't sideboard anything. That's another option that the Storm deck can do here.
How does the dynamic of playing with open deck list change, your deck choice for the tournament Do you think, is this better for Pierre coming into a tournament if he knows exactly what the players are sideboarding against him?
Yeah, I think so, because if you see, for example, it's open deck list. So it goes like, oh, let's look at the sideboard of blue-red. If there's like, I don't know, dumping sphere, then I want to bring in prismatic ending. But I'm looking at the sideboard of Pietro, and he doesn't have dumping sphere. He just has Thoughtseize to bring in and surgical extraction. So we don't need to care about any permanence. We don't have to bring in wear tear or anything like that.
All right, how about Pietro's sideboard? There are the 3 Thoughtseizes you already mentioned. Those are going to be coming in. Anything else? Surgical Extraction looks like it might probably be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Surgical Extraction is a strong card in that deck, also because it's a free spell. So you can actually go Core Steel Cutter Surgical. And that's not awful if you're targeting maybe a ritual that was built by a Surveillant, or if you're targeting, I don't know, something that is relevant. I wouldn't just throw it out on a fetch land, but maybe if you want to keep up the pressure on the play, it is a play that you can do. I mean, we've seen in the past Blue-Red Phoenix playing a Surgical Extraction main deck just to amp the count of spells in order to bring back the Phoenixes. And this deck is similar. You have Zixar Show Off, you have Core Steel Cutter, you have Monastery Swift Spear, so you do want to just cast spells. And but again, the most important card will certainly be the Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize, although not as important as against Neoform, Storm is a redundant deck. It plays 10 cards that cost 2 mana, and they enable your plan. It plays 8 ritual, well, Metamorphose are kind of ritual. It plays 8 draw spells. So it's not a deck that you take out a card and it crumbles. It's so redundant that I don't think Discard spells are very good against this deck. I mean, they're obviously good.
You're going to bring 8 in if you don't have anything better. It's still going to be better than a, Lightning Bolt or something.
Yeah, but it's not as good against Neoform, which like actually loses the game if you just discard a Neoform. So I think maybe in this matchup actually Spell Pierce is slightly better, because you don't want to trade
1 for 1, you want to...
Yeah, but also mana, right? Because Thoughtseize, what's the weakness of Thoughtseize? It's that you trade down in mana. You spend 1 mana and your opponent spends 0. Whereas if you Spell Pierce, you spend 1 mana and your opponent spends 2 mana. And you're ahead a little bit in that exchange, and this is a matchup of a race. Whereas again, Neoform example, Neoform doesn't care about tempo. He just wants to win whenever he can. Oh, looks like there's a pause. There's a pregame action.
Wow, looks like Pietro took a bunch of mulligans. He's down to 5.
He's down to 5, but...
Oh, and that's a turn 0 Gemstone Cavern.
Exactly, stealing the play with the Gemstone Cavern. Another way to be ahead in the on the draw. So yeah, Pietro has to draw. Pietro. Oh, in the upkeep, he did that in the upkeep. Not sure why, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, the reason why you can do it in the upkeep is that you don't forget, because you go to your turn and you draw 2 cards.
Is Pierre just going to be able to go off on turn 2 again here?
You can go off on turn 1.
Or turn 1 even, yeah.
You can kill on turn 1. Storm is one of the very few decks in Modern that can win the game on turn 1.
And he is smiling. He's being very casual about this. Let's see if he can go off here.
Doesn't seem so, yeah.
All right.
He just goes Reckless Impulse, picking up those His token, and not ideal this time. Kind of a brick, because he can't cast both of these lands. So he's going to draw from Bubble and draw for turn. Did that happen?
I think he's still in his upkeep. He might be wondering about playing Lava Dart first to get the Surveil trigger.
To make sure to find a land. Oh, that's brutal.
What do you like to do in the spot?
I would take a draw. It's so
good. You're drawing 2 cards, right? And like, it's not even that bad if you don't find a second land source.
Kind of bad, but I think you're not winning already, so you just kind of have to get lucky. All right, that's a good choice to play Lava Dart in the end. And he draws a fetch land, so perfectly played by Pietro Maria Oltolina, who chooses to scry instead of...
Did he draw from the Mishra's Bubble?
Yeah. He drew from Mishra's Bubble, went from 2 cards to 3, and then played Lava Dart.
Okay.
Small to 5, and the cards were Fiery Islet, DRC, Bubble, so he was on 2 cards. So yeah, no mistrigger, no nothing. Pietro actually played very well this turn, and maybe even played this very well this Mulligans, because he finds himself in a very good sequence here with a 3/3 and the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, that's not bad for a multi-5.
Yeah, he says Preordain, leaves it on top. Next turn he's gonna go Monastery Swift Spear Preordain. Pierre just discards from his opponent.
So there's a Pyrrhic Ritual, there's a Rents Resolve, and we got a Past in Flames as well. So you're going to take the one card that actually discounts the rest of the hand.
Oh, yeah, you just... I mean, you can take Ritual, but no way. Yeah, you have to take the Ral. And then DRC attacks for 3. So, as I said, Multi 5, but, you know, not too important, but much more important to have a strong start than a Mulligan in Modern, Mulligan is definitely a virtue. Like, it's a very important thing to win the game.
Exactly, and especially with the aggressive decks, right? Like, all you're interested in is being able to curve out, being able to put on a quick clock, and I would rather start the game with 5 cards and a good curve rather than 7 cards, but, you know, 5 lands in hand and a Lava Dart and a Lightning Bolt or something like that.
I'm wondering, why is there a fetch land beforehand? Let's see what happens here. Did Pierre draw a Ruby Medallion or a Ral? Because if he did, that'd be potentially game-winning once again. Let's see. What's the hidden card? Allow that Pierre is playing face up. And there
oh my God! There's no way he goes off against through the Thoughtseize.
Let's see. This is turn 2 of the game.
Wow. Is he really gonna try to pull this off?
All right. He's thinking about it. I think, given that the opponent is on 1 card in hand, I think you can just go Vren's Resolve. But once again, Pierre just always showed us that he wants to take the line that top that land though. That he wants to take the line that wants to win the game. So 2 mana floating.
Wow.
Top 2.
Storm count is 3. So he just basically wants to reveal more rituals and more cards like Rent's Resolve. There is another ritual.
So we can go past in Flames already. He's going to.
Oh my God, he's actually going for it.
No, you have 1 mana floating and 5 storm. Yeah, all good. Oh, this is turn 2 of the game, by the way. Through a Thoughtseize. Turn 2 of the game, through a Thoughtseize on the draw.
The Desperate Ritual turns 1 mana into 3. We're gonna follow that up with another copy of Rent's Resolve.
And that's another.
Wow. Oh, he did actually bring in the Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, he did. He did. I think it's a good choice. Reveal the top 2. And even if you break now, which doesn't seem the case, even if you break now, you have all those cards to play for the next turn. So he's putting the Paralytic Ritual side on a side because that cannot be flashed back by the Past in Flames.
Good to keep track of that. Storm count is 9 already. Reckless Impulse is being flashed back. Storm count is 10. Another Ritual and another Prismatic Ending.
As you can see, the reason why I told you that you could not sideboard is that those Prismatic Ending are very awkward.
Yes.
They like, you want to go off, maybe sided out a Ritual, maybe sided out, you know, a Reckless Impulse, maybe Hero's Hang Out, and those 2 cards are now being bricks. In a matchup where you need to use those Prismatic Ending to kill something like, you know, Defeating Silence, that they may just, you know, again, Pierre is the expert here, but I may have considered not sideboarding them. Anyway, we're going up.
Storm count is 11. Gonna make more mana here, but I think he kind of ran out of cards that find him more cards.
He has Valakut Awakening, which you can use to draw 1 card. Or what you can do is playing Past in Flames from the graveyard for 4, and then recast those extra cards.
Okay.
That's what he's doing. So it goes down to 2, up to 13 storm count, and casts the Reckless Impulse first. So it goes to 1 mana and reveals the top 2. But those 2 Prismatic Ending are being very big bricks. Again, if those 2 if those 2 cards were Heroes Hang Out, he would have loved them a lot. So anyway, we go up to 3, and now we have an important coin flip, because he goes to 1 mana, to 2 mana, sorry, and then plays a Ritual. And now he has to win the die roll. If he wins the die roll... Okay. There is a Valakut Awakening on the stack, so what he can do is cast Valakut Awakening, in response, cast Desperate Ritual. That means he's going to have 2 coin flip to flip Ral, and the Storm is umped. Not that he needs it, but might as well. All right, so very important dice here. He's saying, you choose, I'm gonna roll. So he has 2 dice, 2 coin flip to flip the Ral. Very important choices by Pietro now. Has to choose the correct side of the...
Probably the most important part of the game right now. Storm count is at 18.
Pietro says, give me the dice. I'm going to choose my own fate. 1 damage. So Ral didn't flip. And now again. No, that ritual has to go to the exile zone. Very important. He's going to fix that. Very, very important die roll.
Pietro's going to roll.
Very, very important die roll. Let's see what happens. 7. Oh, took a damage. Okay. So he's going to... He doesn't go off yet, but it's going to draw a card off of the Awakening. That Awakening goes to the graveyard, whereas that ritual goes to the exile zone. No, I think the Awakening goes to the graveyard. But yeah.
Okay, so we're going to draw 1 card. And is he possibly looking at breaking this turn?
Yes, if he doesn't draw a spell, he passes the turn. Those 2 prismatic ending may have made Pierre lose the game.
He played 18 spells, and he's about to break.
This is, again, a super important thing that people really overestimate. Sideboarding with combo decks. Passes the turn. Pietro
has to pass the turn.
Pietro won 2 very important coin flip, and is now back in the game. Goes Swift Spear, Preordain, attacks for at least 5. If there's a bubble, 6. Let's see what's on top of the deck. He's gonna look at a card from DRC and then 2 cards from Preordain, 2 mountains. So 3 lands were cleaned. And you can see how like high powerful decks have card selection in order to reduce variance. And that's why Isa Prowess wins, and unfortunately for the friends at home, Burn does not. Reducing variance is very, very important at competitive events. Yes, the Valkyrie Awakening has to go to the graveyard. I'm pretty sure. I want to make sure what Past in Flames does, but yeah.
All right, here's an attack for 5. Channeler is a 3/3. Swift Spear got 1 prowess trigger. Pierre does have the option to block. He will do so, but that's going to let Pietro flash back the Lava Dart. That puts Swift Spear at 3 power.
Yeah, because the card Yogurt's Will says whenever you cast a spell, it will be exiled, but that's not what the card Past in Flames says. Okay, Lava...
Yeah, Lava Dart got flashback to put Swift Spear at 3 power, which killed Ral in combat. Yeah. Pierre is down to 8, but he's still looking at possibly having 1 more turn. But that's certainly not a great situation to be in. He does have an Arid Mesa, though, to find a white source. So
okay, he drew something, though. It's a Ral. He drew a 3rd ending?
Drew a 3rd prismatic ending.
Does he even play 3 ending?
Yeah, there's 3 in the sideboard.
Prismatic ending or drawn. Yeah, he must have sided out. Maybe Glimpse the Impossible. I think it's a card you often side out. So I think he sided out Glimpse the Impossible for a Prismatic Ending, which probably is a... okay. Wow, he keeps on losing die roll off Ral. But yeah, he's going to be able to kill both of these creatures because Gemstone Cavern adds white mana. And now Arid Mesa is going to fetch a Sacred Foundry. He's actually thinking about it. He may just go Survey Land instead. Because those 3 cards that you see above there, Arid Mesa, Elegant Parlor, and the Prismatic Ending will be gone after this turn. But yeah, so Pietro, actually, if Pietro loses this DRC, this Swift Spear, it doesn't, oh wow, it doesn't go for the ending. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Raw, right? The Raw is kind of keeping the Swift Spear in check.
Yeah, but, I guess, yeah, sure. Okay, 2nd land.
2nd copy of Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Attacks for 1. Pietro says block.
Yeah.
Very, very good. He did also block last turn because he had a 2nd rally land.
And there's a Channeler. Pietro goes down to 11, but I mean, Pierre does have a little bit of time to try to find more Rent Resolve and Reckless Impulse.
Artist Talent. Well, I mean, you can cast it for 1 mana and level it up immediately, but first, I definitely want to exile that 3/3 flyer. Once again, rolling the dice. Pietro has been very good at rolling the dice. In response, we are fetching. Notably, the only copies of Black Mana Blood Crypt is gone, so if Pietro now draws Thoughtseize, that's a dead draw. There are no more ways to cast, but, you know, also Pierre's hand is empty, so Thoughtseize would be a bad draw anyway. You can see now how Thoughtseize was not ideal, because he discarded a card that was redrawn. So sure, maybe the opponent got lucky, but I don't think it's that. You know, it's the reason why most people play Spell Pierce over Thoughtseize is that, you know, Pietro would have been able to... Okay, Surgical Extraction hits the graveyard. First we roll. Let's see.
It's another odd. So the Ral's just never going to flip.
Ral dealt 4 damage to Pierre. If he would have flipped, it would have been able to kill Swift Spear. But instead, it doesn't.
And there's the artist talent. Pierre passes the turn back. I mean, he looks like he kind of stabilized.
If I was Pierre, though, I would have played artist talent first. Because you basically...
You just put one more card in your graveyard?
Yeah, you mill a card in a deck with Past in Flames. Fire Island gets this card. It draws a very powerful one.
Wow, Expressive Iteration is a great draw from Pietro. Not right now, but next turn he's going to be able to find more gas. Swift Spear is attacking. Pierre says...
All right, our chat has pointed out that it's not mill, but it's rummage. So you have to discard a card to draw. So you wouldn't...
Right.
Wouldn't do anything. Once again, Pierre is proven to always take the right line over there. 2 mana spent, 3 mana spent. The artist talent goes to 2. Now spells cost 3 less to be cast. Looks to me like Pierre drew a land, or a ritual, or a
Ruby Medallion. All right, well.
Yeah, this was definitely a case of storm breaking. And again,
yeah, I mean, playing 18 spells and not being able to finish off the game. But yeah, as you highlighted, like those prismatic endings, that was kind of what caused the storm to fizzle, right?
Yeah. Okay, we have Expressive Iteration, one of the best card in Modern for a while, and now kind of forgotten, but I'm glad to see it back in the format. Look at the top 3. One goes on top, one goes... No, sorry, not on top. One goes... I was telling Telling Time. That's a card a lot worse than Expressive Iteration. One goes in exile, you can cast it this turn. One goes on the bottom, one goes in hand. It's a clean 2-for-1 with some card selection. Card that is banned in Legacy, but very legal in Modern. Kind of crazy. There are a lot of cards that are banned in Legacy, but legally Modern and don't do too much damage. Psychic Frog, Ragavan, Iteration, Dreaded Arcanist.
So Lava Dart is the choice here. Pietro is going to play a land, attack with Swift Spear. So now he's threatening to put Swift Spear at more power than Ral has toughness. Pierre's going to block anyway because he wants to soak up the damage, buy himself a little bit more time.
That Ral would have been so good if he flipped. It would have killed the Swift Spear.
Yep.
And instead, it's being killed by Swift Spear. Ironic. And the Lava Dart goes to the graveyard, which is a decent thing. Lava Dart is honestly a card that I would consider siding out. Pietro didn't do that, and Lava Dart has been good so far. Oh.
There's a grape shot. Well, just a little too late.
All right, what he can do is level up Artist Talent to 3, and then play Grape Shot, Storm Count 1, good enough to kill Swift Spear, and also rummage that Ruby Medallion.
Well, the question is, I mean, Pietro is at 8 life. Are you trying to kill the Swift Spear, or would you rather wait to try to find an extra spell and just storm off?
We'll see. I mean, he's at 5, and the opponent doesn't have too much, so I think you still have time.
Is he going to go for the kill, or is he going to try to buy himself? He is going to buy himself more time, so the Grape Shot is targeting the Swift Spear.
And deals 3 damage and rummages a card.
We're going to rummage away the Medallion.
And pass the turn, because we have no more mana floating. The Lava Dart would not save the Swift Spear, because, again, Artist Talent deals it 3 damage. Actually, Pietro being at 8 life was, like, not that much. All right, it's not lethal, very close. We can go Swift Spear, Lava Dart, and would put Pierre down to 2 life. Many spells would have killed the opponent, but not a land.
He's actually going to go for it. All right, so Lava Dart, flashback, put you to 4, Swift Spear is at 2 power.
Yeah, so Pierre goes down to 2, and now it's his time to do something meaningful.
Well, it's now or never.
Could still top deck. He still have another turn if Pietro draws a land.
Wow, Wren's Resolve is the perfect draw here.
Let's start again. For the 3rd time in this game, Pierre goes off.
Discarding Ral to rummage.
Draw a card off of Artist Talent, and then reveals top 2 cards. And now, because Artist Talent is on level 2, and the opponent is on 8, you don't need that many spells to win the game with that Grape Shot. So if he draws Past in Flames, I think he wins on the spot. Because he has 2 discounts already. Past in Flames cost 2, and Grape Shot costs 1. So he only needs 3 mana to win the game. So Past in Flames is a win. The opponent has on 0 cards in hand. So once again, we're doing solitary.
Look at the heart rates going up.
Yeah. For both players. This whole game has been in Pierre's hand the whole time. If he wins, and there's nothing that Pietro can do. If he breaks, Okay, Fetch is down to 1. Let me see if there's a second copy of Elegant Parlor. There it is. So unless he was exiled earlier, okay, it's in the deck. Again, Pierre wins on the spot with Wish, with Past in Flames, and that's it. Because Grapeshot was cast from hand already. There's one in the main, one in the side. And the card does not come in post sideboard. All right, so first we surveil. Bane a land.
Okay.
And then we cast Metamorphose, discard a card in hand, draw 2.
There's another ritual.
We don't want that ritual.
Yeah, I think mana is not the problem, right? He's just looking for Wish, he's looking for another Grapeshot, he's looking for Past in Flames.
I don't exactly know what Spear counting. There's not that many options that he has available. Maybe I'm missing something. But anyway, Metamorphose, discard, doesn't disc. Doesn't discard.
Wait, doesn't he actually have Past in Flames? Oh, wow, he finds the Wish that is going to find the Grapeshot, so he is going to have
he didn't even
just enough storm count.
He finds the Wish. If he discarded and drew Wish, he would have still be lethal, because Wish costs 1 mana, and Grapeshot costs 1 mana. He has 2 discounter. This way, I guess it's more lethal.
It is more lethal.
He takes Past in Flames, and that's it. Past in Flames is going to be able to bring back Grapeshot for the win. Again, he didn't need a big storm count because Pietro's on 8,
yeah,
and each Grapeshot costs 3, but that's it. That's the win.
Wow.
Here, Fist is Pump? No, Pump is Fist.
Pump is Fist. Wow, this is... I'm impressed. I mean, after playing 18 spells and breaking on turn 2, and then Pierre's able to bring it back anyway and win a couple turns later. Congratulations to him. Moves to 9-0.
Yeah, he also lost 4 Dyrel of Ral.
That's true.
If any of these 4 Dyrel of Ral would have been a win, it would have like been able to kill the opponent creatures, buying so much time. Actually, this game came so close down the wire.
That was cool. I mean, that really demonstrated how like resilient the Storm deck is, and how, you know, fizzling 1 turn, no big deal. Next turn, I'm just gonna go off and do it again. I'm hearing that Maria is live with Pierre, and we can hear from himself what he thinks about this game, and you know, why is he playing this deck.
Thank you, Martin and Andrea. I'm here with Pierre Lipsch, our first undefeated winner. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good to be back.
Yeah, amazing. So that game too, it was painful to watch. I mean, that game of top decks, that was very intense. But I guess, you know, for a Bestorm, the probability of drawing the right top deck is just higher, right?
Playing the deck teaches you to accept probabilities, like the 50-50 RAL flips. Like, I have won so many 50% RAL flips to win matches, and like you have just seen in the matches, my opponent kept rolling. I always do even is winning, odds is losing, and you're like, odds. I was like, come on. It's just the way the deck works, yeah.
Yes. So how do you feel? Were you able to prepare beforehand to the day 2, or?
Not really. Like this time I really am confident in my preparation. I played so much on MTGO. I've talked to so many great players, and yesterday it was like chilling, not getting nerfs to you and everything else. Like a lot of tweets and a lot of wishes. People, my friends and family, have nothing to do with Magic, and just like, hey, we watched it on Twitch, and it's like, what the hell is going on there? They have no idea.
Isn't it the best feeling, right?
Of course, yeah.
So. And what now? I mean, I'm pretty sure that you're feeling over the moon, you're feeling confident, pretty happy.
Yeah.
But what is your ultimate goal for today?
Well, the dream would be to qualify for the Pro Tour. I've never done it. I've come close multiple times. I could go with a very good friend of mine to Richmond in January then.
Amazing.
That would be insane. And if I calculate correctly, I just need to win 1 match.
Crazy.
And then it would work. Everything, like I said yesterday in our interview, right? I'm just enjoying myself now, and everything else is a bonus, right? It's just like...
Honestly, this is a way to go. Well, the best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Back to the casters.
Wow, congratulations to Pierre. He's very relaxed. Like normally the people at the interview area are a little, nervous, what's going on. He's like, yeah, 1,200 matches. I'm pretty confident with the deck. So congratulations to him. He moves to 9-0, but that is not it for this round. We do have a backup feature match. Who are we going to see? Who would Twitch chat like to see?
Once again, put those canister rolling head emotes in on twitch.tv/ultimateguardlive, twitch.tv/fanfinity, or YouTube. Those are the 3 platforms we are showing our stream today. And we're seeing canister with Amulet Titan versus Espergorios by Alejandro Scheffel.
Okay, how does that matchup usually go?
Very close, very close. Espergorios definitely has all the tools to fight Amulet Titan. They have Prismatic Ending for the Amulet of Vigor. They have Subtlety for the Titan. They have Solitude for the Titan. They have Cyborg cards for those like interactions that Minister, may want to resolve. So the game is very close. Both decks are the best deck in the format. Not necessarily first and second. Modern has like 10 best decks in the format.
Yeah.
Both decks are capable of extremely powerful starts as well as just extremely long and grindy games. So, just like every modern game is these days very, very close and anyone can win.
Let's see if we can take a look at the deck list real quick before we head over to the feature match area. So there you have it. You have Canister on the left.
Yes, and the player is called Stefanino Garro Alejandro from Madrid. So there's a nice clash of 2 countries that are very famous for being expert in Modern. We see, of course, the judge at the backside, making sure that everything runs smooth and clean, and we, very grateful for those judges, of course. We see, the players shuffling with their brand new jersey. Very, very good look.
Shout out to Team Handshake.
Yes, exactly. We love.
How many Handshake players do we have here? We had Stefan Schutz is here. He was playing Neoform. I'm not sure if he made day 2. We have Canister piloting possibly the best deck in the format, Amulet Titan.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say this is a stock list because I don't actually know what a stock list looks like, but this is as stock as it can get. We got the Scape Shifts, of course. We have the Vexing Bubble. We have the Cultivator Colossus. A card that we don't have is Malevolent Rumble. And a lot of the Amulets player are debated whether they want Amulet Rumble to hit that Delirium, to hit that just Primeval Titan, or Explore to get a little bit ahead in those scrappy games where everything doesn't really come up together. Your opponent kills your Amulet of Vigor or Force of Negations it, so you actually want to just ramp up lands normally, like good old way, with bounce lands, bringing back lands, and using extra land drop of Explore to get to Titan. So yeah, that's the dish. And I mean, Grace Zenith was unbanned in January 2025, and love to see that it's being played in both this deck and Yogmoth. So very cool to see unbanned cards seeing play in Modern.
Speaking of which, I would like to see more cards unbanned. Cards like Umezawa's GT.
Yeah, so
I certainly do think there is some space to.
Yeah, I just had a call from WotC. They actually told me what they're going to ban in January 2026.
He's joking. He's joking.
No, I'm not joking. No, actually, I'm joking. No, but I want to see unbanned Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath.
Very fair card.
Yeah. So people want to see Death Rush Shaman. I think that's not safe.
I think that would kind of shape up Modern in a different way.
I don't think it would.
Everybody would play Death Right Shaman.
I mean, honestly, as I always say, they unbanned Mox Opal.
That's true. It's true.
That means you can unban literally any card.
That's true.
I think Mox Opal
that might have been the biggest offender on the list before.
Yes, like Mox Opal is like one of the strongest cards in the Modern ban list.
Yeah,
I think it's maybe even better than the One Ring, honestly. So it is. Anything can happen in the next ban list.
Okay, fair enough.
And, but I'm hoping for Uro because I want those green fair decks to be back.
So here we see Alejandro's deck. Pretty typical Espergorios list. Nothing too crazy going on here.
Yeah, I mean, Espergorio, I think the most innovative things are those copies of Subtlety. 2 copies of Subtlety. Definitely showing respect to the Titan decks. Because Subtlety, well, when you think about the pitch elemental cards, it's kind of one of the weakest. You trade 2 cards for 1, and that card goes on top of the deck.
Comes back next turn.
Your opponent just goes like turn 1 Ragavan, and you subtlety it. Your opponent just dashes Ragavan next turn. You haven't really accomplished too much. So yes, it's a tempo play, but I think where it shines is against Primeval Titan. So Alejandro played 2 subtlety main deck, thinking about Primeval Titan deck.
All right, let's see if the players are ready in our feature match area. As a quick reminder, they're both undefeated, 8-0. We're playing 6 more rounds of Swiss today. That's going to be 14 rounds total before we cut to the top 8.
I think Kanister is surveilling right now, or is deciding whether to put that card on the bottom or not, because he's holding 6 cards. 6 cards minus 1 that goes on the bottom, and we are starting here. Piotr Gogowski, runner-up at the Mythic Invitational 2019.
Was it the one in Bilbao?
No. I'll say it.
Oh, Mythic Invitational. Oh, no. He also was in the finals of an actual Pro Tour.
He won.
Against Luis Salvato, I think?
No.
Yeah, he was in the finals of the Pro Tour.
Oh, that was Jerry Thompson. Jerry T versus Luis
Was
Salvato.
it Jerry T? Okay, maybe I'm...
Yeah, I wasn't that top 8, I remember. No, yeah, I was making a joke because he lost the final to me at the Mythic Invitational.
Okay.
He derailed to another, as the kids say, TPD these days. Anyway, Alejandro's foiled out his deck, back-to-back white-black lands, Marsh Flats, Old Border, to Shadowy Backstreet, always looking to put on top the, but yeah, as they pointed out, Saga Amulet Go, that's the dream start by Kanister. Psychic Frog to the bin, that's usually a very strong turn to play.
Yeah, Kanister with, one of the best possible openers. How does the game look like when Alejandro wins? What is he looking for? Is he aggressively mulliganing, for some specific cards? Does he really want to find Force of Negation, for example, or what is he looking for?
I think this is a turn 2 Psychic Frog, because again, if you beat one, then to me that means you have a second one. And then he wants to have free interactions. Force of Negation, he probably doesn't have that because he would have forced the Amulet of Vigor, but like Subtlety. By the way, Alejandro proving you that if you foil out your deck, you are more likely to win in Magic.
There's the Psychic Frog on turn 2, back to Kanister.
Who has a Bounce Land Gruul Turf into Spelunking. It's a very powerful play.
Yeah, with Amulet, this deck is just firing on all cylinders. Let's see if he's able to win this turn. Wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
A little bit surprising. I mean, turn 2, you need 2 Amulet of Vigor, and I don't see a second copy in end, so...
I still remember that game from yesterday when we had Filipa and Simon in the booth, and everybody was convinced Kanister was going to play Fire Spell to clear the board, and then he just thought for a little bit and ended up winning the game on that turn instead.
Yeah, yesterday we had Simon commentating on Piotr game twice. Simon actually is an expert Titan player. I've had him host in my YouTube channel, Mango's Workshop, a couple of times playing Amulet Titan. Actually, I have a video coming up with Simon playing Amulet. That's always a blast, honestly. Like strong Amulet players playing Amulet, because they come up with these like situations where you think they can't possibly do anything. They don't have Amulet of Vigor, they don't have Titans, and they somehow will be like, oh, I'll scape shift, I'll find those land, that reanimates my lands, and I get Tolaria West, and I transmute, and I put Titan into play. It was like, what just happened? You had nothing last turn.
It is amazing how, like, collected Kanister is. You would think that his heart rate would ever go up. If it ever goes above, let's say 130, we're gonna do a giveaway, because it just never happens. He's just, ice in his blood.
Oh, wow.
Just makes a construct and passes the turn. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a line that you unlock at the 500 league with the deck instead of playing Spelunking. Oh my god, Alejandro has Atraxa and Goryo. So he's able, on turn 3 of the game, to discard Goryo to Atraxa with Psychic Frog and Reanimate. This parlay pattern is banned in Legacy. Psychic Frog is banned, Entomb is banned. All those cards that let you reanimate Atraxa are no longer legal because it's so powerful. And well, in Modern, it doesn't happen very often because you don't have the power of the Legacy the cantrip. But when it happens, it really shows the power of the deck. So yesterday on camera with Esper Goryo, breaking in hand with multiple Atraxas and Goryos and no Psychic Frog. Today, Alejandro shows you that the way to win is by drawing the cards one at a time,
So what is he gonna get? There's a Solitude, I see a Fatal Push, there's a Fetch Land.
That's a Thoughtseize.
And we get a Thoughtseize as well. So yeah, that's a pretty good start.
Very tough to get that card.
Still has a land drop to make.
Yes, ideally we go Ephemerate. I don't know if Alejandro has that in hand. He's going to discard push to the frog. He's playing so quick. Discard Thoughtseize to the frog.
Pitches the Thoughtseize as well. That's interesting.
He can't possibly have lethal. If that was Grizzlebrand, he would have had lethal. Because you can draw 14 attack. He pitches Thoughtseize. He must have a second one.
All right, let's see. Attack for 12.
Yeah, the frog flies, of course. Draws off a frog, and he's looking for Ephemerate. Let's see if he has it.
Yeah, he's either looking for Ephemerate or some of these free spells, right? He really wants to find Force of Negation.
No,
he really wants to find
land.
Subtlety.
Forgets to play land. Very, very important thing.
What just happened? Well, wait, he could have played land Thoughtseize, right?
Well, Alejandro saw that the opponent had one land, so I was like, oh, I already made my land draw for turn. But no, Canister bounced the...
Bounces, yeah, bounced it back into his hand.
I mean, we are... the heart rate doesn't really go up. It's chilling. It's chilling.
I mean, it doesn't look like turn 3. It kind of looks like turn 2. So yeah, it is a bit confusing. Let's see if Canister can go off now.
Alejandro does have a Solitude, sorry.
Wow, Amulet number 2. We might just see Canister go off here with just 2 amulets, no other lands in play.
I don't know if he has.
He has the bounce land.
Yeah, so he has the bounce land. That brings him to 5 mana. Spelunking brings him to 2. Bounce land brings him to 6. So he does have 6 mana this turn available with a Spelunking and a bounce land. So it was very important not to play Spelunking last turn because, you know, he needed this turn to get extra mana. You see? So he didn't play Spelunking last turn to get 1 mana extra mana this turn with Spelunking.
All right, Canister in the tank. I mean, he kind of does need to go off, right? Because otherwise, the frog's going to be big enough, plus flying, that the construct wouldn't even be able to block it. So there's the Gruul Turf. Untap triggers on the stack, bounce it back into my hand. So we got 4 mana. We also have that 1 colorless from Urza Saga.
Canister actually does this the right way. You should not represent mana in pool with dice. You should write them down on a piece of paper. That's actually in the rules.
Okay.
We shortcut it with the dice, but yeah, so he goes Spelunking, draws a card, and now he's going to be able to go Primeval Titan with the Summoner's Pact. Alejandro may have a Force of Negation, though. He does definitely have the Solitude in hand. Let's see. Tense moments as Canister.
He has all 4 Gruul Turf in his hand.
Yeah, he can also go Lotus Field.
There's a Summoner's Pact.
And then Zenith for Cultivator Colossus.
Okay.
Cultivator Colossus is a card that Piotr Gogowski loves. His favorite card. He made countless videos about how much he loves Cultivator Colossus, which breaks Magical Line, but it is a lot easier in paper. You don't have to break anything. I think that's actually the line that Piotr is going to go. He loves Cultivator Colossus too much. He's going to go Lotus Field, Zenith for 7, exactly 8 mana, Cultivator Colossus, play a bunch of lands, and then you have a Summoner's Pact to go Primeval Titan. In the meanwhile, you draw 4 or 5 spells, and then you cast multiple Titans, and then Alejandro's frog will be overwhelmed because he's going to go Otawara on that frog. So I think that's how this game is going to end, but we'll see what Piotr does. Obviously, everything I'm saying is going through Piotr's mind. He's thinking about all these lines.
Yeah, there is like 15,000 possible lines, but we do know that Canister has, you know, played through them all.
Exactly. Canister has played this game a lot more times than me. So whatever he's doing is going to be the right choice.
Lotus Field is the play. A bunch of untapped triggers on the stack, so he's going to be able to work with a lot of mana this turn.
Of course, as Lotus Field comes into play, you have to choose whether you want to have it untapped or tapped. With the Amulet of Vigor, you choose it to be tapped, so the Amulet of Vigor triggers. So we got 8 mana. Again, Canister's not updating over there.
The dice.
Okay. Let's see what he does. Okay. The opportunities are... Oh, he has Otawara as well.
He has a green Pact, he has Green Sun Zenith, there's a bunch of Gruul Turfs, and yes, he said there's an Otawara as well. Okay, so he's going to go with the Pact first.
All right. Let's see if he has subtlety. The opponent has subtlety. No, sorry, no subtlety. Force of Negation. There's 3 copies of Force of Negation, but none of them in hand. Yeah, 100 critical land thoughts is take out that Spelunking, and none of this would have happened. That's not necessarily true. Yeah, no. Oh, wow! He goes for a line that I haven't even considered. It really shows the layers of that deck.
All right, so what's the Aftermath Analyst loop?
What you can do is play Aftermath Analyst, mill 3, pay 4, bring back the creatures from the lands from your graveyard, and then there is a land, Shifting Woodland, that can copy the Analyst from the graveyard.
So usually the way it works is you need 2 copies of Lotus Field. You need.
Oh, he's going for the Cultivator Colossus. Because he had 8 mana in the pool.
Okay.
And he's using 7 of them. Colossus comes in and dies right away because there are no lands in play. Cultivator Colossus, power and toughness are equal to the amount of lands that you have. So comes into play, dies, and then its trigger resolves. A kind of funny way for that 7 mana card to just impact the board. So first, it says resolves, question mark. Do you have subtlety? If he has subtlety, wins the game because he can't pay the.
Wow, no, he has Solitude, so. Wait, but it just dies instantly, right?
Yeah, Canister is just saying you don't even have priority.
You can't even do that. It's just a state-based effect.
You don't even have priority to kill it. And it's very important that Canister reminds the opponent that there is no window to Solitude. We're playing competitive Magic, and you have to respect the board state. Game state has to be respected. The opponent is legally unallowed to target the Solitude. Although, actually, now I think about it, you can cast Solitude. Anyway.
Well, you can cast it in response to the Colossus. But
this would be a judge call. This would be a judge call, I think.
We'll see what happens. So, wait.
Judge call, exactly. Yeah.
Michael is all right. Let's talk about it.
Is a professional. Professional players do not they want to respect the board state at all time, even if that gives them an advantage. If a play is illegal, they're actually everyone's required to call the judge and make sure that the opponent can. Because the thing with Cultivator Colossus is that you cast it. Does it resolve? Yes.
If it does, then it instantly dies.
Goes to the graveyard. The opponent doesn't even have priority to play Solitude because there's no priority. Well, you do have priority, but the trigger's on the stack. Anyway, Canister is resolving Cultivator Colossus. Solitude is in end. As you can see, Urza's Cave comes into play untapped. It doesn't come into play tapped and then triggers the Amulet of Vigor, because that's the interaction between Spelunking and Amulet of Vigor. The land that comes into play untapped will right away come into play untapped. The land that comes into play tapped can come into play tapped and then untapped 2 times with Amulet of Vigor. This is the interaction between Spelunking and Amulet. If it's confusing to you, actually Piotr Glogowski has a YouTube shorts where he explains the interaction between Amulet of Vigor and Spelunking. Very easy to search. Just go on YouTube and write Spelunking Spelunking Canister.
Is he going to be able to go off this turn?
I mean, it depends what he drew off of. Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, he has another Zenith.
Yeah. Yeah,
there's a Primeval Titan as well.
Yeah, this was the line that wins. And
wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
He started the turn with just an Amulet in play.
Yeah, he started the turn with an Amulet and a Saga on 2. Very important. I mean, Cultivator Colossus is such a good card, honestly.
So we have 9 mana floating, full hand. There's a bunch of bounce lands, another Zenith. There's a Primeval Titan.
Yeah, the Solitude was revealed off of Atraxa last turn, so Canister already had Solitude. But also Canister was always going to play around Solitude. There's no way that, best Amulet player in the room is not playing around Solitude.
Wow, there it is. All right, Solitude on the Aftermath Analyst. Or Subtlety, sorry. Subtlety on the Aftermath Analyst.
Wait, but Subtlety on Cultivator Colossus would have been game-winning.
But you got it from Zenith, though, right? It went into play. You didn't actually cast it.
That's
so
true.
There was no option for Alejandro to cast the Subtlety just yet.
True. Oh my god. Was that the best target, though? I guess it was. But Piotr just shrugs here, doesn't care. As you can see, Piotr, wow, imagine that. If you put Cultivator Colossus in end from Summoner's Pact, you lose this game. You had to put Cultivator Colossus in play from Zenith.
Yeah. And Canister is 100% absolutely aware of that, and that's the reason why he chose that line.
There were so many ways that Canister could have lost this game.
Yeah, exactly.
But none of these happened. So yeah, the reason to play Grayson Zenith and the reason why Grayson Zenith is another great addition that, once again, in the history of Modern, powers Primeval Amulet Titan, one of the strongest deck of the history that keeps on getting cards and unbans to it to make it better and better.
He's pretty close to the infinite loop with the Analyst, right? You need two Lotus fields, you need a bounce land, you need Tolaria West.
Yeah, you need Delirium.
And Shifting Woodlands, right?
Yeah, you need Delirium. Let me think. Does he have Delirium? He has an Explore, an Enchantment, a land, and a creature. So that's Delirium. So he just has to go Urza's Cave, which is in the graveyard, go get Shifting Woodland. With the Shifting Woodland, copy Aftermath Analyst, and now you have the Infinite Mana Loop, and then with that you can go Infinite Titans, and you can attack your opponent with the hasty ones.
Conveniently mills 3 more lands with the Analyst trigger.
Think so fast. He's done this thing a lot of the time, many times. So this game is over, and it's crazy because Alejandro had turn 3 Gorgeous Vengeance. He had Solitude. He had Subtlety.
Yeah. I mean, he also had that Thoughtseize.
He had Thoughtseize, but wasn't cast. But I mean, it is what it is. Like, you know, of course, player experience is a very important thing, not just to be able to win the game, but also to be able to hold the pressure.
Yeah.
To be able to play well at an 8-0 record on camera.
I think it was impressive how Canister was able to navigate, you know, this turn through the possible cards that Alejandro could have had, which he did end up having. He had that Subtlety, he also has a Solitude.
Yeah. And, I mean, this game is over. Alejandro could just concede it now. All right, and he does. So we are advancing to game number 2. Piotr Gogowski from Poland wins.
All right, let's move on to the sideboards. Let's see if we can take a quick look at the deck list again and the sideboards. Anything you think that's going to change post-board? You see Alejandro looking at his phone here, which is, you know, not normal, but the fact that this is an open deck list tournament, you can look at MTG Melee and consult basically your opponent's list during sideboarding. You do have a couple minutes for that. Here is Canister's list. Anything you think he is going to change? There's a Stock Up, Force of Vigor, you know, Dismember, anything like that coming in?
A card that I love is 6. That's a very versatile card that can come in almost every matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised. Bojuka Bog will definitely come in. That's a land that you can search in some ways. With like an Urza's Cave, for example, you can respond to a Gore's Vengeance and all of a sudden disrupt your opponent's game plan. Lithomantic Barrage is another interesting one that can kill Psychic Frog. I'm wondering if it's for this matchup or if it's for Boros Energy. Stock Up, it's a card advantage tool. Honestly, anytime I stream Amulet Titan, I have so many options in sideboarding, but you have 30 lands and all your spells are broken. I'd never know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. What do you board out, right? Yeah. I mean, this is a deck that doesn't really want to sideboard too much.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely gotta get that cyber guide from one of your content creator if you want to play Amulet Titan, because this is a deck that's like, it's not normal. It doesn't play a normal gameplay where you're like, oh, this is bad, this is good. I'm gonna side that out and bring this in. Yeah. As Chad points out, Lithomantic Barrage kills Ashiok, a card that is very powerful against Primeval Titan and a card that definitely raised in popularity recently.
What about Alejandro? I think he's going to be the one that will want to change a bunch of cards. So what does he have access to?
Yeah, as you can see, Ashiok is one copy that's going to come in 100%. Surgical Extraction also can come in. We have 4 copies of Consent to Memory, and that's a card that, for example, here would have been game-winning, would have stopped the
amulets.
Not just the Amulet, but the trigger of Cultivator Colossus and win the game, because then you couldn't play the Pact. So that's a card that Canister didn't have to worry about. Another card could be Wrath of the Skies. That kills Urza Saga, Amulet of Vigor. But once again, that's so many cards, and your deck is very strong, a very cohesive game plan that maybe you can't afford to take too many pieces out. As you can see in modern combo decks, you know, you're a combo deck. The more interactive spells you bring in, the less consistent is your combo deck. And you start drawing those like Goryo and Atraxa because you cited out Fateful Mending. And it's clunky. So it's a balance, and it's important that players do their sideboard mapping and know exactly what to do beforehand. We see Alejandro shuffling those Ultimate Guard Cortex sleeves. That color actually is the one that I played my Seal deck on Friday.
All right, pretty nice.
Of course, Ultimate Guard, sponsors of the show, as you can see in the back.
There's a lot of sweet avatar product right now that you can go check on ultimateguard.gg. There's a lot of new sidewinders, for example, with your favorite card, Washington.
Yeah, there's also a discount, Mengucci 15. I don't know if you knew that, to get a 15% discount. That's very nice. There it is. Alejandro Stefanino Garro had a very strong start, but was not able to finish, to convert that strong start to a win. And let's go. Drawing that opening hand. Alejandro looking for a Thoughtseize, looking for a turn 2 Frog, looking for a turn 3 Atraxa. It doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much had the perfect start, right? He had that Frog into Atraxa on turn 3 that got him a couple of free spells, and then he died on the next turn. Wow, turn 1... No, okay, it's turn 1 Grazer, all right.
You can see the difference between Storm and Amulet, though. When Amulet goes off, wins.
Yeah.
Storm sometimes goes off and loses.
That's true.
So that's why one deck is just, you know, results-wise, just stronger than the other one. Although, of course, Storm is the other undefeated player of the day. Those foils, of course, Pollute Delta.
All right, Alejandro with the turn 1 Surveillance. He's going to be looking to put that Atraxa or Grizzlebrand into the graveyard.
What do we see here? Is that an Atraxa? No, it's a Prismatic Ending. Alejandro would have loved to have that in hand in case the opponent would have played a turn 1 Amulet Titan, but he says, you know what, you don't have it, so I'm just going to go bin that and play a turn 2 Psychic Frog once again.
Well, you don't have it. Canister might have it, but maybe he's choosing to not, you know, put it onto the battlefield just because he knows that Alejandro has those Prismatic Endings.
Levels. Nah, I don't think he has it. Anyway, Spelunking, does he resolve? There's not that many counter spells for that. Stefanino, as Alejandro, has both 2 Cyber cards in his hand. He has Wrath of Disguise and Ashiok.
Wow, Ashiok is really strong.
He's pitching Fateful Mending, a card that Alejandro wanted to cast. So instead, he just attempts and draws and casts that Ashiok. With a Breeding Pool, all the colors of Magic into play. And bam, that's the Planeswalker that's going to forbid Piotr to search their deck. Also, Ashiok does another important thing. It mills yourself for 4. That's a powerful play because you have flashback cards.
You can find Atraxa.
But it chose not to do that. Fearing that hand your battlement giving haste to something. All right, we can see now Urza's Cave, that's a sneaky Bojuka Bog. So for example, Alejandro now tries to reanimate Atraxa. Piotr can pay 3 mana with Urza's Cave and get that Bojuka Bog into play, exiling the graveyard. That's a funny interaction.
He's going to crack the Polluted Delta. Finds himself another Surveillant.
Twitchat has pointed out that with Ashiok in play, Urza's Cave does not work. So make sure to not crack your Urza's Cave if the opponent has Ashiok in play.
Make sure you pay attention to the cards in the battlefield.
There's only one. All right. There's a Quantum Riddler in hand. Let's see if he gets warped this turn.
I think he has Ephemerate as well.
I don't think so, but maybe it's on top of the deck. Yeah, it's
it might be Wrath of Disguise. Okay. So Riddler is going to get exiled.
But you do need a Riddler. You need a way to do something while your opponent is stuck under this Ashiok.
Yeah, you really do need to find something that sticks in the battlefield and you start pressuring Canister. Otherwise, he's just going to be able to find his combo pieces.
That's a 6. 6 is a... I don't think it's very good on this moment because the Quantum Riddler is just big and it just blocks. But Alejandro doesn't care. He just wants that 6 dead. But thankfully, Wrath of Disguise doesn't say Planeswalker. So your Ashiok.
Okay. So the deals with the 2 creatures, but that leaves Alejandro tapped out. Only 2 cards in hand.
I mean, if this is a Primeval Titan, sure, you can search your deck, but it's a 6/6 trample.
It's still, it's still a big enough creature that might still be good enough to start dominating the battlefield. He does have the Titan. All right, no search, pass the turn.
Yes. Let's see if Alejandro has a Solitude here. Otherwise, a 6/6 trample may be very annoying. He That seems like a Solitude to me. Let's see. He can also play Solitude pitching a spell and then play a Riddler draw 2. He just casts Solitude. Maybe he doesn't have a white pitch, because otherwise that play would have been strong, I think. Gain 6 life, and Piotr is under the pressure of that Ashiok. His deck is really crippling under that. But look at that, just another 6/6 trample. But Alejandro can double block that with a Riddler and the Solitude.
This is not what we expected coming into the match. 6/6 being blocked by 4/5s and 3/2s.
Yeah, 4/6. Quantum Riddler stats is large. Kind of just thinking about it, it's like, do I play this amulet or not?
How many ways does Canister have to deal with that Ashiok?
So he has 2 Lithomantic Barrage in the sideboard and 1 Otawara.
Okay.
Otawara you have to naturally draw it because you can search your deck. So Ashiok really cripples the plan of Piotr.
He does decide to play the amulet.
So in hand, we see a Primeval Titan, we see Lotus Field, and we know he has... No, I actually don't know the rest of the hand. He's thinking about Lotus Field. The way Piotr win, I think, just involved getting rid of that Ashiok.
Yeah.
So Lotus Field comes into play tapped, and then mana gets floating. He's gonna sacrifice 2 Simic Chamber. Wow. And floating 1 red plays Primeval Titan. So he's floating red with Lotus Field, and he's going to be able to haste the Titan.
Wow, okay.
And Titan attacking is able now to put Ashiok down to 1.
This is like the we have Flage with Arena of Glory at home kind of meme. My Titan gets haste, attacks Ashiok.
Yeah,
Solitude's going to take 1 for the team.
Very good that he chose not to minus Ashiok, or it would have died. Okay, let's see what Alejandro has, if he has an answer to this Primeval Titan. So once again, Piotr managed to find a proper way to play around that Solitude. I don't know if Alejandro had a white card in hand, but imagine if it did, it would have had to chump block with the Quantum Riddler, so it's a lot better that he chose to play Solitude instead. All right,
back to Alejandro.
Let's see. He has Gore's Vengeance.
It's another fetch land.
He has Force of Negation, I think.
He is pretty close to hard casting Atraxa.
I think he's going to go Survey Land, hoping to get lucky and find that Atraxa.
Yep, there's the shadowy backstreet.
Canister has done all he can to fight that Ashiok on the play. He's played a 6, he's played 2 Primeval Titan. No Summoner's Pact. Okay, let's see what it is. Leave the card on top.
You wanted to put it in the graveyard and ends up leaving it on top. What does that tell you?
Tells me that it's a good card.
Okay, it can't be that great if he was, almost going to put it in the graveyard. Ends up playing the Riddler, passes the turn back to Canister.
And now chump blocks. Maybe it's a blue card and he wanted to save his Force of Negation.
Does he block?
Yeah, you have to save the Ashiok.
How much do you want to protect this one Ashiok? All right, he does end up jumping with the Riddler.
Okay, let's see. Does Piotr have more follow-up? No. Untap, draw 1. Let's see. Can Alejandro survive again? Ooh, that's a Psychic Frog. I think that's 2 Psychic Frogs. So I guess what he can do is chump with 1, attack with the other. He's thinking about holding up Force of Negation because he has Force, blue card. Oh wow, he chooses to hold up Goryo. Force of Negation rather than... but now this is Trample.
This is such a crazy game.
So his Ashiok dies, runs out of loyalty counters, and now finally Piotr deck is unlocked. He was able to attack Ashiok down after 3 turns of a Colossal Dreadmaw.
Second copy of Amulet, and Canister has a Green Sun Zenith. Is he going to be able to go off right now?
Well, Alejandro decided to not play the second Frog, and as a result, he's going to be able to force the negation, that Green Sun Zenith. But Piotr has to go for it. So we're in second main phase, so he can't haste the Titan. Kremlin Vestige is a Mishra's Workshop right now, adding 3 mana. And boom, Zenith for 6.
There's a Zenith, yeah. And Alejandro decides to go for the 4.
No, just top 3, yeah.
Okay.
I think you're in time to change.
Yeah, he changed his mind real quick.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We're just going to hardcast the Force, keeping the Frog in hand.
So Frog and Goryo. Let's see if he's able to draw an Atraxa here. No, it's a Plains.
Land number 7. So Alejandro really needs to draw something good in this Frog trigger.
Okay.
Attack for 1.
Let's go. Let's see what it is. Obviously, there's a lot of good draws, but also bad draws as well. Atraxa.
That is Atraxa. Wow. Okay.
So we have a couple of lines. We can Artcast Atraxa, or we can discard Atraxa to Frog and Goryo's Vengeance, which I think is the right line.
Mm-hmm.
So we are in second main phase, and Alejandro is able to reanimate Frog. And Canister doesn't have Bojuka Bog up. If Canister didn't play Zenith last turn, he would have been able to activate Urza's Cave and get Bojuka Bog.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, Canister chose to play Zenith into the Force of Negation, which may give Alejandro the win here. He's finding... Is that Ephemerate? Is the second card Ephemerate? It's a Japanese card. I think it's Ephemerate.
Yeah, it is Ephemerate. It's Ephemerate, Solitude. There's a land as well.
Maybe it's Witches... No.
I think it's a Solitude. It's an Ephemerate. Yeah.
Okay. Ephemerate on Atraxa triggers. Yeah.
I think this might be the first time this weekend when we actually see the Goryo's deck do its thing. Bring back the Atraxa, flicker it with Ephemerate, bring it back, get some more free cards.
Atraxa consigned to memory. Yeah, I think now Alejandro has it. It packs it up. Piotr packs it up. Very important that he concedes because timer is an issue.
Yeah.
A lot of people complain that Amulet Titan goes to turn every time because people don't concede enough. And by people, I mean the Titan players. So they go to game 3 and they don't have time. Alejandro now had 8 cards in the end. He would have Solitude the card that Canister untaps with nothing. And the opponent even has Solitude. So a second Solitude. So it would have been game. Also had Consent to Memory so that a Primeval Titan wouldn't have been lethal. So crazy game, honestly. Wow, this was like a roller coaster of emotions. Alejandro was so ahead, didn't do much. Canister was able to bring the game in his favor, but then, once again, Alejandro draws Atraxa in the very last draw step before it's death.
Yeah, and great choice by Alejandro there too. I mean, he could have played both of the Psychic Frogs, you know, decide to go for the, you know, to play for the longer game, to try to draw more cards next turn, but he did keep up the Force of Negation, which proved to be crucial in that game because he was able to counter that Green Sun Zenith. Here we see the deck list real quick again. I don't think there's going to be, you know, too many things changing for game number 3. You might want to make a quick switch if there's something that's, you know, much better on the play than on the draw, but other than that, I don't think the players are going to be changing much. And we are moving to game number 3 right away. Looks like they're both figuring out their mulligan decisions.
Yeah, Chap pointed out that Bojuka Bog was actually in Canister's hand, so even if he didn't play that Zenith, he wouldn't have had the line of Cave into Bog. Once again, commentating, probably the best player in the world playing Amulet of Vigor, so, you know, it's tough. It's tough out here, you know? All right, Canister keeps with a very slow start, just Tolera West tapped. No Thoughtseize again.
Alejandro, Delta, and pass. Canister has an Urza Saga on turn 2, so that's going to be a slower way of finding Amulet. Alejandro's going to find one of these Surveillance, most likely, try to find that Atraxa or Grizzlebrand, put it into the graveyard. Let's see.
Let's see if he has the turn 2 Frog. Again, Canister with a slow start, only 15 minutes on the clock. Canister probably took like 5 or 6 minutes game 1 to win the game because the opponent didn't concede. But as soon as the window was closed for him in game 2, he conceded. So you can see how he played as fast as he could, but still his combo just takes so much damage, so much time to win.
There is the Frog on turn 2, so great start for Alejandro. Whereas the Saga is going to go to chapter number 2. And let's see if Canister takes it slow or if he has an amulet and possibly try to go off here. So Boseiju gets played.
Stock up, wow. Using the blue mana from Tulira West to attempt to resolve a stock up, and it does. Okay. Let's see, we are looking at Amulet of Vigor and Permeable Titan, looking at a 6 as well.
Yeah, this is a much slower start for Canister in the last 2 games. He really wants to find an amulet. He does find an amulet in the stock up.
Yeah, he has amulet from both stock up and from
Saga as well.
Yeah. Saga. But what can Alejandro do is playing a Wrath of the Skies for 0 and kill that Urza Saga. Act as a sinkhole here. But I don't know if Alejandro has it in hand, so he's keeping his hand closed. We certainly know he doesn't have a Force of Negation, because I would have forced that stock up most likely. I think he just drew Force of Negation. All right, yes, Subtlety and Force of Negation. So with that Psychic Frog in play, that is very good, because you have the pressure and the card advantage from Frog, and you have the free counter spells. Pretty pull on tap, so he can't play the Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
Does he have Ashiok again? He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about pitching something to Frog. No, he plays the Riddler first.
Quantum Riddler, maybe he has Ephemerate.
With the, whoa, no, he puts a trigger on the stack, right?
He's discarding a lot of cards to Frog.
Okay.
Wow,
3. Wow, he pitches the Force and the Subtlety as well?
Crazy.
That's a very aggressive line.
He has Consign to Memory in hand.
But I mean, he makes the clock much faster now with Frog being on 5 power.
This card's now 2 more cards. And that Frog becomes a 7 power and draws 2 more cards. And now he has Consent to Memory up for the turn of Piotr. He can also Consent to Memory the Riddler.
I love this. This is a super aggressive line, but yeah, I think Alejandro just wants to finish this game as fast as possible.
Force of Negation as well. So now he still remained with Force of Negation in hand, but the Frog, instead of having dealt 1 damage, dealt 7. And next turn is threatening to win the game.
All right, back to Canister.
Yeah.
Saga goes to chapter number 3. He's going to float 1 mana before it leaves and presumably searches for an amulet.
Yeah, very good point from Tweet Chat saying that he pitched Force of Negation and Subtlety in fear of a Vexing Bubble that can be tutored off by Urza Saga. You can still, of course, outcast that Force of Negation, but this way the clock is so much faster. But Piotr doesn't care about Vexing Bubble. He probably said that out as well.
All right, so amulet is the choice. He does have a second copy in his hand, so it is kind of now or never.
Yeah, so Alejandro has a consign for the second amulet, though, so you will be able to consign this one. Let's see what he does, though.
Do you consign the second amulet, or do you keep it for like a Primeval Titan trigger?
Yeah, both options are valid, honestly. I can see myself doing one and dying to the other. He has Scapeshift in hand. Scapeshift with 2 amulet wins, but Alejandro has Force of Negation to counter Scapeshift. Also, you just take so much time to put these lands, to put these basic lands as well. That's another time-consuming play. Let's see what Piotr does. That Quantum Reader is warped, so Alejandro doesn't have lethal yet next turn. So Piotr may have an additional turn.
Well, with 2 amulets in play, like, this is the best possible kind of setup you can have, right? There's a Spelunking as well, so he's going to have a bunch of mana.
Yeah.
The question are the key, the key and important cards, are they going to resolve?
Yeah. So Scapeshift needs more lands to be able to win the game. Just 2 lands isn't enough, but I think 3 with 2 amulets is enough. So let's see what happens. And the good thing of going extra turns with these decks is that they can just win the game in extra turn. So the fact that these decks go to time doesn't mean that they draw. Both decks will be able... This game is probably ending at some point. Okay, so we've got mana floating. If Piotr cast Primeval Titan, it's better against Subtlety. If he casts Scapeshift, it's better against Force of Negation.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does. Well, Titan's also better against Consign.
It's not the worst, at least he gets it in play. He goes for Scape Shift, wow.
With just
2 lands in play. And it instantly gets forced, that's interesting.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Piotr's hand is loaded, but he can't do anything. He can't even auto-wire at that frog.
Wow, he goes for a Summoner's Pact.
I'm wrong. He can go Summoner's Pact for Grazer. Grazer boosts him up to 6 mana, and he's able to cast Primeval Titan.
Yeah, now the question is that going to be enough again? You know, you have a pack trigger next upkeep.
I think Consent to Memory is still in Alejandro's hand.
Yeah.
Alejandro is going to Consent to Memory this Scape Shift. Sorry, this Primeval Titan trigger.
Yeah. And then he might not have enough. Wow, he decides to go for the consign on the Grazer, seeing that Canister's going to have to pay 4 mana for the pack next turn. And
oh my God!
That's amazing.
Incredible outcome of this game.
Wow, congratulations to Alejandro. Yeah, he was very, very quick to recognize what's going to happen. Hey, there's a pack trigger.
I am shocked.
How are you going to pay for that?
I am shocked. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. He just beat Canister on coverage, going to 9-0. Incredible stuff.
That's amazing. That's good stuff. Yeah, I mean, what a game. I'm sure, you know, Canister tried to play around some of the counter spells. You know, okay, I'm going to play the Scape Shift first. Hopefully, I'm going to get a counter from your hand. He does that. Then he goes for the Grazer, tries to go for the kill with the Pact. Alejandro is ready.
3 cards in hand that were forced. Blue Pitch, which he naturally drew off of Frog, and Consent to Memory.
That's good stuff, yeah.
That's like the dream out of 3 cards.
And he was
couldn't have been better.
And he was able to pitch everything to, or almost everything, to the Frog on turn 3 to attack for 7 and still found, you know, 2 more counter spells.
Crazy. That was turn 3 of the game. Like, this is super exciting.
Yeah.
Like, Modern is such an exciting format. How much things happen in those 3 turns?
Yep.
Amazing.
I am being told that we have what you guys are probably the most interested in. We have the Metagame Breakdown with Frank Karsten sitting in the interview area with Maria. So let's hear from him about what's going on in day 2.
So the day 2 of the regional championship in Antwerp has begun, and it's time to look at the metagame. And I'm joined here by Frank Karsten, our data analyst. Good morning, Frank.
Morning, Maria. Always great to be here.
Of course. So tell us, how is the metagame of day 2 is different to metagame day 1?
It's not all that different, but there are still some notable changes. Because yesterday, 1,166 players entered. Only 160 made the requisite 6-2 or better record to advance to day 2. And here you see an overview of all the numbers. So in this graphic, you see for Jeskai Blink, it was the most played deck yesterday with 157 players on day 1. Only 12 remain in day 2 with a pretty poor 47% win rate. Whereas Boros Energy, only the second most played deck yesterday, now 30 players remain in day 2. So pretty good conversion. Yeah, it's like we will surely see more Boros Energy today than yesterday. And also had a pretty strong win rate, 53.9%. So based on that analysis here, the early conclusion is Jeskai Blink underperformed yesterday and Boros Energy overperformed.
And why do you think is that?
Well, there can be a couple of reasons. Like Jeskai Blink, it really broke out at preceding RCs with incredible results, but it did have the element of surprise.
Sure.
Back then, yeah, people weren't really expecting the deck, didn't really know how to play against it. And right now, everyone who has prepared for this RC will surely have tested some matches against Jeskai Blink and like perfected their sideboard plans and strategies. So that certainly matters. Also, I think the metagame has evolved a bit. For example, that Simic Ritual deck you see on the right. Right, 9 players in day 2, also with a strong win rate on day 1.
Yeah.
That deck performed very well against not just Amulet Titan, but also against Jeskai Blink yesterday. And Simic Ritual is also a relatively new deck, so you see the metagame bit by bit evolving to deal with Jeskai Blink, or just coming up with like more mystical disputes to counter the Quantum Riddlers, and small changes like that will eventually eventually hurt the deck's win rate.
Yes.
And then Boros Energy. Yeah, I would say the metagame is seemingly favorable for it, because all the fast combo decks, for example, Tameshi Belcher, they're all falling a bit out of favor. So the weaker matchups for Boros Energy are slowly disappearing from Modern, and the inherent power of the deck still remains excellent.
Very interesting. So apparently Jeskai Blink was the deck to beat, and those Simic Ritual players, they did well in the metagaming. Okay, so is there any surprises to you to see in this Day 2 metagame?
I mean, overall, these numbers are all fairly close to 50%, right? If we compare this to something like the recent standard events, where Izzet Cauldron had like 60% win rates, then you really have like extreme and imbalanced performances. Here, all the numbers are pretty close to 50%, so I reckon that for the most part, experience with your deck and like familiarity with all its lines matters more than just having the ideal pick for the metagame. You know, showing that Modern is healthy and balanced. Yeah. But in terms of surprises, there were two cool decks from the other category. Like technically, the archetype with the best win rate on day one, because it was only played by one player, and he went 7-1.
Amazing.
It was Domain Living End, pretty spicy list by Asgard Torsbo Lundblad. We saw him already in the feature match yesterday. He did lose his first round, now 7-2, but still in contention.
Very impressive.
And closely followed by the 4-color Omnath deck that was only played by one player as well. Alberto Galicia went 6-1-1 yesterday, won first round. So, you know, if he keeps winning, or perhaps soon we may see him in the feature match area. Just a traditional 4-color Omnath deck with, you know, the control band that we might know from some years ago. So
who would expect that, right?
Anything is possible in Modern.
Exactly. Very exciting. All right. Thank you so much, Frank. And now to the casters.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 10 of the Regional Championship. I'm Filipa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are ready here for day 2. It's our first match here.
I am, you know, ready and able for this day today. We have a long day ahead of us, just 6 rounds of Swiss, but then on top of that we have a whole top 8 to cover, and that's the most exciting part, because that's when the people are battling for those World Championship spots.
That's true. I always get super excited, especially to see who gets to qualify for the World Championship and also for the Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, which I know, Simon, you are already qualified and testing for. So a lot of exciting things coming up, and we have a very exciting matchup for these round 10. So let's walk over. We have Cesar Sikolin playing Simic Neoform, and I've seen Neoform yesterday casted by Andrea Mengucci and Martin. Tell us a bit about this deck, Simon.
Oh yeah, so I like the Simic Neoform a lot. So it's a it looks like kind of a glass cannon deck. The whole point is that you play the Neoform card, which is 2 mana, you sacrifice a creature and go get a creature to cost 1 more. Okay, that's cute. So you sacrifice your 2-drop, get your 3-drop. Or you can also sacrifice your 7-drop that you pay for 0 mana. And that's the whole point of this deck. First though, let's take a look at David Oberg from Sweden playing Izzet Metalcraft. David is a player who has been playing on the GP circuit since 2011.
And Simon, can you just explain us a bit maybe what's the difference between the Simic Metal, the Izzet Metalcraft and Izzet Prowess that we saw yesterday?
Yes, so the Metalcraft deck is much more of a Mox Opal Tamio Ursa Saga deck, and played around. It's still playing the Core Steel Cutter, but trying to trigger it with Mox Opal rather than Lava Dart is the main issue, and it's much more of a controlling deck. Here we see the Neoform deck and the 4 copies of Allosaurus Rider, which you can pay for free. You just have to like pitch 2 green cards to play it, but then you have a 7-drop in play. You sacrifice that to your Neoform, you can go get an 8-drop. That is Grizzlebrand coming into play as early as turn 2 potentially. You got Eldritch Evolution as extra copies of Neoform. You got Summoner's Pact that can go and find Allosaurus Rider. We just saw Summoner's Pact lose the game for Canister here in the last round. That was a, dramatic ending to that game. This deck is not attempting to win the game the turn they play Summoner's Pact. They're trying to use Consign to Memory to counter their own pack trigger after drawing a bunch of cards with Griselbrand. So that's a very cool use of the card Consign to Memory and why this deck plays 4 copies. As we get these players started now. Yeah, so both of these players have played on the Grand Prix circuit for more than 10 years. Cesara played Italian GPs, and David has been playing the Swedish ones.
Very nice. We have a Spell Bomb in play as well as a Mishra's Bubble now on David's side. Going to Surveil here. That card keeps on top. So that must be a good one. And now Cesar going to fetch away. Going to find a land. These survey lands came just so in handy with Fesh. They just work super well together, don't they, Simon?
Yeah, the survey lands I think were like some of the most impactful things that happened to Modern in an expansion set, like in a non-Modern Horizon set. The fact that like all of these decks that get to play, some number, like sometimes we see the Gore's Vengeance decks playing upwards of 4 Surveil lands. That's just how good they are in that deck. And I also think this Neoform deck is playing a ton of them. Because like you actually don't have that much card selection in this deck, and so the main card selection comes from just being able to fetch up Hedge Mazes, and there are 3 copies of Hedge Maze in this deck. So it kind of like, instead of the cantrips like Preordain and Opt and so on, they're like not really played much in Modern anymore. As an actual
you say it as a Preordain play. Just to be like, I'm still here and foiling Shining, okay, Simon? Now, a curious thing is that I saw that Cesar is running for a Veil of Summer, and actually there's one in hand. How important is this card in this deck and in this meta as well?
Yeah, so the big downside of the Neoform deck is that it is such a glass cannon effect. You essentially have to spend 4 cards on your combo, and if the opponent hits you with a counterspell, well, that, the Neoform and your Allosaurus Rider and the 2 green cards you pitched, they're all gone. So having stuff like Veil of Summer and Pact of Negation is extremely important to make this deck much less glass cannony and actually able to fight into the blue matchups reasonably well. As we see here, the Ursa Saga, this is one of the best cards in this Metalcraft deck. This is not the Affinity deck. This is playing much more slower game using the Cory Steel Cutter and Tamio and Emery, that like card advantage engine we've seen before. So it has a lot of like these ways to like generate a lot of cardboard, as well as this repeal, which I wonder if David is going to try and use right now. So this is Cesara trying to kill the Aether Spellbomb here. Aether Spellbomb is a really good card against the Neoform deck because it can bounce the Griselbrand. So yeah, you get to draw a bunch of cards, but then you don't have the Griselbrand in play anymore, and that might be troublesome. It can also disrupt the Golta Xenagos combo that is part of this deck.
Yep.
So yeah, David's decision here was whether to use his repeal in hand to save his Aether Spellbomb so that he can play it out next turn into the Griselbrand, deciding that, yeah, it's probably not going to give me as much advantage as just letting it die here and maybe using my repeal on something else later. But it's really important for David to have some sort of interaction because it doesn't actually have that much in his deck that matters into this Neoform deck. So if Cesara has the cards he needs to go off here, well, it might just be it now. I see a Summoner's Pact, but I'm not sure I spot any... is that an Eldritch Evolution? Or...
No, it's the land one.
At the very back, I mean.
Ah.
Yeah, there's no Neoform in hand, it seems.
Okay, playing the land here tapped and passing the turn. Now, David does have land advantage after that Boseiju as well. That Urza Saga chapter now on 2.
Oh, it's the Veil of Summer, right, you mentioned earlier. Yeah, so he has a lot of protection, 2 Pact of Negation and the Veil of Summer, and he has part of the combo. He does have the Summoner's Pact to go get the Allosaurus Rider. He needs to make sure he still keeps 2 other green cards in hand. But he's just in the waiting room for the Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. He has 8 cards he needs to draw into. If he doesn't draw them, his deck doesn't do anything. That's another downside of this Neoform deck. That's the price you pay to have a deck that like kills turn 2 pretty consistently as well.
That's true. It can't all be good. So here playing that Tamio and passing the turn. So leaving quite a bit of mana open. Also there's the Urza Saga chapter 2, able to create a construct.
Okay, so that's the that was the Planar Genesis being drawn. That's the only other card selection card in this deck. You get to essentially impulse, look at the top 4 cards, and then put a card from them into your hand. But any land you hit, if you select the land, I mean, you can put that into play instead. So it's also serves as a bit of a ramp spell. That's not really what Cesaro is looking for right here. He's just looking to find one of his combo pieces. But now this Ursa Saga is going to provide a lot of pressure, making a construct now and making a construct next turn. There are no Lava Spirit boots in this deck, so the constructs can't have haste.
Oh.
As we now see, repealing his own Mistress Bubble. We saw that play yesterday as well from the Teamer Song of Creation deck. And this is just cycling your repeal. But David is looking for the right type of answers here. He has 4 copies of Metallic Rebuke. Those are going to be the most important ones. Of course, it's going to be quite hard to fight against those packs of negation in Cesaro's hand with...
and even Veil of Summer, super good in against these blue decks.
Yes, exactly. Cesaro won't be able to use the Veil of Summer here unless he draws another green card, because he does need to have 2 green cards to pitch to the Allosaurus Rider. So yeah, now we see here David thinking with the chapter trigger on the stack from Ursa Saga. He can choose to, he can choose to use it before it goes away, either tap it for a mana or make a construct. He decides to amp up the pressure here with a second construct. I think this could mean that Cesaro needs to find lethal, needs to find the combo this turn. Otherwise, these constructs might just amount to enough damage.
They're very scary. Right now they are 2/2s, but then Tamio attacks, makes a clue, suddenly they are 3/3s. You also have the Mishra's Bubble for free, so that then makes them 4/4s. Suddenly you are taking 8 damage, and Urza Saga is such a good card. Plus another Mishra's Bubble, of course, that you get from the Urza Saga 3rd chapter, so actually they can be 5/5s.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That amps up so quickly, the Mishra's Bubble in hand, and potentially any other artifact. It is like just Ursa Saga by itself just makes 2 3/3s essentially, and then anything you add is like 2 extra power on top of that. Yeah. So it does kill very quickly. Of course, the construct that was made this turn is not allowed to attack yet. So this is an attack for 5 this turn, and the next turn is going to be 12. So potentially Cesaro could have another turn to survive, but David needs to find just 1 more artifact to push it up to 14, and that will be lethal. So we see here the Planar Genesis being cast here. Look at the top 4. Needs to find Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. I
think there's 2 Neoforms,
actually.
And
there's a Crystal Prime that gets tucked neatly on the bottom of the deck. You do not want to draw that card, because then you can't search. Well, you can search up a Galta, put it into play. It's actually better to draw a Crystal Prime, because then you have an extra 12/12. I take back what I said. So something that's going to be interesting here is that Cesaro can take the Neoform. Oh. Okay, I might have looked wrong in his hand, or maybe there were 2 more Planar Genesis and not 2 more Neoforms. He took a Summoner's Pact off of that one and draws the Allosaurus Riders. Now he has just plenty of ways to generate creatures. Oh, he has the Eldritch Evolution in hand. Okay, so he was actually not missing that combo piece.
There it is. Okay, so now we have the Eldritch Evolution and even some counter magic to protect.
Yep, they should do it. So you can pay 3 mana to play out this Eldritch Evolution, and then you can Pact of Negation twice. And actually, because he took the other Summoner's Pact, he'll be able to get Xenagos with that Summoner's Pact. So with Xenagos in hand, you go get Galta. That's a 12/12 that puts the Xenagos into play. Xenagos says double the power of a creature you control and give it haste.
Wow, look, 2 of them.
Yeah, so 2 Metallic Rebukes exchange with 2 Pact of Negation, and Cesaro is not interested in paying for any of these 4 free packs he has played on this turn. He's just going to get the Xenagos and attack for 24 on this turn, finding what he needs just in time.
Oh, wow. I'm a new fan of this Simic Neoform deck.
It looks very cool.
What a game. I mean, we saw Cesar always kind of in the backburn here in this game, having to really try to find the pieces of the combo, try not to die. And then suddenly it's here. A lot of protection, waiting for the right moment.
Yeah.
Everything. Very impressive stuff. Now, sideboard, how can people prepare against this deck? And here first we have Caesar's sideboard. So what can Caesar play against the Izzet Metalcraft deck?
Yes, so from this side, it's almost more important to look at what the Metalcraft is bringing in, which is going to be more counter spells like Force Negation and maybe Mystical Dispute. So you want to be able to fight the counter war there and have your own Mystical Disputes. You can also have the Nature's Claims in to deal with certain hate cards, but there's not any specific hate cards in the Metalcraft sideboard. There's no Pithing Needles, or Grafdigger's Cage is the really good one that really stops you. So this is why open deck list matters a lot, because if it was not open deck list, then Cesaro would have to guess whether or not there's Grafdigger's Cage and just have to bring in the Nature's Claims to deal with the potential cage. Since they're not there, you can just know that you don't actually need to have artifact removal against this artifact-based deck. From David's side here, we see the sideboard here with also not that many relevant things, but the 2 Forces of Negation are going to be huge. Not that many blue cards in this deck, so they're not super reliable to be cast for free, but regardless, you still have to bolt them in. I guess there's also plenty of blue cards, counting up everything here with the repeals and the preordains and such. So that's going to be the main offense here. Basically, you saw in that game, right? Cesaro had one more answer than David had counterspells.
Yes.
And we kind of David's plan is to get to one more the other direction. So this is where the mystical disputes and the forces are going to come in to up that number so that he can have 3 answers when Cesaro only has 2 protection spells.
When you're playing the combo deck, how do you this is the time now that I can do it. I have enough protection, I have enough counter spells, whatever. How do you know it's my time to combo? Because it's not just oh, if I don't combo now, there's no problem, I'll combo next turn. No, if you don't combo now, you lose your pieces, and then you might not have the chance to combo again later.
Yes, the most important piece of playing these combo decks is actually thinking about not so much how safe are you to combo now, but more so do you need to combo now? And it relates a lot to knowing the opponent's deck list and how much either how likely they are to kill you next turn, or how likely they are to put themselves in an even better advantage next turn. For instance, if it's a deck that has a lot of card draw and answers, you might want to find a spot where you do it early enough that they don't stack up their hand with answers. But if you know that, well, if we wait until turn 10 and we both have full hands, I'm actually ahead, you can wait a lot. And if you know your opponent, as in this case, just needs to play 1 artifact to kill you with the 2 construct tokens, well, that's the spot where you just have to go for it, regardless of how much protection you have, because you know you're probably dying next turn.
That makes total sense, Simon, and we have here David already surveilled something on top with the land, then play Urza Saga and Mishra's Bauble. On the other side now we see Cesar fetching in the end of David's turn. And actually taking damage here with Breeding Pool to be able to deal with that Urza Saga. Bye-bye. Very good way to deal with Urza Saga there, just for 1 mana.
Yes, that's a big upside of bringing those natural states in this matchup, is that you just get to slow down David so much. Not just killing a land, but also removing his main form of pressure.
Okay, second land here, passing the turn.
Right, so what do we see in hand? There is the Planar, Genesis, and I think there might still be an Eldritch Evolution and a Summoner's Pact, as well as a Pact of Negation. So Cesaro has almost all the pieces he needs to go for it here.
And look at how he's down to 14 life just by lands, right? Fetching, shocking, then the 3 damage from the land to enter untapped.
Yeah, this deck takes a lot of damage from lands. This is, again, why the hedge mazes are so important. You can fetch up some lands that don't deal you too much damage while giving you some advantage. And here we see Cesaro looking, again, at that Neo form. And the question is, does he have the Eldritch Evolution in hand, or does he need to take the Neo form now? And also, is it safe? He's also thinking about, is it just fine for me to go for it next turn, or should I hunker down and set up for a longer game? Maybe pick a land here and develop my mana base. And try to outcard David here, because it is a bit risky to go for it right now. If there's a Force and a Metallic Rebuke, you only have 1 Force and Pact of Negation, so you can't quite answer all of it. So you might want to wait a little bit with going off, especially because if your thing gets answered and you play the Summoner's Pact this turn, well, you are just dying.
And here, Cesar thinking what to do with this and getting the land.
So does decide to delay his combo a bit just to get more mana sources out and look for a bit more protection to save himself there. Yeah, he does have the Eldritch Evolution, so yes, indeed, he already has the combo. The issue is he's missing a green card, I believe, to go off here, and drew another one there with the Allosaurus Rider. Okay, so that drawing the Allosaurus Rider makes the combo much more safe to go for, because now he doesn't have to play the Summoner's Pact. But still, Cesaro is being very patient here and waiting until he gets another piece of protection to play around that force of negation.
Getting the land there, tapped, surveilling. And I'm wondering if there's any Italian players in the chat, which I know there are always Italian players in the chat. Just Magic has such a big Italian community, which is great. How do you pronounce his name? Is it Cesar? Cesare Cicolin.
Ah.
Mengu would be perfect to cast this round.
I think CI is Chi. That's what he told me. And then the other C is a K. Chicolin. But it would be then Cesare, right? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Cesare.
Cesare.
Okay.
Okay, Cesare.
Sure.
Flame of Honor here now,
just
drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, so both players are just kind of settling in, trying to play a long game. Or not necessarily a long game, but like Cesaro is just waiting for like that extra like feeling of protection. Again, like since David doesn't have any pressure as well, Cesaro doesn't feel like he's forced to go for anything yet. So this is the patience of the combo player. Of course, instead you do let David sculpt his hand and be more likely to have those multiple answers that you're trying to play around. I actually see here there is consigned memory being brought in from David's side, which doesn't have that many targets, but something that could be a complete blowout because Cesaro has
Cesare. They say shit like chat. Cesare.
Cesare has the Griselbrand in hand. When he combos, he needs to go for Golta. And if the consigned memory hits the triggered ability from Golta, that could actually be an issue. So that's another thing that he needs to be worried about, and maybe why he's being extra patient, because he doesn't get to go for the Griselbrand directly, where the consign wouldn't do anything. All right, now with the Veil of Summer and the land being picked up, he now has 2 pieces of protection. So the question is 2 pieces of protection enough against David here? But there's also this Ursa Saga, which is coming into play right now, and it's going to get, you know, if you wait too long, it's going to be able to get the Ether Spell Bomb as well as provide pressure. So this might be the turn where Cesare is deciding to go for it here.
Yeah, and Cesare here playing that land, and it comes around with what I was saying during sideboard and asking you, Simon, on exactly what is the right time to combo, because sometimes it's not enough to just have the pieces of the combo, but to really get that perfect timing, let's say, and it's not an easy thing to do. Fetching here.
Right, yeah, again being patient from both players here, but now this Ursa Saga, you know, is ramping up the damage, so I wonder if what Cesaro was thinking about is just to wait until you get that extra green card in hand, so you can play the Allosaurus Rider, not pitching the Summoner's Pact, and use the Summoner's Pact for Xenagos, going for the same Golta kill we saw last time, rather than just using the getting Golta to put Griselbrand into play. So that might be the thought process here, not wanting to rely on just getting a Griselbrand. It is a little bit of a risky line to go for that if you have played a pact that you can't pay for it, because if you don't draw your own consign off the top 7 cards, because he's at 13 life right now, he can only draw 7, but you actually lose the game to your own pact. So he might just be waiting here. He could even like accept to have a land, because if he has the 5th land, he can still pay for that Pact of Negation next turn, even with the Griselbrand in play. There's nothing more, you know, there's nothing more depressing than getting your combo off and then just having to die to your own pact the next turn.
I mean, when you make a pact, that's usually what happens, right? You might get the downside of it.
All right, so he did choose to leave this Eldritch Evolution on top just because of the green card. It means he doesn't have the 5th land, but of course the Griselbrand can draw into that. But also, getting this green card in hand means that he can't just go for the Xenagos kill like we saw earlier. So here it is.
It's time.
Allosaurus Rider, pitch this Eldritch Evolution and this Disciple. So that's...
Let's see who wins this counter war.
Oh, yeah. There's a ton of cards in hand for David. He's not moving a muscle, but his heart rate is telling a different story right here. Is this going to be enough? Eldritch Evolution, sacrifice my Allosaurus Rider. I can go and get a Golta from my deck. Will this resolve?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare the counters war.
Indeed, a war has been declared. You know, everything was peaceful and quiet, and then the Neoform deck attacked.
Okay, a rebuke here. Let's see.
The first rebuke. So this is a good time to play the Veil of Summer. Something that this deck can also play, is play the Veil of Summer before you play your combo, just as a bait, just to see if the coast is clear on this specific turn. Because right now, Davey can always respond to the Veil of Summer with another counterspell.
It's not an easy choice here. And I think here, going for the Pact.
Yeah, it's whether to use the Pact or the Veil here. There's the Mystical Dispute landing on that Pact. So we can use Veil of Summer here. And this is going to be very interesting. Drawing a card from the Veil, but there's still the consigned memory in hand. So if you go and get Golta here, the trigger can be consigned. But there was a land picked up from Juza there. So the question is Juza going to respond to the trigger from Golta playing the Pact? If he does that,
look at the
and actually David has David doesn't have priority yet. He could have actually been a little bit more patient. Wait for Juza to go for the Pact first in response to the trigger, but now he kind of gave a gift there by just jumping the gun and conceding. But he could have, okay, he might have not drawn a land. If he had drawn a land for turn, he could have still paid the 5 mana for the Pact next turn. But no, the counter on the triggered ability there does mean that he's going to die to his own Pact of Negation, and that's a second round in a row where a player is dying to his own Pact.
Wow, and the art rates go up. I want to see how they are at the end of Game 3. But the good news is that we are going to need to have a Game 3. Players here 8-1, which is very difficult to achieve. Now, Simon, I was looking, and yesterday we had over 1,100 players. Today, we have 160 players on day 2. That is like a 10% conversion from day 1 to day 2. That's not easy. 10 being the top 10% of the field.
Yes.
Very difficult achievement to do, and they can feel the Pro Tour invite at this point, right? They are 8-1. Each victory is so important, and we will see this Game 3 here being crucial. They are both on the feature match, and stakes are high. We have over $100,000 in prize pool. We have 36 invitations for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, which is going to be in Richmond in January, that I know, Simon, that you're already testing for, and also the World Championship invite. Actually, you were testing first for Worlds, right?
Yes, I am. Yeah, not just, well, they're both the same standard format, like just with Lorwyn in between.
Yes.
I do believe that Avatar is having a great big impact on the standard format, so that might carry over into the Pro Tour. And since they're so close together, it's kind of like preparing for 2 tournaments at once, which is pretty neat. Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to that Lorwyn set. It looks so nice and delicious and satisfying and everything I want a Magic set to be.
If you break the meta before the World Championship, you can give me the deck list so I can post it on my gold YouTube channel, Best of One Arena Ladder, so I can post a clickbait thumbnail. I just broke the meta.
Oh yeah, that would be good. We just need to make sure that none of the other world competitors are subscribing to you.
They are for sure not. I'm sure nobody's like, oh, I need to practice for the World Championship. Let me just go and watch Filipa Best of One, Janky Bruce.
Honestly, if we hadn't disclosed it right here, it's actually like the sort of thing where like, typically the people like, we don't go to the content creators Best of One for, so if like a content creator posts one, we're like, okay, that's at least like, now we know that people are not going to respect this deck, which is great because like we're actually bringing in and it's really good.
Oh, see, so you can use me already as
exactly, yeah.
Very nice. We have here now the lists. Anything that changes Game 3, or do you think it will stay the same in terms of sideboarding?
So the yeah, I'm not really like sure what exactly like David can change when he is on the play here. If things are going to change that much. Like he knows the Unholy Heats are bad, and he has 4 counterspells on his sideboard. So it's like pretty easy to swap them just like that. He does want to bring out the Tomat Crypt at least. So so there is that. Like might need to find another like cyber card to make up for that. But his list is really like locked in. There's not much he can do. Not much room to maneuver. With the cards he has for the matchup. I guess that's why he's bringing in the consigns, because he has these like Crypt and Shadow Spear and the removal spells he needs to bring out, and just doesn't have enough spots. And bringing in that consign just won him that game. So that was really nicely done. Now I believe that's a Mulligans of 5 for Juza. No, it's a Mulligans of 7. Okay. Just,
no Mulligan.
Yeah, AKA regular hands.
Yeah, starting here with fetch land. On the other side we have Island, Mishra's Bauble. Just 2 Mishra's Bauble. Oh no, never mind. 3 Mishra's Bauble. Almost the play set.
So is that Ancestral Recall?
I guess
he's gonna draw 3 cards next turn.
Yes, but you also had to use 3 cards, so...
No, but getting out 2 Mishra's Bubble is actually really important because this is representing Metallic Rebuke already on turn 1. And you can see him not playing this Preordain, and I believe this is because he wants to represent the Rebuke. He might even have the Rebuke in hand. He might also crack one of the bubbles, potentially drawing into that Rebuke, if he doesn't have it in hand already.
I'm going to Surveil here. We've seen this Surveillant coming handy for both players this game.
Oh, and I actually see Neoform and Allosaurus Rider in Shizawa's hand, so might be able to just like try and go for it already on turn 2. But again, playing against the blue deck that is representing Metallic Rebuke, that's a little bit risky.
And let's see the art rates going up throughout this game. Once we get to the counter war, let's see if we'll get there. Now we do have land untapped, but paying 3 life to be able to get that land untapped. We know there's Neoform in hand, Veil, Boseiju, as well as a Planar Genesis, which might be what Shezad wants to do here.
Yeah, I think that Shizara is very close to just being able to go off next turn with 2 pieces of protection with that Veil and that Pact. Can use the Planar Genesis here, but doesn't even like need to look for that much, because still needs 2 green cards in hand and still has the third line, like kind of has all the pieces needed anyways, but could potentially look for another piece of protection, like another Pact, and then hoping to draw into a green card, though that's a bit risky.
Preordain here, looking at the top 2 cards. I know one of them is a land, the other one I couldn't quite tell. I'm not sure if Urza Saga. Looking at the hand, thinking, what do I need? It's not easy to play against the combo deck.
And this is going to be, you know, a rough spot for David at this point. Even with the Force and Metallic Rebuke, Shizara has 2 answers with the Pact and the Veil to answer that. So might just be able to go ahead and combo. Could potentially even use the Planar Genesis to find a Summoner's Pact, which would make the combo lethal. But it's a bit risky against that Consign to Memory, like we saw in Game 1. Let's see what is being found off here, of this Planar Genesis.
Okay, look at the top 4 cards of the library. You may put a land from among it tapped in the battlefield. If you don't, you put the card in your hand.
So might just want to pick up a green card here. You can pick up the Consign to Memory, which means that you're guaranteed to have a Consign in hand. But then you need to draw a green card for turn in order to be able to go off and still keep the Veil. So so this is just as I was saying, yeah, I'm just going to turn my green card into a different green card, and it doesn't actually matter much. Ooh, but there's the Mystical Dispute. Yes,
that's a good pickup.
It really is, and kind of well, the issue is he doesn't actually have double blue on this turn, so won't be able to quite go for that.
Not only doesn't have double blue, as I think the only other land is Boseiju.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, just two green lands here. And Shizara actually passing the turn here rather than going for the combo with double protection. I think this is potentially being scared of Griselbrand not finding a Consign to Memory, or maybe there is something very specific that he's scared of David following up with. This is very interesting. I would have certainly thought that this was the turn to go for it.
Spellbomb here.
All right, the Spellbomb is also a piece of disruption, as it can kill that Griselbrand. So the issue is that if you now have to use your Boseiju to interact with that Spellbomb, that's not that good for you. I guess you can use the Nature's Claim to kill the Spellbomb, just like you did in Game 1. And that will also make it harder for David to use Metallic Rebuke and another thing. So yeah, I do kind of like using the Nature's Claim on this turn, but that leaves Shizara in a position where he needs to draw another green card still. Actually, looking at the hand, I think the whole issue was that he didn't have 2 green cards, because he would have to pitch both the Nature's Claim and the Veil of Summer last turn. So this is why he waited. But by doing this Nature's Claim right now, which is an important spot to do it in, he still won't have enough green cards to go off next turn. And because he doesn't have the double blue, can't even leave up the Mystical Dispute. So the Mystical Dispute was actually a huge brick of a draw on this turn, because it's a blue card. It's a non-green card that he can't use on his turn.
That's true. The mana there really not helping out, and here we just are going to have to see what we draw, and that's a Griselbrand, right?
Oh, that is also not a green card. And making, right now, Cesaro just can't actually go for the combo because he's just lacking green cards. And this gives David even more time to try and set up and find the right number of answers. The other issue with drawing the Griselbrand here is that, once again, you leave yourself vulnerable to Consign to Memory, a card that doesn't always do something against this Neoform deck, but when you can counter the trigger from Galta, it absolutely does something.
And it feels like every turn, Cesare is one step further from actually being able to successfully combo.
Yeah, sometimes with this Neoform deck, it does, like, all of its card choices are made with the concept in mind that it needs to have as many green cards as possible. That's why it plays the Disciple of Freya Least, just to have, and Generous End, to have lands that are essentially green cards. And that's why it plays Planar Genesis instead of the much better blue, like the much better blue cards, because it's green, so you can pitch it. So having these two draw steps be non-green cards is quite devastating, honestly, for Cesaro, especially since it's like even a blue land would kind of count as a green card because it means you can pitch the Veil of Summer.
What do you think of the blue land from Tarkir that lets you make a spell and counter bolt?
I think that is a pretty good card to play in the deck. You can absolutely play that as a one-off. You can't play more than one because if you draw two, then you might not be able to cast your Eldritch Evolution. So it's a bit tricky like that, but it can be very, very strong in matchups like these, letting you skip through the whole counter war by itself. Okay, so there's a green spell being picked up by Cesaro here, and that does a Eldritch Evolution. So this actually enables that even if he draws another land next turn, he will be able to, even if it's another green land, he will be able to go off by pitching the Veil of Summer and the Neoform, and then he can still use the Mystical Dispute as counterspell. So essentially just exchanging those two. But right now he still couldn't go off because he would have to pitch the Veil of Summer and the Eldritch Evolution to play the Allosaurus Rider. So there was some cards drawn there with a Flame of Anor, and David is just sitting there on a stacked up hand. I wonder if Cesaro is also interested in countering something like a Tamiyo coming down this turn with Mystical Dispute. Obviously David would be able to just pay 3, but probably he's not going to tap out into the combo deck. And essentially you just get to use your Mystical Dispute as a way to slow down David further, because you do not want that Tamiyo flipping and regrowing counterspells.
That's true, and we are going to see here Tamiyo. Let's see if Cesare actually goes for that Mystical Dispute. Nope, just passing, drawing here. Land, okay.
Yes, so now...
a blue one.
It is, yeah, it is a blue land. So if he decides to wait for just one more turn and finds a green spell, he'll be able to go off with 3 pieces of protection. So I believe that he's going to do that. He can pitch the Eldritch Evolution and then play the Neoform with a blue mana up for Mystical Dispute and a green mana up for Veil, as well as the Pact of Negation in hand. So that should be enough interaction where he's kind of safe. The issue is, again, that Veil of Summer on Golta can be a lot of trouble, and he'd have to rely on his... he'd have to rely on actually hitting a 5th land to play for the Pact of Negation. So it's like that's the same thing that happened in the previous game.
Déjà vu.
Yeah, so he might even want to like wait until he has 5 lands and another green card in hand to go for it, which makes it really tough. Because the more time you give David, the more chances are that a Consign will be in hand if it's not already.
That's true, not an easy choice here, but going to crack up that fetch there and going to find a land. I'm sure something that can produce blue at this point. Difficult choice here by Cesare.
Okay, deciding to go for it on this specific turn, which would mean getting rid of the Veil.
Asking how many cards in hand.
You can beat 2 counterspells. You cannot beat 2 counterspells on a Consign, and you cannot beat 3 counterspells. So it's kind of a tough call to try and go for it here.
Are we going for it? Yes, no, maybe. Stakes are very high. Like, we have to remember that both these players are 8-1, and there's a lot of prizes at stake here this weekend.
So just a lot of consideration there. There's also the consideration to, with your Neoform or your Eldritch Evolution, to go and get something that isn't a combo piece. Another thing actually that I think that is vulnerable to consigned memory. Another thing you can do is just start on Veil of Summer actually. But we do see the fireworks go off on this turn.
It's again time. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Start the counter war.
Yay! Let's see.
And another thing that Cesaro could even do is play the Allosaurus Rider and pass. But is deciding to go for it right here. Eldritch Evolution? Are you going to answer this one? And if so, how? With the 5 cards in hand from David, again, playing just so like patiently and calmly with his cards. Rebuke. Playing a Metallic Rebuke, that can get disputed.
Dispute. Force of Negation. Oh wow, stakes are high. Okay, Pact.
Is there a consigned memory just like in game 1? Goes and gets, I assume, the Golta, because the Griselbrand was drawn. Knows that the same thing would happen as it did in game 1.
Golta.
Is there a consign? Yes, it seems like there is, fetching in response to the trigger, and Cesaro might have to pick up his cards once again to his own Pact.
Oh wow. Sometimes the deals with the devil don't go well. Very difficult game here. And there it is. That's game here. David winning, and very close ones with this Izzet Metal Craft deck, which was more like a Izzet counter deck.
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, this deck is not an aggro deck. This is much more of a mid-rangey controlling deck that is trying to interact with the opponent. And because it just had like those extra 4 counterspells in the sideboard, the disputes and the forces were huge in this matchup, as well as those consigns, winning the game there. So that's a big props to the sideboard. And because the Neoform deck had to play so patiently around the first counterspell, gave David the time to sculpt the hand and find exactly enough pieces to win the game here.
I really like the way that David just adapted against this matchup. So knowing like, okay, here I don't exactly maybe need to win, I just need to not lose to the combo, and that will make me win. So I really like the way that he approached this matchup.
Yeah, that was very nice to see. Just like the super patience, like playing, you know, like the Ursa Saga late in the turn, playing this Hamio pretty late so that he still made sure to have all his mana up, like played out the baubles but didn't crack them so he could use them for Metallic Rebuke. Yes, very, very great to see there from David, who is now
9-1.
9-1, which is probably 1 win away from a Pro Tour invite as well. And of course, also looking in a good spot for that coveted top 8 spot at the regional championship.
That's true. And Cesaro, honestly, not looking too bad here, even after the loss, only the 2nd loss of the weekend. And I'm glad that we got to see the Neoform deck pop off in that first game. So even though it ended up losing, I think it was a very good showcase of different decks. And Simon, again, the meta, we are seeing all these different decks doing well this weekend. And if you were playing here this weekend, what would you play?
I would, as always, play Amulet Titan. That is the deck I own, and I'm struggling to learn how to play, but I think it is a great deal of fun and a very powerful deck.
I have to say to Twitch chat and YouTube that are watching us live that Simon was doing the card viewer in the previous game where Canister was playing Amulet, and I just love to see Simon was paying so much attention, and he was so impressed by some of the players that Canister was making. He was like, oh, that's a good one. And I was just feeling very entertained on seeing your reactions to Canister play. So that's lovely. A lot of people at home also watching these matches are going to end up also learning more about Modern, and they can also be here in the regional championship. What do they have to do to get there? Go to their local game store and play an RCQ. Did you ever play an RCQ, Simon?
Oh yeah, I've definitely played a few of them, and I've been getting trounced at my local game store. I have not been able to win very many games against the brave warriors of Copenhagen, who are taking my wins away round after round.
Including your fellow Simon Nielsen, because there's 2 Simon Nielsens.
There are 2 Simon Nielsens. Yeah, one of them won an LCQ on Friday, and the other one just stood around and did nothing. That was me.
We want to hear more now from David, that just ended up winning this match on round 10. So let's have an interview with him and Maria.
I have a winner of round 10 of the feature match, David Alberg with Simic Neoform. Congratulations, first of all, on your win.
Thank you.
How do you feel? What does it mean to you?
Very much. I think it's my best accomplishment this far.
It's your first RC? Or
yeah, it's my first RC.
Wow, that's very impressive, very cool.
I played Grand Prix before COVID, so.
I see. Well, that's amazing. All right, so could you talk us about your deck, Simic Neoform? It feels like it kind of fell off the radar a little bit. Why did you choose this deck for the tournament?
My first choice were to play Affinity, but I think that deck gets a bad top deck situation. And I want more agency over my matchups. So I want more counter spells and more things to interact with my opponents with. So I want a deck with more counter spells.
More counter spells.
Yeah. And Affinity is more proactive than this deck. And I want more protection. How do I say?
Like, do you like combo decks? You wanted to have like a solid win plan and be able to protect it with counter spells. Am I right?
Yeah, I want pressure, counter spells. I want to interact with my opponents. Because in Affinity, that was my first choice. If you don't have an early Kappa or an explosive start, the deck doesn't do anything, and it's hard to mulligan with that deck. But this deck doesn't have the same weaknesses as Affinity.
Okay,
That's why I chose this deck.
How did you prepare for the tournament? Do you have friends helping you out?
Yeah, one friend I traveled with from Sweden. We play tested in the room before. I haven't play tested the deck a lot. Like, Affinity was my first choice. Like a couple of days before we were going to Belgium, I chose to play Isset Cutter instead.
Amazing. You can give your friends shout out now.
I want to shout out my friend Morten Hedin for helping me with the deck choice.
Amazing. All right, well, the best of luck to you in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Back to the casters.
Thank you, Maria and David here. Love to hear more from the players. But now it's time for more magic. We are in round 10 and we have a backup feature match. We're actually going to jump right in into game number 3. But this is going to be a very interesting one because it's 4-color Omnat versus Simic Ritual. And I want you to tell me more about this Simic Ritual. Yeah. I also know that the player commanding this Simic Ritual is Sebastian Toller, which I think had some previous good results as well. I think Frank was giving me some information.
Yeah, Sebastian is one of the German players who kind of like, you know, one of the top pros back in like the, back in the 2000s. He was top 8 at a Pro Tour in at Pro Tour Yokohama in 2007 and top 8 Pro Tour Berlin 2008. So 2 Pro Tour top 8s to Sebastian's name, as well as a bunch of Grand Prix results, and even has been playing, you know, steadily played 2 of the Arena Pro Tours as well in 2021, 2022, when those were happening. So not someone who is, you know, like someone who's still like, you know, remaining relevant and like playing the game a little bit here and there, and is looking to get back on the actual physical Pro Tour stage with this great record, 7-1-1, I believe, on the on this Simic Birthing Ritual deck.
And I actually want to know what this Simic virtual ritual is. I saw yesterday Mengucci and Martin got to commentate around, and I was doing the card viewer, and I was really interested in this deck. It seems like a really solid one. Can you explain us what is the goal of this deck for people at home that haven't seen it before?
Yes, so the whole point of the Birthing Ritual deck is getting a Birthing Ritual in play by either drawing it or cascading into it, which with the Shardless Agent. Here we see, I believe, I'm actually not sure which of the players this is. Yeah, here we see Alberto Garcia. Yes, okay. Who is the only person to register the 4-color Omnath deck. And this is a deck that like used to be like one of the top decks in Modern, but now only one person in the room registering this deck. And you know, I wonder if this is even like, I've seen a lot of people be like 80 cards in their Omnath deck, like without the Yorion, which has been long banned, of course, but still playing the 80 cards just because, just for the fun of it. Yeah, 4-color deck with a a bunch of different lands in the mana base, and then the red and 6 and Teferi combination we've seen so much, but of course also getting to play some of the new cards like Flage and Quantum Riddler. And here we see Sebastian Thaler, who is that German former pro player who has had a lot of results here, is playing this Simic Ritual deck. So the whole point is getting a Simic Ritual down, and then you just generate value with it. You have Icefang Quaddle, Coiling Oracle. These are blue creatures that, replace themselves, so they're really good to Birthing Ritual into something else, like an Abhorrent Oculus. But they're also really good to sacrifice to those 3 copies of Flare of the Nile. And another cute angle to Sebastian's deck, he's the only person in the room. Out of almost 1,200 players, we have the only 4-color Omnath in the room and the only Essence Flux in the room. Oh. Essence Flux is the Poor Man's Ephemerate. It doesn't have Rebound, but it is otherwise a similar card that lets you blink your Quantum Riddler. And so it still has the Riddler Scam game plan as well in this deck. So, and actually picking up a Birthing Ritual already here, 1-on-1 between these two players. The Simic Ritual deck is kind of built to outgrind anyone, but can it outgrind the biggest of the grinders, the 4-color Omnath deck here from Alberto Galicia?
I love this Birthing Ritual card from Modern Horizons 3, so a pretty recent one. And honestly, Modern Horizons 3 gave us so much new things for Modern, like Flage, this Birthing Ritual, and many others. Riddler here immediately going to be able to draw some card.
Oh, actually, I also see that that Alberto here has a finals appearance in GP Barcelona 2019. Where he actually lost to another one of my Danish friends, as well as GP Birmingham 2017. Losing in the semifinals. So 2 GP debates as well to Alberto's name. So that is, someone who also has previous results as well. So these are 2 players who certainly know what they're up to.
How many points do you have on the ELO?
Don't ask me about that. You should have asked me 6 months ago when I was #1 in the world, but now I've crawled down to #7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. My ELO is not...
Is the other Simon Nielsen ELO better than yours?
No.
That would be funny, you know?
It would be funny, yeah. Maybe one day.
But, like, on the other side, the other Simon Nielsen can impress people by saying, see, look at my ELO here.
Yes, exactly.
I'm #1 in the world, now 7. Mystical Dispute there.
Yeah, so we've seen these players be very aggressive about fighting over the card draw creatures, which are essentially the enablers for this deck. We've had a Simic Ritual player with 3 Birthing Rituals in play, and it is not like having 3 Amulets in play where you just go completely off. It's actually the opposite, where the Birthing Rituals kind of like get in the way of themselves and never got to trigger because all the creatures were dealt with. As now we see another Riddler being warped here from Alberto Galicia.
Do you think Quantum Riddler is worth the hype, Simon?
Yes. No, I believe this card is like, I would say, format warping. Can I say that?
Yes. All puns intended.
In a lot of different formats, standard and modern alike, it is seeing a lot of play. As we now see here, the Endurance coming in just as a 3/4 flash. I love this mode of Endurance. You just like get to keep up your counter spells, your protection, and if your opponent doesn't do anything relevant, hey, just play a 3/4.
And there's Reach.
Uh-huh.
And it can be sacrificed to Birthing Ritual.
Indeed it can, though you're not gaining that much advantage by doing that unless you hit specifically an Abhorrent Oculus. And Alberto is not letting this happen at all, using a Solitude on that Endurance. So the question is Sebastian going to subtlety that Solitude, essentially exchanging 2 cards for 2 cards?
Let's see. Letting that happen, gaining some life in the process as well. And now, Oh, okay, so we are taking care of that birthing ritual, but it's okay, because Sebastian does have more, so...
Yeah, I think this is actually an exchange that Sebastian's really happy with. The question is now, do you play this Coiling Oracle first, trying to hit a land, so you can go Oracle into Ritual? But this, again, is getting met by Mystical Dispute. This graveyard, though, is building up for Sebastian. When he gets to 6, he can actually play that Abhorrent Oculus just as a normal card.
Yeah, I mean, 5/5 flyer that can start manifesting. We have a birthing ritual here. Let's see if Alberto... Okay, now, so we are just cancel the star shards here, going to look at the top 4 cards and picking up 2 because the spell was kicked.
Just picking up 2 lands here. Alberto did miss land drop last turn and wants to develop that mana base to be able to hold up more stuff, as well as maybe just play out Riddlers. Could potentially wait a little bit with that. Now, even though there was double planes, can still play red and 6 and keep up Mystical Dispute. That was the big challenge for this turn, but starts out again with the Prismatic Ending. Oh, that should go to exile. Sebastian. Okay, hopefully that gets that gets noticed in time, because with the Abhorrent Oculus, it can actually matter a lot whether the ritual is in graveyard or not. As we see here, the Coiling Oracle this time not getting disputed. Alberto might have been very happy to counter the first Oracles with dispute, but is now saving it for something specific. Probably eyeing that graveyard and knowing that an Oculus is not far away. Here, a fetch land to get Surveyor land could put 2 more cards in the graveyard and get him up to 6, which is enough for that Oculus. Or get him up to 7, counting the birthing ritual.
Drawing a card here.
Now can play out the Ren. Yeah, Ren with Mystical Dispute up, with 2 planes in play. It does take a little bit of extra mana to do so. And the question is Sebastian going to use the subtlety on this one right here?
We might see that.
Because the red and 6 can actually just kill the Coiling Oracle, turning off the 3rd copy of Birthing Ritual in Sebastian's hand. So he might be interested in countering this, and he is pitching that Abhorrent Oculus, trying to do a counter war that way. And is Alberto biting on that counter war into the 1 open mana? No. Once again, saving his Mystical Dispute. He would get to resolve it to Fairy, but is also not going to do that, because he still can't do that with Dispute up because of that Boseiju. It's so funny how the mana base works out here with the 2 planes.
That's true. Those 2 planes are really putting Alberto a bit down, but I mean, still a lot of things. Now we have birthing a ritual.
All right, so that's a 3 mana Mystical Dispute can counter this, and then the Mystical Dispute in Sebastian's hand ends up being the trump here, getting the Birthing Ritual into play and getting the trigger, and let's see what he can hit here. He can even find a Harbinger, which would cut off all the green and red mana, making red and 6 completely uncastable at this point.
Okay, let's look at the top 7
But he hits an Oculus.
Okay.
Right, so the way the Birthing Ritual works is that you don't have to sacrifice beforehand. You look at the top 7 and then decide if you want to sacrifice. And here we see the Oculus in play now. This is such a powerful card for this deck. Manifesting every turn.
Very nice. We have the Ren now.
So once again, Sebastian can use the subtlety to stop this, but I don't think he cares about the Ren anymore. He only cared about it last turn when he was threatening his Coiling Oracle and potentially stopping his ability to use this. But maybe this Teferi here is getting dealt with, because that will turn off the subtlety. If Teferi comes down and bounces the Abhorrent Oculus, it's not that bad. You could just replay it.
You can also then kill it with the manifested token.
Yeah, exactly. So the Teferi is not really surviving here. So I think maybe Sebastian is totally happy to let this Teferi slide. But there is a bit of a risk there, because if the Teferi draws into an answer to the Oculus, some sort of counterspell like a dispute, it's actually going to be a bit of a problem getting that to resolve. So we see here what is being drawn for turn. More cards in hand for Sebastian, and yeah, this Manifest here can just rumble in and deal with Teferi, enabling the counterspells once again to be live. Now, can just play that Oculus out. There's plenty of cards in graveyard. Can also warp the Riddler and then turn the Riddler into something else. Remember that I said that Sebastian has a lot more cards in hand, but actually Alberto has 2 Riddlers in exile, so it's I would say actually Alberto is the one who's up on cards, but potentially this can, if he can hit another Riddler off of this one, that could be backbreaking. He hits a Harbinger of the sea, so could sacrifice the Riddler to put in the Harbinger, which will shut Alberto off of red and green. The question is, how much does that actually matter? Instead deciding to just put a 3-3 flyer in play instead of that Riddler. It's another play you can absolutely make with this deck.
Okay, now having that 3-3 flyer and also the manifested token, which is actually a force.
Yeah, it is interesting that Sebastian decided not to play out the Abhorrent Oculus last turn, but is able to use the subtlety now on the Riddler when it's coming down here. What's the card being played end of turn? It's just
Console of the Star Shards.
Yeah, looking at top 7 and picking the best one from among those.
Yeah, not
into hand.
So just one card. Looking at 7 cards is pretty good though.
Oh, I can find the Omnath here, but seem to have picked up something even better that was snap put into the hand here. So even though Sebastian's deck is kind of like starting to fire with the whole Birthing Ritual synergies, now gets to Supreme Verdict. That is not something you can counter. And
oldie but goldie.
Yeah, absolutely. Gets to stop the interaction here. And I also noticed that the Procedure being played ends up being kind of a big punish as the red and 6 can no longer recur it to deal with that Birthing Ritual.
And here we have the Edge Maze going to be able to surveil one card. And I guess Sebastian decided to keep, and the art rates are going up as both players are 1-on-1. This is game 3 at the size of 1. Let's just get that Oculus 3 mana 5/5 flyer that can start manifesting. Does Alberto have a way to answer it? There it is.
Yeah, so something that's going to be an important game plan here for Alberto is getting that red and 6 up to 7 counters and doing the ultimate. Because it's going to provide a ton of value if you get all retraced to all cards in graveyard. Potentially you could even get it up to 8 and then ultimate it while the Ren is still in play, so you can keep fueling the land that is discarded to retrace.
By the way, there's 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, yeah, so maybe maybe that won't even get to be relevant, as now the first Riddler is being played. And do you Solitude that? You probably have to, but this counterspell once again coming in, and the Riddler gets to resolve, drawing 2 cards for Alberto. And this Riddler can protect the Ren and 6 so well.
Okay, there's an Endurance in hand now. And both players trying to play fast because they know there's 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. And then we are going into extra turns.
I wonder if there is enough cards in the graveyard for the Oculus to come down here, but just... Oh, there was no Oculus in hand because it was pitched.
Ooh,
drawing 2 cards off his own Riddler. What is it?
A Mystical Dispute?
Okay.
There's too much mana available.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's the best draw at this point. Also, nothing to dispute at the moment. Can just hard cast this Endurance, and that's about it. So gets to trigger the Birthing Ritual. Maybe finds another Riddler. That's kind of the small combo of Sebastian's version of this deck that is running more Riddlers and ways to scam them. And he does find another Riddler here. So Riddlers in play for both players. Can even... I think he can play the Endurance in response to the trigger and get to draw 3 cards off that, but he's choosing to keep the just keep the Endurance in hand here. I guess it makes a lot of sense. You kind of want to respond to the Ren ability, getting a little bit of extra value from that Endurance, and shuffling in all the cards in that graveyard.
Console of the Star Shards here kicked. So let's look at the top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards.
That is a lot of value. Like, you ever heard of Dig Through Time? Well, this card is way better at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, love to see it. There's an Omnath and I think a counterspell going into hand. And we know that Omnath, I mean, it's the name of the deck. When a card gives the deck a name, we know it's going to be a good one to get.
Right, so time is being called on this turn. It doesn't mean that Alberto only has 2 more turns after this one to finish the game. But with Omnath and Ren and 6 Emblem potentially, I guess it's possible that he can actually get there. This counterspell, once again, this is the 3rd counterspell in a row, meeting that Endurance.
Okay, so this is going to be turn 1 now, right?
Yes, it absolutely
There are a total of 5 extra turns. If after that none of the players is able to win, it's a draw.
Okay, just drawing 1 card per turn is Sebastian, because he still had that extra land stock in hand. Can trigger the Ritual, but might not be able to find much relevant stuff off it. This Ren and 6 is going to ultimate, but I'm not sure how many lands are in Alberto's hand, and if that's even that profitable. He has the Iron Mace that he picked up last turn, and that's about it. Does have the Omnath as well. Could use the fetch land to trigger that one twice, but you kind of want the Omnath to trigger 3 times in a turn, so that it deals 4 damage to Sebastian. Might be very important to finish the game off with. As we now see here, looking at sub 7, could put in another Riddler. That's just drawing another card, sure. I mean, that is a nice advantage to have from your 2-mana enchantment. If you just drew a card each turn, that would be, you know, a very good enchantment, I would say, for 2 mana.
Yeah, just drawing a land, though not exactly what Sebastian is looking for. And I think at this point, maybe Sebastian just hoping to draw.
Yes. That might be. I think Sebastian's chances of winning here are just not. Like, he just won't be able to do that in the 2 extra turns he has available. But Alberto might be able to finish up this game. So you now see the Ren and 6 emblem come down. Have you played with Ren and 6 emblem in play yet?
No, I don't think so. What about you, Simon?
It's a lot of fun. It's one of those things where, like, if you do that on Arena, your whole graveyard just displays in front of you.
Wow. What format do you play on Arena to see Ren?
I don't think Ren is on Arena.
Okay.
I'm just saying that if it's the type of card where if it were on Arena,
like, is it like on Timeless or
you don't get to call me out of my bull crap. Oh, come on. All right, Omnath is being met by Mystical Dispute. Does not care. Pays the 3 mana here. But and can draw a card and use the fetch land and generate mana, enough mana to play the Quantum Riddler. But that's only 12 power in play, and I don't think there's like Lightning Bolt or there's such in this deck to be able to play with the Ren emblem and Lightning Bolt over and over again.
Arena in Ren is on Arena, Ren and 6.
It is okay, fair enough. It's probably being played in Timeless. So in Timeless, you can do this.
Yes, and powered Arena Cube. I love Omnath. I remember when it used to play like in just this elemental deck with like Risen Reef and all of that. Those were the days.
Oh yeah.
3 mana, 1/1 that draws.
Yeah, I do love the Risen Reef deck. That was very fun.
Okay, taking a look there at Omnath. Now the time doesn't matter. I mean, we are in extra turns already, so that is just going to resolve, and each land is going to be a painful one. So the first land, it's going to gain 4 life. The second land is going to provide 4 mana, and the third land that enters in the same turn will deal 4 damage to an opponent.
I think maybe Alberto might want to use all the mana here to play the March, targeting that Quantum Riddler and getting to attack for 4. I don't understand why Sebastian is at... oh, was the 2 lands fetch in this turn? Yeah, that was. Yeah, I see. So yeah, that's why Sebastian is at 13. Alberto smartly leaving a fetch land around. Gets to attack for 4 with this Riddler if he does the March on this turn, putting Sebastian to 9, and has 8 damage coming next turn. So if he can find another Ren and 6, that's the last point of damage. So there is actually an angle to win this game, but he would have needed... he doesn't actually need to do it now. He can... yeah, he can use the March on the Riddler next turn. That's still good enough as another counterspell is being picked up. Just attack 4 here, but that can get blocked. And
passing the turn,
pass the turn. Okay, so let's see what Sebastian can hit here. It is another land, but I do believe it's a bounce land.
Otawara?
No, the double-faced land.
Oh. Okay.
The sink into stupor. But it was being flipped to the land side. That's what I believe happened. You can actually get the Ice Fang Quaddle and you have a Death Touch flyer, but probably not worth downgrading. Yeah, it just dies to way more things. As now we see here, oh, a card can be flashback right now. So he can just use these Consult the Star charts to rip through his deck. If he doesn't find what he needs, he can just pick up a land and then retrace that again next turn. So what's being hit? Oh, this is the
bounce spell.
Yeah, so Alberto actually tapping out here means that he won't be able to attack for lethal on this turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a huge upset, actually.
Like, even if the Omnath deals 4 damage and both creatures pass somehow the damage, that's going to be 12, and Sebastian is at 13.
Yes, exactly. So won't quite be
even one
enough.
extra damage from, actually 1 extra damage from the Ren, as you said, would be enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if it is tough though, because you still need to like have enough mana to find the Ren and play the March and and all of that. So yeah, it might not have been possible to make it all happen. But he potentially could have had that line by leaving up the counterspell on that turn. So yeah, let's see if Alberto can now turn this into some sort of victory somehow, or at least present a board state that is so dominant that there's no way Sebastian could ever win. Could potentially also lead to a game finish that way.
And for people joining now, we are on round 10. Both players are 1-on-1 here, and this is actually extra turn 4. That means that Alberto needs to win this exact turn. Otherwise, Sebastian gets one more turn, and if Sebastian is also not able to finish the game, it will end up in a draw. Both players already have one draw. Okay, playing the land there, that's going to trigger Omnad.
Yeah, so this kid generates 4 extra mana, and he can certainly rip through his deck quite a bit. I'm not sure if he has any more lands to flashback or retrace that Consult the Star chart, but can at least start with the Riddler to potentially find something. The issue is there's no way to give haste to that Riddler, I believe, as well. There's also Flage in the deck, which is another way to deal direct damage to Sebastian.
Ooh, Flage would be great here.
Yeah, he would need... yeah, actually a Flage and the March would be enough to win the game here. But he only has the March. It doesn't seem like there's a Flage in sight. I mean, they can't possibly have been boarded out in this matchup. It must be one of the best matchups for that. But attacks for 8, puts Sebastian down to 5. Passes the turn with counterspell up.
So Alberto is not winning, and they are just calling it a draw. Good game here. Both players now at 7, 1, and 2. And Simon, how bad or is a draw compared to winning or losing, or how good it is instead of losing, let's say, at this stage?
I would say it is a little bit better than losing, but it's like negligible better. Like when I look at like the standings and try and do like math on like who can jump somewhere, I always consider the draws to be the same win rate as those below them, but just with the best tiebreakers.
Yes.
Because that's essentially what it is. It just gives you the best tiebreakers, but you're still in a scrum with the people who have lost.
I mean, great game here. Unfortunately, ending it up on a draw, but a good way to showcase this 4-color Omnad deck, which was the only player actually bringing it here from 1,100 players and making day 2.
Yeah, it's still alive and kicking. And of course, once you get to 2 draws, there's also the chance that like you could potentially draw into that 3rd one, where they actually all, with our powers combined, all the draws turn into a win.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, 3 draws, 1 win. They can just start collecting points. And Simon, I don't think we'll have a winner's interview, because who would we interview, right?
I guess so, yeah. Maybe who we can interview is, you know, the winner of just like, I don't know, all of you who are the winners as they get to see all this awesome magic.
Any highlights from round 10 for you, Simon?
I certainly liked the struggle with like the Simic Neoform deck. Like seeing how like it was like it got Golta in play all 3 games, but still lost the match, which is kind of impressive.
That is very impressive. I also love to see that Neoform deck. Now it's time for a quick break, but don't worry, because Martin and Andrea Mengucci will be back very soon for round 11.
The world's first sustainable deck box made a bold impact. For us, it's more than only a simple box that holds your cards. We are proud to see how the series has established itself in the community worldwide. We know you've been waiting for this a long time, but all good things need time to grow. Finally, it's time to give your commander decks the space they deserve. In the biggest ever of our sustainable Boulder deck boxes.
Water, earth, fire, air. Not long ago, we made it our mission to protect cards, shielding them from the elements. Only our Avatar The Last Airbender Squaros could protect them. And when you needed them the most, we released them. As you can see, the new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squaros will protect your cards on your next adventure from all of the elements. If you want to know some more, check out the link down below.
The 旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く。初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱とともに。アルティメットカードが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道、近日発売。
And we're back. This is round number 11 of the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series Regional Championship in Antwerp. And what do we have lined up for this round?
We have a couple of Boros Energy players. I heard you guys at home love the archetype so much. It says, please, Mengu, Martin, Funfinity Crew, give us some Boros Energy gameplay. We're craving for it.
Yeah, I think we have, so it's going to be Petr Sochurek playing against Thomas Meschen.
Yes, we have some Czech Republic. Finally, you know, you got some Czech players. We haven't had many of them.
That's true.
So far.
We're a small country.
And yeah, used to be, you know, one of the strongest country in the world for a while. You remember those days, Martin?
Yeah, good old days. Thomas and his Azorius control here.
Ooh, that's a deck we have never featured. Decaera in the third place is not in the main deck. It's part of the sideboard because we are a companion. Companions kind of obliterated for the modern format. Gigantha, Lurrus, but Decaera is one that stands, and Thomas has it in the companion zone.
Do you remember when the companion rule was that you could just simply put the card in your hand for free?
It was something. It was something. Now you have
the most busted mechanic of all times.
But now you can pitch it to Solitude, and that's a very important thing that Thomas will get to do.
Peter and his Boros Energy deck looks pretty stockish.
Yes, he's playing Boros Energy. Again, a deck that honestly I haven't featured yet. There's a very interesting choice of playing main deck Path to Exile, a card of the past that's seeing resurgence now as you have to kill that Quantum Riddler. So yes, you give them a land, but you get rid of that 4/6 flyer. On the other side, from France, Thomas Mechen playing blue-white control, loses the die roll though, and Petr is already able to start with a turn 1.
Yes.
What is it for you?
Sacred Foundry, Oswald Pride. There's a Kahira, as you mentioned, on the bottom of the screen in the companion zone.
I think he has 3 Oslo Pride in hand. Sorry, 1 in play, 2 in hand. That's a very strong start, but Thomas will dispatch it.
All right, Thomas responds with a removal spell, so Peter's board is clear. He's going to follow up with possibly a Voice of Victory.
Yeah, Voice of Victory, newest addition to Boros Energy, very strong as it denies interaction in your turn, but also makes 2 tokens, which are very good with Ocelot Pride. So Petr is thinking, do I want to develop these couple of Ocelot Pride, or do I want to play this Voice of Victory instead? And he's going through, also has a Johnny, so it's very important that he thinks this turn deeply, because this turn will shape up the rest of the game.
What do you like better against the control deck here on turn 2?
I think you want to play a 2-drop, so that on turn 3 you can follow it up with a 2-drop plus a 1-drop. So it's very important, the mana sequencing. I think I would go for the Voice of Victory. The Thomas Mechen plays interaction spells. Well, he can't play counterspell on turn 2 because he has the planes, unless he plays Mystic Gate, which he does. So yeah, by playing Voice of Victory, you play around the counterspell next turn.
All right, Peter's still in the tank.
It's really important that you think this turn, because it really shapes up the rest of your game.
Yeah, you need to think about the next turn as well. And he decides to go for Ocelot Pride instead. Plays a Fetchland, cracks it, plays another Pride. So that's a lot of cats.
Yeah, that's 3 Ocelot Pride as the first 3 spells. And that's very important because those Ocelot Pride scale up. So Well, he doesn't have a City's Blessing yet, but once he'll be able to have City's Blessing, he can get so many cats. And Thomas Mackin does play 2 Wrath of the Skies, so you know he does have answers, but not now. Okay, well, let's see what follow-up Thomas has. Of course, Blue-Eye Control, not a popular archetype, but an archetype that got up to the 2nd place at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities with Pachi Sanchez, and that is a score, you know, that we have not been used to seeing. Control just hasn't been winning very much in Modern, honestly.
What I liked about the Pro Tour was that the top 8 was full of the MTGO players, right? This really demonstrates the thing about Modern is that, you know, experience is what really matters, and the true grinders were rewarded with you know, being in the finals at the end of the Pro Tour. But back to Peter, one of the prides end up dying again.
Yeah, so what Petra can do now is play Arena of Glory, exert it, and haste the Voice of Victory. That will give him 3 permanents. I think the reason why he went for double Ocelot Pride is that if he went for hasty Voice of Victory this turn with 2 Ocelot Pride, that is so many tokens.
Okay.
But instead he chooses not to exert the Voice of Victory, which is very reasonable. I'm just saying a couple of options here. He's gonna go probably for a Johnny, yeah. He resolves, he's asked if he resolves, but there's no copy of Subtlety in Thomas' deck, so there's no other interactions that you can have here.
And both players do know each other's deck list. It's a tournament with open deck lists. A quick reminder, this is round 11. Today we're playing 6 rounds total of Swiss. That's going to bring us up to 14 before we cut to the top 8. The top 36 players are going to qualify for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse in Richmond. And the first 2 players are actually going to qualify for the World Championship next season.
Yeah, so again, very interesting sequence by Petra. Again, he could have gone turn 2, 2-drop. Turn 3, 2-drop plus 1-drop. That would be more efficient. But the play that he chose was higher reward if the Ocelot survived, because again, hasting that Voice of Victory would have given him the City's Blessing on the 2nd trigger, doubling those warrior that die end of turn but are in play for a while for the Ocelot triggers. So it just has so much power on turn 3 that is kind of impossible to come back unless you have Wrath of the Skies. So again, Petra went for the higher reward line.
High reward.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're still kind of inefficient with a Survey land here. I mean, it's not as good as playing a creature, but you still get some value because Petra, if he draws a land, that's like a dead draw. So putting a land in the graveyard is the same as drawing a card here. Thomas holds up 3 mana and has a March of the Otherworldly Light and a Consult the Star Charts. That's another card from Edge of Eternities that impacted Modern. Consult the Star Charts.
I think he's going to be looking for a sweeper here.
Yeah. Usually you want to kick that Consult the Star Charts because that lets you pick up 2 cards out of the top 4, which is a lot better than 1 out of the top 3. So you can just play March here on the Ocelot, for example, and just be happy with that. And then once again, use that fetch land to get a Survey land. He's thinking about it. And by the way, while Petra thinks, I want to remind you that after this game 1, we will have a giveaway. Martin loves giveaway.
We love giveaways.
Martin loves to give away stuff.
Yeah, we love giveaways. What are we going to be giving away?
We're going to give away a playmat of the newest Avatar set, either the Zuko playmat or the Tough playmat.
Okay.
And yes, that is something that's going to go out after game 1. So stay tuned as the player Petra is deciding to leave on top the card, which was a Guide of Souls. Oh wow. So Petra is, all right, I hope you don't have Wrath of the Skies, because I'm gonna go off this turn. Okay, interestingly, he chooses not to go Arena of Glory haste on the Voice of Victory.
Yeah, Peter is in an interesting spot. Like, do you add more to the board, or are you trying to send back some of the creatures for, you know, the time if Thomas has Supreme Verdict or Wrath of the Skies?
Okay, we are deciding to just pass the turn. Petra does not play God of Souls nor Voice of Victory. And in the meanwhile, Thomas is just looking for that Wrath of the Skies, does not find it, finds a Teferi, which is not good enough. 14 is a lot of life still. By playing this way, Petra really gives Thomas a lot of time.
He does give him more time, but he is not completely dead to a sweeper. And Thomas does have four sweepers in his deck. There's 2 copies of Wrath of Skies. There's 2 copies of Supreme Verdict as well.
Oh, wow.
There is Narset in his hand that would be able to click a little bit deeper.
Yeah, with the Supreme Verdict as well, it really makes sense the way Petr is playing. Okay, we're surveilling. Those surveillance super important.
There's a possible Scepter Chant combo as well that can lock you out of attacking. So yeah, I mean, Peter does need to be fast.
Yeah, honestly, hasting Voice of Victory here would have been able to give the clock like such a faster clock. Maybe you bin that God of Souls, but then you maybe draw a land, which is terrible. So always hard to come up with the right play when playing against Azur's control.
It's easy for us to say, like, hey, you know, what would have been better to do this or this, but we can see both players' hands, right? We know whether Thomas does have the sweeper or not, so it is a lot different when you're sitting there and you're thinking, okay, well, if I just overextend a little bit here, that sweeper is going to be absolutely brutal here.
Yeah. Okay. Thomas draws, and let's see, does he have...
He has another copy of the Fairy, so no sweeper just yet. He has a Narset he can deploy.
Okay.
He can play it to Fairy, that can buy him a little bit more time. He goes for the Narset, that's going to dig a lot deeper in his deck. Possibly buy him a little bit more time as well, because Peter's probably going to attack it.
Yeah, so now you know that Thomas doesn't have a sweeper. And if he doesn't find it with this Narset, you can think, okay, he doesn't have it. I'm going to put all my cards into play now.
Yeah.
It goes for Azure Scepter, which may win the game next turn.
Yeah, with the chant. Does he have the Orm's chant?
He doesn't. So Petr is like, all right, now I need to attack. Let's see what he draws. Bombardment, Flage.
Flage, that's good.
That's good. That's good. Now Petr is thinking, I need to deal as much damage as possible. Okay, what he can do is, again, hasting that Voice of Victory, attacking for a bunch, putting Thomas in Flage range. I don't know if that's possible, though.
How much damage is that? It's 2, 3, 4, 5. The Voice, there's 2 more tokens, it's 8. Not quite there yet.
I think it's 9 damage.
So with the... Oh, there's a cat as well. Okay, there's a cat as well. Does Guide of Souls change the
3, 6, 9 damage, so would go, Thomas would go down to 4, which is not lethal. Like, Flage is not lethal. Although if you cast Flage,
what if you
can flash it back the next turn.
If you start with Guide of Souls.
On Guide of Souls?
Yeah, Peter going through all the numbers here, trying to figure out what exactly to commit to the board this turn. I agree with you. Ideally, this ends up with Thomas being on 3 or less life, so that Peter can finish off the game next turn with the Flage, whether there's a sweeper or not.
Yeah, so what Petr can do is play Guide of Souls first, and then haste Voice of Victory. In that way, you get 3 energy token.
Okay.
And you can...
No, let's see.
You can stack them in a way where you get the energy from the token of Voice of Victory first, and then you resolve Guide of Souls, which...
Well, he goes for the Flage. Okay. Interesting. So Flage is going to finish off Narset. If you're not attacking for lethal, I think going for the Planeswalker here makes a lot of sense. You don't want to give Thomas another shot at finding the sweeper with Narset's ability. And then Peter's going to attack for 2, 4, 5...
Yeah.
Damage.
Yeah, the reason why Thomas... Because, like, again, Petr could have put Thomas to 2 life with the Narset in play. But Narset can find Orm's Chant, and then he has...
That'd be lock?
A lock, because if 2 mana plays Isochron Scepter, pitching Orm's Chant, 3 mana, activates Scepter, pays the kicker, and then Petr can't attack.
So the attack puts Thomas to 7, and he gets to untap for another turn. Does he find the sweeper now?
And now there's a Flage in the graveyard with Arena of Glory in play, although not enough cards in the graveyard to escape it just yet.
Yeah, Thomas just unable to find a way to clear the board. He's going to play at the Fairy here, but that's just going to slow Peter down a little bit. It's not going to deal with the board. So he bounces a cat token, draws into another Planeswalker. Yeah, that's not good enough here.
Not even Orm's Chant. Thomas really breaking over here. just drawing spells, but just not the right one. And that's the issue with playing a control deck. You're a reactive deck, so you need to draw the right cards in the right matchups. Okay. What did Petr draw? Was that a galvanic discharge? Because if that's the case, you can... Okay, so Petr has lethal.
What is he thinking about here? Is there anything he needs to still play around?
So I would start with just exerting Arena Glory, playing Voice of Victory. I know I said that play every single turn, and Petr has never done it, but I will really do that now. Because if that resolves...
Locks out the opponent from actually interacting.
Yes, then you can Galvanic Discharge your cat, Ajani flips, and you win.
Okay.
Because you have the red tokens from the Voice of Victory.
Yeah, looks like Peter might
finally
agree with you.
Okay.
There's the Arena being exerted. Voice of Victory hits the battlefield, and if Thomas says okay, then that's going to be an end of this game.
Okay, Thomas can't say okay. He has to play that March of the Orderly Light on something. So let's see what he targets. Probably the Ajani. If he targets the Pride, he dies. He has Teferi, so he can pitch. But the thing is that, okay,
doesn't really matter.
Petr can't answer with Galvanic Discharge because of Teferi. Because of Teferi.
Wait, Teferi. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's... Okay, so now if players not get a warning, I'm assuming, but yeah, we're... Thomas, of course, aware of his cards. It doesn't let the discharge go. Anyway, yes, last turn, Petr would have had City's Blessing. Maybe he miscounted a little bit. I don't even know if that's a thing you can miss, because he had 10 permanent.
That's a good question. I'm not honestly sure. I think
you can't miss City's Blessing. I mean, you can miss the trigger of Oslo Pride, but once you acknowledge the trigger of Oslo Pride and you put a cat, you are required to put 2 cats.
Okay.
I think that's how the rules work, but again.
So the March resolves, that deals with the Ajani, no Galvanic Discharge in response to the Teferi, but now Voice hits the battlefield, and is this going to be enough damage?
It is lethal because it's exactly 7.
All right, exact 7 damage.
All right, so...
Picks up game number 1.
This is a simple showcase of proactive deck beats reactive deck. The proactive deck doesn't need much to win. It just needs to function. It needs to draw his plan. The reactive deck needs to draw the spells in the right order, the right spells to win. So it's an additional layer of difficulty for a deck to function in a competitive environment. But this is post-sideboard, and we said we are going to do...
Time to give stuff away.
The giveaway. So as you watch the player sideboarding, you want to head to twitch.tv/Funfinity, which is one of the ways we're broadcasting this thing. We want to boost that channel. So go on that channel, twitch.tv/Funfinity. Subscribe to the channel. No, sorry, not subscribe. Follow.
You can just follow. Okay.
Follow. Yeah, sometimes I get lost because on YouTube you have to subscribe, Twitch you have to follow.
Like and subscribe. Leave a comment in the comment section.
I get confused, but anyway, on Twitch you follow Funfinity and you write #UltimateGuard right now. With that, you can win a playmat of Avatar to pick up exclusively during the Spotlight Series in Lyon from the 9th to the 11th of January, and you can win a playmat of your choice between the Zuko Farbender Ascension or the Tough Solid Ground. And that is all. That is all. I've read this piece of paper in front of me. I've done my caster job. But yeah, #UltimateGuard, not in the Ultimate Guard chat live, but on the chat of twitch.tv/Funfinity. Very important that you also head to Lyon and pick it up personally.
Can have a friend pick it up for you.
Yes. All right. Wow. Look at this. Look at this production here. At Funfinity Ultimate Guard Live, we're not slacking. We go right into game 2.
Right into game 2.
You know, I used to see those coverage where between sideboard, you're just there and just wait.
Just hanging out.
And the caster are talking about, I don't know what they had for lunch or for breakfast. But no, not here. This is the best casting.
Shout out to CSL. I mean, the production value is amazing. I mean, it's been awesome. All the Spotlight events, all the RCs. They're doing a tremendous job, and it is honestly just a really nice to watch. Like the whole overlay, everything about this is awesome.
Yeah, once again, if you're typing #UltimateGuard in the Twitch TV, Ultimate Guard won't do anything. You have to go to the twitch.tv/Funfinity to type that. But yeah, it's been amazing. This is only my second time casting with Funfinity and CSL, and people say how it is, and I want to say just it's so much easier because you guys are just doing such a good job. You're probably hearing me saying this, so yeah, thank you for that.
In the meantime, Peter is first to the battlefield with Guide of Souls. Thomas, just 2 lands in play. No Scepter on turn 2. He does have both Scepter and Chant, I believe. There is 2 copies of Orm's Chant in his hand.
Oh, wow, he chose not to go for it. Playing around some sort of interaction by the Boros players, such as Exercise. There's 1 copy of that. Wear Tear, there's a copy of that. Static Prison, there's 1 copy of that. So the reason why Thomas didn't just slam his turn 2 combo is because he's playing around sideboard cards.
He ends up using his untapped mana to spell snare the Ajani.
Yeah, Mystic Gate, one of those filter lands from back in the days. Oh,
wow! And he's gonna use Orm's Chant sort of as kind of a time walk here. That's gonna lock Peter out of playing any spells or attacking.
Yeah, I hate to hear that though.
Yeah, I mean, time walk is different. You don't let the opponent untap. You don't let them draw a card.
I'm #1 hater of Orm's Chant.
You don't like the card?
Just pure card disadvantage.
Yeah, but it's really good in combo, right? If you're trying to force through combo pieces.
In combo, but here, yeah.
Does that tell you anything if Thomas just casually plays a turn 3 Orm's Chant in your upkeep? What does that tell you?
It tells me that he has another one.
Okay, that he's just fine with throwing, or not really throwing one away, but kind of, happy to buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why I don't like Orm's Chant, because it really doesn't do anything. Like Thomas doesn't want to go Isochron Scepter Chant because he's playing around cards. But as a result, he has just a bad card in his hand because he doesn't want to cast it. He wants to hold it. So he played one. Sure, it gains some time, but he's not really using this time to activate a Planeswalker or things like that. So this is a yeah, kind of like, again,
it's a combo card.
Exactly, it's a combo card. Like game 1, he would have won the game if he had Orm's Chant or Isochron Scepter.
Yep.
But if he's playing around some sideboard cards, then the card is underwhelming.
Peter deep in the tank. He has Arena of Glory available again. There's another Ajani. I think I see a couple more white cards. A couple lands. There's a Galvanic Discharge as well.
Yeah, Arena of Glory, one of the strongest land in Modern right now. A land of just, it comes into play untapped and he buys you a turn. That's just like such a powerful land from Modern Horizons 3. I'm a big fan of Arena of Glory. I mean, my cube as well. And whenever a colorless land gets into the cube, that really means it's a strong one.
Wow, there's a Vexing Bauble. What does that do against the control deck?
The control deck now cannot... Wait a second. Do you think the Isochron Scepter Orm's Chant combo works, or is it stopped now?
Yeah, good question.
I think it's stopped because you're paying 2 mana. Oh no, I think if you're playing the kicker, you're still paying mana to put the Orm's Chant on the stack. Huh. I wonder, maybe if someone in the chat knows about this interaction, it's an interesting one for sure. So if I have a Vexing Bubble in play, can I still use Isochron Scepter and pay the kicker of Orm's Chant?
I think since you pay the kicker cost, you end up paying for it. But there is Wrath of the Sky, so Peter's going to crack that bubble in response. At least that's going to draw him a card. Guide of Souls hits the bin. And wow, Thomas follows it up with another Orm's Chant in Peter's upkeep to buy himself one more turn. But this puts him down to just 2 cards in hand. There's a March.
Ooh.
Oh, wow, okay.
So basically, he's been trading those Orm's Chant, card disadvantage, and it was like, there is no way that he's cashing in those tempo advantage. And the way is by drawing 7 new cards. So he was down 2 cards, he made some land drop, and now is going to be able to go Time Twister, which of course is not Time Twister. You don't get to make a land now, unfortunately, because the turn ends. So it's kind of a Time Twister, though.
So Orm's Chant's the Time Walk, and Days Undoing is the Time Twister?
Well, Orm's Chant is, Days Undoing is definitely...
this busted deck, wow.
Yeah, he's just missing Ancestor Recall. Lure and Reveal, I guess, is the Ancestor Recall. So each player draws 7. Petra doesn't have any instant, like he doesn't have Felia, so he can't use this turn.
And drawing 7 cards is certainly going to favor the control deck. Did Thomas play a land?
He can't. Because Days Undoing ends
the turn.
Oh, wow,
yeah, it ends the turn. No, I keep thinking about the actual time twister now and all these time walks. All right, so back to Peter. I mean, drawing 7 new cards when you're at 17 live and both players already have a bunch of lands in play, that certainly favors the control deck.
Yeah. All right. We tap 2 mana here. Yeah, the Mystic Gate helping to turn that island into 2 planes was crucial for the previous turn of Wrath of the Skies plus Orim's Chant. Okay, so Goblin Bombardment tries to resolve, but Spellsnare says no. And then what do we see? Fable of the Mirror Breaker. We see Blood Moon. Maybe we see Blood Moon here. I didn't see the hand, but Blood Moon would be game winning.
Thomas actually has a couple of planes in his hand, so it wouldn't be that bad for him.
Okay, never mind. But I see Blood Moon in the deck, and I think Petra only has 1 in the 75. No, he has 2 in the 75, 1 main, 1 side.
Certainly seems very appealing, but I mean, if you knew that Thomas had 2 planes in hand, I think you would just rather develop the board with some creatures here. And Peter is going to go with the Blood Moon. No, he's going to play the Pyromancer, discarding 2 lands.
I wonder if he tapped Arena of Glory to give haste, because he could also haste Ragavan here. Oh, I think what he did, I think he slipped a little bit there. He should have used Arena of Glory, tapping the Secret Foundry as the last land, and leaving, yeah, he's saying that. He should have left 1 mana floating. He was going to do that. He thought about that line, but he just didn't execute that. That's sometimes how our brain works. We think about a line, but then the hands don't communicate with the brain enough. And you just...
Not fast enough.
Yeah, and then you just end up... Although maybe I think, I don't know, competitive Magic, I think he could have gone back there. I think he realized that in a timely manner, nothing happened in the meanwhile. But I don't know. Anyway, he chose not to, and now Narset hits the play, -2. Narset is the card you want in combination with the Days Undoing. Okay, so finally now we see Orim's Chant used in a good manner, because now we see. No, not only that, because you can activate Narset. So with the extra turn, you gain some value.
You're actually getting ahead on resources in some way.
Exactly.
All right, so Peter just passes the turn back, unable to really do anything. Narset takes down to 1, and is this?
Oh. Days Undoing. That's a combo.
Yeah. Okay, tell us how it works. Why is this so exciting?
So Days Undoing says each player draws 7 cards.
Okay.
And shuffle their hand.
Good.
But with Narset, only 1 player can do that. The other player will draw 1. And Thomas doesn't even have to worry about the removal spell, because if Petra had a removal spell, he would have played it in his upkeep. Yeah, of course, Petra could have drawn the Galvanic Discharge, but I'm definitely casting that Days Undoing now. So Thomas used those Orim's Chant at the beginning to buy time to play the Days Undoing.
Yeah, and
Thomas scoops it, and Petra scoops it up.
Peter sees the writing on the wall. You're just going to draw so many cards. I would just much rather save time for game number 3. So Thomas picks up game number 2. This is 1-1 now. As a reminder, this is round number 11 of 14.
Yeah, this is a very close game. Again, Thomas played in a way that just led him to that outcome. He went Orim's Chant, Days Undoing, Orim's Chant, Narset, Days Undoing.
Yeah, look how good the Orim's Chants were.
Yeah, that is true indeed. And now we get to see the sideboard again. We had the giveaway the previous game, so we didn't get to talk too much about the sideboard, but Petra is playing a million of one-offs there.
How are you approaching sideboarding as the Boros player here?
I would cut a bunch of removal spells. You have Thread and Charm, Path to Exile, Static Prison, Goblin Bombardment. Those cards can be shaved.
I wonder if Peter even has enough cards to bring in. But I mean, knowing Peter, he's... he always plays a lot, he always tests a lot, so that's something you should do. Make sure the sideboard numbers add up. You have a lot of removal spells in your main deck that you're going to want to take out against control. Your sideboard needs to have enough cards to bring in so that you don't randomly end up with, you know...
Yeah, but...
Path to Exile against a deck that plays no creatures.
Yeah, but like Galvanic Discharge isn't that bad, because he could have killed that Narset in response to Days Undoing. Okay. So maybe you don't want to cut them all. You know, maybe Vexing Bubble is actually worse than Galvanic Discharge. just because of those planeswalkers. But yeah, we are right away to game 3. Petr resolves his mulligan, and look at this. Look at the production. You're ready to go game 3.
One Guide of Souls.
Oh, this is actually exciting. Like if you're new to Magic, I just want to tell you that, you know, back in the days, we didn't have those things. All right, Prismatic Ending exiles the Guide of Souls.
He hasn't found a Ragavan all match. Oh no, that was that one turn before everything died.
Exactly.
I don't even think he has a second land here. No, he has a Windswept Heath. There is Ocelot Pride, followed by the Windswept Heath, and back to Thomas now.
Yeah, so Petr decided to not play Ajani, but to play Windswept Heath because he wants to get a survey land to maximize the chances of drawing that Blood Moon and put that into play. Because Blood Moon dodges Counterspell right now because Petr only has a plains. Oh, of course, Thomas can't just go fetch land and get island mounting. But I think it still favors, like, if you can't cast double white spells, if you can't cast double blue spells, the Blood Moon will be very strong here. So, we got Elegant Parlor. Let's see. Petr, I think he's looking for a land, so he's going to probably bin that Guide of Souls here. I would be the Guide of Souls there. He has a Showdown of the Skulls in hand. That's a card that needs so much mana. I mean, 4 in Modern is a lot. Okay, unfortunately, no third land.
Pride gets in there. I think he picked up another copy of Ajani.
And Ajani, yeah, we have to exile the first Guide of Souls. Hopefully the players will pick up that because, of course, having a graveyard, it matters for Flage. Yeah, so this is round 11. The match is slightly, how to say, pre-recorded, like few minutes ago, like let's say 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're pre-recording the matches so we can basically show you non-stop
exactly
instead of having ads and you know, a lot of downtime.
So we can't act right now until Petr put that Guide of Souls in exile because this game happened like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is maybe, again, something different than in the past, but I think it's so much better for viewership because you just get no-stop matches. Definitely the best.
Thomas, once again, taking things a little slow. Narset on turn 3 finds him 2 copies of Orm's Chant or a Prismatic Ending. Takes the Chant here.
Orm's Chant, once again, we've seen that card do so much work in game 2.
And he has the Scepter again in his hands.
Let's see if he draws a land. He does not. Blood Moon will be very good. Not be able to cast Supreme Verdict or Wrath of the Skies is huge. Or even kick the Orm's Chant with the Blood Moon. I think Petr was really just one land away from victory. Not like immediate victory, like not win, but just casting Blood Moon on the spot is so good now. But he can't because it needs 3 mana. So attacks. 2 Narset, 2 face. Not playing around Solitude, but makes sense. I agree that, because otherwise, even if you Solitude a cat token, that's fine. You have to maximize the damage. And Thomas goes like, sure. Ajani dies, though. It's a legend.
All right, Ajani number 2, legend rules the first one. Cat died. That means we're going to get to flip one of them.
And now he has the option of putting counters on all these cats, putting Ajani up to 5. Ajani -4, I believe it does not kill lands, so it's not good against blue-white control. There's a card in the past called Tragic Arrogance, and I believe that's what the backside of Ajani does. -4, each opponent, no, only for the opponent. Each opponent chooses artifact, creature, enchantment, planeswalker, and sacrifices the rest.
So Peter makes a bunch of tokens, pass the turn. Thomas is very quick to play line number 4, and there's the Scepter with the Chant.
Has the Scepter plus Chant. And now again, if Thomas had a land, it wouldn't have done anything if he played Blood Moon. But now he draws the land, but he can't cast any spells, but he can attack. So that is a lot of damage. He can pick up the Ajani. That's so much. How much damage is that? Say?
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice Scepter with Chant, but
I think Petr
dead on board.
I think Petr missed the cat last turn. Or did he not? Puxid, no. What am I missing? Did Petra not attack? I think maybe Petra misunderstood what Orim's Chan does. And Thomas...
I think he probably thought it was kicked.
How much damage was that? 6 plus 6, 12. So it wasn't lethal anyway. It was 12 damage.
It's a pretty big difference.
It's a pretty big difference. Also, I believe Petra missed a cat last turn because Ajani makes a cat when it comes into play, and Ajani makes the cat with the 0 ability. So he should have had 3 2-1s.
Okay.
And Thomas is playing so fast now.
I mean, we only have 13 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have. He finds Days Undoing, but he doesn't want to cast it now. I think he plays this. He gets Days Undoing now, but of course, Kickstar's the Orim's Chant. I don't know. Believe there was some I mean, we definitely missed the combat phase that would have put Thomas to 2, but I think that wouldn't have impacted though. Because Petra just doesn't get a turn ever again.
Yeah, what is he hoping to draw here? How does he get out of the lock? He only has a couple seconds.
Wear tear.
Wear and tear.
It's an instant.
So how does the game look where Peter actually wins? He doesn't have any real reach with the card like Lightning Bolt, so he needs to draw that wear and tear to kind of get back in the game.
No, I mean, the game is probably going to end next turn because Thomas is casting Days Undoing. Petra's thinking, but I can't do anything. And Orim's Chant is a reprint. It used to be printed in Torment, and got to Modern last summer.
That was
with Modern Horizons 3
or
Invasion. Sure, I don't know.
I think it was the Invasion block.
I wasn't playing at this time, but I do know that it's an old card that saw a lot of playing Legacy. This isn't playing pre-modern, but you know, new to Modern. Okay, so we're flashing back the Season Pyro ability, which you can do through a... Oh, wow, Ajani can shoot.
That is now a red permanent. Yeah, is this going to make a difference?
Oh, my God.
How much damage is that?
So, Thomas would have died if he attacked us.
Yeah.
He's choosing to kill Narset, because Narset is threatening that combo with Days Undoing.
Yeah, we were thinking, how does Peter get a red permanent into play if he can't play any spells for basically the rest of the game? But Season Pyromancer, that's a nice little trick.
Okay. Thomas has the combat phase locked, but he needs to find an answer to either Ajani or those 2
red tokens. Yeah, he needs to find Sweeper. Prismatic Ending would do it. He has a Solitude.
Kahera goes back to hand. Sure. And I think what's happening is that Thomas needs to kill both of these Goblin tokens. Passes the turn. And now he's going to be able to go march one of this Goblin and then Solitude the other Goblin.
So that's happening in response. Peter activated Ajani.
As I said, the change of rule of Companion actually favors the blue-white control deck because Kahera, you want to pitch it to Solitude.
Yeah.
You basically play Solitude for 3 mana instead of 5.
So Ajani resolves, but unfortunately Peter no longer has a red permanent on the battlefield.
And now, yeah, now I think we need to draw that wear tear. We're back to be mono Wincon. And Thomas even has spells near, so wear tear won't even do it because the disenchant effect costs 2 mana, so you can just counter it. And that's why Thomas had to play fast 5 minutes ago, because the Wincon is something. I mean, he was able to never take a draw in 10 rounds. That's very impressive.
That's impressive, yeah.
Unlike his opponent, who was able to get a draw. We missed here activating the Monumental Henge. There was no historic permanent over there. Of course, historic permanent are legends. So Teferi Narset, Isochron Scepter is also an historic permanent. Otawara, if he has it in the deck, he does. Gaia Reach Sanitarium, also legendary land.
How does Thomas actually win? So what does he need to do to actually close out the game? Does he just win with Solitudes?
Well, if he draws Teferi, that's the hard lock.
Right, but he needs to actually win the game, right? There's 9 minutes left, and you need to attack for 20 in some way. Sure, Peter might not be drawing extra cards, but...
That's a good point.
How does he actually turn that into a W?
Well, he has to like go Supreme Verdict and then attack with Solitude.
All right, Narset hits the battlefield.
Igroso.
Okay. There's the Days Undoing. That's going to give him...
But he just...
Never mind.
He didn't care about that.
I think so, yeah, having Celestial Purge is also nice because that gets rid of the Ajani. Gets rid of, in case Peter finds another Seasoned Pyromancer, maybe...
Goes to discard.
Yeah, maybe he cracks the fetch lands, finds another Parlor, puts it into play, surveils a
there's no
Pyromancer into the graveyard.
There's no more surveillance. Okay. Yeah, so the black land, the Undercity Sewers, is because of Prismatic Ending. There are 3 copies of Prismatic Ending, and thanks to the Undercity Sewers, you're able to. He's going to concede.
Yeah, he showed Peter the Spell Snare. Hey, I have a counter for your, maybe your only sideboard card that can get you out of the situation. And Peter says, you know what, instead of letting you
draw,
figure out a way in those 8 minutes, that's just enough time. I'm just so.
Yeah, but again, brutal loss for Peter, who, again, if you're watching at home, Orim's Chant needs to be kicked to attack. Very, very important.
Yeah, congratulations to Thomas, though. That was good.
Definitely. But once again, congrats to whoever won the playmat. We had the giveaway on the twitch.tv/Fanfinity. Those playmats will be withdrawn at the Spotlight Series Lyon.
Is it one of these 2 playmats? Because these are this playmat is insane. I'm not a big playmat guy, but I would love to actually play with this.
Yeah, one playmat is the Zuko Firebender Ascension. I opened it yesterday, so it's cool.
I am hearing that Maria is ready with Thomas, so we can see what they have to say about the... Oh, never mind. Okay, this is the...
Oh, there it is. Yes.
This is what the playmats look like.
Ooh, okay. So yes, this is the deal, the special deal that you can, special discount, 110 euros instead of 120 euros until 10 p.m. of today. If you want to go to Lyon, if you're thinking about going to Lyon, this is the deal. You get a playmat, you get a booster of Collector Avatar, and you get either the entry to the event or the side event vouchers. So you get a 10 euros discount only for today on the Fanfinity website, of course. This is happening
which
9
is,
to 10.
I believe, my.fanfinity.gg. That's where you register. You can also see all the upcoming events there. Lyon is the next one. That's going to be the Spotlight.
And then you have
Avatar event's going to be in Standard.
And then you have Turin, which is going to be the regional championship happening in March. I got my qualification there.
Yeah.
Winning
and I believe now we're actually ready with Maria and Thomas, so let's hear from them.
I'm here with the winner of round 11 feature match, Thomas Méchant, with Azorius Control. Hello, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What an unusual deck choice for the tournament. Could you tell us more? Why did you choose this deck?
I chose this deck for a few reasons. The first one, I live in Nantes, in northwest of France, and it's the city of Guillermo Fotapa.
Yes.
And, everyone in your country and in Nantes play blue-white control. It's like in
the birthplace.
French, we call the deck Le Manuel, because we play a lot of counter spells, a lot of draw spells, and and also because one of my good friends told me the deck was very good for me, and I didn't have a lot of time for prepare this event, and I'm usually happy to just choose a blue-white deck. It's easy to play for me. I have a lot of experiences, and this is why I chose this deck here.
So this is just like your hometown, basically, thing that became like an international phenomenon, right? Like the French players, they're known for Azorius Control. So that game with Orim's Chant and Isochron Scepter lock, who came up with this idea? How did you come around this?
Sorry, what did you say?
Isochron Scepter and Orim's Chant lock.
Basically, the lock was pretty good against Boros Energy because in game 1 they didn't have anything for remove it. Petre have like one static Poison, but it just came up in case I cast Scepter turn 2. And post sideboard, if you have a spell snare in hand, basically you can just counter his wear tear, and the lock was perfect. Just Petre play well, and he have Hajani flip on board, and he maybe can kill me if he find another Pyromancer.
Yes.
He can discard Pyromancer to hand size and make some tokens and kill me with Hajani. I just need on the game tree to find one prismatic ending or celestial purge for prevent me to
Right. So, were you happy to see Boris energy?
No,
in this match,
Perez
or
was,
like
Perez
not so confident?
Perez was basically the worst matchup of my deck because they can just play his burn spell in my turn.
They're fast. Fast too.
Even if you lock it with a Scepter Chant, he can just bolt you during your my turn, and you can lose. And it's pretty hard to have a Teferi set and the combo. Boris was also a bad matchup because most of your handswear didn't match well his card. Like we need to play 2 mana card for kill 1 mana card, and this didn't work.
Okay, well, but you got there. This is what counts, right?
On this game, this things going well. Petre didn't find his land up, and I know you have. I know I need to have the combo for one this game. Just play Vras and something didn't do anything, I think, on this one.
All right. Well, making day 2 is a big accomplishment on its own, but what do you expect from today?
Today, I think I want to. My expectation is to win the tournament and going again to the world, but I will be very happy if I just QA for the Pro Tour. But right now, I just want to play match after match and see what happens at the end.
Honestly, taking it step by step is the way to go, right?
I have no expectation for that.
Okay. Well, the best of luck to you, and
thank you very
casters.
Much. And have a nice.
Good stuff, and it's not just the top 8 here. There is also 36 slots for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse in Richmond. So that's what most of the competitive players here are aiming for. But if you make the top 8, the first 2 players also get to go to Worlds next year. So that's pretty cool.
And a lot of money.
Don't forget that. Lots of
First
prizes.
Prize $20,000.
So that was match number 1, but we have a backup feature match for you guys, and that's going to be between Julian Riedener playing against Raul Poroyan. Raul won a Spotlight event in Utrecht, I believe, with his
March
on Orzhov Bling.
Yeah.
So let's see if he's playing that again today.
Yeah, so Raul played Dimir Tempo at the Pro Tour just a few weeks ago, last month, and he was playing with Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler. Today he's playing Orzhov Blink, but first this is Julian Riedener, and he's playing Simic Ritual, a deck we've seen a lot of, a deck that is a very good choice for the tournament.
Yeah, so what's going on here? What is really like the idea of this deck? How did this deck came to be? What are your the good matchups you're trying to see when you play this?
Yeah, the good matchups are the combo matchups. This deck struggles a bit against Prowess and against Boros Energy, but it really has a good time whenever the opponent wants to resolve a specific card to win the game, because you have so much interaction. You have 4 Flavor Denial, 2 Force of Negation, 3 Subtlety. So those are all your free spells, and you'd be like, oh yeah, but then you go down in cards. Not really, because you have all those cantrip creatures, and then you have the Birthing Ritual, which just puts into play the Abhorrent Oculus for the win. And this is, wow, this is a deck of the past.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to Raul before the tournament, and he said, I just don't like the blue cards. I'm just gonna go back to Katramos and play black-white. The Blink decks these days are mostly Jeskai, or there's different colors, but he's just like, I just like Ketramos. I'm just gonna stick to black and white.
Yeah, Ketramos is definitely a card that hasn't seen play in a long time, but it combos pretty well with the Path to Exile. 2 copies of Path to Exile in the main. Again, he needed answer to deal with Quantum Riddler. That's the problem of black, is that Fatal Push does not kill Quantum Riddler. So you need that Path to Exile to actually kill the Quantum Riddler. Whereas going straight to game 3, a match between neighbors here, Germany versus Switzerland.
By the way, do you know who the only undefeated, or what is the only undefeated player playing?
Okay, so you already have the result of round 10.
Before this round start, this is round 11, but with standings after round 10.
Okay, tell me.
You know what the only undefeated player was playing?
So he's 10-0.
The only 10-0 player is Pierre Leach playing Ruby Storm. So yeah, that deck is doing really, really well this weekend.
Ruby Storm undefeated, the only undefeated player. He just played against Esper Gorio in the previous round and won the match. Yeah, as I can see, right behind him, also undefeated, Guglielmo Lupi, 901 with Amulet Titan.
In the meantime, Raul starts the game with a Thoughtseize, stakes the namesake card of Julian's deck. Birthing Ritual hits the bin.
Okay, and let's go. We are looking at, I think, a long match. I mean, the players have taken their time. This is 23 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, we're joining for game number 3.
We start the game 3. Basic Swamp. Let's see if Raul has a powerful turn to play. He does not play Psychic Frog, so he doesn't have that strong 2-on-2 start, but he can play other strong turn 2 plays like Failure, for example. But he seems to be main phasing something.
I really like what Raul is doing here, by the way. If you shuffle a deck, just make the deck face away from you, so there is not, there can not be any funny business going on. You cannot see the bottom card. Just going through the motions in a very seasoned veteran kind of way.
Yeah, he goes for Overlord of the Balamurk, another card that, again, was so popular at some point in Modern. Really fell out of favor lately, but Raul is playing it today. Picks up that Failure. Let's see if he has a Flicker Wisp to do that very powerful 1-2 punch combo that flickers the Overlord, basically just removing those impending counter and triggering an additional ATB effect. He doesn't seem to be doing that, so he just passes the turn. Okay, let's see if Raul has one of his 2 Orcish Bowmaster. That would be so good right now.
What happened to Orcish Bowmaster? At some point, that guy was like, the top 5 card in Modern. Is it just because the One Ring is gone? It's not as exciting?
One Ring is gone. Blue Red Murktide is gone.
Yeah, Murktide's kind of,
Yeah, it was very good against Ledger Shredder, another card of the past. But yeah, Raul still plays a couple of Orcish Bowmaster. That card is actually not bad against Boros Energy because it kills the X1s. It's good against Season Pyro.
It's good against Ragavan.
Yeah, there's a lot of X1s. Also Pride and Ragavan. Let's see if Julian was able to draw a Birthing Ritual after the first copy got discarded on turn 1. He does not seem so. He passes the turn. Okay, this Failure has to die, either from Dismember or a Flare of Denial. It doesn't seem so, though. And now, yeah, there is a Dismember. Raul is playing 3 copies of Ephemerate, but Ephemerate is not up right now. I wonder if Raul was supposed to bluff it a little bit. But nah, this makes more sense. You're just efficient to make sure you don't draw land with a Survey land. He has in an Emperor of Bones, another very good card. Oh, wow. If Julian plays Dismember now...
That would actually be kind of good for Raul. Okay, he's going to wait. He's going to wait.
So this is super important that Julian waited. If Julian played around Ephemerate and main phase that Dismember, it would have been so good for Raul because he would have just gone Emperor of Bones, bring back Failure, attack, blink, Overlord. Instead, he goes for Ketramos. Another card that was so popular earlier, but oh wow. These... Okay.
So Raul goes for a Solitude on the Kotal.
Which draws him a card because of Ketramos.
That resolves.
Draws a card. And then the Dismember will hit the Failure. Man, Julian is just playing with fire here. Raul could just go like land Ephemerate on this Dismember. Okay, the game I think is favoring Raul a little bit here. Okay, we're gonna calm, but before that, time to finally play that Dismember.
Oh wow, okay, so I think he's gonna stifle the trigger.
Okay.
Oh, okay, he's paying 4 life here, so that's gonna be a Dismember.
Oh.
He chooses the Ketramos instead.
Interesting.
It has an indestructible, but if you -5/-5 it, that's still gonna do the job.
So the Failure is dealing 2 damage. The Overlord is leaving the battlefield, and then it's gonna come into play at the end of the turn. Are we playing a tap land? We are. End of turn, Overlord of the Balamurk comes back as a 5/5, and we can just take back that Ketramos.
That was a pretty nice turn. Wow, but yeah, we're gonna stifle the delayed trigger of Failure, so you're not gonna get it back because I have
exiled.
Also with the best card in Modern, Consign to
Memory. Amazing. Amazing play by Julian, who gets to answer both of the powerful mythic rares. The Failure does have a counter. I don't think you can miss that trigger if you acknowledged it. Anyway, Fibulathip draws a card. The Orcish Bowmaster is in end. Actually, it's funny. If Orcish Bowmaster attempts to kill Fibulathip, it's not going to make the token because it's going to fizzle, so you don't get the Orc army. Because Fibulathip, when it's targeted, dies. Well, what Raul can do is pinging face with the Orc and then blink it, but I think we're just trying to cast this Emperor of Bones here.
Yeah, well, going through the options, goes for the Emperor here, but Julian's ready.
Golden. I wonder if Julian cited out Shardless Agent with all these spells. He has Consign and Stern Scolding. Those two cards are not very good. Orcish Bowmaster. What does it ping? Let's see. Does it ping face?
Wow, he's actually going to subtlety that.
Pitching a card that could be anything, honestly. It is not a Fibulathip. It's not a copy of Fibulathip. I read Shapeshifter with my powerful sight.
Now, yeah, now Raul is reading Fibulathip.
Yeah.
What happens if I play this Bowmaster? How do I...
Yeah, I think you either... Oh, the trigger that puts the counter from failure, the +1/+1 got consigned, so it just didn't resolve.
Yeah, like the entire ability.
The entire ability got consigned, so the +1/+1 there does not happen. All right, so Rahul is thinking where to put this Orc. I don't think it's a great draw at this point. I think we've been it. Wow, Rahul had so much redundancy in threat. He had Overlord, Ketra, Emperor of Bones. They all got answered by Julian, who now is... also doesn't have very much going on.
Well, he doesn't have anything going on, actually.
But he can just top deck a Birthing Ritual and just go on. But it's so weird to play Stern Scolding and Consent to Memory in a deck with Shardless Agent.
Oh, that is a good point.
Okay, Rahul is still thinking about whether to put this Orc on top or on bottom. I would bottom it. I mean, it's a decent play. It's better than a land, but I think you need a bit more to win this game. Rahul tops it.
I think Raul was kind of going through through his memory, because both players can look at each other's deck before the match starts. So I think he was kind of just going through his memory. Do you have a lot of cards that draw more cards? How valuable is having this Orc in play? And he just decided to keep it.
Fibulathip attacks into failure.
Okay, and actually gets through.
And gets through. What's going on? Why was that? I'm surprised. Anyway, and passes the turn after main phasing the Coatl, so no fourth land. Rahul draws the Orc, and I guess main phase it.
By the way, the reason why Julian is able to get away, he has 4 Stern Scoldings in the sideboard, has 3 copies of Consigned to Memory.
So he probably cited out.
He probably cited out the Shardless Agent.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't.
That would just be too much of a...
Yeah, you need the 4 Scolding against Boros. Anyway, Raul has land Orc in hand, and is just debating, do I main phase this Orc? I guess you do. Yeah, Fibulathip was not blocked because that would be the 6th card for Oculus. Rahul passes again.
Now realizing that Oculus would be, a very bad card for me. He doesn't attack. He doesn't want to trade the creature. Doesn't want to block the Fibulathip.
But then maybe we should have bottomed the Coatl there, the Orc there. Anyway, damage can't be blocked because if you block, we give the 6th card to the graveyard.
It would be amazing if Julian didn't actually have the Oculus.
Yeah, I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
There is a...
Subtlety?
Coiling Oracle?
No, he does have the Oculus.
I think he does, but yeah, that would be like a very amazing kind of bluff. Just push damage through each turn.
Yeah. The card that fell out is the second one. Yeah, as Raul was looking at the top, the second card fell down. But wow, this game really showed the power of the Simic Ritual deck. It was able to just turn around this game with like 1 mana Dismember, 1 mana Stern Scolding, 0 mana Subtlety. Just for 2 mana total, countered a total of 7 mana on the other side of the table.
He still doesn't have that much going on though. Raul is like a Ketramos draw away from getting back into the game, or an Overlord would be an amazing draw here for him.
Yeah, but now the players are doing some judge call because the second card fell down. It's, again, paper magic. Things like this happen all the time. You know, you gotta be a little bit careful, but it is obviously something that is easily fixable from the judges. This is the round number 11. These players are 8-2, which is still a score good enough for the achieving the top 8. Although they need to win a little bit more. Usually, I would say X3, X3-1 sometimes gets you the Pro Tour invite, but you need that like X2 or X2-1.
Yeah, I think
to clinch the top 8.
1,160-ish players and only 14 rounds, I would be looking at X2 to make the top 8. But yeah, as you said, X3, maybe even X4 can sneak into top 36 to get that PT.
Not at this tournament.
With tiebreakers.
Yeah, not at this tournament. Not at this tournament. I think in Bologna last season, even X3-1 didn't get the invite, and this event is even bigger than that one.
Okay, so you can't really afford to pick up too many losses here.
Yeah. All right, so the players are back, and we are binning that failure with the survey land. We don't know the top of the deck, probably got shuffled now. I was thinking, should I attack?
Raul is in a really awkward spot here.
Oh, Julian can just go subtlety and eat that failure. He chooses not to. Holds the subtlety for a spell. Let's see if he cast it, though. Raul is only a 10.
Yeah, exactly. Just get in there.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah,
4 mana.
He does go for it, so he's on a very aggressive plan of just beating down with ones and salty.
That orc that was left on top still hasn't been casted. That is brutal. Raul just thinking about how did this happen? I had it all. I had so many cards and now I have nothing. And I'm just getting beat down by these medium threats, you know? Fibulathop the lost, not so lost, as it already dealt 2 damage in this game.
I think Raul is considering playing the Org here anyway. Yeah, if you're Raul, I mean, I'm thinking, you know, at some point I need to play the Bowmaster. So there is a small chance you're just bluffing. There's a small chance you don't have the Oculus, and maybe it's just better for me to play the Bowmaster and, you know, try to stabilize a little bit, because, I mean, I'm taking 4 flying damage in the air. That's a pretty quick clock.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, players resolve their subtlety, untap draw. Let's see if there's a fetch land that would finally unlock that abhorrent Oculus. But if not, we're just attacking for 5. Boom.
Wow, he takes it again, goes down to 5, and decides he has to be playing around the Oculus.
Yeah, I think Raul actually saw Oculus with the tosses on turn 1. That's why he's playing around it so well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that because... All right, reveal a top deck. It's another Oracle. Look at the value. You know, if you want to play value Ors of Blink, well, I keep enchaining this 2 mana 1/1 for free. More Coiling Oracle.
Okay, and Raul decides, okay, now it's time. I can no longer wait. Deploys the Bowmaster.
Yeah, because now Julian can't play Oculus.
Bings the Codal with the trigger.
And then the Quattro resolves. Unfortunately, it doesn't draw a card, but just flips it. And that is a Abhorrent Oculus number 2. Not good, but...
Yeah, kind of from bad to worse. Like, does Raul even have any good draws here? How does he get out of this?
Yeah, I think you do. Emperor of Bones is a good draw. Overlord of the Balamork is a good draw. Solitude is not a bad draw.
How about Path to Exile?
Path to Exile, I mean, deals with the Oculus, but the subtlety will bring Raul down to 2. I think we can attack with Failure, honestly. Like, we're trading Failure. I would attack with maybe Failure Orc Army. You blink the Oculus, sorry, you blink the Orc. Julian trades Failure with 2 Coiling Oracle. You still get a board state with, I guess, Orc, and you kill Fibulathop. No Orc Army because the trigger gets countered by the Fibulathop ability.
All right, so Raul is deciding whether to attack and what to attack with. Looks like Failure might be the only attacker. Is going to flicker the Bowmaster here.
Let's see if Julian double blocks or just takes. Double blocks indeed. Felia hits the graveyard, and now Orc is back, kills the Fibulatop, does not amass. Oh, maybe it goes face. Yeah, maybe it goes face. Okay. No, then we don't amass, I think. Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know how a card is written. Maybe it's like amass 1, then deal 1 damage. Let me double check.
Back to Julian in the meantime, who's going to keep attacking with that Salty. So Raul is on 2 life. He's really going to need to draw a removal spell or something that's going to be able to block. But Julian has that Oculus that Raul is saving the path to exile for, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think there should be a counter on the Orc army. But anyway, Abhorrent Oculus now is in play. Once again, these matches are slightly delayed, so we can't really interact with the players. Oh, it only shuffles if it's targeted by a spell. Oh, interesting. Interesting from Fibulatop.
There's a path to exile that's going to deal with the Oculus unless Julian has a free spell to protect it.
Oh, it's just drawn.
Denial, wow.
Okay, so the hand is Abhorrent Oculus, we knew that, and he just drew a Flare of Denial. So upkeep, Manifest Dread 2. Manifest Dread, super powerful. Ability, a lot better than getting a 2/2, because you can actually flip that card if it's another Oculus. Flicker Wisp is a draw.
Yeah, it's going to keep him alive for 1 more turn, but that's not exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, I guess it can chump block now. So here we can Manifest Dread the... Sorry, we can Flicker the Manifest Dread. If it's an instant or sorcery, it gets exiled. So you're just killing a thing. Or we can Flicker Wisp the Orc-ish Bowmaster and deal 1 damage to face.
Raul still considering his options.
He
doesn't really have a lot of options here. He can kind of just play the Flicker Wisp and that's it. You're going to need to deploy it. Otherwise, you're just dying to the Oculus.
I was thinking about whether to go. I think you can also go on the Shadowy Backstreet, or you can go on the Flip Land, because Flicker Wisp, of course, turns any permanent, blinks any permanent, so you can get an extra 2/2. So he's maybe thinking, I want an extra 2/2 now. Let's see what he targets. I think.
Yeah, let's see if it actually even resolves, because if Julian has another subtlety or something to stop it, that would just be the end of the game. But
I think Shadowy Backstreet is the best target.
Okay, so it does look like it resolves. And Raul digging for answers is going to flip that Backstreet.
Okay, end of turn.
Back. Surveil 1. Does he like what he sees? No, ends up binning a relic of Progenitus.
Yeah, it's awkward to leave a relic in this matchup, but I guess it helps against the Oculus. And
it's just really good with Ketramos too, right?
Yeah, that's the combo. Draw 3 cards, draw 4 cards off of the combo. Okay, so we're attacking with both creature. Block. The Orc Army will trade the Manifest. Let's see if Julian has a 3/3 under it, or a 5/5 under it, or a... Ooh, it's double checking. It's a single Steward, so the Flicker Wisp could have killed that. Of course, it could have also been a Coin Oracle, and then it's super bad.
So the creatures trade, Flicker Wisp hits the bin, and
another Oculus comes in now.
Any follow-up?
Yes, he does. He has exactly 7 cards in the graveyard. Well, I say exactly. There's 1 more than exactly. And he can deploy another Oculus, but he doesn't.
Oh, he passes the turn. That's interesting.
I think he's playing around the Wrath of the Skies, which there are 2 copies of in the sideboard of Raul.
Okay.
No draws. Oh.
Wow, a Solitude.
Stays alive.
So that would allow him to stay alive. He's at 2 life, though. Julian does have another Codal in hand.
I would act in the upkeep. Because you give less ways from Julian to top deck a Subtlety or a Flare of Denial.
Yeah, I think first we're going to see the Codal. I mean, Solitude is the perfect draw because not only does it deal with the Oculus, it can also start gaining you some life back.
Okay, so basic Forest. Maybe he just ran out of targets. And let's see, upkeep, Solitude. Subtlety is an end. Julian's thinking about it. No, is that subtlety now?
No, I think he has the Kodal and the second Oculus. Those are the last two cards.
All right. Gaining 5. The Raul survivorship continues here. Draws more cyclers. Okay, that manifest is attacking. We want to make sure that that Solitude is dead so that Raul can't draw an Ephemerate to blink the Solitude to kill the Oculus.
So how does Julian approach this?
Well, Julian has to play the Oculus, and I would also play another creature, honestly. I would have played the last turn as well, the Coatl, just because you're drawing. Even if your opponent plays a sweeper, sure, I mean, still drawing a card. Second Oculus here. Julian has to exile all the creatures. I would do that so that the Emperor Bones has less targets, although I think Raul is the target, the graveyard that we care about. Actually, Julian didn't want to play Coatl because it's very bad against Orc. That's why I didn't play it. But he can play.
All right, so Oculus is going to make another manifest.
Okay, let's see if Raul draws a spell or dies, like a removal spell or dies. He needs action now.
He needs another Solitude. Yeah, he really needs something good here.
I mean,
Overlord.
He does have a lot. He does have a lot of outs. I mean, maybe like nope, not one of them.
Felia is not one of them. So congratulations to Julian Wiedener, moving on to the 9-2 record with his take on Simic Ritual. Unfortunately for Raul, he's gonna have to, you know, hope that he squeaks into the top 36
yeah, I mean,
to pick up the beat.
Keeps on winning. If he keeps on winning and keeps on winning with his Auras of deck, he's going to be able to. But yeah, honestly, it's cool because a lot of people asked me that question in the past, like, can I just play black-white or do I have to get the Quantum Riddler?
You can, that's modern.
Yeah, you can. I mean, Rope Roland showed you that you can. So yeah, I mean, definitely check out his list. The deck lists are public. They're open on MTG Melee. You can search them by yourself.
This is true. If you're watching from home, you can either type !RC in the chat. That's going to give you the link, and at that link, you're going to be able to see all the standings, all the results, and all the deck lists of all the players. I'm being told that we have interview ready, so why don't we hear from Julian himself?
I'm here with another winner of round 11 feature match, Julian Wiedener on Simic Ritual. Hello and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So Simic Ritual seems to be like the metagame choice against Jeskai Blink and Amulet Titan. So why did you pick this deck for the tournament?
So I qualified with Amulet Titan for the tournament.
All right.
But swapped to another deck. I just like playing Simic for all the time. And when the deck came out, picked it up, learned it, played it a lot in our local league, and trained a lot with it online and also with the guys from the Discord. Thanks to everyone that helps me.
Okay, yes.
Give inputs
Give them
to
a
me.
shout out for sure.
Thank you very much. And it's just like a cool deck to play. You have fun interactions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Oculus, honestly, my favorite card.
Yes.
All right, but you were playing against the Spotlight Series Utrecht champion. What were you thinking going into this match? Orzhov, Blink.
So I'm prepared more against the Esper version and the Jeskai version. The Orzhov is, I think it's the hardest deck for them against me, because they play Bowmaster and I play like all the 1/1s, and yeah, it's not pretty good against me. They had it in game 1. I did not have the answer for it, so he won the game 1. But I was able to consign the important triggers, the Philia, returning the Overlords over and over, and he didn't make value, and I just overvalued the deck at the end.
Well, here you are.
Yeah.
Good luck in the next round. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And to the casters.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 12 of the Regional Championship in Antwerp. I'm Filipa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are ready here to start this round 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really loved watching round 11, by the way. I was doing the card viewer and I just think we had incredible matches.
Oh,
but
really?
we are ready for more Magic, which is very exciting. But before that, what I really want us to do is take a look at the top standings to see who is in contention for the Pro Tour, Top 8, all of these things that we have here to offer. So, looking first at the top 10, anyone that you recognize, Simon?
Yeah, so we have 6 people at 10-1 or better. Just one undefeated player with that draw. That is Guglielmo Lupi, also known as Zomba Tanfo, the Magic Online Championship winner. Won with Brute Scale, but is playing Amulet Titan here to an undefeated record. Also remember the feature match yesterday in round 3. We saw Alexei Palou piloting Yorkmoth, lost that feature match.
And it was the only thing that
was the only match that Alexei has lost. That is a winner of the Spotlight Series Liverpool at 10-1. Very impressive with that innovative Yorkmoth deck. And you know what? We're going to see those 2 people battle up against each other. Let's take a look at the second page of our standings here. A bunch of people here sitting at 9-2. The 9-2s go all the way down to 33rd place at the moment. And you know, with my with a bit of scribing and mathing out being done, I think the basically X2 and 1 will, like, some of the people will make top 8 and some of them will not make top 8. So that's like kind of the scrum we're in right now. I don't believe that people can necessarily intentionally draw in the last round because there's a lot of people at 9-2 and 1 as well at the moment.
I mean, this was a tournament with a lot of attendance. We had more than 1,100 players qualified to be here. We have 160 on day 2, and they are all battling out for that top 8. Pro Tour invite top 36, and first and second place will get an invitation to the World Championship. Now, I want to highlight here, as you said, Alexei only lost the round that he was featured, round number 3, and now he's back here, and he just won the Spotlight Liverpool literally 3 weeks ago.
Yes, I mean, I really think that success is something that kind of like gives you momentum and you can keep rolling it. And so even though both of these players are qualified for the next Pro Tour, they are still doing very well here, not looking for that specific invite. Here we see Alexei's deck. So that is Yorkmoth running the 4 copies of Badgermole Cup from the new set, also making the Delighted Halflings and the Dryad Abbas tap for extra mana. But something noteworthy about this deck is how it's also using 4 copies of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, kind of Alexei's signature card at this point. So to combo with Young Wolf and Walking Ballista. So if you have Ballista under the Cauldron, the Young Wolf can keep on killing itself over and over again. Now this doesn't necessarily win the game, because you just looping that, but if you have, let's say, a Dredger's Inside Out, well then you gain infinite life by doing this. Or if you have one of your 3 copies of Spymaster's Vault, which is a land that lets you connive X, where X is the number of creatures that have died this turn. Well, if you kill your Young Wolf over and over again enough times, that conniving X, you can just draw basically most of your deck and discard, get so many counters on, and then the Ballista can finish them off.
And
so, very nice deck building from Alexei, as always.
I agree. Love to see the inclusion of the new card, as you said, the Badgermole Cup from the new set. Now we have on the other side Guglielmo Lupi playing Amulet Titan, and we know, Simon, that you love this deck.
Yes, I absolutely do. So Guglielmo, or Zompa as he is known online, is playing the version here with 4 copies of Malevolent Rumble, so playing a different version than what Canister is doing. These are kind of like, you know, both like Team Handshake members, but one of them is is playing for, like, helping us for World Championship. That's what Lupi is doing, and the other one was like recently on a team for a Pro Tour. So despite both Canister and Lupi being doing well with their animal builds, they're very different because they actually didn't have an overlap on the team yet.
And how usually this matchup plays, specifically Amulet Titan versus a Golgari Yawgmoth?
Yeah, so I think the Amulet, like, if they just are about racing, I think the Amulet deck is probably faster, though it's possible that the explosiveness from Badgermole Cup makes both decks able to win turn 3 consistently enough. That means it becomes, on the Yawgmoth side, much more important that you have the relevant interactions, such as Boseijus, for instance, can be relevant, or actually getting a Yawgmoth down can start to control the size of the Titans if you haven't big enough board.
Halfling here from Alexei's side. On the other side, we already have the Amulet of Vigor. And I have to say, Simon, I'm kind of rooting that Alexei wins, just because otherwise I think he'll start refusing feature matches, because he'll start believing the feature match curse.
Yes, that's true, yeah. If he, well, I mean, he did win, you know, some feature matches 2 weeks ago in Liverpool.
That's true, that's true.
I'm pretty sure he won't be, you know, under no such illusions here. drawing card for turn. I really love how Young Wolf has become the key card for this deck, not just for the Yawgmoth combo, but also for the Soul Cauldron combo here. As now Alexia has to do a little think and decides to pass the turn using the Boseiju on that amulet rather than Green Sun see anything for a Badgermole Cup to develop his own game plan, making sure to stop Guglielmo in his tracks.
Giving him a land though back, so now having Forest as well. And a lot of lands in hand for the Amulet Titan player. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what we see with this one.
Yeah, it seems like 2 Malevolent Rumble and 3 lands here, but that's why the Rumbles are in the deck, so they can find some sort of action. And fighting Spelunking also really important here, making sure you have that untap effect available. But Guglielmo is having a little think here. If it's possible that you should take any of the other lands, maybe the Mirror Pool was important, or maybe he had a specific target for Boseiju. That is a way to interact with the Soul Cauldron from Alexi.
Time to rumble. Getting that Spelunking in hand now, and can still play land. We create a little Eldrazi spawn as well. So there it is, the Eldrazi spawn, land, and another rumble. Sacrificing the Eldrazi spawn, tapping the land, and of course creating another spawn from the second rumble. This rumble this time sees 2 lands, another rumble, and a Spelunking.
Yeah, so could take the Handwear Battlements just to have an untapped land in hand, but since you have the Spelunkings, like untap doesn't matter anyways. So just grabbing that second Spelunking, it doesn't matter if you have 2 of them, they don't stack up the same way that Amulet does. But it is just an extra card draw here. So I would say that Lupe is kind of is fizzling a little bit on these rumbles and not finding any actual action. Really has to rely on the draws from the Spelunking. By the way, this was turn 2 from Lupe as well, just to note, because there was a Boseiju being cast on the 1-drop. So yeah, that's I guess a nice point of Amulet as well. Even if it's interacted with, it still ends up like getting you an extra land. in this case specifically with Boseiju.
Yeah, and I have to say, Simon, this Titan deck is just so good at taking advantage and ramping so fast and just finishing the game. I wouldn't like to play against Titan deck. I'm just going to leave it out there.
Okay, so getting the Dryad Arbor here means that potentially the Badgermole Cup can generate so much mana, but I wonder if Alexi is going for that or going for a 3-drop here instead. So maybe that's a Grist and just setting up for future stuff here.
Let's take a look here. What is the pickup from Alexei? Yep. And that is the Grist, as you said. Just checking the rest of the deck to make sure all the cards are there.
It seems like Alexei might have mulliganed, 1 or 2 times this game. Doesn't have that many cards, not that many resources to develop a combo, and so like getting the Grist here, like it's not really, it's not a combo piece by itself. But it just gives you something to do when you're in these low resource games, where like, let's say that Guglielmo plays a Titan, for instance, and you might be able to use the Grist to kill the Titan if you can put enough blockers in front of it, for instance. Or maybe you could just mill yourself a bit and you can hit the Ballista, and then potentially you could get that draw Cauldron and kind of go off with that. So, it just does a little bit of something while developing his board here. So yeah, he makes it 1 insect from the +1 there, passing the turn back.
Love to see insects.
And notably, he could get the Grist off of the Green Sun Zenith, because it does count as a creature in your deck that is even though it's a Planeswalker on the battlefield.
That is true. That's why also this is such a cool card that you can just search for with cards like the Zenith.
All right, so Guglielmo did actually find a piece of gas here in terms of the Cultivator Colossus. And so now there's a big decision here of whether to play out the, play out any more lands, or if you're just gonna hold and then next turn go Lotus Field into that Cultivator Colossus. And just maximize the number of lands you have in hand. The other line you can go with is just play out that Spelunking right now, and you essentially get to dig further on this specific turn. I guess I do like playing out the Spelunking here. The question is also, do you play out the Crumbling Vestige right now? Do you save that like mana generating land for later? So that's 1 mana floating in pool here. Says Loopy as he draws a card, and I don't know what that card is.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to see through the mana cost being tapped there. Passing very fast. Passing the turn here.
Passing very slowly, apparently. Oh, is that a Boreal Grazer? Yeah, it is. It's an old. It's like a Boreal Grazer with a little upgrade.
Oh, but it looks super cute.
Yeah.
Okay, so revealing there, getting.
Just hitting a Dredger's Insight, getting 1 insect. That is the main thing that Grist does here. But it also, like, potentially you can win the game with the -5 ability, but there's like no creatures available right now for that. So it's yeah, not necessarily being that explosive of a thing. Like Alexi's Store is not really coming together here, and it's just a bunch of small dudes and mana.
Are there occasions where Grist can find other insects?
I think there might be 1 Haywire Mite in this deck. That's something that people typically played, but that's only, or you can hit a 2nd copy of Grist as well.
Because it's a creature, right?
Yeah. So the whole like hitting insects doesn't come up that much, as we now see the Badgermole Cup come down and generate even more mana. Now you get to Earthbend. I wonder actually if Alexi's Earthbending on this Dryad Arbor and just going to town here, but I guess it's probably a lot more efficient to Earthbend on one of your lands instead.
Yeah, and the Arbor also now gives you 2 mana.
So can follow this up with something like a Cauldron if he does indeed have that, but just has another land here. So yeah, this is it's very interesting that he still decided to Green Sun Zenith for even more mana sources from that cup. But I guess it's not just mana sources, it's also just pressure. Like this is probably the most like, you know, raw damage he could put on the board with those Green Sun Zeniths is getting Grist into Badgermole Cup. So that's probably part of his thinking. He really needs, it's not a fast clock, so he really needs Loopy to fade some draw steps here. But
I mean, Loopy, which is kind of mana flooding.
Yes, a little bit, but when you have Cultivator Colossus in hand, that's actually a good thing. So the question is now playing out here the Lotus Field, and didn't manage to leave himself with more than 2 lands in hand, so it's possible that he just goes for the Colossus here, or might want to wait until a turn where he has more lands in hand. So let's see if he's springing the trap right now, and he is. So this is a Cultivator Colossus coming on down.
We love to see it. Playing land tap now. Another land. How long is this going for? Another land. There's a Saga this time.
And of course, all of these lands coming into play from the Cultivator Colossus will be untapped as well. So draws into a Titan and some unknown card. Maybe that's a Scapeshift potentially.
There's a Titan, yeah. And actually lands enter double untapped.
Yeah, they enter so untapped that they're tapped again. Just loop all the way around. That's only when you get 4 Spelunkings in play.
I mean, a lot of potential plays now from Guglielmo Loopy here.
Just passes the turn here. Doesn't need to put a counter on that Urza Saga, but is set up now to like play the Titan next turn. So yeah, this was not that explosive, but the Cultivator Colossus was just a bit of a card draw spell, drawing him into that action card in the Titan. And yeah, now, you know, Alexi needs to do something good. He can use the Grist to get rid of that Cultivator Colossus. But after that, he still doesn't have that much pressure, and also has to contend with a hasty Titan coming down next turn. Plus, like with the Lotus Field and the Teleria West already in play, and the Shifting Woodland already in play, I wonder like how close Loopy is to actually looping here with the combo. Because the Titan can get some bounce lands and bounce the Teleria West, and then he can search up the Aftermath Analyst. I believe there's not enough mana to do all of that right now, but it's possible that if you also include hasting a Titan in that, he could end up with like essentially 9 mana after his Titan and start the loop. So it'll be interesting to see if he can manage to do that. Regardless, a Titan by itself is also quite threatening. Let's see what Alexi picked up on this turn, though.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to pick up something really good here.
Probably a Yawgmoth or a card for Yawgmoth.
Yawgmoth is necessary because things are getting pretty dicey on the other side, and now a lot of mana available though, with Alfling giving 2 mana, same for the Earthband land, same for the Dryad.
Oh, interesting. So Walking Ballista is actually a huge threat right here because of the Badger Mole Cub. So it's a 4/4. And you get to attack here for 3 damage, and I actually think that means that if Loopy didn't have anything in hand, it would actually be lethal damage next turn from Alexi. But Loopy does have a very nice follow-up here with that Primeval Titan. Oh, and there's even a Summoner's Pact in hand right now. So I believe he can just combo right here. Because the Titan will be able to get Lotus Field, which will sacrifice the 2 Lotus Fields, and then he can Summoner's Pact for Aftermath Analyst. And I believe you should also have Delirium at this point, so that should be... Oh, there's even Escape Shift. Okay, it was Escape Shift, yeah. So what happens here is that you play Escape Shift with Spelunking in play, you only need 4 lands, but yet even more than that. And you can search up the necessary land to loop 2 Lotus Fields with Aftermath Analyst, and you have the shifting woodland that keeps copying the Analyst. So that's what happened there. Loopy just went infinite mana, which is going to result in infinite Titans, and Alexi, of course, knew that that's how it worked. So we quickly move on to the sideboard games here, where Loopy has 2 copies of Elder Gargaroth. That's a gargler if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, a great card, right? 5 mana, 6/6. Whenever it attacks or blocks, you either draw a card, gain 3 life, or create a 3/3, right?
Exactly. He also has the very creative answer to Ashiok, Null Elemental Blast, which can destroy a multicolor permanent or counter a multicolor spell. Very good against Psychic Frog as well.
Very nice. I love that. And this Amulet Titan deck, I have to say, I'm more impressed every time I see a player here just being able to dominate with this deck. Busejo ended up helping a lot as well, giving the lands.
Yes, no, the Busejo was great for Loopy right there.
Loopy just looping to victory.
Yes, exactly.
Not even needing to loop into victory because Alexei knows.
Look at this sideboard. There's Spore Frog in here. That's really cool. Also 2 copies of Ashiok. That's going to be really important for Alexei here. That's the card that completely shuts down the Amulet deck. We saw in the match earlier where Canister struggled so much to deal with an Ashiok. Finally dealt with it by attacking with a Primeval Titan 3 times, and then promptly lost anyways. Because he had to spend so many resources doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Ashiok is just such a good card, not allowing you to search your library, just completely shuts off the Titan deck. I'm excited to see how this game plays out. Simon, do you think after sideboard, Alexei might have some more advantage?
I think it's very possible that Alexei could be favored in these post-board games, especially this particular game where he gets to go first. So the game ones are the ones that are very dicey, where he needs to combo faster, and just didn't really manage to do that. But here in the post-board games, he both threatening the combo and it has like some very relevant interaction with the Thoughtseizes and the Ashioks, and more ways to destroy Ursa Saga and Amulet.
Love to see this. Also, Yawgmoth is such a good card and such a strong deck, but we didn't see Yawgmoth in this game, so let's see if game 2 we'll be able to see the card that inspires the name of the deck. As players are getting ready here to start this game 2, they are both 10, actually one 10-1 and the other one 10-0-1. Let's see if Loopy can remain undefeated.
Gemstone Caverns in this deck here. That is not a normal inclusion in the Amulet deck, but yeah, Guglielmo has 1 copy in the sideboard of this one for this exact scenario on the draw. Well, bought it in, and if it's in your opening hand, well, you get to start with a little bit of a mana boost, which might come in very handy. Plus, also, like fixing for any color can matter a lot in some of these post-board scenarios. Having the double blue for Teleria West, or in case you were boarding in Fire Spouts in some matchups, which I wonder if you actually bought it in the Fire Spout for this matchup. Might be very good at clearing away a board of Mana Dorks.
That's true, and here we see Loopy playing that Grazer with the beautiful alternative art.
Yeah, it looks like a Sakura Forest.
Yeah, I love it.
Grazer with the the pink cherry tree blossom.
It's a springy time. for these Grazer.
Exactly. Bring a little bit of summerly breezes into this cold November day in Antwerp. It is freezing outside. I'm sure you're enjoying it.
Yes, it's so cold. I'm not the greatest day to bring a dress.
No, exactly.
I always envy you guys.
You even forgot what sleeve.
Yes, because I always envy you guys being able to bring warm suits.
Yes,
to be here with a dress.
That's true.
Rumble here.
Oh, finding that Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and with Ballista in hand, he just needs a Young Wolf to be able to combo here. So I wonder if this is going to be a turn 2 kill? Right, because the Green Sun is getting the Dryad Abba. It's kind of like a mana dork, right? But okay, not quite turn 2 kill. I guess can't both deploy the Agatha Soul Cauldron and play the Young Wolf. Let's see here. Another Rumble. Can it find the Young Wolf? And it found another combo piece here. So that's the Vault, the one that lets you connive X, where X is the number of creatures that have died this turn, which, yeah, you got to make sure you keep the right track. Because it's not like an infinite combo where you just say, yeah, I'm going to do it 100,000 times, and I'm going to connive for 100,000 and draw my entire deck and die. So yeah, don't do that. You got to actually count.
Aftermath Analyst here.
Yes.
2, 3.
Milling 3, and that's at 3 lands here. So we don't often see the fair analyst where it's just played out here, but that's what Lupus draw is leaning towards. Doesn't seem like he has an amulet effect here. It might just need to manually sacrifice the analyst next turn to bring back these lands and just ramp up that way.
By the way, I love to see how Lupi here started with a 70 art rate, now going to 130. For his sake, we hope that there's no game 3.
There's a Young Wolf picked up.
Oh, nice.
But is this enough with the Eldrazi spawn? Yes, I actually think this is enough. You can play the Cauldron here. You can play the Young Wolf. Is there a piece of interaction? There is that Boseiju. Oh, the Boseiju is massive right here. Alexei has to play Walking Ballista for X equals 0. And then the Cauldron will be able to exile it, but yeah, Lupi just has head in his hand, says, yep, that happens. Walking Ballista goes straight to your graveyard, and now you can do your thing. Alexei, though, might sniff out that Boseiju, but no, he's going for it, targeting that Ballista, and this is the moment where Lupi has to spring into action. Boseijuing that Agatha Soul Cauldron, and that means the Ballista is exiled from the graveyard, so another Soul Cauldron won't be the kill anymore. You get to search up a Surveil Line here and get to dig for something else. Of course, a Yawgmoth as well would be a great draw. And you'll also get to connive 1 as well with that Spymaster's Vault, because the Ballista died.
Boseiju here being MVP. And Dryad now with a counter on it, but that doesn't do much.
Did that counter come from? Because the Cauldron didn't trigger.
Good question. How did he channel with just 1 mana, the Boseiju, though?
He tapped the Cruel Turf.
No.
Yeah. Everything in order. Oh, and there's a Titan and a Summoner's Pact. So yeah, still can't do it yet, but the Aftermath Analyst can just sacrifice itself to get those 4 lands now back from the graveyard, now that the Boseiju is also there. So actually can't quite do Aftermath Analyst and still keep up Boseiju, but it's pretty close, I think. Activates it right now, gets back all of these lands tapped.
Oh, that is so many lands.
Yeah, gets to bounce the Boseiju, so that's back in hand again.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, doesn't quite have enough to be able to use it again on this turn. Yeah, now we pass the turn. So here's Spymaster's Vault that died. Oh, connive X, where X's number of creatures died this turn. Of course, the Aftermath Analyst has died, so you do get to connive that way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and
here.
Wow, that is a great pick up here. So let's see if you can find that second copy of Young Wolf, or maybe mill over Ballista and Agatha Soul Cauldron. No, does not find that. So the Eldrazi spawn here might end up getting put in the Yawgmoth blender here.
Yeah, greased here from that Rumble, and now we're creating an Eldrazi spawn. Following up that, Alexei can play either the greased or the Yawgmoth.
Yeah, remember that Lupi, for this entire game, has not had an amulet effect. No Spelunking, no amulet, nor is a Saga to search them up. So So he's in a position where even though he can play the Titan, the lands aren't coming into play untapped. He can still haste out the Titan because he can get Handwear Battlements and a bounce land, and then bounce and replay the Handwear as a land for turn. Because he does have enough mana right now that he can do that. Oh, that's a Scape Shift. But Scape Shift without an untap effect in play is not actually that impressive. So I wonder what he's going to set up here. I also wonder if he can set up a Cultivator Colossus to see the heart rates rise and rise here for both players. And it's a very tight game at the top of the standings. This is table number 1.
That's true. There's a lot at stake here with players right now 10-1 and 10-0-1. Loopy really wants to stay undefeated to be one step closer to the top 8. He can almost feel it, but actually it's still a bit far. We have 14 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. That means that there's only this round and 2 more before we announce the top 8 of this tournament. And players are fighting here for Pro Tour qualifications, World Championship qualifications, and we have there the Amulet Titan aced it out from the...
Yeah, so just to clarify here, that was 7 mana tapped to play the Titan, so red mana and pool, gets the Handwear and the Semi-Growth Chamber tapped into play, but hasn't played land drop for turn. Returns the Handwear and gets to play it untapped as the land for turn, spending that red mana to give haste. And now you get to attack and kill the Grist, and then get 2 more lands, ending up with the Bajuka Bog here to deprive some options from Alexei there. And the Mirror Pool, so that next turn you can make another Titan and give that one haste as well. Though it might not even be needed with like all of those cards in hand.
What does Alexei need here?
Well, he just needs to find a second Young Wolf so that this Yawgmoth can win the game. Oh, wrong card. Because he has a lot of creatures right now. I wonder if he's actually supposed to tap like... that's very interesting. So he's choosing to leave up the Spymaster's Vault. I wonder if that card does even more that I have not been aware of. So Yawgmoth plus Young Wolf. You get to sacrifice the Young Wolf, put a minus count on a Titan, and draw a card. This Titan is not long for this world. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that Loopy actually got that Mirror Pool to copy the Titan that is in hand, because he's losing the one he'll have currently. Now, you can also sacrifice one of your creatures to put a minus counter on the Young Wolf, which is what we're going to see here, which cancels out the plus counter and puts it back where it was before, where now it can once again use its Undying ability. When it dies without a counter on it, it comes back with a plus counter. So that's the combination of these cards. Essentially, for every creature you have in play, you get to pay 2 life to draw 2 cards. And also you get to put a counter on the Primeval Titan as a part of that. So this Eldrazi Spawn, this Dryad Arbor, like all of these cards are relevant because they let Alexei dig through his deck. If he finds the second Young Wolf, then he'll be able to keep sacrificing one Young Wolf to remove the counter from the other one, and he can just like pay as much life as he wants to draw as many cards as his life allows, potentially finding a win here. And that's why we see the Spymaster's Vault actually being untapped, because that could potentially be a win condition in some scenarios.
There's a Badger Mole Cup there drawn, but no Young Wolf yet. And I mean, Alexei just needs to keep sacrificing.
Potentially. He wants to make sure that he is not dead to the second coming of the Titan here next turn. I guess he doesn't know that there's a second Titan in Loopy's hand.
Tough one. Seems like a very tough spot here for Alexei, which already lost. Alexei that lost only 1 match all weekend long, and it was the only feature match that he got.
And our first feature match, actually.
Yes, it was, because it started on round 3, and Alexei lost that one, and it was the only one that he lost. And now he's on feature again, not going super well against this Titan, and 1 game down already.
All right, so we did see another card being cashed in there from that Eldrazi Spawn, and another counter put on the Primeval Titan. Still hasn't played a land drop for turn, so can potentially play out this Badger Mole Cup, which does generate 2 more creatures. And that will be able to kill off that Titan right now.
High blood pressure here for our competitors that are high blood rate.
Oh yeah, we see both of them here now up in the 130s. Both of these players are, you know, very excited about what's going to happen in this game here as we see the combination of Earthbend on my Surveil land, sacrifice it, it comes back, and I get that free extra value of that little Surveil.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, but actually, Guglielmo has the, could actually have responded to the Earthbend by killing off that Surveil land. But then you give Alexi the opportunity to fetch up an untapped land and decided not to do it for that reason. But there was a Boseiju in hand, not to forget. Regardless, this Titan now down to just a measly 1-1. And
it would be great if there was not another one.
Exactly, yeah. So Alexi doing what he can to deal with this scenario. Now at 7 life. Has to go down to 6 life to deal with this Titan now.
Such a tough one.
Actually has to go down to 5 if he wants to keep the Young Wolf around again, or could go down to 5 to draw an extra card. Could also just sacrifice the Badger Mole and put the counter on a Primeval Titan directly, but chooses to draw an extra card here. There's the Ashiok. Is it gonna be too late? As now the Young Wolf is being sacrificed, coming back once again, it's gonna end up with a counter on it. Alexi down to 5, drawing another card, hand full of stuff, but no more mana to go with. That's often what happens with the Yawgmoth combo. You draw a bunch of cards and then set up to win next turn. Draw a bunch of cards and kill your opponent's board, and then you try and win next turn. But, I mean, someone else who has a lot of mana is indeed Guglielmo here.
You never want to get your Amulet Titan opponent to untap, especially with these many lands.
So he's going to summon us Pacts, and he's doing it in a way where it seems like he just has lethal. So what he can do is that he can get the Titan, right, and give it haste. Oh, he's going for the Colossus.
Yes, Colossus.
Right, which is so much damage with haste.
Yep. How much damage is that right now?
Don't make me count that. So that's it's 11 lands right now. And then we'll see if there's even more in hand. So yeah, this is 7 mana being tapped for that Cultivator Colossus, still leaving up that hand wearer. Plus you can even mirror pool to copy it. Remember, by the way, the lands come into play tapped. It's pretty important. But you do get to generate a bit of extra mana there. As
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's a lot.
I think it's 15 now. No, you're right, it's 14. Okay, so my initial count was wrong.
And it has Trample.
Yep, and Trample is good enough.
Good game here. Guglielmo Lopez stays undefeated. Only undefeated player of this tournament.
Playing for his own team, Team Tricani there. We see with the dogs in the library. Zompa, our winner of the latest Magic Online Championship. He played a very innovative Brute Scale list with 4 copies of Vexing Bauble in that tournament.
I love these, honestly. Great game, great showcase of Titan, as well as we got to see Yawgmoth deck, which I have to say, Alexei, quite unfortunately here this weekend with feature matches, because he's been winning all weekend with Yawgmoth, just not the ones that we featured so far. But I'm sure we'll see more of him here this weekend. And for now, I really want to hear more about Loopy. Congratulations on the win. So let's have an interview with him and Maria.
I'm here with another winner of Feature Match, Guglielmo Lupi on Amulet Titan. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. It's been like a long tournament because playing Amulet is stressful, but...
So, could you tell us why Amulet Titan?
I mean, I think it's just the best deck to play overall. It's like very hard to...
But it is so hard, right?
It is,
to play well.
It is like a bit hard to play. I wouldn't say that I'm the best Titan pilot ever, but I think I'm good enough that it's correct for me to play this deck in this tournament.
I mean, it's working out perfectly for you, right? So you are actually the winner of MOX. So you do have your Pro Tour invite and you do have your Worlds invite.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
I don't know. I mean, I had everything booked, and I'm with friends. I guess there's still money to win, and I'm gonna shoot for the trophy and the fame, I guess.
Yeah, why not? I mean, right? You're just proving your point that you're the player. You're here to win and to have fun, I guess, right?
Yeah. I do enjoy the whole process.
Basically, like no pressure for you this tournament.
No, but like I do have to reveal that I felt a little bit anxious. I don't know why. It's fine.
Could you tell us about your testing process?
Yeah, I mean, I played Modern for the PT, for the MOX, and now we are here. And I feel like the meta has gone through cycles. And what I'm trying to do is ride the wave at the right time.
Right.
And I felt for this 1 week, and Amulet Titan is still like the best thing to play because the metagame is what it is.
Yeah.
And I don't choose it. And if that's the best position deck, I'm gonna play it. You
of
can
course.
Make sure.
Well, like the words of a true grinder, of a true Magic competitor.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And to the casters.
Thank you, Maria and Lupi. Always love to hear more from the winners here of these rounds, but we are actually going to go straight for more Magic because this never stops. The production team has been amazing, always provided so much content, so shout out to them on making sure that we always have more matches to show. This one is the backup feature match. Both these players doing very well here this weekend, and we are going to do some Jeskai Blink, which was actually the most played deck of the weekend, right?
Yes, it was indeed. It hasn't been showing up that much in the top tables.
Yeah, that's true, but someone here doing well with it versus one deck that I know, Simon, is close to your heart, which is Mono Green Brute Scale.
Yeah, I do love the Brute Scale deck, and actually we're seeing someone who made top 8 of the Spotlight Series Utrecht, but here we see Jędrek Zmid of, oh wow, that is a big E, of Poland. Someone who's working closely with Canister and is a content creator of himself. TSP Jędrek on Magic Online. Playing this Jeskai Blink deck, he loves his blue decks, and this is a very good blue deck indeed. Very popular in this tournament, but not doing too hot.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, Jędrek, I know Jędrek very well. He actually, I've been choosing him in my past caster prediction drafts all the time, and he hasn't been doing very well in the last tournaments. So I was like, I'm not going to choose him this time. Of course, the time that I didn't choose him, it goes ahead and crushes the tournament, and I'm so happy for it. Jędrek is very good with all control kind of decks, but here playing this Jeskai Blink, love to see this version of Blink, and I know that Polska Guram will be rooting for him. On the other side, though, let's take a look at our Mono Green Broad Scale player here as well, which is Sebastian Sache.
Yeah, Sebastian played the Brute Scale deck to a top 8 finish at the Spotlight Series Modern in Utrecht, and is bringing the deck back once again. The only player left in the tournament live at top 8 still with this Brute Scale deck. So we figured we haven't featured any Eldrazi Temples yet. We got to feature it now. And you know, this deck is trying to combine Basking Brute Scale with Blade of the Blood Chief. When a creature dies, the equipped creature gets a counter, and Brute Scale, when it gets a counter, it makes a creature that can sacrifice itself for mana. So you make infinite mana, infinitely large Brute Scale, and you win with playing a Cossack's Command or play. Oh, actually, interesting. There's no Glaring Fleshraker in this list, it seems.
No, but there's 3 Emrakul, the Promised End.
Yeah, so that is the plan B for this deck. Just being a Eldrazi deck that ramps into Emrakul, the Promised End, and that's very interesting to see from this list here.
And looks like we're actually starting here on game 2 with Sebastian Sache 1 game ahead. And here we are going to see if Jędrek can come back from that. Here, both players starting already fetching for a land, and that's going to be a Thundering Falls, being able to surveil, something we've been seeing here all weekend long, how good these surveil lands are. And let's see, that is a land. Does Jędrek need another land or not? Deciding to keeping it on top and right away getting it for the draw of the turn. There's a couple of lands, Galvanic Discharge as well. And we have Quantum Riddler, a card that has appeared very recently from Edge of Eternities, but already making a RARP in the format.
So the version that Sebastian is playing here is actually replacing the Glaring Fleshrakers with Sowing Microspawn, playing more into the Eldrazi ramp strategy we also have seen people show up with in this tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see if, like, the Glaring Fleshrakers, which are like kind of threatening, but mostly multiples, and sometimes it's just like a little bit of a, you know, clunky 3-drop that dies to removal and doesn't actually get you that much advantage. Instead, the Sowing Microspawn can much more directly get you into that Emrakul endgame.
Very interesting choice
cute.
there. Oh yeah, and we have the Rumble getting a land there and creating an Eldrazi spawn token that is adorable. Looks like a little alien.
And do note, that's a choke actually that was milled over. Islands don't untap during untap steps. It's a free mana enchantment, but Sebastian decided not to grab that one with that Malevolent Rumble.
Very nice here, and Jendrik playing third land. And we see it there on the screen now.
I wonder if there is Ashok in Jendrik's hand. No, there's not. It's not. Ashok is kind of an interesting one for this matchup, where it impacts some things, like for instance, sowing microspawn no longer works, but there's also a lot of, and the fetch lands, of course, but there's also a lot of things it doesn't do as well, and especially since the tutor effects in this deck are Malevolent Rumble and Ancient Stirrings, which we'll get to see played now. Look at the top 5 and grab a colorless card from among them.
Okay, we have there the Eldrazi Temple as well in play.
So I like the way that Sebastian actually built this deck for the metagame with a bunch of Jeskai control decks, or Jeskai Blink decks, because his actual Brute Scale combo is not very good into this deck that is full of removal and solitudes, and like, it's so easy for Jendrik's deck to interact with the combo aspect of Sebastian's deck. I wouldn't be surprised if he's been botting out some number of Blades of the Blood Chief as a result of that.
Yeah, and we see one is already in hand that was gotten from the Ancient Stirrings there.
I see. So instead, Sebastian built his deck with more ramp and more big Emrakuls, which is maybe a much more reliable way to win the game against this deck. Though, Jendrik's deck also is sporting the full 4 copies of Consigned Memory, which makes it a little bit harder to actually resolve that Emrakul.
Kozilek's command there being played. Not a big Kozilek's command, but going to make an Eldrazi spawn there, 2 Eldrazi spawns. And going to look at the top 2 cards. Put one both on the top and draw. So this is a Kindred instant, so actually counts as 2 types in the graveyard, right, Simon?
Yes, it does. Kindred and Instant, of course, as well as the Land, Enchantment, and Sorcery Graveyard, which means that Emrakul is almost upon us here. There's 6 mana for Eldrazi's here, as we now see this this Sowing Microspawn being kicked and killing one of the blue sources for Jendrik, keeping him off that Riddler Hardcast or potentially double Consign turns, as well as searching up a Cavern of Souls, which is going to be huge here, because it means that even if the Emrakul is countered by...
It cannot be.
Even if the Emrakul trigger is countered by Consign, the actual 13/13 will still resolve. There's also Strict Serenade in Jendrik's hand here, which no longer works for countering that big Eldrazi.
So would you say that the end is from us for Jendrik here?
There's certainly, I will promise there will be an end to this game. That is a fact. But I wonder if he's still digging for that Emrakul.
Yeah, look at the top 5 cards here.
Seems like it's right there. So, yep, slams out the Emrakul here. So I count 5 types in the graveyard, which means they only needs 8 mana to resolve the Emrakul, and has 7 lands already in play. Just needs 1 more land to play the Emrakul next turn, or even if he has another Eldrazi Temple this turn, he could actually play the Emrakul right now.
Yeah, those Eldrazi Temples really helping out as well with the ramp.
Seems like no, just playing out a Vexing Bauble for now. That can get countered by the Strict Serenade though, donating a bird token to Sebastian. Strict Serenade is kind of the the new hotness in Modern for these Jeskai decks, able to counter so many troublesome cards like Teferi and Psychic Frog.
That's true.
And it was one of the most asked for cards that people wanted from the card vendors at this event.
But leaving a 2/2 flying bird behind, how powerful can that be?
It's not nothing, but of course Jendrik's deck is super well situated to deal with creatures. We even see him having Solitude and Prismatic Ending in hand. The small creatures is not what he's concerned with. His concern is with that big Daddy-O Emrakul, which is coming down potentially next turn here. But Jendrik is just playing out the Fabled Passage, and his plan right now is to let the Emrakul solve and then Solitude to get rid of it.
What's the worst thing that Sebastian can do with Jendrik's turn?
Well, Jendrik is going to make sure that he just can't do that much. He's going to sacrifice the Air Mesa, making sure it gets a land. He's going to get rid of this prismatic ending in hand by pitching it to Solitude, making sure that the ending can't target his own thing. Of course, the Fable Passage can still have the discard trigger, so Sebastian can go and look for more disruptive pieces that can interact with Jendrik in an unfortunate way. But it's very possible for these Jeskai decks to actually survive the Emrakul happening. If you have the Solitude right away, you might be able to win through having your turn taken over.
That would be interesting to see. I've never witnessed someone surviving a turn being stolen, but would love to see a first time here. As we see that Blade of the Bloodchief being played by Sebastian.
Yeah, so he can even equip the Blade of the Bloodchief to this bird token, and now he sacrificed these spawns to play the Emrakul, and it's going to get a lot more counters. So this bird itself is also being threatening here. It's going to be able to attack for 4 in the air plus 3 from that Stowing Microspawn.
Yeah, that's pretty good attack here.
The Emrakul resolves because the Cavern named Eldrazi, so there's no way for Jendrik to counter that. He also doesn't have the ability to anyways. Just gonna chump block with that token, because he knows that if he draws any removal spell, Sebastian's just gonna point that at the Goblin token anyway, so might as well gain the 3 extra points of life. And now, just going to get a land, not even surveilling here.
And now Sebastian gets to, first the Solitude.
First the Solitude, as the plan was. So that is 13 more life, and actually the Blade of the Bloodchief even triggers from the Solitude leaving play, because it's evoked.
Yeah.
And Blade of the Bloodchief triggers on any creature leaving play, including tokens. So that's why it also got a counter from the Goblin Shaman that jump blocked.
Okay.
Oh, Wrath Disguise. That's a nice one to play for X equals 0. Will kill the Eldrazi. Well, actually, you can't play you don't want to play the Wrath Disguise.
Yes, you don't
because you can't make your bird survive.
Yeah.
Instead, it's a Wear Tear, and Sebastian uses it to kill the Fable. That was Sebastian taking full control over Jendrik's actions. That was not Jendrik's own decision to loot away his best card and then kill his own enchantment.
Yes, people might be confusing in chat, like, why, Jendrik, why are you doing that?
So it seems like this bird now, with the Eldrazi spawn, can get up to 7 power, which is not quite lethal with the chump block available, but doesn't take much. Here's an Agatha's Soul Cauldron that is 1 extra power. Walking Ballista, even more extra power, and Sebastian Saxe of Berlin, Germany, takes down this round as well. Is now, inches away from that top 8. People are looking for, again, a 12-2 to guarantee top 8. And
I'm just so happy for Sebastian here, and I'm so happy that we got to see that Emrakul, the Promised Land.
Yes.
I love when opponents take over turns.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it must feel very bad for Jendrik, but it's a cool thing to see.
Absolutely is a cool thing.
Bingo card.
We also get to see the struggle when one of the casters has the flu and still has to commentate. But it is we are managing to get through it here in the rounds here.
You've been doing so well, Simon. You've been doing so well. People, you didn't even notice that you're sick.
Yeah, I'm sure no one has noticed. Yeah,
not even when
because I've been spamming the mute button so much when we commentate. So I'm glad you can take over whenever I'm having fighting for my life over here.
Yes, and you know what? I'll give you another little break so we can have the winner's interview with Maria.
Sounds great.
I'm here with the winner of round 12 feature match, Sebastian Saxe, with Brute Scale combo, right? Monogreen Brute Scale. Hi. Hello there. How do you feel?
Feel very good. I feel very lucky on this weekend. A lot of things happening that going well for me. So yeah, having a great time.
I've seen your Pro Tour back, so you're not new to the competitive scene, right?
I'm not, no. I played my first Pro Tour in Atlanta, went 10-6, so it was very good. Also playing Brute Scale. Yeah, I love the deck. The deck is great.
You're hoping to be back on the Pro Tour, right?
I hope I'm back in Richmond, yes.
Amazing. Oh, in Richmond.
Yeah.
Well, congrats. So you're on a train. You're on a Pro Tour train.
I try. If Richmond goes well, then you can say that.
Yeah, okay. So Brute Scale, it's been around for a while now, right?
Yeah,
why did you choose this deck for this particular tournament?
Mainly personal preference. I like the deck. I know how the deck functions. I know how to play the matchups. I don't think it's very well positioned right now. I think we have a lot of trouble against Jeskai and against more aggressive like Prowess, for example.
Right.
So I feel like it's not the best choice, like in vacuum, but I think it was the best choice for me, just because I know how the deck works and I know the lines. And
right, and we've seen like the modern format is just so diverse, and the metagame, like so many different decks, even on a very high tables. So yeah, I think it was just a good choice for you, as you said, right?
Like I said,
when you know the deck well, you play it well, and with a little bit of luck, here you are, right?
Keep touching prowess, and then maybe it keeps going.
All right, is there anybody else you want to shout out?
Shout out to my group. A lot of them are here playing the side events. Some of them are still playing in the main event. I hope they're all doing great.
All right, well then, good luck to you.
Thank you.
And to the casters.
Great to hear from our winner of this round. And Simon, it has been a great round. Any thoughts that you want to share?
I'm noticing here that the two winners we have of this round are both people really deep into this tournament. Loopy's still undefeated, and Sebastian Sachse here. Both of them, they're not fighting for a Pro Tour invite at this event, because they already are invited for the Pro Tour Richmond. Sebastian went 10-6 at the last Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, and so he is lined up for the Pro Tour Lowen. And so is Loopy as well, because he won the Magic Online Championship. He's even invited for the World Championship next year as well through that. So like he doesn't even get the invite for. Like he's not even fighting for that. He's just playing this tournament because he loves the game and just wants to compete in big events. And that gives you this much more like laid-back position. You're not stressed about, am I gonna make it to the like 10-4 I need for the invite? It doesn't matter to these people. They just compete because they love the game. And it is showing here on the feature match stage.
I'm curious. I know that you had this little experiment to see the players that were already qualified for the Pro Tour, how do they perform compared with players that are really fighting for that Pro Tour invite and need it. So that will be something fun to look at the end of the day and see exactly what players that were already qualified made it again to the qualification for the Pro Tour. But now I know that we are going to take a little rest, but the chat will have a great interview to watch with Maria and Emma, so let's throw to that.
Hello, I'm joined here in the interview area by Emma Manholt. She's a community manager from Fanfinity. Hello, Emma, so nice to have you here.
Oh, wonderful to be here, Maria. Thank you so much for getting me in the couch. I'm so excited. This RC Antwerp has been incredible. We've got so many people here. The games have been so good on stream. And thank you so much for doing these interviews. You've been smashing it.
Thank you for having me, of course. But we are here to talk all about the upcoming event, the Spotlight Series, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it's going to happen from the 9th to the 11th of January next year.
Yeah, indeed. It's just a couple of weeks away. Yep, the first weekend after New Year's. So we hope to see you all in France, Lyon. It's going to be the main event is a 50K open event, and the top 8 qualifies to the Pro Tour. We've seen so many people there. New players qualify and get their first steps in on that pro circuit.
And it is very exciting because here at the RC you need to qualify through a local game store or whatnot. Like, it is a very difficult path to the Pro Tour, while here you can just enroll to the Spotlight Series event and just like that get a Pro Tour invite. I mean, just, have your chances like that. Why not?
There is going to be some stiff competition, absolutely, but yes.
Sure, but it is like a direct path to the Pro Tour, which is amazing, absolutely.
So we hope to see you all there, but not just our competitors. We have some fun additional side events for just the people that enjoy.
Anybody, right?
Yeah.
Could you talk us through the side events?
Of course. So first off, if you are interested in the side events, make sure to check my.fanfinity.gg. All the information is currently up there. You can already register for these side events. So take a look. We've got some interesting packages, especially today, up until 10 o'clock tonight. Get that early bird discount in, and you can pick up some packages. Those packages include vouchers that you can use for any side event, including some of the special ones that I'm going to highlight in just a moment.
Those are just a great value, so just don't sleep on that, snatch that, and we'll see you in Lyon, hopefully.
Well, we're Magic players. We love value. Value is the best thing after card draw. Don't you agree?
But card draw is a value, like
card draw is great.
Same thing.
Card draw is a great thing. We all love it.
Yeah.
Well, Another thing to love is our Friday gauntlet events.
Wow.
So these gauntlet events qualify you to the RC. So if you want to play in our upcoming RC events, join us on Friday. Register for these gauntlet events. It's just a simple 5-0 and you are qualified. Don't miss out. And yeah.
Yes, of course, it's a good opportunity. So you have a main event, you have all these amazing side events, both for competitive and non-competitive players. So
yeah,
literally there is anything for you to do, like for any sort of Magic enjoyers.
If you're not doing great in your main event, we got some interesting side events on Sunday as well. So imagine you don't make day 2, still not the worst. We got our modern and standard destination qualifiers. Both of those tournaments qualify 8 people directly into the RC. So
great.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You are back on the train.
Yeah.
You can continue grinding. You can continue your circuit and competing with other incredible Magic players. And in addition to that, we got something very special for Spotlight the Avatar. We have the first limited championship qualifier.
Right, because
you've heard about it before.
Yes, of course.
Well,
it's a new thing starting from the next year, and I guess it's going to be like the first big opportunity to participate in this.
Indeed.
Right?
512 players will be able to compete. In limited, it will be 7 rounds, after which we'll make a top cut to top 32 players. Now, top 32, you get the structure. We're changing that. Those top 32 players get to draft.
Wow.
Odds of 8.
Awesome.
They get to compete. Winner of their pool, the top 4 players, they immediately directly qualify to the 2027 Magic Limited Championship.
Amazing.
That is an incredible opportunity.
Wow.
Don't miss out.
So you can qualify to the Pro Tour, to the RC, to this limited championship. And also, you can just meet your friends and play a game of Commander. Why not?
Yeah, enjoy the gathering together at these Spotlight events.
Of course.
Come and play Commander. If you like Commander, we have space, we have creators. Join us there, play with your favorite Magic personalities, and enjoy just a good game of Commander. Be a little bit mean to your friends, because that's what you do in Commander, and have a great time.
Absolutely.
But not just Commander, we also have Magic for the people that enjoy their little, their special eternal formats. Do you enjoy Legacy? Do you enjoy Pre-Modern or Pauper? We have those events as well as part of our calendar. Check them out.
Honestly.
Yeah. Check them out, join us in Lyon, France, and you'll be able to play all the Magic you want, get amazing prizes at the side events, at the prize wall. So we hope to see you there.
Yeah, check the Funfinity website and mark your calendars. 9th to 11th January next year, Spotlight Series in Lyon. See you there.
We'll be back with more Magic. Bye!
They did what? Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. The new Avatar, The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is right around the corner, and you, the community, want to know more about it. But worry not. Today, I'm here to break the ice and answer all of your burning questions. Let's waste no time and jump right into the action, shall we? Which characters will be released as Squareos? Well, you can expect all of your favorite Avatar The Last Airbender characters like Aang, Momo, and even Uncle Iroh over here. But hey, never forget my favorite, the Cabbage Merchant. Isn't he the best? Will there be any special deck boxes for different factions or elements like fire, water, earth, and air? Well, we already have all of our favorite benders over here. We even have fire. But the next factions, well, that is something that will happen in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Malone, how big are the Squareos compared to other cards and figures, and how many cards can you fit in a deck box? Well, these are Return to Earth boulders by Ultimate Guard, so they're the same size as those, and they all fit your typical 100 cards double sleeve Commander decks if you need to. So yeah, put them all in there, they're safe, you can shake them around, nothing to worry about, safe and protected as Ultimate Guard always guarantees. Will there be any pre-order promotion or special bundles? Well, once all of these beautiful deck boxes hit the market, you will be able to collect them all, even in this very beautiful upper collector's box where you can fit them all. Does the deck box also fit in other trading card carrying cases or backpacks? Well, as we already said, these are made by Ultimate Guard, so you can be certain that you can put your Ultimate Guard deck boxes into your Ultimate Guard cases. So if you already have one, just put them in there, bring him to your next Friday Night Magic, and get ready to beat your opponents in style. Are the Squaros made of the same materials as Ultimate Guard boulders? Yes. These are Return to Earth boulders. They're almost completely made out of renewable material in Germany. So yeah, I like them a lot, and I must say these are one of my favorite products that I will always keep on using. And now having my favorite characters on them just makes them way freaking better. All right, we have time for one last question. Can you use your Squaros for something other than trading cards? Of course you can. You can put your dice in here. Of course you can put your tea in there. But there's so many different uses, like, who put cabbage in my Squaro? Well, my friends, sadly, that is all the time we've got for today. But I want to thank this amazing community for all of your cool questions. And if you do have some more, please feel free to ask them in the comment section. We of course hope that you will enjoy these very cool Avatar The Last Airbender Squaros just as much as I did. And if you need any more information, check out the link down below. And you want to know even more? Check out these cool videos.
Welcome to your favorite segment, Spice Corner. Frank here has prepared a list of the spiciest, most unique decks that made Day 2 here at the Regional Championship in Antwerp.
Indeed. Some people like to put cabbages in their deck boxes, but I like to put some spicy decks in there.
Yeah, let's do this.
So indeed, I selected out of all the 160 decks that made Day 2, the sweetest choices that we haven't seen on camera today yet, just to showcase the awesome depth of Modern. And
amazing.
Yeah. Let's just take a look.
Of course.
The first one that I wanted to highlight, it's this Domain Living End deck played by Oscar Torsbu Lundblad. Yesterday he went 7-1. Today has not gone so well. He has actually not won a match yet, but it is an awesome build. Like, Oscar has been playing Living End for well, almost a decade, but he always finds like a unique way of using the card. And in this list, you don't see something like Shardless Agent, which is more traditional with Living End,
yes,
but rather cascading into it with Bloodbraid Marauder, which is a 2-drop with Cascade if you have Delirium. And this then allows you to play various 2-mana cards, such as Malevolent Rumble, to find your Marauder, to set up the Living End, and add a lot of consistency to the whole strategy. And this is all kind of combined with a Domain Zoo deck.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Like, at first, like, where is even Living End? Like, I see Leyland of the Guild Pact, I see Flage, Leyland Binding, so at first it just looks like the zoo, but then Living End, huh?
Yeah, this is effectively 2 game plans meshed together in a beautiful list. Oscar also played a very similar deck at the Magic Spotlight Modern earlier this year, where he also posted a solid record. And yeah, he's showing that marrying 2 wholly different strategies and using this different take on Living End can actually find success in Modern.
Very unique.
Yeah, even if today hasn't been going so well, yesterday he was really crushing it.
Amazing. Next up is it Affinity?
Yeah, so Izzet Affinity by itself is not the spiciest deck. By now it is a fairly established choice in Modern, but I want to highlight this list. Alexander Rehfeld is currently 7-5 because it has 3 copies of a new card from Avatar The Last Airbender, Spirit Water Revival. And in fact, these are the only 3 copies of the card in the whole tournament.
Very brave choice, but it totally paid off.
Yeah, with a day 2 birth, and I do think the card works well in this deck. Basically, what Spirit Water Revival does is, well, 3 mana, draw 2 cards, so sort of a divination effect. Not the most efficient, but playable if need be. But with Waterband 6, it turns into a draw 7, which is quite powerful. And this deck, between Weapons Manufacturing and Pinnacle Emissary, can create a lot of tokens to help pay for that big Waterband cost. So it seems like a really awesome addition to Izzet Affinity.
I agree. It shouldn't be too hard to Waterband that, right?
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Next up is...
It's Song of Creation. So this deck was played by a group of Swedish and Polish players here at the tournament. They effectively refer to it as, well, like IKEA Breach or Breach at Home.
Breach at Home, I like it.
Yeah, like Underworld Breach got banned, but the whole setup is still available, right? All the core support pieces, and they also work well with Song of Creation, which just lets you draw 2 cards whenever you cast a spell. So with all these 0-cost artifacts, and then repealing your whole Moxes, you can draw effectively your entire deck and then win with Jace. So yeah, turn 3 Song of Creation, play a bunch of artifacts, win the game. That it definitely has some potential. And yeah, Patrick currently 9-3, doing reasonably well with the deck here in day 2.
Yes, I did interview Patrick yesterday, and he did say these exact words. Well, the Breach got banned, but it is like Breach, but without Breach. So I played it.
Yeah, I mean, some Breach decks actually played Song of Creation when it was still legal. Then, of course, like the whole deck fell off after the banning. But yeah, this is a nice way of still being able to exploit that powerful core.
Yes, as close as it gets, right?
Yeah.
And next one, Grixis mid-range.
Indeed. So the cards you see here are, not the most unique as opposed to the previous few lists. But seeing the combination of colors together, now that is definitely spicy. Basically, it's just a collection of the best creatures, the best threats, from Ragavan to Psychic Frog to Quantum Riddler, in these colors, supported by the most efficient interactive pieces, from Unholy Heat to Force of Negation and Consign to Memory. And it's all wrapped up in like a flexible mid-range shell.
Exactly. So there is no Murktide. It looks like a combination of like a bunch of these decks, like Izzet Murktide, Dimir Murktide, but there is no Murktide. So Quantum Riddler replaced Murktide, huh?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, because Murktide has been declining in popularity, like the card, because you need quite a bit of support pieces in order to enable it to, play your cheap card draw instance to fill up the graveyard. But Quantum Riddler now takes sort of a similar role, doesn't go to the graveyard, and it can get a little tough to get like both Quantum Riddler, which is also a win condition, and Murktide into the same list. But the whole mid-range shell, also in Grixis, is possible.
So no air, just efficient, concentrated value cards. That's it. And next up is Eldrazi Aggro, a new, well, we cannot say that it's a new archetype, but this version of the deck is gaining popularity on Magic Online.
Yeah, this particular build has been around on the fringes for a while, ever since the printing of all these additional Eldrazi in the latest Modern Horizon set. But most Eldrazi decks we would see in day 2 use like the Tron lands, or they are more like an Eldrazi Ram strategy, or they have fitted the Eldrazi into like brute scale combos. Stephen Walsh, currently 8-4, is the only player in day 2 who registered the more aggressive creatures. So yeah, he can like come out of the gates quickly with it that heralds the end. Then get haste and power boost with Eldrazi Linebreaker, really putting a lot of pressure onto the opponent, and then perhaps bounce their board with Wastegate Battle Mage. And it's all supported by these Cavern of Souls that tap for both colorless and the colored mana you need for those particular Eldrazi's.
Exactly.
So it's a different take on Eldrazi that just shows the various ways in which you can build it.
Absolutely, so many versions of Eldrazi. And last but not least, we have Dimir Reanimator.
So Marcus Valori is still in top 8 contention, 10-2 right now, with also a unique take on Dimir and Reanimator. His list is able to, well, put Archon of Cruelty into the graveyard, for example, by discarding it to Psychic Frog, and then bringing it back to the battlefield with Persist, or perhaps doing like a similar trick with Abhorrent Oculus, putting that into the graveyard and then bringing it back with an Earth. You also see 4 copies of Otherworldly Gaze that can help fill up your graveyard for your reanimation cards. So a sort of unique build of this color pair and strategy, and yeah, as I said, has been doing very well for him. If he keeps winning, might even see him in top 8.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Such a great result, and I love to see it personally because Dimir Oculus is my pet deck, and
this is similar.
This is very similar, but Marcus just goes all in for that reanimation strategy, and it pays off so well for him. Love to see it.
It just goes to show like the different possible decks that we have available in Modern.
Absolutely.
Just the depth of the format, because it's a really competitive event, and if you go 6-2 on day 1 at least in order to advance to day 2, then it shows that your deck has like proper appeal in a rough tournament like this one.
Absolutely.
And with so many different brews,
incredible, yeah.
Anything's possible.
Of course. So this just shows again and again how Modern is such a great and versatile format. Well, thank you so much, Frank. And now to the casters.
Hey, welcome back to round 13 of this regional championship Antwerp. We do have 2 players in the feature match area. It's going to be Andrea Goffi playing against Sajan Cherukat. But before we get to that, we have a cool announcement. You might have heard about the Magic Limited Championship that's coming up in 2027. That's an all-limited event that Wizards have announced. It's going to have a $500,000 prize pool. And, well, how do you qualify for that? I believe the first qualifier
in the world.
It might actually be the first in the world. The first limited championship qualifier is going to be at Spotlight Avatar in Lyon. It's going to have 512 seats, so it's capped at 512.
Book your seat.
Go register now. You can already do it. If you go to my.fanfinity.gg, the registration is already open. And the way it's going to work is there's going to be 7 rounds of limited. I believe you're going to get a sealed pool for that. Then the top 32, we're going to cut to top 32, and those 32 players are going to split into 4 draft pots. And the winner of each of those draft pots is going to qualify for the limited championship.
So 4 invites.
So there's 4 invites.
So that's the same system that they did at the Magic Cons, the PTQs, where you qualify to the Pro Tour. You sealed into top 32. Very interesting. So this is Spotlight Series. So Saturday, there's day 1 of the standard event. That is the Spotlight Series that we all know. And Sunday, it's the limited only event. So you can come to Lyon only to play limited. You don't even have to play the main event. The main event, Friday, Saturday, you can just practice the Avatar format, right? Because it's Avatar.
It is Spotlight Avatar, so it would make sense. Yeah,
so the format's going to be Avatar. Again, it's just in a few months, so you better open Magic Arena, update it, and get practice for the Pro Tour limited only. I think that happened. Have you ever played one?
I have. I think I played 2 exactly, and one of them I got super crushed, and one of them I finished, I think, 10th or 9th.
So I remember Kuala Lumpur.
That was the one I played.
John Finkel won in the final against Mario Pascoli.
Yeah.
That was what?
Marcia was in the top 8 as well.
What was it? Kitkin, right?
It was Lorwyn. It was Lorwyn. Yeah, Lorwyn was the format.
So that was probably the last one, the last PT only draft, and it's back. It's back
cool.
in 2027. Very cool, very cool.
So go get your seat at that qualifier, because I believe that's going to fill pretty quickly. This is going to be your first chance to qualify for the Limited Championship. And with that said, we're ready to jump straight into match number 1 of round 13. So as we already mentioned, it's going to be between Andrea Gothy and Sajan Cherukad. They're on Eldrazi Ramp and Izzet Affinity. Let's take a quick look at the deck list here.
Yeah, so we've already seen the other player on camera. First time we see Andrea Gaffi, you know, share the same name, so I gotta root for him. Also, he's playing a deck that I like, Eldrazi Ramp, with 4 copies of Writhing Chrysalis, Pauper Superstar, also doing a great job in Modern. That's very cool. This deck is basically MH3 Tribal. You have so many cards printed in the last 2 years. You even have a couple of Ugin Eyes of the Storm. On the other side, we have what was the name?
I think it's Sajan.
Sajan.
Forgive us if we're mispronouncing that.
Yeah. And he's playing 4 copies of Weapons Manufacturing. Definitely a very interesting take on this Affinity deck. I remember watching this him play this deck yesterday. He had it all full foiled out. Affinity, very pretty to look at. Also plays 1 copy of Arcbound Ravager, which goes very well with the Weapons Manufacturing, because you put all these tokens that whenever they die, they shoot 2 damage. You can kill them with 4 copies of Engineered Explosives or Arcbound Ravager. So again, not a streamlined version of Affinity, more into this combo-oriented build of Weapons Manufacturing.
And let's jump straight into the action here. Looks like Andrea is going to be on the play with that Utopia Sprawl on turn 1.
And the other side, a fully foil hand. Ooh, and he has the Pinnacle Emissary. That's the strongest card in turn 1. You go Fiery Islet. No.
Wow, okay. He decides to go for Ether Spellbomb instead.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any zeros, Pinnacle Emissary does nothing. Usually you have zeros.
So quick reminder, this is round number 13. There's only 1 more round after this one before we cut to the top 8. And the top 36 players are going to qualify themselves for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. That's coming up in Richmond next season.
Yeah, this is a very good find, because Eldrazi Temple is the most important card of the Eldrazi deck. I can't see the hand of Andrea, but obviously if he has a lot of mana already, he may just want to take a Sewing Spawn to cast it next turn. But just Eldrazi Temple is a double land with no downside in that deck. Is fantastic. He doesn't even play it this turn. He's going to go for a Forest, and
he has another Sprawl.
Another Sprawl. He's choosing to diversify his Sprawl.
Is there any logic to putting it in 1 or 2? Is there a difference?
Not really.
It's not like Sajan's going to be destroying his lands or anything, right?
Yeah, it's you can be a little bit more flexible with tapping your lands. You're going to be hold up 2 mana for a Boseiju later on. I don't even know if he plays Boseiju. I can't double check right now. But yeah, no, there's no copies of Boseiju in the mana base. Not that many instant. You have Kozilek's Command and Anuli Heat. Actually, 3 copies of Anuli Heat is not very common, even though the card is common.
Who would you give the upper hand in this matchup? Is it the Affinity deck, or is it...
I think I've said this like every single match. These are just 2 of the best decks in the format. Both of them are extremely competitive, extremely strong when they work. And I'm expecting just, you know, the die roll to have a lot of impact, the draws to have a lot of impact. Overall, I don't think there's a lead. Again, like Modern used to be a format that was very coin flipping. Like you had a lot of matchups.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot less now. I think the matchup's a lot more balanced than in the past, like Tron versus Infect, or, you know, Ad Nauseam versus whatever, Jund, stuff like that. So I feel like it's more, it's a lot more balanced now, and it's very hard to predict which matchup wins. But yeah, we have a little bit of a judge call that we're gonna sort it out soon.
We're going to sort that out pretty quickly.
Meanwhile, you can take a look at me and Martin.
Hi.
Hi. We're going to be here for a long time. This is round 13. Then we have round 14. Then cut to top 8. And then 3 more matches. So we still have a long evening ahead of us.
Yeah. It's I'm just really enjoying watching Modern. It is a super fun format to look at. You know, watch the game. So much diversity. Shout out to Frank Karsten picking our feature matches. You might have just seen him on the segment talking about.
Some of the 5 decks.
Some of the spiciest decks in day 2. And looks like the judge call was sorted out pretty quickly, so we're back in the match.
There's a combo here. Claw of Gigs with weapons manufacturing, and Sajan was able to sacrifice one of these munitions to kill the Eldrazi spawn. So weapons manufacturing, whenever Artifact comes to play, I make a token that says when it dies, you deal 2 damage. And the Claw of Gigs says pay 1, sacrifice a permanent, you gain 1 life. So sacrifice that token and pinged the Eldrazi spawn down. No follow-up, it seems. Just a Writhing Chrysalis. No, nothing. Okay, never mind. There's a little bit of it. Okay, we're still here.
I actually played Claws of Gigs about 20... It was probably 20 years ago in Standard. And that was in a blue-red Storm deck, which played Hatching Plans. And this was one of the ways to actually get it into the graveyard and draw yourself 3 cards and turn it into sort of an Ancestor Recall. Good times.
All right, 6 mana for Suemiko Spawn. 2 modes. We're going to destroy the Fiery Islet and the tutor up a land. 6 mana because of Eldrazi Temple. And let's see if the Suemiko Spawn resolves. It does. So which lands are we grabbing? Andrea has such a wild variety of lands. It can get probably Commercial District here and Surveil one at the end of the day. He already has so much mana that he probably doesn't need extra temples. He's debating, of course. He can pick up Bajuka Bog, that's not very good here. Ghost Quarter, not very good here. Shifting Woodland, it's not too bad, but I would prefer Surveilling.
It's funny how the Surveillance just completely kind of changed Modern, right? It's so good that the utility you now have in your mana base just allows you not only to surveil and sort of, you know, that's worth, let's say, half a card, but for a lot of these decks like Gorius, actually getting the card into the graveyard sort of for free is so valuable.
Yeah, we instead go for the Eldrazi Temple, which comes into play untapped. Can't be used to play Talisman, though, because the Eldrazi Temple only gives mana to Eldrazi's. Okay, now it's time for Sajad and his masterpiece Mox Opal to show what they can do. Sajad has a 2nd copy of weapons manufacturing. That is a lot of tokens. What you can do is go Pinnacle Emissary, weapons manufacturing, Mox Opal, and then you can even sacrifice that Mox Opal to gain 1 life. Don't think that's very good. You want to use the mana to weapons manufacturing things down. You need 9 to kill your opponent, but unfortunately you have to pay 1 mana. Claw of Gigs is not free.
Yeah, the best way to use manufacturing in this deck is just to make a bunch of tokens and then use engineered explosives for 0 and just blow it all up in 1 turn. Shuei Nakamura was, I think, the first player to kind of, or not the first player, but the player to really popularize this deck when he went 8-0 on day 1 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities.
Yeah, definitely saw Aspiring Spike doing that thing at the very beginning of weapons manufacturing. I didn't think it was very good, but has... Aspiring Spike often proved as his ideas are very good and very innovative. Definitely a pioneer of the format. The modern format that we see today is definitely shaped around his founding.
So John ends up cracking the Spell Bomb as the first play of the turn and follows that up with Urza Saga.
Yeah, that's the promo that you got at a store championship at some point in the past. A very, very cool event. I remember going to the store to try to win that Urza Saga. I did not win it, though.
To add it into your collection?
To, you know, play a tournament with a nice prize. Definitely add it into my collection and maybe to my cube. Although I like to read my cards, and unfortunately there's not much to read on Urza Saga.
That's true.
They decided that that card was a simple card, didn't need that much text, so why don't make it textless, you know?
But weapons manufacturing number 2 hits the battlefield. There's a Mox Opal. Legend rules the first one away. We're gonna get 2 more tokens.
Yeah, a lot of permanents, but none of them does actually much.
Yeah, Sajan doesn't really have much going other than these tokens that he's gonna still need to pay a lot of mana to sacrifice.
Mox Opal being tapped to play Pinnacle Emissary at the end of all these things. Trigger. You get 2 more munitions. He has a fat stack of munitions.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got 5 right now. Yeah, we're pretty close. There's a Tormod script, so we go up to 7, plus we make a 1/1 from the Emissary as well. We're pretty close to explosives just being lethal here.
Explosives or Arcbound Ravager, because
Ravager,
also plays the Arcbound Ravager.
The original Affinity card. I'm sure Frank Karsten's happy to see it.
Look at those Edge of Eternity's cards back-to-back in this modern format. You know, often people say, oh, modern is a format defined by Bonded Horizon sets. Yes, indeed, but Edge of Eternity's added Pinnacle Emissary, Weapons Manufacturing, Quantum Riddler, and so much more to the modern format. Okay. Sajad does some accurate calculations and says, if you have Emrakul in play, you can cast it. I better kill the graveyard now. Oh, that's the land. That's why he didn't grab, because he had it in his hand.
All right.
And let's see, Stomping Ground leaves. Yeah, I think Andrea doesn't have anything. He just has a Talisman and so yeah.
You had land Talisman. I think that's an Unholy Heat.
That makes me think, when he cast that Malevolent Rumble on turn 2 and selected Eldrazi Temple, maybe if he took something like a Sire of Insanity, sorry, Sire of Seven Death, or something else, it would have been a better choice.
All right, back to Sajan now. That Saga is going to be able to start churning out some pretty sizable tokens.
Yeah, so now we can cast, we can either make a Construct or we can cast Pinnacle Emissary and trigger those Weapons Manufacturing. But I would definitely go for the Construct here. Although the Construct, wow, actually the Construct doesn't die to Unholy Heat for multiple reasons. First, there's no Delirium. First, there's no Delirium, but even if there was, the Construct is way too big now. Okay. Oh, something has been drawn.
Yeah, Andrea drew some action.
Oh, Ugin can now be cast and exile that Weapons Manufacturing. Of course, this card says whenever you cast it, exile a colored permanent.
Okay.
And then you can go +2 to gain 3 life and draw a card. And that's it, because the other mode, you don't want to add mana. The card in hand is just an Unholy Heat. But very important to draw cards. Very important to read your opponent cards if you don't know what they do.
Yeah, I think Andrea is now going to be trying to do a really good job of protecting the Ugin, because that is his way to get back into the game.
Yeah, I'm thinking which card can Sajan grab with that Urza Saga. And we have the hasty equipment, Lava Spore Boots. We have Pithing Needle that can name Ugin. That's probably the best find, unless Sajan draws a land, in which point he can make a token and then get the hasty equipment, pay 1 mana to equip on the Summoning Sick Construct, and then be able to
smash with both,
attack Ugin. Actually,
would actually even be pretty close to a lethal attack. Sajan might be thinking that, hey, maybe I can just crack some tokens to kill the Ugin, or maybe I can crack the tokens to kill the Mycospawn, clear the way, and yeah, he might even be able to find lethal.
Draw a card. Talisman was the draw.
All right.
So he's able to exile the other copy of Weapons Manufacturing. Now they're both gone. And that's it. We're going to see a Construct, and now Sajan, if he draws a land, he can equip the Summoning Sick Construct and attack Ugin down. The Construct is definitely big enough to kill Ugin here.
We got, what, 3, 4, 7 tokens. There is a 1, it's 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 for 3 mana, not too bad.
Well, only one. That's just one of the things that Urza Saga does. Urza Saga's going to go to chapter 3, be able to make another Construct, grab Lava Spore Boots, and then attack. Let's see now. A lot of options for Sajan.
Yeah, I wonder how he handles that if he doesn't draw a land. If he doesn't have a land, you can either make a token, attack with the first one, the Mycospawn's going to chump, or instead of making the token, you can crack a couple weapon tokens and send them at the Mycospawn and attack that way, but that leaves you with only 1 token. So let's see what he drew. Heart rate going down a little bit.
He's thinking about it. He's asking questions about Ugin.
All right, so he is going to respond
to Urza Saga dying. Probably making another Construct.
Yep. So he goes for another 12/12.
It's like in the graveyard side.
This is a real graveyard. The cards are kind of just being thrown there one way or in one way or another.
I believe Sajan drew a land for turn, so he can go for the boots. I think that's a strong play. I think that's better than Ugin. than Pithing Needle. I don't know, maybe not. The problem with Pithing Needle is that if Andrea finds a way to kill the Pithing Needle, but there's not that many, I guess. Yeah, honestly, you can just leave the Ugin be. The activate ability does nothing. Sorry, the static ability does nothing. There's no permanence to kill.
Not anymore.
Yeah, because Ugin, again, only kills the colored permanent.
All right, looks like he does go with the play you highlighted. There's a Lava Spore Boots, and if he does indeed have another Mana Source, he's going to be able to give that token haste. But now what does he do? Because that's a lethal attack. You might as well also just kind of attack the opponent, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it can block, so it's not lethal, actually. Spell of Canal untapped. Keeping the construct, and let's see where he goes. I would definitely go on the Ugin.
All right, so sending them both to Ugin, that means the Micro Spawn's going to survive.
And the drone as well, don't forget that in the second row. When you have so many permanents that you have to divide them in 3 rows.
I like how Sejan double-checked for reach. A lot of green cards these days, they have a lot of text, and there's very often this hidden reach ability.
It doesn't even need to be green, sometimes even red cards.
Exactly, yeah.
You know?
So Ugin hits the bin.
All right, Emrakul would be the best possible draw for Andrea. We have 11 mana to cast it.
You really need some action here. I think that's a fetch land.
Fetch land is indeed not action. I think that's lethal. Yeah, it must be lethal because we're just gonna sacrifice 2 munition, kill the Soul Miko Spawn, and attack for 20. Or not. I mean, they want to play around something, I guess. It's still lethal, probably. That's how much damage? 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 damage. I don't think it's lethal, actually. Because I think Andrea goes to 7 here.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
And munitions only deal 6 damage. Because Claw of Geeks can sacrifice 3 munition, but that will only deal 6 damage. Unless Sajan has a land, in which case it is lethal. I mean, knowing the cards, I would have gone sacrifice 2 munition, kill the Soul Miko Spawn. Okay. Maybe he has another Mox Opal.
Yeah, if he has another Mana Source, that would be enough. So
gain a life, ping you for 2. Gain a life, ping you for 2. And let's see, does he have another land? He does. Sink into Stupor, untapped. Shoot the last munition for the win. Sajan from Austria wins game number 1, advances to 1-0. These players are in a prime position for the top 8. And, you know, yeah, there was a game where I want to say one of the 2 decks functioned and the other didn't really do very much.
Yeah, there was not a lot of action coming from Andrea's side. What about the sideboards here? This is John's 15 sideboard cards. Anything looks particularly exciting to you for this matchup?
This may be the first deck ever that is blue and doesn't play the full playset of Consigned to Memory.
Does he have 1 in his main deck?
No.
Okay.
I just checked.
Just
actual 3 Consigned to Memory, a card that the most popular card. I don't think that Karsten Frank posted that yet. Usually he says which is the most popular card in the tournament. I'm just gonna assume that it's Consigned to Memory. Somewhere in a 75, always up to 4. Oh wow, Blasphemous Act, a commander staple. For 9 mana, you deal 13 damage to each creature. If there's Boros Reckoning, what was the name of that card?
Yeah, it was Boros Reckoner, right?
Boros Reckoner.
I think.
That was the Pro Tour win by Tom Martell. Yeah, that combo.
Montreal?
It was before I was queued to the Pro Tours. Definitely watching it from home.
Yeah.
Shooting down the Boros Reckoner with Blasphemous Act, dealing 13 damage.
We also played I think it was called Harvest Pyre or Harvesting Pyre. That was another way to
from Innistrad, you exile spells from the graveyard and damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the Slimer gone, the standard decks these days kill you on turn 3. So yeah, we see Andrea Gaffi main deck here. He's the player that we just saw before. And yeah, the players are ready to go. Keep. Let's see, does he have, once again, Utopia Sprawl? That's the best start. No, he goes for Ugin's Labyrinth. Actually, a very important thing of the Eldrazi ramp deck, there are, I mean, I guess it's not very important, only 3 copies of the Devourer of Destiny. That's a card that's so good to open in your opening hand because it sort of works like, you know, once upon a time.
So John about to start with an Urza Saga here.
Ooh, Urza Saga turn 1. That shows me that Sajan has a Mox Opal, or in some way something to activate the second chapter of Urza Saga as early as turn 2, because otherwise you don't want to run the Saga out before.
There's a bunch of 0 mana artifacts, but without Emissary, but that turns on Mox Opal, and wow, there's Damping Sphere.
What a start. Damping Sphere shuts off Ugin's Labyrinth, turn it into a colorless mana. And now if Sajan has a land, which I believe he does, have a second copy of Urza Saga, he can make a construct and start attacking. A fantastic start by the Affinity player.
Yeah, land pass, ready to make a construct.
Eldrazi Temple does not add the 2 mana. Andrea is not able to play Sobemiko's Pawn, despite seemingly having 5 mana. He actually has 3 because of that Damping Sphere.
Turn 1 Damping Sphere.
Turn 1 Damping Sphere on the draw. It does not get better than that. And with Opal and Saga at his disposal. And those constructs are back. They won the game previous game, and they want to win the game again.
Urza Saga is so busted.
And now we know this situation. We're going to make another construct. We're going to fetch the Lava Spore Boots. We're going to play land, equip the boots, attack for over 10 damage.
Okay. That's a decent turn 3.
Decent.
Not too bad. Setting up lethal for next turn.
Yeah, this deck is very powerful, and is it Affinity, a deck that didn't quite make the top 8 of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. There was one in 9th place and one in 10th place, so you know.
I think Shuhei lost 3 win-ins.
Yeah, Shuhei lost 3 win-ins, and another player made the 9th place. So definitely a deck that had a breakout performance at the PT, one of the decks with a over 53 or 54 win percentage at a Pro Tour. Yeah, I mean, this deck has been out for a while, but the recent unban of Mox Opal, followed by the recent printing of printing Kappakan on your first, then of Mox Opal, then Pinnacle Emissary really pushed this archetype.
Yeah, for sure.
So here we see Lava Spore Boots, we see the Urza Saga comes into play with a loyalty counter, and we are attacking now for 17?
What an absolutely insane draw. Turn 1 Damping Sphere, turn 2 7/7, turn 3 8/8 with haste. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 7 artifacts in play.
15 damage, and now Andrea is taking it all. Draw for turn, plays Eldrazi Temple, which is just a colorless land. And what does he do? He doesn't have Kuziak's Command. He can go Sobemiko's Pawn, but that's not going to do anything. That's just going to fetch a Ghost Quarter for the second Saga. But, you know, the first Saga is the one that did it all.
Isn't the Eldrazi deck the one that's supposed to be playing these big creatures ahead of the curve? Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Kozilek's
Command was drawn. A very, very strong draw. You can kill a construct and make spawn that can block. So I guess we are living here.
Okay.
Only two construct though, despite those 2 Eldrazi Temple and the Ugin's Labyrinth. The Damping Sphere is holding them down.
Does Sajan have anything?
Well, if Sajan has a land, he can make a construct and equip that construct with the Lava Spore Boots to force the double chump block. Let's see.
Sajan pondering his options here.
Yeah, we can't quite see the hand, but Lava Spore Boots definitely carrying. Ever since this card got printed not that long ago in Outlaws of Thunder Junction. A very powerful card in a deck with Urza Saga. I mean, we used to play Shadow Spear, but that singleton is now... Oh, wow, no, I was going to say it's gone, but that's not true. Sajan has it in his main deck.
Okay.
So still has the option to
trample over the tokens.
Yeah. Players thinking about it again. This game is fast, but you know, you gotta. Okay, so we're making a construct, taking the damage. Does Sajan have a land? I'm sure he does. Otherwise, there's no reason to main phase this play.
Oh, okay, he has another mock. So a
second masterpiece.
The boots gets equipped.
Both creatures needs to be chumped. Andrea does not have a great way to answer this construct. Quickly draws for turn. And what else? I mean, he can keep on living. Actually, he doesn't have a red source for Writhing Chrysalis in his hand. Let's see. Solomiko's pawn can be played to find that red mana for the next turn, but again, Dumping Sphere completely holding down these boards.
Yeah, he also needs to put 2 blockers into play, right? So Micah's pawn alone would not do it. Wow, and Andrea just extends the hand. Congratulations to Sajan. What an absolutely insane draw he's had.
Yeah, he showed the power of Affinity. You can play fast mana. You can play a free mana. You can play a Mox, a card that is not legal in the original Mox, only restricted to 1 copy in Vintage. And here, the card was even better than that because it adds any color of mana. So yeah, Mox Opal, in my opinion, the strongest card in Modern. Ever since it got unbanned, it created, a lot of best decks in the format. We've seen Breach that was banned, and now we see Affinity.
I like that Affinity gets to play 2 of the best cards in the format, both Mox Opal and Urza Saga, right? You can fit both of them into one deck.
Urza Saga does have a lot of weaknesses. It dies to removal spells, and when that happens, it's a blowout because you go back a land. So whenever you put in March of the Orderly Lights or Wrath of the Skies or Urza Saga, you actually fall back a lot. But when that doesn't happen, that card just wins the game in a blink.
How about we hear from Sajan himself? I think Maria is ready with an interview.
I'm here with the winner of round 13 of our feature match, Sajan Cherikat on Is It Affinity. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How are you?
Yeah, it's actually unbelievable. This is actually my first, I've never been on an RC.
Really?
This is my very first
Amazing.
RC. And also, actually, I started playing Magic again last year, and
wow.
So I've been playing for a long time, but I started again last year, and it's unbelievable. First RC, top 8, I cannot believe it.
Such a huge achievement, right? What a dream.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even set that expectation for me. It was it just happened. I just kept winning.
Right. Yeah. What can you do? I just kept winning. So, congratulations. I guess you secured your Pro Tour slot. How do you feel about that?
Also unbelievable. Actually, I just took it step by step. First yesterday it was okay, I need 6 wins, I think it was, to get to day 2. And then, it's always when you're already 5 wins, my worst fear was, okay, 5 wins and I lose all the games and then drop. And then I made 6 wins and then I just kept on winning. And then people are saying me, 2 more wins and then Pro Tour.
Right.
And once you have the 9 wins, you also again get nervous. And then the top 8, I was okay, I'm fine with losing here. It's fine. That would be asking too much, and then I can't believe it that I won.
Incredible, amazing. Incredible. So you are playing Is It Affinity? Could you tell us a little bit about your deck choice? How did you prepare for the tournament?
Actually, back when I played, that was 10 years ago something, I was also playing Affinity with without Emser, the old school with what do you call it, cranial plating, and you equip it over that type of deck. And then Mox Opal got banned, and then now when they unbanned it again, I gravitated towards Affinity, and because it's my favorite deck. And actually, how did I prepare? I mean, it was sure for me I will play Affinity no matter what, even if the deck sucks. Even if it was from the tier 1 decks the worst, I would have still played it because it's the deck I have most fun with. And I feel for me that's the most important thing, because if you're having fun with the deck, then you also have fun playing even if you lose. And I feel with the other decks it's you're too focused on the result.
Right.
And how did I prepare? Yeah, actually, I'm here with some few Austrian friends.
You can give them a shout out.
Yeah, shout out to Daniel Kappler, so Caps on MTGO, a famous Hardened Scale player, and his crew also helped me out a lot. So Stan, Mr. Seri, and further more friends also that unfortunately didn't make it much further, but we were basically in a house together. We played MTGO before.
I see.
Prepared that way, but also big shout out to Daniel. He always kept sending me the list, the updates. Also, actually, it's very funny. The list I played was originally his invention, something he gravitated away from it. But for me, it was working so well, and I made some changes. So I decided to run no counter spells, which is, I think most people who play Affinity run 3 Rebuke.
Right,
That's the
right.
one change I made, and then the mana is a bit greedy, only
a
17
little bit
lands.
Twitch here and there, right?
Yeah.
Most importantly, well, it worked out for you.
Yes.
Well, huge congrats again. The best of luck. And
thank you very much. Yeah.
To the casters.
Good stuff. Congrats to Sajan again, his first RC. Yeah.
First RC converting to Pro Tour invite guaranteed, but maybe even more. Who knows?
So we have a backup feature match for you guys, and the players are ready. And how about you pronounce the names? I believe one of the players is Italian.
Yeah, we've got on one side playing Amulet Titan, Davide Pizzutillo. And on the other side from Spain, Alvaro Fernandez Torres. We have Amulet Titan versus, is it Metalcraft? That's how Frank labeled the deck. It's the Quarry Steel Cutter Tamio Emery deck. That was the shell that was played before Edge of Eternities. So before Pinnacle Emissary, Kappa Cannoneer wasn't the most popular version of artifacts. It was this one with Quarry Steel Cutter and blue red. So we've seen already Alvaro. He's the Pro Tour finalist of Barcelona 2019 with Ardent Scales, a deck that we just heard Sajan mentioning and one of his favorite deck. But on the other side, we see Davide Pizzutillo. And yeah, this is Amulet Titan. We've seen Amulet Titan over and over on stream. We've seen Canister, we've seen Guglielmo Lupi, and now we see Davide. This deck is just winning. It's just the most popular. It was the most popular deck in American RC. It has a great win percentage. If you know what you're doing, it's the most threatening deck in the format.
That's the key part. If you know how to use the deck to its full potential. There's a 90-page deck guide made by Domhar Harvey that talks about some of the the hardest lines you can take and some of the loops and everything this deck can do. It is not an easy deck to master.
Yeah, and on the other side, we see this Tamio Emery shell with Mox Amber, Mox Opal. A card that I love is Repeal. Actually, I played a couple of RCQ with this deck this summer, and Repeal is just a fantastic card, very versatile, that you can play on your opponent interaction, or you can target your own card to help Quarry Steel Cutter trigger twice, or to help flip Tamio. So a very, very good card.
Okay, this is a pretty cool looking deck.
4 copies of Metallic Rebuke, that is the most important thing that Alvaro is looking forward to cast, targeting Primeval Titan.
So if you played Izzet Breach previously, before the card got banned, and you still have that shell of Emery and all the blue and red cards, Tamio, looks like this might be the next best thing you can build with those cards.
Okay, we see Tormod's Crypt, which in this matchup used to be useless, but now it actually does have a lot of applications because the loop with Aftermath Analyst requires having a graveyard, and Tormod's Crypt can deny that loop.
And I love that we finally get 2 players that are playing pretty fast. So Alvaro, turn 1 Grazer, puts in a Saga into play. That's going to be able to start churning out tokens. Alvaro gets a Thundering Falls.
I mean, if you're a 10-2 score with Amulet Titan, you haven't picked up a draw yet, you must be a fast player, because that deck has a very, very high chance of taking a draw, even if you're just the fastest player in the world, just because your combo takes 10 minutes if your opponent doesn't concede. And of course, you can't force your opponent to concede. This is competitive Magic. You actually have to kill them. So we see Quarry Steel Cutter, and we also see Mox Opal without floating mana. There was no way for Alvaro to use that mana. He ended up holding up Metallic Rebuke on turn 1, playing that Tormod's Crypt. As a result, he's not able to double spell here without wasting the Mox Opal.
Okay, Saga number 2, Davide passes the turn.
Yeah, Metallic Rebuke was head-in-hand. Alvaro chose not to cast it on Grazer, and now finds himself with just stone nothing. Can't even attack through the Arbor Grazer.
Is this going to be another game where Urza Saga is just going to dominate the battlefield without really playing too many spells?
I don't think so, because Amulet Titan is not good at making the constructs large.
That's true.
So we've seen Saga winning the previous game, but just because, like for example, if Alvaro drew Saga, the Saga would be broken.
Absolutely.
On the other side, Saga's still broken, but because it fetches Amulet of Vigor.
The way it's broken for Davide is because it's going to give him an amulet. He also picked up a Cavern of Souls.
And a second copy of Amulet of Vigor.
So 3rd chapter, respond to the trigger, float some mana.
Yeah, as you can see, like the construct is not what Davide cares about. Davide cares about putting as many copies as Amulet of Vigor as possible into play. He's also maybe thinking about Vexing Bubble, but I would personally just... This is not a matchup where Vexing Bubble does something. Yeah, I mean, it does something, of course. There's a lot of 0 mana cards.
He does actually get the bubble.
Oh, wow.
And remember, this is a tournament with open deck lists, so Davide knows exactly the 75 cards in Alvaro's deck and sideboard.
So Alvaro now is not going to be able to resolve Mishra's Bubble, Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Torment Script. That's a lot of cards. But at the same time, he doesn't have Urza Saga into play anymore, into hand anymore. Sorry, Amulet of Vigor into play. He does, actually.
If you're Alvaro and you're seeing this, you're seeing that he fetched a bubble first, are you thinking, okay, you must have a bunch of extra amulets in your hand?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has an amulet in play with that Urza Saga.
That's coming next turn, yeah.
Let's see. I mean, Davide can now play land untapped, make another construct, and then attack for 3. Because there's another Saga with 2 chapter on it. Although, actually, that Monk is now a 3/3 because of Prowess. So the construct would trade, and Davide does not do that mistake. Tap and draw, it's another.
Wow, just another rebuke. So Alvaro doesn't really have anything going.
He does not. And now it could actually be construct time. Let's see. Arbor Grazer to draw.
Trigger on the stack.
Oh, he does go for the construct. I think it's because Davide hasn't drawn a Titan yet, hasn't drawn a Scape Shift, hasn't drawn a Zenith. He hasn't drawn any of these like win cons. So okay, we got some advertisement for a limited podcast on the screen. No, it's gone. No more free advertisement. The sleeves. We see Amulet of Vigor now. That one cannot be countered as it came into play from Urza Saga. And now the constructs are 5/5, and Davide is going to be able to attack for 10. Let's see what he does. He has to make a land for turn. He can go like Forest Grazer at Forest Untapped. He can go Cavern of Souls, name Beast, Grazer, Bounce Land, return Cavern of Souls. I don't even think Davide has a Bounce Land in his hand. He does have Boseiju. I think this game is just Alvaro just drawing super bad.
He does have a Summoner spec, though.
Okay, but now there's Vexing Bubble.
So Alvaro ends up jumping with his Monk token. That means 5 damage getting
Davide just has to win. We may just see on this screen, on this stream, back-to-back Urza Saga win.
Yeah.
Solo the game.
It is insane in these fair games when there isn't much happening. Both players draw a lot of 1/1s, you know, removal, Metallic Rebuke type of cards.
Okay, Vesuva copying Thundering Falls, surveilling 1. There's so many bad draws in Amulet Titan with like half of the deck being lands that surveil is very, very powerful. So he chooses not to go for the Grazer with Urza Saga.
The coolest thing about Vesuva is that you don't actually have to copy anything. It can come into play as a land that has basically no text. So if there's something like a Norborg in play, you can instantly make mana with it.
You can. So Mox Amber comes into play for a brief moment, and then it gets countered by a Vexing Bubble. Then Quantum Riddler comes in, draws 2 cards, and a couple of Preordain were picked up. So Alvaro is finally able to resolve some spells. But that Vexing Bubble that I said is not very good, is going to be very good here. Denying Alvaro's engine going off here.
Quantum Riddler really changed Modern.
Yeah. Quantum Riddler.
That's probably the most impactful cards added to Modern in a pretty long time, or since Modern Horizons 3. Or since Mox Opal got unbanned.
Yeah. Okay, so Preordain draws. It's an Emery, can be played, but Alvaro is going to get attacked by 3 5/5 construct. That Quantum Riddler is going to be gone. Ooh. Okay, so we don't play Emery, but we choose instead to hold up Metallic Rebuke.
Okay. And a Primeval Titan drawn for Davide. Does he have a lot of ways here to make some extra mana so he could possibly play it this turn?
It's crazy.
Without the bounce land's impossible, right?
Yeah, because like it's crazy because the Amulet deck didn't do very much this game. It never had a bounce land. But the Izzet Metacraft also kind of fizzled. So I think this match was just both of the decks not properly working, and as a result, we see Urza Saga taking over.
Yeah, that's another attack that puts Alvaro to 4. No creatures on the battlefield. So yeah, Davide doesn't even need to get his Titan on the battlefield.
So Cavern of Souls is going to name Giant, which is the type of Primeval Titan. And then, do we play that Grazer, or is he holding it for a bounce land? Because of course, like, Grazer is very good with bounce lands, but I mean, you can just cast your play your bounce land if you draw it anyway.
Can you get anything with that Summoner's Pack that would let you get ahead on mana here if you crack that bubble?
Well,
not really, right?
Yeah, there's Aftermath Analyst, but that requires 2+4 mana.
Right. I mean, this turn has like a boost to ramp out the Titan.
Okay, so now Alvaro is thinking what to do. There's 3 little threats on the other side of the table. Corsi Cutter is going to be able to deploy 1 blocker. Emery is another blocker, but he needs a 3rd blocker. And even so, where are we going with this game? Can't really chump block in 3 times in a row. Nope. Instead, there's a
scoops it up. All right. Well, congratulations to Zeta for picking up game number 1.
There's a Saga wins again
without really doing his thing.
Yeah, well, it did its thing. The Vexing Bubble also was definitely a relevant pickup there. We see the sideboard. That was a nice card there. Ice Steel Explorer. That's a grindy matchup card whenever your opponent wants to interact with your lands. Or you can just return your fetch land. You can return the lands that you mill over. Or you can return Urza Saga, too. That's another way to, you know, apply a lot of pressure. And this may be the matchup for it. I mean, blue-red Metalcraft kind of wants to take the game longer. They have in the sideboard a couple of Blood Moon, so Davide would definitely think about Blood Moon while sideboarding.
Force of Vigor should be a nice sideboard card for this matchup. This is what Alvaro has to work with. What do you think he's bringing in?
Yeah, he has so many cards to bring in. The 1 copy of Ashiok is the most impactful one, seconded by Blood Moon. I think I also like Consign and Force of Negation, but that's a lot of spells. I would honestly cut Repeal and Unholy Heat. Those are the big cards that kind of serve the same purposes of Consign and Force of Negation, so I think you can swap those out. You can also cut at least 1 Tormod's Crypt, because that's not very good, and I would also cut Shadow Spear, so that's kind of what you can do.
Okay.
But again, Izzet Metacraft didn't really get its time to shine in this game. Alvaro just had a decent hand, but just drew way too many lands for the deck to function. And he didn't drew the most powerful land of all. He drew the whereas Davide drew 2 Urza Saga, and those 2 Urza Saga converted to a victory. So the 3 Quantum Riddler is definitely a nice addition to the deck. That again, I was playing this deck this summer before Age of Eternities came out in the RCQ.
I wonder how long before we start seeing Quantum Riddler in decks like Amulet Titan. So game 2 is underway. It's a Scalding Tarn on turn 1 for Alvaro. I see a Mox Opal. I see either Spellbomb. There's a Corey Steelcutter. Metallic Rebuke.
Can't really tell you what's the top card. It can be a Tamio flip, or it can be a Mystical Dispute. I think it's a Tamio though. Tamio's a very nice card. Not necessarily because of the clues. This is a slow matchup, so you don't really, sorry, a fast matchup, so you don't really have the time to crack those clues, but it gives artifact which help Metalcraft.
And interestingly, Alvaro fetches a basic island here on turn 1.
Yeah, because he plays 2 copies of Blood Moon. Okay, he's going for the Mox Opal, playing around the Vexing Bubble.
Davide with the best possible play on turn 1 on his side with Amulet of Vigor. Passes back to Alvaro, who is ready with a Corey Steelcutter. And does he have a follow-up?
He does have a follow-up. It's thinking whether, do I want to play this Emery or do I want to hold up mana? I would play Emery. I mean, he played this like slow game before where he held up a Metallic Rebuke and the opponent just played around it by just doing Urza Saga Go and won the game. Obviously, things can go wrong. Your opponent can go Spelunking.
Oh, wow, that is brutal.
That's why I thought that Alvaro was thinking, but no, it was Davide who was thinking in response.
So brutal.
A response of Corey, the Force of Vigor. Wow, 4 mana. There's 1 copy of Lithomantic Barrage in Davide's hand. That card kills Emery, kills Tamio, and kills Ashiok.
Simic Growth Chamber working as a nice mana boost this turn with the double amulet trigger.
4 mana for it. And then we're gonna return it self. I mean, Force of Vigor is a 2-for-2, but it buys so much time. Like, Alvaro could have just gone like Emery to attack for 2 and having Emery in play.
There's a Spelunking as a follow-up that leaves 1 green in the mana pool. And what is the draw? That's an Aftermath Analyst.
Not bad. Let's see if David wants to cast it. He wouldn't be able to activate it because it's on 1 mana floating. Simic Growth Chamber brings him up to 5. So he's required to have 6. So he goes to Chamber, comes into play tapped. Untaps, goes to 3 and 2, returns itself, and then plays this Aftermath Analyst.
All right, let's see what he's going to mill. There was a Saga. So that was a Lotus Field, another Growth Chamber, and an Amulet. So not super exciting.
Yeah. What this tells Alvaro is that Davide doesn't have any normal land, because otherwise, if we ever just played a normal land to add 1 mana. Ashiok. That was the card that I didn't know what it was. It's Ashiok Dream Render, a version that I've never seen before. I see it now for the first time. Milling the opponent for 4. Interesting. Sometimes you don't want to do this. You want to hold the counters. We've seen a round 1 feature match today. The player on Esper Gorio never activated. But Alvaro instead wants to mill 4 because you can mill some important pieces like that Mirror Pool. And now Davide doesn't have the infinite loop anymore because Mirror Pool is exiled. So, with Lithomantic Barrage, funnily enough...
No red source, though.
No red source. Well, there is a red source, but it's a very costly one. There's a Lotus Field.
Yeah, that...
which will kill both of the lands. Although, there is Aftermath Analyst. I think what's happening here is we're just casting this Explore, draw a card, playing
so we see the extra mana trick again with the Growth Chamber. Explore picks up an Urza Saga. I mean, that is a way to start, you know, doing something.
Yeah, make Urza Saga. You can start attacking the Ashiok for 1. But Alvaro is going to do something now. Finally, he has time. He has his lock piece in play. He can go Emery, Bubble, trigger Corey, hold up Rebuke. This is a game that Alvaro is set up to win.
Mishra's Bobble is the play, followed by Emery.
What he can do is attack for 2, and then post-combat, move the equipment to the Emery, and then tap the Emery, because now has haste, to flashback Mox Opal, and then you can tap Mox Opal, Core Steel Cutter, and Mishra's Bubble. All right, we see milling 4 cards, everything goes exiled, and now first we attack for 2, and then we move the equipment. I think that is the best sequencing here. And again, we are seeing now a Pro Tour finalist, Alvaro Fernandez Torres. He's not gonna miss that play.
All right, Monk gets in for 3.
Monk gets in for 2.
I think he played the Bubble.
Well, the Bubble was played to trigger Corey.
Oh, they already made a token. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. So Monk gets in for 2. We're taking a quick peek at the top, and
I guess we don't want to do that play. Sure. Urza Saga goes up.
Passes. All right.
And does Davide have a normal land? He does not have a normal land. He only has these like somewhat costly lands. Sure, these bounce land and Lotus Field give you a ton of mana, but Davide just wants a little bit of mana now. He doesn't want a ton of mana.
How big of a problem is the Emery on the battlefield for him here?
I mean, Emery's just a Dark Confident. It draws 2 cards per turn.
With the Bobble.
Just lets you find what you need, drawing 2 cards per turn.
He drew another Spelunking, so...
That's cast. That's meta mana, draw card, not bad. floating 1 green. Alvaro could play Metallic Rebuke. All this would do is just tapping down the Saga.
Wow, and a green Sun Zenith. This is exactly what Davide wants to see, but we know that Alvaro is ready with the Rebuke.
Yeah. Metallic Rebuke is going to be able to counter a Zenith for 6. Let's see if Davide wants to go for it or just wants to make a cost.
Yeah, let's see how Davide approaches this. He doesn't want to wait too long because the Ember is on the battlefield.
Every turn that goes by, the blue-red Metalcraft player gains more value.
He does go for Lotus Field, so 2 untapped triggers on the stack.
It's possible that
he might be able to float enough mana to play around the Rebuke.
Yeah, especially with the problem is that we have also to play the Lithomantic Barrage on Ashiok first. Okay, so red and green floating, and now we can tap 1 Forest or 1 Urza Saga. The tap Forest.
It's 7 mana, 9 mana total available. I don't think he has any more land drops available, so that's 8. We're gonna have to sack 2 lands. Oh wait, but he does have the Analyst in play.
Exactly. So first we kill the barrage, we barrage the Ashiok, and then looks like he wants to just go for the Zenith for 6, not playing around Metallic Rebuke anymore. No, don't attack. Oh no, sacrificing it. Okay. I was like, what's happening? Oh, wow.
All right, so he uses the Analyst. That's going to get him a lot of more extra mana. I think that way he will be able to play around the Rebuke. So,
yeah,
Analyst go down to
Analyst gives him exactly 3 extra mana. Because the Forest comes into play untapped. Yes, Alvaro knows it because of the Spelunking. Whereas the Lotus Field comes into play tapped. So he can untap it with the Amulet, he can tap it with the Amulet, and he can now have 6 floating thanks to the Lotus Field and 1 floating thanks to the Forest. And then he's going to sacrifice the 2 lands. So he has now 11 mana floating, and he can play Zenith for 6 exactly around Metallic Rebuke.
Play around Rebuke, yeah, that's well played by Davide, sculpting.
Although, remember, Alvaro milled exiled a lot of cards. There's no more Mirror Pool. But I don't remember if he also has milled Anvir Battlement. I don't think so. So he's going to be able to go Anvir Battlement and attack with the Titan.
What a crazy turn.
Starting from very little, but Davide is able to play around Metallic Rebuke here.
Yeah, Davide carefully navigating. Yeah. 3 mana floating. You got anything?
We've seen like these players. I mean, I'm sure Davide has a lot of knowledge of Amulet Titan, and you know, it's a name that I personally don't recognize, but he has played this game perfectly. And this is what Modern is about. You may be a newer player like our previous one at his first RC, and you just play your archetype super well, and you reach the top of the standings without being a, you know, limited specialist or a standard player at all. You just play your Modern deck at the 100%.
Yeah, and I really like how Davide played the game and you know, navigated his way around the Metallic Rebuke. I mean, it would have been really easy to just tap the 7 mana or use the 7 mana and, you know, hey, there's a Zenith, X is 6, I'm going to find my Titan. But yeah, he took a much more complicated line, figured out a way to make 3 more, and now he's going to be able to play around the counter. Looks like Alvaro is going to use the Metallic Rebuke anyway, but I don't think that's going to achieve all that much.
No, Metallic Rebuke now just tells, okay, you're not going to, I don't know, get colored mana.
He still has that Saga as well, though.
Yeah, what we can do is, this is by no means over. Like, Primeval Titan with 2 amulets, it's usually over. But I don't think Davide is able to do that much this turn. And after I said that, he's going to be able to win the game.
Yeah, I wonder if there was an infinite loop already available to him with the mana floating, if he didn't play the Rebuke. If there's a way for him to get Shifting Woodlands, as we can already see on the screen, which would then copy the Aftermath Analyst. With 2 amulets in play, there's got to be enough mana to do that, right?
Yeah, but there's no mirror pool in the deck anymore.
Oh, you can make infinite. Yeah, that's true. You can.
So the infinite things is gone.
You can make infinite mana at least, and start with that.
Because you can't copy the Analyst. Or I guess you don't need it.
You get. All right, let's see what Davide comes up with.
Yeah. This is a difficult game. So there's no more color mana floating, only Urza Saga untapped. Amulet of Vigor will be able to pick up what? Crumbling Vestige and Hanvir Battlement, I would say.
Also, does he have Delirium? There's a creature, there's...
Oh yeah, that's also needed.
There's an instant and a land.
Yeah, Delirium is actually not online, but that Urza Saga can die in some way.
Yeah, to Lotus Field triggers or something like that, okay.
And again, I have faith that Davide is a 10-2 player with Amulet Titan. You must know what you're doing, because this deck is it doesn't forgive you. Okay, so Primeval Titan on the stack. We're gonna give this haste. So yes, Gruul Turf, Hanvir Battlement. The land has already been played for the turn.
So you're right about that. A couple of untapped triggers.
Yeah, so
on the stack.
Long King make Hanvir Battlement untapped, whereas Gruul Turf can come into play tapped, untap, tap, and then bounce itself. So we got 2 green, 2 red. He's thinking what to bounce. Looks like he wants to bounce Hanvir Battlement. So first we give haste to the Titan, and then we bounce the Battlement. And now we go to combat. We waste the green mana, and we attack for 6, dealing 6, but most importantly, picking up 2 more lands. Now we see Urza's Cave pulled to the front.
Yeah, what does he do? Even if he does get infinite mana without a Mirror Pool, it's not going to be that easy to really capitalize on that.
Even if it doesn't do too much, it's not that Alvaro is just untapping and winning. Alvaro is still like very far away from anything. Like I guess a Blood Moon would be very good. So maybe Davide just hedges against that with a Boseiju.
Okay.
Or once again, there could be a lethal line over here. Bojuka Bog and Tuleria West is the pickup for Davide.
So the graveyard is gone, and there is no more play from Davide. Okay, so he passes the turn. He was able to do a lot of stuff, wasn't able to win just yet. But I mean, Titan on the battlefield, a bunch of extra mana, extra lands.
Yeah, again, Mirror Pool being exiled, I think, is the reason why Davide was not able to win. Mirror Pool was exiled by Yanashiok, which then was killed by Lithomantic Barrage. I haven't followed the ways the deck list of Amulet of Vigor evolved, but I haven't seen Lithomantic Barrage before. So maybe that's just an innovation, but every Amulet player we've seen so far had Lithomantic Barrage in the sideboard. So I think now at this point it's a known factor in the Amulet community.
I think Alvaro picked up another copy of Medlic Rebuke that is not going to do a whole lot. So
like all Alvaro's done in this match is casting Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah, exactly.
Without a very good outcome.
And there was one turn when it looked like Embry might start doing something, but that Titan kind of trumped that. So yeah, not looking great for Alvaro here. Shogs himself with a Steam Vents, plays another copy of Corey Steel Cutter.
Yeah, he just gives up on the Metallic Rebuke, says, I don't care about you anymore. And Davide has Simigar Chamber and Hanvir Battlement in hand. Now as Delirium. I think the reason why he couldn't win is because he didn't have Delirium.
Okay, so I want to see what happens now. If you have Shifting Woodlands and you have Aftermath Analyst in the graveyard, you can use the Woodlands to copy the Analyst. Then you can sack the Woodlands, and that's going to move the Shifting Woodlands in the graveyard. Then the trigger resolves, and it brings all the lands.
He's telling the opponent right now, I have infinite mana. I don't know what he does with infinite mana, though.
That's what I want to see.
Because, again, there's no Mirror Pool. so you just have infinite mana. I don't think you have infinite... Because like, if you had Mirror Pool in your deck, you would have also infinite Titan. But that's not the case.
He can basically reuse all the lands. Maybe he can Tolaria Vest for something. He can get a pack. Does he have like a walking ballista he can get?
He's just, yeah.
I think Davide right now is explaining one of the loops. Yeah, I'm going Analyst, I have Delirium.
You do mill 3 at a time. You see kind of your deck. Oh, you go, oh, you know what it is? You have Boseiju and Otawara.
Okay, bounce everything. And
yes, exactly. You can do endless Boseiju and endless Otawara this turn. Because with the Aftermath Analyst, you keep on milling yourself for 3. Although,
yeah, I think Alvaro is saying, all right, just show me, do it.
You don't mill yourself for 3, though, because you're just coping the card.
You're just coping the card, yeah. You don't actually end up milling yourself. And this is some kind of loop. He's going to have some respect. And Alvaro says, I've seen enough. You're going to be able to destroy my stuff.
Oh, that's what it is. You draw your deck with Otawara on Spelunking. That's
okay, okay.
So you have Otawara over and over, you bounce it with, yeah, that's what it is. In paper, this deck is a lot better than on Magic Online, because you definitely can't draw your deck with Spelunking on Magic Online. So yeah, Davide knows everything in and out of his deck, and that lets him advance to 11-2. He's locked for the Pro Tour, amazing score.
Yeah, good stuff.
Probably Maria's going to be able to tell us more.
Exactly. We have the winners interview ready, so let's send it straight to Maria and Davide.
I'm here with another winner of round 13 feature match, Davide Pizzutilo, on Amulet Titan. Well, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
You just secured your Pro Tour slot.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Great. It's a dream come true. Yes, it's...
Have you ever been before?
No, no. That's my first day 2 in a regional championship. So
all right, well,
all together, yes.
Amazing. This is huge.
Yes, yes.
So Amulet Titan, tell us a little bit about your deck choice.
Yes, I started playing the deck one month ago and a half. I always loved combo decks, so it was an easy choice because it was the best deck coming out of the PT. So I played it a lot. And trying to get all the reps.
Yeah, you need a lot of those, right?
Yeah, you need a lot
with
of
Amulet Titan.
I played mostly online, so it was very cool. Like, it was a great experience, and playing the deck in paper is even better. So I'm happy about the weekend too.
This is just perfect. Yes. So you're having fun and you're winning with it. Yes. Amazing, incredible.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have friends here? Have you come alone or with your friends?
Everything. I have to thank all my incredible group of friends.
Yeah, this is your chance to give them a shout out.
Yes, the custom team, is my friends. I love them dearly, and also all to the people that support me from friends and family from away.
Course,
and also I have a big shout out also to World Elite Council, the team, because I had the pleasure to be invited in the testing for this regional.
Okay.
And yeah, so testing with them was.
So yeah, honestly, testing.
Lots of people to thank.
Off, absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
Lots of people involved.
Like that.
Yes.
All right. Well, the best of luck to you in the next rounds.
Yeah. Thank you.
To the casters.
Bye.
旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く 初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱とともに。アルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道近日発売。
Hello, I'm joined here in the interior area by Emma Manholt. She's a community manager from Fanfinity. Hello, Emma. So nice to have you here.
Oh, wonderful to be here, Maria. Thank you so much for getting me in the couch. I'm so excited. This RC Antwerp has been incredible. We've got so many people here. The games have been so good on stream. And thank you so much for doing these interviews. You've been smashing it.
Thank you for having me, of course. But we are here to talk all about the upcoming event, the Spotlight Series, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it's going to happen from the 9th to the 11th of January next year.
Yeah, indeed. It's just a couple of weeks away. Yep, the first weekend after New Year's. So we hope to see you all in France, Lyon. It's going to be the main event is a 50K open event, and the top 8 qualifies to the Pro Tour. We've seen so many people there. New players qualify and get their first steps in on that pro circuit.
Yeah. And it is very exciting because here at the RC you need to qualify through local games tour or whatnot. Like, it is a very difficult path to the Pro Tour, while here you can just enroll to the Spotlight Series event and just like that get a Pro Tour invite. I mean, just, have your chances like that. Why not?
There is going to be some stiff competition, absolutely, but
that's for
yes.
Sure, but it is like a direct path to the Pro Tour, which is amazing, absolutely.
So we hope to see you all there, but not just our competitors. We have some fun additional side events for just the people that enjoy.
Anybody, right?
Yeah.
Could you talk us through the side events?
Of course. So first off, if you are interested in the side events, make sure to check my.fanfinity.gg. All the information is currently up there. You can already register for these side events. So take a look. We've got some interesting packages, especially today, up until 10 o'clock tonight. Get that early bird discount in, and you can pick up some packages. Those packages include vouchers that you can use for any side event, including some of the special ones that I'm going to highlight in just a moment.
Those are just a great value, so just don't sleep on that, snatch that, and we'll see you in Lyon, hopefully.
Well, we're Magic players. We love value. Value is the best thing after card draw. Don't you agree?
But card draw is a value, like
card draw is great.
Same thing.
Card draw is a great thing. We all love it.
Yeah.
Well, another thing to love is our Friday gauntlet events.
Wow.
So these gauntlet events qualify you to the RC. So if you want to play in our upcoming RC events, join us on Friday. Register for these gauntlet events. It's just a simple 5-0, and you are qualified. Don't miss out. And
yes, of course, it's a good opportunity. So you have the main event, you have all these amazing side events, both for competitive and non-competitive players. So literally there is anything for you to do, like for any sort of Magic enjoyers.
If you're not doing great in your main event, we got some interesting side events on Sunday as well. So imagine you don't make day 2, still not the worst. We got our modern and standard destination qualifiers. Both of those tournaments qualify 8 people directly into the RC. So
great.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You are back on the train.
Yeah.
You can continue grinding. You can continue your circuit and competing with other incredible Magic players. And in addition to that, we got something very special for Spotlight the Avatar. We have the first limited championship qualifier.
Right, because
you've heard about it before.
Yes, of course.
Well,
it's a new thing starting from the next year, and I guess it's going to be like the first big opportunity to participate in this event,
Indeed.
right?
512 players will be able to compete. In limited, it will be 7 rounds, after which we'll make a top cut to top 32 players. Now, top 32, you get the structure. We're changing that. Those top 32 players get to draft.
Wow.
Odds of 8,
awesome.
They get to compete. Winner of their pool, the top 4 players, they immediately directly qualify to the 2027 Magic Limited Championship.
Amazing.
That is an incredible opportunity.
Wow.
Don't miss out.
So you can qualify to the Pro Tour, to the RC, to this limited championship, and also you can just meet your friends and play a game of Commander. Why not?
Yeah, enjoy the gathering together at these spotlight events.
Of course.
Come and play Commander. If you like Commander, we have space, we have creators. Join us there, play with your favorite Magic personalities, and enjoy just a good game of Commander. Be a little bit mean to your friends, because that's what you do in Commander, and have a great time.
Absolutely.
But not just Commander, we also have Magic for the people that enjoy their little, their special eternal formats. Do you enjoy Legacy? Do you enjoy Pre-Modern or Pauper? We have those events as well as part of our calendar. Check them out.
Honestly.
Yeah. Check them out. Join us in Lyon, France, and you'll be able to play all the Magic you want, get amazing prizes at the side events, at the prize wall. So we hope to see you there.
Yeah, check the Fanfinity website and mark your calendars. 9th to 11th January next year, Spotlight Series in Lyon. See you there.
We'll be back with more Magic. Bye.
Hello everyone, welcome to round 14 of this regional championship here in Antwerp. I'm Filipa, joined by the one and only Frank Karsten. Simon is not here right now, unfortunately he's not feeling too well, but he said that it will be a right to comment the semifinals. Hopefully he will be there with us, but it's okay because we have the amazing Frank Karsten here to help us out. This is a very crucial round, and it's also a round where having a mathematician can be of help, because it's when the players are trying to see, can I make the top 8, can I not make the top 8? It's the last round of Cs. So Frank, what can you tell me about the top tables right now?
Yeah, as Simon is just taking a bit off with some tea and some honey, very well deserved. Already 3 of the tables ID'd, and that meant that they believe that a draw is going to be enough for them, barring some insane tiebreaker swing to make it into the top 8. So those players, which have likely, but not guaranteed, locked up their top 8 slot are Pierre Liebsch, playing Ruby Storm. We have Hamai Chima on Boros Energy. Guillermo Lupi, recent Magic Online Championship or Showcase Champions winner, playing Amulet Titan. Davide Pizzulito, also on Amulet Titan. Next, Pietro Maria Oltolina on Izzet Prowess, and Shirukat Sajan on Izzet Affinity. Those were like the top 3 tables going into the final round of Swiss, and all of them have drawn likely into top 8, which means that there are 2 tables remaining for the final 2 slots in the top 8. These are the exciting win and in matches, and we are going to watch both of them this round.
I love that. That is so exciting. Don't forget that these players are most likely going to qualify already for the Pro Tour, right, Frank? Is that for the top 36? So now they're fighting for this top 8.
They should have locked that up, yeah.
That's great, and they're looking for the World Championship invite for 1st and 2nd place. Things are starting to get really excited. We will see the art rates of our champions here while we saw the matches. Yes, I think they will go up as well, especially the semifinals, and here as well in this last round of Swiss. As a reminder, yesterday over 1,000 players here decided to play this tournament. 106 that make day 2, and now we are trying to find the last top 8. And one of these matches that we are going to watch now, Frank, it's Mono Green Brute Scale here by Sebastian versus Jeskai Blink, piloted by Robin Courtyard. And what do you have to tell me about this Jeskai Blink deck here by Robin?
So Jeskai Blink was the most played deck in the weekend, though its win rate on day 1 was a bit below average. It is a deck that has really broken into Modern over the past few months. and it makes the most of all the various blink effects like Philia, there's Ephemerate, there's even Consign to Memory, just going all out on the various ways to keep a warped Quantum Riddler on the battlefield, or even like a cast Flage or an evoked Solitude. Lots of sweet tricks there, and backed up with some potential fast aggression with Ragavan. Basically, this deck makes the most of Consign to Memory. That's really a key card to, well, not only counter your own creatures' exile effects, but can also act as relevant interaction against certain, colorless decks.
Which might be the case of what we are seeing here, as we see Sebastian, Sasha here, mono green brute scale, and this deck does for sure have a lot of colorless spells.
Absolutely. Even those colored Eldrazi, well, they have the Void, so they actually have no color. This deck wants to combine Basking Brute Scale along with Blade of the Bloodchief, because when you have both of them on the table, you'll sacrifice an Eldrazi spawn, putting a counter onto the Brute Scale, which creates another Eldrazi spawn, and you can continue that whole loop for effectively infinite mana and an infinitely large Brute Scale. If an infinitely large Brute Scale isn't good enough, you can probably sink that infinite mana into, say, a Kozilek's Command to find a Walking Ballista and deal infinite damage. And to find these pieces, the deck relies on Malevolent Rumble to dig for the Basking Brute Scale, and it can also use Urza's Saga to fetch up that Blade of the Bloodchief. But it's not just a combo deck. It can also, fill up the graveyard and ramp up to a massive Emrakul, taking control of the opponent's next turn.
Amazing match that we are about to have here. Frank, do you have an idea which one is favored in this particular matchup?
I think it's going to be close, but due to the presence of all those main deck Consigned to Memories, I would give a small edge to the Jeskai Blink deck. But it could go either way for sure.
And starting here strong with this turn 1 Ragavan, the monkey is ready, and on the other side Sebastian is going to fetch. Let's see what is able to find here, a forest. And things are going to start very fast here for our players.
Yeah, Ragavan is a card that can run away with the game if not dealt with quickly, but well, there is a blocker.
There is a blocker that can also destroy artifacts or enchantments, a grade 1. Now attacking, blocking, gaining 2 life in the process, because when that might dies, you gain 2 life. But there's another monkey, so no problem there. And just passing the turn with, I believe, a Flage in end as well.
Yeah, that Flage can take out a potential blocker on the next turn to clear the way for that Ragavan, getting some treasures, getting some value. Well, okay, it doesn't work against Walking Ballista.
Exactly, that Urza Saga into Walking Ballista with 1 counter on it. So now the monkey cannot attack.
Yeah, and looking at Robin's hand, I just see a bunch of lands and a Flage. His early aggression with Ragavan was perfectly stifled by that Haywire Might and Walking Ballista. And Robin doesn't really seem to have either relevant interaction for the combo or like a good way of putting up a lot of pressure. Maybe eventually you can escape Flage, but that's not the fastest possible way. And yeah, you do need a bunch of pressure in order to take that Brute Scale deck off of its powerful place.
Absolutely. I think I saw Solitude in hand. Might be wrong though. And
oh yeah.
So 2 lands, 1 Solitude, 1 Flage. Still needing a bit more to start getting that card advantage with things like Quantum Riddler.
Looking at the records of the players, I'll say that Robin is technically undefeated. Arguably the only technically undefeated player left in the tournament. 10 wins and 3 draws. This Jeskai Blink deck, especially if you play against other grindy decks, these Quantum Riddler matchups can take quite a while. Modern has gotten very interactive, and yeah, games can last long if players just keep drawing cards and answering each other's cards.
That's true. On the other side, Sebastian with no draws all the 13 rounds that he played. So maybe this Brute Scale deck able to finish games quickly.
I mean, with the right draw, it can just combo you off on turn 3.
That's true. And we have there the Flage dealing 3 damage, gaining 3 life. And now it's on the graveyard. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards to escape, which is the exact number that a Flage wants to see. That Urza Saga now counter on 2, playing a land for the turn. And, ooh, we have here the Kozilek's Command.
That Grove of the Burn Willows doing a lot of work in the mana base. And Sebastian could have waited until Robin's turn with the instant. Likely did not want to run into any sort of interaction or counter magic. And besides, yeah, you do want to just take out the graveyard before Flage gets escaped.
And usually you think of Eldrazi as very scary big creatures, but this little spawn is quite adorable.
Oh, that's a really cute token.
That's true, it is very cute.
Though I'm still not sure if I would meet that particular creature in a dark alley at night. Might still be a little scary.
Let's see here if what Robin is going to deploy. Now I think there's also the Fairy Time Raveler in hand. I think reading some ruling actually about the Planeswalkers there.
So Teferi can provide some value. Drawing a card. But Robin's draw is not exactly coming together as he had dreamt it up, I reckon.
Oh, okay, so I think the question is if it's possible to maybe bounce the Urza Saga and they're bouncing the Saga, drawing a card.
Yeah, Teferi's -3 ability says return up to 1 target creature, artifact or enchantment to its owner's hand, draw a card. So bouncing Urza Saga is legal, like it doesn't say non-land. But if you target something, say an Eldrazi spawn, and the spawn gets sacrificed in response, then the whole ability kind of fizzles and you don't draw a card. So you have to be, keep that into mind.
In the meantime, Sebastian deployed a Bramble and was able to find this exact Vexing Bubble we are seeing right now. 2 things that ended up getting milled were a land and 2 Blade of the Bloodchief.
Well, filling up the graveyard bit by bit with different card types for that inevitable Emrakul. Right, so right now there's artifact, there's creature, there's land, there's sorcery.
Kindred.
Right, from the... yeah.
And when Emrakul, the Promise Hand, is casted, the doom is near.
So Vexing Bubble will mean that if a Solitude gets cast for no mana, then it will be countered. It was a pretty strong addition to the Brute Skill deck that Guillermo Lupi used to win the Mox a while back. Now he's in the top 8 with Amulet Titan, but that was a strong choice in like the current modern format where so many people are playing these like 0 mana cards from like Izzet Affinity, dumping their Mox Opals to Solitude, Force of Negation and so on. And especially in a creature combo deck like Brute Scale, it is a useful main deck card to stop that relevant interaction.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of Lupi here in the top 8 now with a different deck, but we see that Robin passed the turn, just blessing the Teferi, and we are going to have Ancient Stirrings here. Let's look at the top 5 cards and see what we can find. I see the Emrakul there.
Yeah, it is.
Scary Eldrazi.
It is coming up. Naturally, it costs 13 mana, but the cost gets reduced by 1 for each card type among cards in the graveyard. So I think we counted 5 card types, which means that it only costs 8. And along with those Eldrazi spawns, you're almost there.
Bouncing spawn here. Exiling with Solitude, actually. And now there's a Ragavan in hand, a Solitude, and a Quantum Riddler. And this Riddler, especially when you start playing all your cards, is starting to draw you a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure that Robin is also aware of the threat of Emrakul. So that Solitude taking out an Eldrazi spawn, it might not look like much, but it can effectively act as almost a time walk, potentially delaying the advent of Emrakul by a full turn.
So dashing here the Ragavan, Sebastian creating a construct that is going to block, it looks like, with that Urza Saga, since we know that he cannot play anything else in instant speed due to the Teferi. And now we have that Quantum Riddler, and because Robin was down to 1 card, that means that he gets to draw 2.
And one of them was an Ephemerate.
Ooh.
That is an ideal card to draw in a spot like this.
Yes, works very well with the Riddler.
And then you even get down to 1 card again, so you draw 2 once more.
Value.
Yeah, Ephemerate gets into the rebound. He just drew 4 cards out of nowhere, and one of them was a Consign to Memory. Wow. That is the perfect interactive spell for this matchup.
That is fantastic here for Robin, that now is prepared to deal with those colorless spells on the other side. Let's see what Sebastian can do here. Looks like he's getting pretty trapped here in a complicated situation with Teferi, the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, Sebastian is now under sort of a clock, and with his mana production also under attack, ramping into that Emrakul won't be easy. He might try to set up a combo loop.
And yeah, we know that there is the Consign to Memory on the other side, which is just...
Consign does everything. I was mainly planning to counter some colorless spell, but it can also counter the trigger of Urza's Saga, you know, the one fetching an artifact from your deck.
Things not looking too good here for Sebastian. But able to get that Emrakul thanks to that Spring Leaf Drum.
Yeah, and Urza Saga also puts an enchantment into the graveyard, so that was an additional card type. Maybe we missed a card type, but wow, that Emrakul actually came down this turn. So now there's...
Okay, so here there's a Solitude that we know about. There's the Ephemerate that just goes...
Yeah, Ephemerate gets tries to be cast, but then it's countered by Vexing Bauble. I believe that is how it works. And now, okay, Sebastian can do the worst to Robin. So probably Solitude, killing off one of your own creatures, seems like a good start. You can take out that Teferi. Well, hold on, you can probably like Teferi target one of your own creatures in response, Solitude it, so that like the Teferi bounce gets countered, and then you don't even draw the card. You still Solitude your own, say, Quantum Riddler, and then finally Surveil into something useless.
Wow, a lot of mean things here. So
no, this is even better, of course. Like you do have to draw a card. But that's okay. Now you can pitch one Solitude to another. They're like taking control of turns is like so much fun, because you can use all these cards in exactly the way they were not intended to.
Yeah, just Quantum Riddler attacking into that 13/13 flyer, and wow, what a turn here. For Robin, but controlled by Sebastian. And now we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but this 2/2 is not looking too good in the face of a 13/13 flying trample, protection from instants.
No, like you get an additional turn, but taking control of that turn basically dealt with Robin's entire board. And now, well, Robin has to top deck something to deal with the Emrakul on the next turn.
Now, do you think here the Consign to Memory may be a bit precipitated by Robin?
Perhaps. I'm not sure if countering that Urza Saga was ultimately all that helpful. I mean, like in the turn before, like I couldn't completely see the graveyard, but my sense was that there was not enough card types to play Emrakul yet. But, well, apparently there was, with that Urza Saga enchantment also in there.
Okay, and now here tapping for Agatha Soul Cauldron. Agatha Soul Cauldron, can that get Ballista? It does. Attacking here for 14.
Yeah, attacking for 13 is not enough. Gotta make it 14. And then it can also ping a damage with the Walking Ballista ability. Man, this Emrakul is supercharging in the weirdest ways.
Wow.
Ooh.
And this is a scoop here from Robin. Sebastian taking this game with Emrakul, the promise hand. And Frank, what a game and what an insane card that if it doesn't get answered to, just steals games away.
Yeah, especially against a deck with so many like effective pieces of interaction, because suddenly all those Solitudes and Teferis, which are normally meant to hurt the opponent, can be used to take out your entire board. Yeah, that Emrakul, it is always incredible in Modern, but especially against decks with removal spells, with interaction, then you just strip away their entire board and leave them with absolutely nothing.
And speaking of sideboard here, we have Sebastian's sideboard. Now, what here can be good against what we just saw on the Jeskai Blink side?
So, okay, I see a joke. Let me look at the mana base of Jeskai Blink to see if there are many islands in there. Some, but probably not worth it. I mean, I see some potentially relevant cards. Unholy Heat could be an answer to a Quantum Riddler if you want to play sort of a value game. Ugin, Eye of the Storms is like a powerful card, but Thief of Existence can do something, but honestly I don't think you want to be changing all that much. On top of that, when you're playing a synergy-driven deck yourself, like the Brute-Scale deck is, you don't want to overboard and make too many changes, because every card you remove from the deck weakens your own strategy.
And now we have the other side, Robin, here with this sideboard. Now, I do see there are some interesting cards. What do you think might enter against the Brute-Scale deck?
So, Obsidian Charmaw might be able to take out some lands, give you some time. Spell Snare can counter a Basking Brute-Scale. Ashiok seems like that's going to be more against Scapeshift type decks. Wrath of the Skies could potentially be powerful, like taking out a bunch of cheap Eldrazi's along with an Urza Saga, something like that. I also wouldn't make too many changes here either, but attacking the mana base seems like a viable plan with both the Charmaw and the Wrath of the Skies potentially helping out with that, because if they don't have the mana to play Emrakul, well, you don't have to worry about it.
Yes, that's true. One thing that I really love about the Brute-Scale deck is that it almost feels like it doesn't need the win con to win, right? You can just ramp out, play that Eldrazi ramp plan, just get your Emrakul and win the game that way. And then the Brute-Scale combo is just a nice little extra bonus things that the deck can do.
Yeah, for sure. It is sometimes just the plan B, but a plan B that opponents always have to respect. It kind of reminds me of the Splinter Twin deck of old, where, you know, having the combo by itself was not even the most powerful thing, but the fact that opponents always had to think about it and respect it, it really forced their hand.
Urza Saga here and Springleaf Drums for Sebastian. On the other side, 2 mana. We are going to see that Ragavan being dashed and attacking for 2. Let's see what it can get from the top. So we do have that token. Oh, and it saw Michael's pawn there.
So Urza Saga on turn 1 is a little bit of a surprise because normally it won't be able to actually make constructs on turn 2 when you only have 2 lands. And to me it might indicate that perhaps Sebastian is trying to fetch the Blade of the Blood Chief as quickly as possible. And Robin just says, yeah, no, we're not going to do that.
March that.
Yep.
March being a great solution there for the Saga, and now leaving Sebastian down on mana. Robin can dash the Ragavan again. But there's also other options in here, considering what exactly to do. Exerting looks like something with that Arena of Glory.
Well, Ragavan can always jump in as a monkey pirate, get some value, another treasure.
Yeah, I mean, just providing mana, which actually Robin kind of needs, because I didn't see a land drop. Okay, Ballista for 1 here.
That can take out the Ragavan potentially. Though Robin has the option of sacrificing the treasure to counter the Walking Ballista with Consign to Memory, to make sure that the way remains clear for Ragavan, but chooses to hold it in hand, perhaps scared of more powerful Eldrazi spells later on in the game.
Looks like that's the case. And considering here what to do this turn, how to face that Ballista. First, getting the land. That's good, let's fetch.
Yeah, at this point you probably don't want to continue dashing the Ragavan, because that just runs straight into the Walking Ballista, but may want to set up some other angles of attack. We saw a Flage in hand, which, well, can eventually get some work done, but it's sort of slow. Or was there actually Flage? Never mind.
Ending here, Prismatic Ending, taking care of that Ballista.
Ooh. Well, then the Ragavan can come in.
And now the monkey can be dashed, attack for 2, make another treasure. Oh, and revealing the Brute Scale actually here from the top. Basking Brute Scale being the card revealed. Technically, Robin could cast it, but deciding not to.
Yeah, I don't think that's like really worth 2 treasures here.
3 mana now for Sebastian. That just passes the turn.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be.
As that Spring Leaf Drum, but that's only now we have a Philia. But it looks like Sebastian might answer that with the Kozilek's command, making an Eldrazi spawn and going to get scry 1 and draw card. Drawing a Possession.
Yeah, just taking his chance while Robin is tapped out and doesn't have Consign to Memory mana up. And that Eldrazi spawn doing a lot of work.
That's true. Tap there from the Spring Leaf Drum to do an Oli Eat.
Yeah, you really have to take out that Philia before it starts to blink the Eldrazi spawn tokens, or like Quantum Riddler, or whatever might happen. The deck has way too many Philia synergies to leave that alive, or say an Obsidian Charmaw, that might have been a disaster.
Yeah, and I think it's Steven from that Arena of Glory, just going there for the attack.
It's more like Jeskai aggro. Like
yes.
All these Ragavans with haste.
Yes.
Obsidian Charmaw with haste.
Obsidian Charmaw that entered from sideboarding, a good sideboard against these kind of rampy decks.
Absolutely. As I said, removing the lands will help prevent Emrakul from coming down.
Yes, and now we have here that Basking Brute Scale being played from Sebastian.
And immediately activating it to get some value with the Adept. Because if you would wait to do that until Robin's turn, and he has, well, some sort of red-based damage removal spell, he can respond and take out the Brute Scale. I'm not sure if actually these Jeskai Blink decks run anything other than Solitude, but still good timing.
And now we have Robin here untapping, except for the Arena of Glory, of course, because it was used last turn to give ace to that Obsidian Charmo. Now 2 mana, I think we might dash that Ragavan once again. There it is, it's dashed, and we are attacking here for 6. Leaving Sebastian down to 6 points of life.
Potentially a 2-turn clock.
There's a rumble here from the top.
And Robin is feeling pretty safe, I reckon. He still has Consign to Memory in hand, so you can deal with the worst that Sebastian might put out.
Revealing here the 4 cards. It's a land, the Urza Saga, and 2 Unholy Eats.
Yeah, at this point, Sebastian, sure, he can block the Ragavan with Eldrazi spawns for a turn if need be, but he still is going to lose to 2 attacks from that Obsidian Charmaw. So Sebastian basically has this turn and the next to either deploy an Emrakul and take over, or assemble the Basking Brute Scale combo.
Playing the land and going for another Basking Brute Scale here. And I mean, down to 6 life. We might see here that Consign to Memory on the Basking Brute Scale, because even though it has green, as you said, and very well, Frank, before we start this match, it has the void, which means that it doesn't have any color. It's a colorless creature.
That's what all these Eldrazi's do. And that's why Consign to Memory is such an effective interactive spell against Eldrazi decks.
So acing there the Philia, attacking with everything, exiling on spell token, and that's going to be game here. And I mean, we saw here the power of these Jeskai Blink deck just being very aggressive and not letting this time the big Eldrazi resolve.
Absolutely. It was impressive to me, compared to the first game where it was just like seemingly playing a slow control game, grinding, drawing a bunch of cards with Quantum Riddler, taking it slowly, and now, like, I don't know, everything had haste. And even that last turn, that was a nice interactive attack, giving the Philia haste, so you not only get an additional like 2-power creature that can deal the final damage, but also immediately get that attack trigger to take out an opposing blocker. Man, that Arena of Glory was doing so much work this game. Incredible.
That's true, and actually not even doing the thing that it usually does with Flage, right? Just having a lot of value with creatures and just being able to take over Sebastian and not letting him get to Eldrazi's. Now, Sebastian is going to be on the play with the Brute Skill deck. Is that going to change Game 3 compared with what we saw Game 2?
He will certainly have an edge, because if he has an early combo turn, then yeah, his opponent will basically have to keep mana up to deal with that, to keep consigned mana up, which will really hamper the development of the Jeskai Blink deck. It is a matchup where being on the play is certainly going to help out.
And I know that sometimes you do this on the events, Frank. I don't know if you did on this one to see the most played sideboard cards or something like this. Is Consigned to Memory one of the top ones?
Oh, I can actually answer that. Let me look up the numbers.
Frank is always prepared. If you ask for some data status, he is the perfect person, and actually he's been the person that has been choosing our feature matches all weekend long, making sure we have diversity. We see a lot of different players, a lot of different decks, the top players as well with good stories, and big shout out for that.
So the most played cards by number of main deck plus sideboard copies at this tournament was indeed Consigned to Memory, followed by, in terms of non-lands, Flage, Mystical Dispute, Ragavan, and Quantum Riddler. So indeed, Jeskai Blink was the most played deck.
Love to see it, and there we are already starting things up. And we are going to get Sebastian to tap here for a Vexing Bobble.
Yep, no more Solitudes, or at least not for the alternative costs.
Yeah, and we had a Monkey, a Ballista, but they traded, so no longer there. 2 mana here, and we are playing that Basking Brute Scale, the card that gives the name to the deck. He doesn't have the Blade yet, but
it does threaten a combo kill on the next turn. Now, Robin also has a pretty decent start because he can deploy Filia here. I already saw a Quantum Riddler, so if Robin wants to, he can, you know, blink his warped Quantum Riddler, have an incredible board presence while drawing a whole bunch of cards. I also saw that Consigned to Memory in hand to potentially counter a Blade of the Blood Chief. So it looks like Robin has a good combination of both threats and interaction that fits in his curve.
Very nice. We saw that Filia there, end of turn, and now we are on a Robin's third turn. He did draw a land, I believe, so he can now play that third land. We see a Flagging End, a Ragavan as well, Quantum Riddler, or actually Consigned to Memory, and Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, he has both as far as I can see.
2 mana, and we are going to get that Quantum Riddler warped. That means that we are going to draw 1 card.
Yep, and this is the powerful Blink synergy in action that has been like a big part of Modern ever since Quantum Riddler was introduced in Edge of Eternities.
And here Sebastian really, you know, acknowledging the word of Filia and blocking it with the Brute Scale.
Yeah, it likely tells Robin that Sebastian does not have a Blade of the Blood Chief. Otherwise, Sebastian might have tried to keep the Brute Scale around and set up an infinite combo. But
we have the stirrings here now, and we see that there's Emrakul in Sebastian's hand. Now revealing here that Urza Sagan getting it from the Ancient Stirrings, playing it immediately. Still a bit far though from that Eldrazi.
Yeah, you can start to make some constructs, but they are relatively small, and it may be hard to overpower that Quantum Riddler. Still, yeah, ramping towards Emrakul seems to be the best way of turning the tables on a board like Robin is assembling. So we should just keep track of like the number of card types in the graveyard. Both players should do that because they should both be aware of the threat of Emrakul. So right now it's creature, artifact, and sorcery, right?
So we have 3, correct. And I see that on Robin's side, he does have an Arena of Glory in hand as well as a Flage, which we know can be eventually a very explosive combination.
Oh yes.
And already with that Quantum Riddler being able to attack, I'm sure that Robin wants to close the game as soon as possible, dashing that Ragavan and attacking here for 6 points of damage. And Sebastian here just going to take 6 damage. Treasure is created, the top card is revealed, is an Ancient Stirrings here. Robin could even play it.
So Sebastian had the option of creating a token with the Urza Saga in an attempt to block the Ragavan. Chose not to, instead...
It's still on chapter 1, I believe.
Never mind.
Yes.
I'm already thinking too far ahead. I'm too eager to make these constructs.
You are 3 steps ahead, Frank. And 2 mana here for a Rumble. So Rumble is a great way to try to find what Sebastian is needing, and also in the process ramp a bit to try to get to that Emrakul, the Promised Hand. Here there's an Urza Saga and then more lands as well, Eldrazi.
I reckon that Sebastian would have liked to have seen more card types, but it still adds up. So creature, artifact, sorcery, land, enchantment. So I'm counting 5, which means that right now Emrakul costs 8 mana. And those Eldrazi temples, of course, can also tap for multiple mana. So potentially Sebastian should be able to cast Emrakul on the next turn. Then again, that Consigned to Memory, it's always the perfect answer to any Eldrazi's and the cast trigger at the same time. That's why Consigned to Memory, it is the perfect answer, and yeah, again, the most played card in Modern.
We love to see it here. And now Robin is going to untap with that Riddler. Now we are sure that he's going to keep some mana up for that consigned to memory, but now finding a sideboard card that was very important in the last game, which is that Obsidian Charmo.
Yeah, and that taking out an Eldrazi Temple might change the Emrakul math.
Yeah, every chance of delaying a bit the promised end can be good. So now we do have there, and we see that the way that Robin put the Arena of Glory, it is indicating us that he's giving the ace to that Charmo there. So again, with that aggressive plan.
Yeah, I mean, Emrakul is promised, and if it comes down, it will surely be the end. But whether it will come down in time or even resolve, now that is the main question.
And the token game here for Sebastian is on point. We know this little construct there.
Now that is one of the better constructs I have seen. As a long-time Affinity aficionado, I can appreciate this one.
So Sebastian already takes a trophy home, even if it's not the Pro Tour qualification. No, it is already the Pro Tour qualification as well.
Most players should have locked that up already.
Yes, but even if it's not the top 8, it will be being on Frank Karsten's Best Construct award. Ooh, a rat here.
So that
Rat of the Skies. That can get rid of the token there. And the Urza Saga as well. And, oh wow. So 8 damage coming through. And this will put Sebastian in a much further position to cast that Emrakul.
Yes, Robin is now in a commanding position. Sebastian last turn would have been close to Emrakul, but now, yeah, this is going to be impossible. And that's not even considering that consign. How can Sebastian get out of this? Maybe combo with Brute Skill, but even that, like you don't have enough mana, you don't get through the consign to memory, you're facing lethal damage.
Things are not looking good here for our mono green Brute Scale player. Robin here really adapting game 2 and 3 with a more aggressive game plan that looks like it's been really working out. Of course, the Obsidian Charmo as well being a key sideboard card, and the consign to memories just making such good work against this matchup.
Yeah, it was just a perfect curve with Philia into Quantum Riddler, really what the deck is designed and trying to do.
Okay, so we are starting here now with that sowing Mycospawn being kicked. So that means that that's going to bring a land for Sebastian and exile a land from Robin's side, or destroy a land from Robin's side.
I'm not sure he has enough mana to kick it. But you will search the library for a land card. Then again, how are you dealing with the flyers? Because both Obsidian Charmaw and Quantum Riddler have flying. And the sowing Mycospawn, it does a whole lot, but it does not have flying or reach.
That is true here, so just getting that land and passing the turn, that Arena of Glory does not untap. And we do see there, so Sebastian at 6.
How is he getting out of this? He's facing lethal damage in the air. No, that's it.
That's going to be game, and here Robin taking the game with this Jeskai Blink, just showing the power of the most played deck of the weekend, right, Frank?
Yeah, and even though its overall performance in terms of win rate wasn't all that high, Robin is technically undefeated with the deck. He hasn't actually lost a match all weekend. And in this match, he also showed the power of what the deck is capable of doing. Both the fast draws with Philia synergistically working with Quantum Riddler, but also the power of the interaction, both targeting the opponent's land base and consigned to memory, dealing with their important cards, not to mention Solitude. It is just such a well-rounded package with endless tricks, and yeah, Robin has showed it off masterfully.
Congratulations, and that means that Robin is on the top 8, right?
Yes, he should have locked up a slot with this victory.
Wow, so
congratulations.
That means that he is 2 wins away from qualifying for the World Championship. And I'm not sure if Robin had any qualification before, but just the fact that he made it here, he's competing for the prize pool, so he didn't have any invite before for the Pro Tour.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So came here with no invite for the Pro Tour, already has that in the bag, already got some money, top 8 guaranteed, and now he's 2 wins away for also making it to the biggest Magic event, competitive event of the year, which is the World Championship. And Frank, do you want to highlight something from this weekend? Was there anything that surprised you on this meta breakdown? I know that we also are having other regional championships at the same time, right? Did it differ too much, our meta, with the other regional championships?
Not too much, to be honest. I didn't look at the details too much, but the overall shape of Modern was seemingly similar in both here in Europe, also in Japan, the United States, Canada. There were like so many high-level Modern regional championships this weekend. But even though there are like some small regional differences, you saw like similar decks at the top of the metagame breakdown in all events. And yeah, Modern is just very diverse, where everything is possible. We do have, I know, 2 Amulet Titan decks in the top 8, but it could be possible to have like 6 other decks with like a wild variety of strategies. And yeah, that has just been awesome to see.
That's true, I totally agree. Awesome to see Modern, such an open format, so many different decks, and we are going to have for sure an amazing top 8. Frank, before we go to the winner's interview, I just want to thank you for coming here, stepping up, since Simon couldn't really cover this round, and we are all hoping that he's getting well. But really thank you for stepping up. I'm sure everyone in chat really appreciates you and everything you do for the data. We sure here as casters do appreciate all your work. And we wish, thank you so much once again. And now, let's go to the winner's interview.
Hey, Robin. First of all, a huge congratulations. You have now locked up the top 8 of this regional championship. You said that this was actually going to be your first Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's my first Pro Tour. I've been chasing for a long time.
How does it feel?
It feels so good. I mean, I don't even realize. I'm still in my games.
Yeah.
I want to play. I'd like to play. So I'm still in my games, but yeah, maybe later I'll meet my friends and they're gonna jump on me. It's gonna feel great.
You said you're actually not a big Modern player. You play a lot of limited. So how did you prepare for the tournament? How did you decide to play Jeskai Blink?
It was a bit weird, but we have a whole group in France and we try to help each other. And I have good friends that I value their opinions on the format and the choice of deck very high. And I chose to follow them. His name is Lino, he's a friend of mine.
Okay.
And I think he's making every time right calls, and so that to follow them and discuss with him to how to tune it to prepare for this tournament. But he was the brain in all of this.
Okay.
I just followed and feels great.
That's good stuff. Something I want to ask you about is, you're actually undefeated. You have 3 draws. What happened?
Yeah, that's a bit weird. I'm playing Jeskai Blink, so it can be a slow deck in the mirror. And I faced Esper Blink in my 3rd round, something like that, and we drew. And suddenly I was in a draw bracket with all the Riddlers in the room, and so I have to face them. And we timed, I timed the 2nd time, so 2 draws. And I was in the mirror against Jeskai Blink against my opponent, and we decided to ID
to get out of the draw bracket.
Out of the draw bracket. So it's my first time going out of the draw bracket, and then I faced normal matchups like Eldrazi, Boros, and stuff.
Okay.
And it was the perfect solution to run this tournament.
Okay, that's actually pretty smart. A strategic draw to get out of the draw bracket.
Yeah.
Now that you're qualified for the Pro Tour, you're going to be playing Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed, which is the first Pro Tour of the next season. Does that change your plans at all? Are you maybe looking to attend more tournaments now?
It's going to be difficult because my girlfriend is listening and we're going to have a baby soon.
Okay, so, congrats.
Yeah, my days off are counted, you know.
Okay.
So we managed to go to Turin for the next RC, and we're going to see how we do about Richmond.
Okay.
I'll be available, but I'm going to try to focus on my family life for a while, I think.
Okay.
And maybe go to major events once in a while.
Okay, well, best of luck in the top 8, because you're also now playing to lock up potentially qualifications for the next 3 RCs. And if you make the finals, there's also 2 world slots on the line.
Yeah.
So yeah, best of luck to you in the top 8.
Thank you a lot.
Let's see where it goes.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Always nice to see these winners interview, and if you were wondering why Maria was not doing the interview, but yes, Martin, that's because Maria is here with me, and we are going to commentate the backup feature match, the other winning to top 8 here at the regional championship. And all of you that were worried about Simon, don't worry, he's just saving his voice so we can cast the semifinals. So you'll still see Simon. Thank you, Maria, for stepping up and helping out while Simon is clearing up his throat. It's very nice to have you here. I mean, people saw you doing amazing interviews all weekend.
Appreciate it.
Are you excited to be here on the cover booth?
Absolutely, super excited. I really wanted to try this out, and I'm very looking much forward to our match.
Yes, I'm really excited as well. So as I said, we are going to see the other winning for top 8. That's going to be a mirror match of Boros Energy. And Boros Energy has been one of those decks that since Modern Horizons 3, it has been here present and being the aggro deck of choice for the modern players. Why is that, Maria?
Well, it is so powerful. I mean, it is pretty easy to navigate, I would say. And yeah, it's just, you know, sheer power, very easy. You know, you have your 1 drops followed up with 2, 3 drops. It can snowball pretty quickly. But then you have some grindy cards like Fable of the Mirror Breaker or Pyromancer. You have Flage, so you have like this cool aggro package that you can easily be turned into a grindy one.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of cats in this one. If we can take a look at the deck list here, they are pretty similar. I have them here on the computer and I'm looking at them. So one of the players is running 27 creatures and 6 instants, and the other one 24 creatures and 8 instants. So a bit more there with actually playing 2 Mana Tides. And why Mana Tide here for, in this case, our player that is Daniel Toledo?
Yeah, Mana Tide is a very interesting choice, I would say. I think maybe it's like a player's tech, but you know, could be used in various different matchups, just like your tempo card. This is this quick mana counter spell. Yeah, and honestly, I think Mana Tide can be very important in this mirror match.
Yes, absolutely. And we have here Alexa list, the one with no Mana Tide, and we actually more creatures. And Alexa here doing pretty well all weekend long. Now 1 win away for that top 8. Both of them already locked the Pro Tour invitation, which is always nice for Lord Win Eclipse. That's going to be in January. And I know that players have been already starting to test for that. And I mean, these decks, as I was saying, a lot of cats can happen. And we were talking actually before this match when we knew that we were going to commentate how these Ocelite Pride just start stacking together, creating a bunch of cats and just can go out of control.
Yes, this is probably one of the most difficult things when you're playing this deck is to count your cats correctly.
Yes, not an easy task. And we do have a lot of tools here as well with Johnny being such a strong card, Flage as well. We have seen all weekend long how as well Arena of Glory and Flage are such good cards together. And
absolutely.
Maria, I saw that the Jeskai players, Jeskai Blink, are playing a lot of the same cards as Boros Energy. Why do you think some people go for the Boros Energy and other people go for more the Jeskai Blink?
Well, they're quite different though, like in essence, you know. So Jeskai Blink, they try to cheat all of these powerful cards into play, like Riddler on turn 3, or like with File, you know, get more value. So Jeskai Blink is more of a grindier deck, I would say, with this aggro edge, of course, thanks to Ragavan. But Boros Energy has always been an aggro deck. That's probably the main difference. Also, Goblin Bombardment gives such an edge to the deck. Honestly, without it, it wouldn't be the same.
Yeah, I mean, you have all these cats and then you just start meaningfully sacrificing them to kill your opponent. We also see their Voice of Victory. Both these players are playing this card, which is fairly new from the Tarkir Dragonstorm set. Voice of Victory, which can be very relevant in a lot of matchups, right?
Absolutely.
When your opponent cannot cast anything in your turn, makes things tough. Anything else here that you want to highlight from this deck, Maria?
Yeah, just wanted to continue on Voice of Victory. So turn 1 Guide of Souls followed up by Voice of Victory and Goblin Bombardment is just very powerful. So you attack with Voice of Victory, you gain a lot of life, you sacrifice it afterwards, and once Voice of Victory is on the battlefield, you know that you're safe to cast whatever you want.
I'm excited for this one, Maria, because from the over 1,100 players that joined here today and qualified to be here, now we are trying to see the final 8, and this is going to be a win and in. We will see our players here, our trade, beating and racing through this very important match. And we are starting here fetching right away. Let's see if Alexa has a turn 1 play against Daniel. Play and draw, is it relevant here in this matchup, and how relevant it is?
So me personally, I like mirror matches, mostly of the mid-range decks, but here an aggro mirror match, draw and go, is very important, I feel like, because you have to adjust your strategy despite being pretty much the same deck. But you know what, this Mana Tithe may actually matter here a lot. But again, draw versus go is going to matter.
And we see here Ocelot Pride on both sides, but one of them foils. I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but...
yeah, let's see. Let's see.
Both cats,
which
just one is shiny.
More powerful, a shiny one or non-shiny one.
Exactly, and let's see here as we see Alexa again fetching now, this time for a plains, and going to play here the second spell.
So yeah, I was talking about how draw versus go is important, but you know, it is of course going to matter on your starting hand, because traditionally, if you're on a draw playing the mirror match, you're playing from behind, so you want to play like more on the control side of things, you want to have removal, you want to have answers to your opponent's threats, you want to keep the board clear, but you know, sometimes it's not like that. Sometimes it's just turn 1 Ocelot Pride versus Ocelot Pride.
That's true, and this Ocelot Pride attacked, and here Danielle decided not to block because there's a Johnny that would flip if those would trade. So that means that Alexa gets to make a cat token here. Still a bit far from that City's Blessing, but already has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 permanents in play, while Danielle only has 1 single Ocelot Pride. So let's see if Danielle is able to have such a second powerful turn as Alexa did.
Exactly, exactly. And this is just what I'm talking about. So Alexa started first and already has a massive advantage. But yeah, let's see what Daniel is going to offer.
Yeah, here we are going to crack that fetch, getting a land. And I mean, at the face of such a strong board, I'm trying to see what Daniel might have.
Like, the thing is, you want to remove a Johnny at this point. Like, you need to have removal for a Johnny. At the same time, Alexa already developed the board. And you also need to develop. So just like 1 Ocelot Pride on board is not enough. So you can see how a little bit awkward it was for Daniel, you know.
Yeah, spending the turn casting that charm to be able to deal with a Johnny. But at least that threat is gone. But
exactly.
Danielle only has 1 Ocelot Pride, and Alexa now has 1 Ocelot Pride and 2 cat tokens already. And 2 mana here, we have that Dash Ragavan, and just going to maybe attack with everything.
Yeah, I think he should.
Okay, attacking with Ragavan and Ocelot Pride, leaving the cats behind. And here, let's see how Danielle decides to block that Ocelot Pride. Does have first strike.
It's a good attack regardless. Probably Alexa could have attacked with all creatures, you know, in this situation. Like, he's pretty good, he's far ahead.
Yeah, but decided not to, getting another cat, and now the cats are going to start catting.
Oh, let's go. This is exactly what we were talking about.
Yes, so making now a couple of cats here for Alexa, and once that City's Blessing is on the battlefield, things are going to start quite complex. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 permanents. That means that we are 1 permanent away from that City's Blessing.
Exactly. Next turn, we can see cats multiplying. Cat City.
Cats versus cats. tough here for Daniel, though.
This is incredibly, incredibly difficult position. So now you can just feel it, how far behind you, being on a draw with the very similar hand, I would say, like turn 1 Ocelot versus turn 1 Ocelot. And if you're on a draw, like this is what you get. Because, of course, Thraben Charm wasn't mana optimal for Daniel.
Yeah, and I feel like this deck really wants to be like proactive and being the one on the aggressor seat, and just having to be reactive and spending your time casting that charm was definitely not ideal. And here triple blocking the Ocelot Pride. And now explaining why those cats stayed behind.
Yes.
Already planning this
makes sense,
here.
Makes sense.
Now playing another cat, another Ocelot Pride, and I think this is bombardments. Goblin bombardments being very important here, because they can start even sacrificing to just killing the Ocelot Pride on the other side. So that Ocelot Pride does make a cat because the other Ocelot Pride attacked.
Yeah, Goblin Bombardment is such an important card in the Boris Energy Mirror match. Just, you know, it makes the opponent's removal so inefficient. So just in response, you kill your opponent's creature, and just overall.
So we do have everything attacking here, and that Ragavan being dashed. Now Daniel is blocking, but of course before damage he can just sacrifice to destroy the other Pride.
Absolutely.
That way that is no lifelink.
Right.
There the Ragavan dies to the first strike. Some damage comes through.
But yeah, bombardment, you can see how this card is important, you know? It allowed Daniel to stabilize in a way. I mean...
And being able to prevent that lifelink with the blocking sacking is really important as well, because now we see that there's even another Ocelot Pride, but it's not doing much here because there was no life gain. And now we have an Ajani follow-up.
Now,
because of the bombardments, we can just flip the Ajani.
Exactly. Now the tables have turned. The tables have turned. Absolutely. So this is it, like bombardment. Such a strong, such a game-changing card in the mirror match.
Absolutely, and this Ajani here now making another cat, and look... Ooh,
and deals damage too, because bombardment is a red permanent.
That is true, and looks like they are talking about that. The Pride goes away. Dealing damage now with the Ocelot Pride, that is going to mean that Daniel gets to make one cat. It doesn't have the city's blessing quite yet. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so...
But still, I mean... Close. Incredible, just incredible. Bombardment followed up with a Johnny, and yes, now who's playing from behind, right?
That is true. That bombardment absolutely being a spell that just completely turned this game away. Now we have the Seasoned Pyromancer here going to be able to try to find something that can be necessary for Alexa.
Oh, did you see? Did they just cast Mana Tithe?
Yeah. And there it was, the Mana Tide being important. Even that land was exerted as well, the Arena of Glory, meaning that next turn it cannot be tapped, leaving Alexa even further behind.
Incredible.
And look at that, the card that we were talking that Daniel is running, that Alexa is not.
Yes, 2 copies of Mana Tithe. And as predicted, it did matter.
That's true. Blocking there. And now it just feels like Daniel is miles ahead.
Exactly. How many cards? Just 1 card in hand, I believe, right? In Alexa's hand?
I believe so, or 2, but maybe 1.
So yeah, I guess he was really hoping for that Seasoned Pyromancer to resolve to draw cards and create token.
And I'm sure, like, I mean, this is open deck list, so Alexa knows about the possibility about Mana Tide, but there's only 2 in the deck, so...
Of course, but, I mean, he couldn't just, you know, play around it in this situation, because already now he's the one who's playing from behind, you know?
Things looking just so good here for Daniel that he's going to be able to get that city's blessing as well. and just attacking here with a bunch of cats, and things are going to escalate pretty quickly, and Goblin Bombardment is just going to be able to also help do the last points of damage.
Exactly, exactly. Goblin Bombardment and Johnny, this is just the combination that is very hard to deal with, especially when you virtually have nothing.
Yeah, and Daniel has the city's blessing and Alex doesn't, and only 2 mana now because that Arena of Glory is tapped. Guide of Souls.
Right.
And a Galvanic Discharge just to be like, nope.
This is just an insult to injury, honestly.
And here, Danielle coming back from a very reactive position in the beginning of the game, having to use that awkward charm to now winning game 1, thanks to mainly Goblin Bombardment, I would say. And
yes, absolutely.
Wow. Now, we have a look here at the sideboard. Maria, any card that you want to highlight from the sideboard of any of the players?
Yes. So here we can see that Daniel has Showdown of the Skulls, and this card is definitely going in this matchup. So this is just a grindy card that allows you to win the late game, basically, and it is going to matter. It's going to be important in this mirror match. I believe that Alexa doesn't have Showdown of the Skulls, nor the Legend of Rocco, which has been pretty popular in this tournament as a sideboard card in Boros Energy decks.
Players here getting ready for this game 2, and this is a very important one. Both these players already managed to lock that Pro Tour invite for Lorwyn Eclipse in January in Richmond, and now they need to win this match to be able to advance into our top 8 and get a chance for amazing prizes to lock the next 3 RCs. Then if they even win the next 2 matches after these, they'll also be able to get their World Championship invite, which is the biggest event of the year. And Maria, I just think like World Championship, it's just a big one. If you win that tournament, they make a literal magic card out of you.
Yes, I know. What a dream, right? So yeah, high stakes. It's winning in for one of the players. So of course, we shall see their heart monitors. Are they going off? How do they feel? I mean, this match, it was, such a roller coaster, right? Such a dramatic turn of events. Just this Goblin Bombardment followed up with Johnny, and basically this is it, Manet's Tithe.
This was the perfect, because you were telling me before that you only know one meme, and it's the call the ambulance, but not for me. And I think we saw a bit of this now here.
Honestly, yes, this can be totally applied to this game, absolutely.
And for people that don't know Maria, Maria has been our host here all weekend, so of course you know her by now, but she also qualified for a Pro Tour before, so she knows the feeling of being able to qualify. Do you still remember the feeling you got when you got that qualification for the Pro Tour that you played?
But of course, and you know, I'm still a competitive player, so of course, if I get a chance, I would love to be back on a Pro Tour. It is such an addictive feeling too. So yeah, I can totally relate to the players, to what they feel and what it means to them.
We have now things starting off with Daniel 1 game up, playing that Oslite Pride that we saw being so crucial game 1, both players with multiple of them, and that cat knows how to make
that
other cats.
Exactly. Who's going to be the mayor of the Cat City this game?
Yeah, we will get the city's blessing.
Yes, finally.
We will see as Alexa here is just going to pass the turn.
All right. And this is what I'm talking about. So apparently it has a piece of interaction in hand.
There's the Galvanic Discharge.
Probably Galvanic Discharge, yes. So this is just a perfect example how Alexa is playing from behind, and he's just, sit on her mole. But, oh my god, Manatithe!
Again.
Oh no, it's his Reprieve, I'm sorry. It is Reprieve, not Manatithe.
Returning to hand and drawing a card, delaying Alexa here, which can also be quite challenging because now Danielle is able to play a cat there, and we know that Alexa is struggling on mana, so things are not looking good. Just 1 mana, and I mean, having to do this now, the Galvanic Discharge, to make sure that there is not another Manatithe or reprieve to be able to lay Alexa even more. And this is when reprieve gets the best. It's when your opponent doesn't have lands.
Yes, but you know what? I think Alexa should have cast that Galvanic Discharge on his turn, because he knew about Mana Tithe, like 100%.
That's true.
And he was going to cast this Galvanic Discharge regardless, right? So it was just safer to cast on his turn. And now, yes, this is just reprieve, such a tempo turn.
Things are not looking good too here for Alexa, but I'm sure that Alexa has a lot of good spells in hand, because he has no lands, so he needs to have a bunch of spells.
It has spells only, yeah.
So we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and that card is so punishing against someone that is missing on lands, because it just will keep giving you that advantage. And if Alexa's best bet is that Danielle is going to break on things to do, this Fable really helps out. Now there is the second land, Arena of Glory, and Alexa can cast this Ajani here. Let's see if Ajani is enough to turn the tables.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker is such a crucial card. Again.
And they're playing the mirror, so can this be the Mirror Breaker?
Oh, I see the pun intended. It definitely can be.
I have all the bad magic cards. I'm sorry, I know you're not used to it.
You're good, all is good, honestly.
And here now Danielle having these 3 mana. And I think deciding here on the Fable on what to discard.
Yes. It has a couple of lands, probably?
Oh no, just already past that.
All right, right.
Land here, and we have the Galvanic Discharge taking care of the Ajani, and that's crucial. That Ajani needs to go.
This is just painful for Alexa.
2 mana here. And we are going to play Goblin Bombardment, the card that was crucial, sacrificing immediately that to get rid of the cat, attacking with the Fable of Mirror Breaker token, so with this Goblin Shaman, making a treasure. And I know there's another Ocelot Pride in Daniel's end, so we can still even follow up after this.
Yes, honestly, this Goblin Bombardment, it just felt like the last straw.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 1, 2. Is there a City's Blessing already? If we play the cat?
No, not yet. 9 permanents, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, exactly 9. That energy token was confusing me, but that's not actually it.
Yeah, it's not a permanent.
So no City Blessing yet, and we have Ocelot Pride on Alexa's side, just passing the turn, not finding that third land. And Danielle here taking advantage of that kind of hiccup on Alexa's mana base, just flipping that Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And things are not looking too good. There's a Galvanic Discharge in Danielle's end, so a way to deal with the Ocelot Pride on the other side. And now for sure we'll have the City's Blessing.
But you see, at this point, there is just too many threats on Danielle's side to deal with for Alexa. Already Fable is transformed on the battlefield. Goblin Bombardment is here too, you know, taking care like a removal spell. Okay, I'll just ping you or whatever you have on board. Ocelot Pride, creating those tokens, you have to deal with that.
And the mayor has chosen who to give the City Blessing.
All right.
That is Daniel, which is mocking the 2 permanents on Alexa's side with all these 11 permanents or more at this point.
Yes, Daniel is the mayor of the Cat City. It's official.
10, yeah. So Alexa here now thinking what to do. Okay, that's the charm that can get rid of. Nope.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, honestly, I can just feel Alexa's pain. You're so far behind. You're trying to do something, just, you know, this little thing, and no.
And that it's really like just putting that last nail in the coffin.
Last nail into the coffin, exactly. That's exactly what I also meant by Goblin Bombardment.
Yes, that's a difficult one, and I mean at this point Alexa at 14 life, but those points of damage are going to be coming fast and furious, as there's already a copy there made from the reflection of Kiki Jiki.
All right. Oh my god. The cats.
The cats.
So many cats, and yeah. It's just too much, too overwhelming.
Game here for Daniel Toledo, being our other player advancing into the top 8 with Boros energy. And what a match we saw, Maria. First game, it was very much like Daniel was not doing too well, but then managed to recover with that Goblin Bombardments into Ajani. And then we had the game 2, which was way more one-sided.
Yeah, that's true. Game 1 was like a roller coaster. It was a roller coaster of emotions. So yeah, like first of all, Alexa was leading. Then with this Goblin Bombardment, things have changed. And yeah, game 2, it was very unfortunate for Alexa. But yeah, it just happens, you know. This is it. This is the way Boros energy matches go, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, still lovely to see. This was one of the most played decks of the weekend, so always nice to see it play here. And now we are going to soon be ready to announce our top 8, what decks exactly make it. But before that, we will take a break. I just want to once again thank Maria. Chat, thank Maria for being here.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
While Simon is recovering his throat, and I know that I will be back for the semifinals. Now, Maria, once again, thank you so much. Everyone has been seeing you on the interview area. It's been so fun to watch your interviews, by the way. I really enjoyed them.
Thank you.
They were all great. So once again, shout out to you and Frank for helping out during this round. A lot of love to them in the chat. And that's going to be it for us. But after a short break, Martin and Andrea Mengucci will be back for the quarterfinals and to announce the top 8.
Hello, I'm joined here in the interior area by Emma Manholt. She's a community manager from Fanfinity. Hello, Emma, so nice to have you here.
Oh, wonderful to be here, Maria. Thank you so much for getting me in the couch. I'm so excited. This RC Antwerp has been incredible. We've got so many people here. The games have been so good on stream. And thank you so much for doing these interviews. You've been smashing it.
Thank you for having me, of course. But we are here to talk all about the upcoming event, the Spotlight Series, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it's going to happen from the 9th to the 11th of January next year.
Yeah,
pretty soon.
Indeed. It's just a couple of weeks away. Yep, the first weekend after New Year's. So we hope to see you all in France, Lyon. It's going to be the main event is a 50K open event, and the top 8 qualifies to the Pro Tour. Amazing. We've seen so many people there. New players qualify and get their first steps in on that pro circuit.
Yeah. And it is very exciting because here at the RC, you need to qualify through a local game store or whatnot. Like, it is a very difficult path to the Pro Tour, while here you can just enroll to the Spotlight Series event and just like that get a Pro Tour invite. I mean, just, you know, have your chances like that. Why not?
There is going to be some stiff competition, absolutely, but
that's for
yes.
Sure, but it is like a direct path to the Pro Tour, which is amazing, absolutely.
So we hope to see you all there, but not just our competitors. We have some fun additional side events for just the people that enjoy.
For anybody, right?
Yeah.
Could you talk us through the side events?
Of course. So first off, if you are interested in the side events, make sure to check my.fanfinity.gg. All the information is currently up there. You can already register for these side events. So take a look. We've got some interesting packages, especially today, up until 10 o'clock tonight. Get that early bird discount in, and you can pick up some packages. Those packages include vouchers that you can use for any side event, including some of the special ones that I'm going to highlight in just a moment.
Those are just a great value, so just don't sleep on that, snatch that, and we'll see you in Lyon, hopefully.
Well, we're Magic players. We love value. Value is the best thing after card draw. Don't you agree?
But card draw is a value, you know?
Like, card draw is great.
Yeah. Same thing.
Card draw is a great thing. We all love it.
Yeah.
Well, another thing to love is our Friday gauntlet events.
Wow.
So these gauntlet events qualify you to the RC. So if you want to play in our upcoming RC events, join us on Friday. Register for these gauntlet events. It's just a simple 5-0, and you are qualified. Don't miss out. And
yes, of course, it's a good opportunity. So you have the main event, you have all these amazing side events, both for competitive and non-competitive players. So literally there is anything for you to do. Like, for any sort of Magic enjoyers.
If you're not doing great in your main event, we got some interesting side events on Sunday as well. So imagine you don't make day 2, still not the worst. We got our modern and standard destination qualifiers. Both of those tournaments qualify 8 people directly into the RC. So
great.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You are back on the train. You can continue grinding. You can continue your circuit and competing with other incredible Magic players. And in addition to that, we got something very special for Spotlight the Avatar. We have the first limited championship qualifier.
Right, because...
You've heard about it before.
Yes, of course. Well, it's a new thing starting from the next year, and I guess it's going to be like the first big opportunity to participate in this event, right?
512 players will be able to compete. In limited, it will be 7 rounds, after which we'll make a top cut to top 32 players. Now, top 32, you get the structure. We're changing that. Those top 32 players get to draft.
Wow.
Odds of 8.
Awesome.
They get to compete. Winner of their pool, the top 4 players, they immediately directly qualify to the 2027 Magic Limited Championship.
Amazing.
That is an incredible opportunity.
Wow.
Don't miss out.
So you can qualify to the Pro Tour, to the RC, to this limited championship. And also, you can just meet your friends and play a game of Commander. Why not?
Yeah, enjoy the gathering together at these Spotlight events.
Of course.
Come and play Commander. If you like Commander, we have space, we have creators. Join us there, play with your favorite Magic personalities, and enjoy just a good game of Commander. Be a little bit mean to your friends, because that's what you do in Commander, and have a great time.
Absolutely.
But not just Commander, we also have Magic for the people that enjoy their little, their special eternal formats. Do you enjoy Legacy? Do you enjoy Pre-Modern or Pauper? We have those events as well as part of our calendar. Check them out.
Honestly.
Yeah. Check them out. Join us in Lyon, France, and you'll be able to play all the Magic you want, get amazing prizes at the side events, at the prize wall. So we hope to see you there.
Yeah, check the Fanfinity website and mark your calendars. 9th to 11th January next year, Spotlight Series in Lyon. See you there.
We'll be back with more Magic. Bye.
They did what? Oh hi, I didn't see you there. The new Avatar, The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is right around the corner, and you, the community, want to know more about it. But worry not, today I'm here to break the ice and answer all of your burning questions. So let's waste no time and jump right into the action, shall we? Which characters will be released as Squareos? Well, you can expect all of your favorite Avatar, The Last Airbender characters like Aang, Momo, and even Uncle Iroh over here. But hey, never forget my favorite, the Cabbage Merchant. Isn't he the best? Will there be any special deck boxes for different factions or elements like fire, water, earth, and air? Well, we already have all of our favorite benders over here. We even have fire. But the next factions, well, that is something that will happen in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Malone, how big are the Squareos compared to other cards and figures, and how many cards can you fit in a deck box? Well, these are Return to Earth boulders by Ultimate Guard, so they're the same size as those, and they all fit your typical 100 cards double sleeve Commander decks if you need to. So yeah, put them all in there, they're safe, you can shake them around, nothing to worry about, safe and protected, as Ultimate Guard always guarantees. Will there be any pre-order promotion or special bundles? Well, once all of these beautiful deck boxes hit the market, you'll be able to collect them all, even in this very beautiful upper collector's box where you can fit them all. Does the deck box also fit in other trading card carrying cases or backpacks? Well, as we already said, these are made by Ultimate Guard, so you can be certain that you can put your Ultimate Guard deck boxes into your Ultimate Guard cases. So if you already have one, just put him in there, bring him to your next Friday Night Magic, and get ready to beat your opponents in style. Are the Squaros made of the same materials as Ultimate Guard boulders? Yes. These are Return to Earth boulders. They're almost completely made out of renewable material in Germany. So yeah, I like them a lot, and I must say these are one of my favorite products that I will always keep on using. And now having my favorite characters on them just makes them way freaking better. All right, we have time for one last question. Can you use your Squaros for something other than trading cards? Of course you can. You can put your dice in here. Of course you can put your tea in there. But there's so many different uses, like, who put cabbage in my Squaro? Well, my friends, sadly that is all the time we've got for today. But I want to thank this amazing community for all of your cool questions. And if you do have some more, please feel free to ask them in the comment section. We of course hope that you will enjoy these very cool Avatar The Last Airbender Squaros just as much as I did. And if you need any more information, check out the link down below. And you want to know even more? Check out these cool videos.
「旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である」「それは闇へと続く」「初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる」「そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない」「旅に出よう」「物語の次の章がお主を待っている」将軍の道を歩め侍の箱とともにアルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章刀将軍の道近日発売
Welcome my friends, the new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squaros is here, and today I'm going to show it all to you. But I'm gonna do it in style. Now this is what I'm talking about. Look at this beautiful collector's case. Of course, if there's anybody I would trust to transport the crew, it's Appa. Ooh, magnets. Look how beautifully the logo is embossed in here. Now this, my friends, is quality. And of course, it has space for your whole Avatar Squaro collection. Let's keep going! Look at this beautiful Momo deck box. I especially love the ears. This bad boy can hold up to 100 double sleeve cards easily. Just put them in there, close up, shake them around, do your monkey business, and they will stay safe. Ah, you're right. This meditation really does work. I can feel the energy of the elements rising already. And yes, you're cool and all, and I do really want to be like you, but did you really think I would cut my hair for this? You might be the last airbender, but I am the last hairbender. Oh, and of course we all know, no Avatar The Last Airbender collection would be complete without his most handsome hero. And not only is he really good looking, but he will protect all of your most valuable goods. Let's keep moving. Of course, that is not all of them, and I wish I could transform into every single one, but somebody spent all of their costume money on cabbage. We still got Toph, Katara, Sokka, Uncle Iroh, Zuko, and of course Azula. And together with them, the collection is complete. And if you want to know where to get them, check out the link down below. And hey, while you're here, why not watch one of those videos?
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera. The
adrenaline's pumping. I was just kind of in shock. It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
I'm here with an iconic artist, Rebecca Guay. Thank you, Rebecca, for joining me today. How are you?
I'm good, but we might want to start again.
Yeah.
Because my name is pronounced Gay.
Hey,
yeah,
sorry.
no,
I'm
it's
sorry.
okay, nobody knows, but I figured this is a good time to let people know. Okay.
Rebecca Guay.
Gay.
Gay.
Yeah, gay.
Okay, okay. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry.
Okay.
Really, nobody knows. Everybody says it Guay, but it's Gay.
Yeah. All right, we're starting over. I'm here with an iconic artist, Rebecca Guay. Thank you, Rebecca, for joining me today. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful, and I'm so happy to be here in Antwerp. It's been a great event so far.
Yes, we are all so excited to have you here.
Yeah.
And before we begin, I actually have a short story to tell because it is directly related to your artwork. It is how I first encountered Magic the Gathering. Actually, it was through your artwork.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
That's
when I
wonderful. Which card?
It was Emboldened from Odyssey.
Yes, sure.
When I was 12 years old, I remember it so vividly. So I was going home from school, and I just saw this card laying on a sidewalk.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So I picked it up, and I didn't know a thing about the game.
Yeah.
But I was so mesmerized by your art, like by this picture, by this illustration. So like immediately I was so curious to learn about the game.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful story.
Honestly,
that's like just what you want. It's like for somebody to like be drawn in from what it is you're saying as an artist.
Exactly.
Just so lovely.
Yeah, I just want to say like this moment honestly feels a little bit surreal for me. This is just like such a full circle because who knows if I didn't like this card, if I like if it wasn't for your art, if it wasn't for your beautiful illustration,
really
maybe I wouldn't be playing the game. I wouldn't be here.
That's really lovely.
So really, thank you so much for your art, and I'm pretty sure that you touched deeply not only me but a lot of players around the world. So thank you so much. And yeah, this is just very overwhelming for me as well, and very exciting.
Well, it's one of the best things about coming to events is that you get to hear people's stories about what brought them to the game, why they connect with your work, and you get a real feeling of what it means for so many years to have it be in people's lives. And it's very meaningful as an artist to feel like you've had an effect in some way, even a small way, on how people see the world, or how they engage emotionally with something, or it's become part of their community as they game with their friends, that they love your work and they game with their friends, and then it's all kind of makes this big connective net between me and the work I do and the people out in the world who care about it.
Exactly.
It's really moving.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
So, Rebecca, the first question that I would like to ask you, what Magic the Gathering means to you?
So, Magic is important on a lot of levels for me. One of the levels that is what I just spoke of, about the connectivity between me and my work, and the honor that I feel that people have grown up with it. the other part is one of the things that Magic did really early on was develop this very wonderful game, and they put the names of the artists right on the cards. And so it made this community globally, when it caught on, of a cultural phenomenon that allowed artists' names to be attached to the work.
Exactly.
And it was a really graceful thing for that company to do. Not a lot of companies were willing to highlight the creative part of their games. And, you know, an artist would have a signature on an illustration in a book or something, but it wasn't the same. Having the name of the artist right at the bottom of the card, and all these artists out in the world, and all these people growing up with the work, it just says that these connective things are important. Art is important in culture. Culture and art and games and society exist together. And it's just a wonderful thing that I think is... It's this great thing that's kind of hidden in plain sight that exists within the game. So I had been fairly well known when I started Magic, even as a young artist, because I started very young in Magic. I was 23 when I got my first assignment, and then I finished the cards when I was 24, so I had a few months to do them, and I turned 24 that year, and they came out when I was 25. That was Alliances. But I've been doing work in comics. I've been doing work for DC Comics and Marvel Comics, and I've been known for my comics work. And I got hired to do a Magic graphic novel called Magic the Homelands. And that was how I got into Magic. And the company said, well, you're doing the graphic novel, you should be doing Magic. And my first ever piece ever at all for Magic was the Blue Sarah Angel that was for a calendar that year. Wasn't even used on a card until about 10 years ago, maybe less. And then I got the Alliances set. So what it did was within the first couple of years the game, my cards were out, so many more people knew who I was because the game was reaching so many audiences.
Exactly.
Yeah, past outside of like children's books and comics where I had come from. Yeah.
And from all over the world.
Yes, all over the world.
Yeah, this is very meaningful.
Very, extremely meaningful.
Yeah,
extremely.
What I've just told everyone, and you, of course, just how artwork is important actually within the game. So it actually adds this emotion, this experience. So
it adds a deep emotion and experience to the whole community in Magic. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
and also your artwork is so exquisite and so unique, so recognizable. Could you tell us more about your inspiration, about your influence?
People ask a lot about where I get my ideas for work and how the card description is integrated within what ends up in the card. Early on, for Magic specifically, the way that the company worked was that you'd get a very open-ended idea of something. It would be a character in the woods or something very simple that you could riff off of. And that was great because you could bring a lot of yourself to it for inspiration and emotional connection and stuff, which I think is one of the reasons why people started to engage with what I did, because my first question is always, how do I make the audience attach emotionally to what I'm doing?
Exactly.
I start with the emotion. I say, what do I want the people to feel? And then once you decide what you want people to feel, it's a matter of making the gesture of the figure inhabit that emotion, and then I know I'm doing something that is really right. I don't start with I often don't start, even when things got more specific later on with the game, where we got more specific briefs for the description of the cards, I would still try to just not think about that and just think about, well, what is the emotion that I want people to attach to in the characters? And it was really important to me. But I also really think that's what set that's why people respond to my work. Because it's not how much I do special effects or how good I am at making explosions or how much I can do like good battle scenes. It's like there's not a lot of the, you know, I'm not the person who's going to do some like excellent like special effects painting thing that looks like perfect rim lighting and like magical environments that looks like something is made of light. You know, it's not me. It's going to be the emotion that I can connect with people.
I understand it totally because it just speaks to me what you say, and honestly, you can totally feel it through your artwork, through your illustrations. And I guess the last question would be, what is your most memorable illustration that you drawn
most
for
memorable?
Magic? Yes.
Each one's have carried different memories. You know, I've done so many, right? So I have all of these different memories that are connected to different cards. Like I was working on Thornwind Fairies when I was nursing my baby, you know, and I was in the studio working on a Magic deadline nursing a baby, you know, and I remember that always when I think of that. I was working on, you know, Dwell on the Past at a time that things were really kind of fragile for us as a couple, like my husband and I were very happy, but we were early in our marriage, and we were just sort of trying to make it as artists and things. And I kind of bring a lot of that kind of fragility and my own feeling at the time to the card, and so I really love that card and what it meant at the time. I have newer cards that have come out in the last few years, the artist series and stuff, where I can kind of tap into things that you know, some of the sort of humor in society and showgirls and things like that I'm kind of in love with right now. And so the artist series right now is really one of my big favorites. When I did the new Bitter Blossom card that's part of Lorwyn, that is about nurturing and loving, and in some degree my own kid, you know, who's an adult now, just graduated from art school themselves, doing their own thing. But I just feel like and I use them as a leaping point for the main character's face. So it very much inhabits somebody I love dearly. And
I just got goosebumps, honestly. Truly, this is beautiful.
That's so nice, yeah. And so now forever I will look at that card and I will see all the love I have, and all that love comes forward in the card, I hope, for other people too. So amazing,
amazing.
Yeah.
And I guess we should wrap it up with a question. What are your next plans?
Next plans, you know, I'm working on a few things that will come out in the future related to Magic, but I can't talk too much about them.
Okay.
Just a few. I take on only very specific cards when a couple of art directors that I just love working with ask me, because I know that they're going to understand what I do, and we're going to work really well together, so I'll take on a few. When certain things are brought to my attention. And I feel really happy to have worked on these. So I don't know when they're going to be out.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. And then apart from that, I'm continuing my own work and putting together a new edition of my next art book. And I think in the future, I'd really like to do something that is just specific to a Magic card standalone book of my work. So that's another thing that I'd like to do.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here. It means a lot.
Yes.
And
thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Hey, welcome back. This is the quarterfinals of the regional championship here in Antwerp. I'm sure you're all excited to see who made the top 8.
I'm very excited to cast this modern top 8. It's been a fantastic weekend so far. We have a super diverse top 8, just like a super diverse modern format. Let's see what it is.
Yeah, let's bring the bracket on the screen so you guys can check who is in the top 8. Pierre Leipsch is on Ruby Storm, I believe. Let me check real quick if he's still undefeated.
Leading the field, that's the first player after Swiss. We've seen him plenty of time with Storm. He was undefeated yesterday, and he is first after Swiss today. Ruby Storm, a deck that not many people thought it would have been, one of the best decks in Modern, but here it is. Pierre, he said in his player profile, has played over 1,200 matches with this deck. Actually, we spoke a little bit before. He told me that he beat me on stream multiple times. He told me his nickname, Malachi, and I recognize that name, so it is nice.
1,200 matches that's wild. That's a lot of games with one deck. He's going to be playing against John Cherukod from Austria, who is on
Blue-Red Affinity, fully foiled. We've seen him before with 4 weapons manufacturing and Arkbar Ravager. That's a very innovative build. And the only affinity in the top 8.
Second table, we have Daniel Toledo playing against Pietro Maria Ottolina.
Yes, Daniel Toledo from Madrid playing the deck that I think had the best win rate of day 1 with a decent sample size, Boros Energy, and Pietro is playing Is It Prowess.
It's funny how it works. At the Pro Tour, Boros didn't have a particularly great showing, so players maybe cut a couple of sideboard cards here and there, and now Boros had a great day 1 here in Antwerp.
That's a good point, and I think the missing key was Belcher. Belcher was such a big thing at the PT, was the second most popular deck, and it has a great matchup against Boros Energy. Belcher is disappeared.
That's true.
I haven't seen a Belcher deck in the top table, and the Boros just takes advantage of that.
Table number 3, Guglielmo Lupi playing against Davide Pizzutillo.
Maybe it was better if I said the names here.
It wasn't that bad, right?
It was fine. Guglielmo Lupi versus Davide Pizzutillo. This, if you count it, it's the 3rd Italian in a row that we see. So super proud of my Italian countrymen who are definitely, if you look at this top 8, it's very diverse. Lots of people from throughout Europe. We have France, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Austria, and 3 Italians. That's super cool.
Shout out to Lupi. He is actually one of the still undefeated player.
And also
there are two. He's one of the 2 undefeated players. He went 11 wins and 3 draws. So some of them have obviously been IDs in the last couple of rounds, but he could still win the tournament going undefeated.
Yeah, so also Guglielmo Lupi is the only player in the room that is already qualified to Worlds because he won the MOX last month. That gave him an invite to Worlds.
That's crazy.
In this tournament, if he gets to the top 2, there will be a tiebreak for whoever goes to Worlds is the highest place finisher between the semifinals.
Okay.
I know this because this happened to me last year at a regional championship. We had a similar situation where Stefan Schultz was qualified to Worlds. And I mean, I ended up losing the top 8, but if I'd won, I would have lost the tiebreaker against
Table number 4, we have Robin Curtia playing against Amail Chima, and Robin is the 2nd undefeated player, also going 11 wins and 3 draws, but he actually picked up 2 of those draws were just going to time, and then he took a strategic ID to get out of the draw bracket. So
wow.
Against, reasonable decks. So
that's a cool story, and he's playing Jeskai Blink, the most popular deck of the tournament. One of them converted to the top 8, and his opponent is playing Boros Energy. So our top 8 is 2 Boros Energy and 2 Amulet Titan. And then 4 singleton deck of Prowess, Affinity, Amulet Titan, Jeskai Blink, and Storm.
Okay, I believe the match is ready, so let's jump straight into the action. The first match between Pierre and Sajan, Storm against Affinity.
Handshake, beautiful handshake over there. We've seen Pierre winning every time on stream. We've seen Sajan winning every time on stream. So someone has to lose. This is competitive Magic. There is going to be one winner because we're in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals, and the match is untimed.
Here we can take a quick look at the Affinity list of Sajan. Pretty typical stuff. You have the Pinnacle Emissary as one of the key cards in the deck that enables some of these busted openers with all the 0-mana artifacts. Weapon manufacturing works particularly well with engineered explosives. You also have Claws of Gigs that can sacrifice the artifacts and shoot the opponent.
Yeah, this is a new build of Affinity. 3 Torment Crypt, 4 engineered explosives. This deck is loaded with 0-mana card. Sajan wants to just open that Pinnacle Emissary, overload the board with drones, and just, tap them all for a Kappa Cannoneer as early as turn 1.
How big of a problem is this for Pierre, who is on Storm, that his opponent has 3 main deck Tormod scripts?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Tormod's Crypt is annoying because Past in Flames, because Ruby Storm is a deck that wants to resolve Past in Flames and win the game with that. Although, if you do a critical amount of Storm, you can still go Wish and do something like empty the Warrens, or if you have Artist Talent, you can go to Chapter 3 and you can just cast a Grape Shot that's not too large. You don't need to deal 20 damage. You can do Storm equal 7 multiplied by 3, that's still 21 damage. So I'm sure Pierre has defeated Graveyard Hate before in his life with Storm. It is not that hard to play around. It's not like defeating Silence. It's not like, you know, Rule of Law.
Okay, yeah, this matchup is going to be a pretty typical race between an aggro deck and a combo deck. Whoever's on the play is going to have a big advantage. Both players are going to be trying to get, you know, find their turn 3, turn 4 kills. So John is going to be the one who might have a little bit of interaction, whereas Pierre is mostly just going to be goldfishing.
Pierre plays on turn 1 Elegant Parlor, which according to his player profile is the best card of the weekend.
Okay.
That's what he said. There's a couple of heroes hang out in his list, but I guess just going turn 1 Elegant Parlor is the best way. Oh, there it is. That's the most important card of the deck of Sajan Cherukad. The Pinnacle Emissary has been drawn.
All right, so this is how you have the most powerful starts with this deck. Emissary gets evoked, and now Sajan is casting all these 0-mana artifacts, and every time he does so, he gets to create a free 1/1 drone. And these artifacts sort of work as mana sources because there is a lot of cards with the keyword affinity. Plus, you also have Urza Saga that pumps out really, really big tokens.
And you may have mentioned Improvise, which is kind of affinities, just that you have to tap those things. So Sajan is going to play a turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer, but Pierre has shown us on stream that he can win the game.
There it is.
On turn number 3.
Yeah, I think Pierre also had that one lucky copy of Gemstone Caverns. In one of the games that he won, where he was able to essentially steal being on the play with that card.
Okay, we're playing a Pithing Needle here. Pithing Needle is actually a good card. We can name the backside of Ral, which is Leyline Prodigy, and Pierre is not going to be able to -8 the Ral.
Okay.
But again, now there's no Tormod's Crypt, so we can just...
Ral exclamation mark.
Yes, so you can just... wow, what a powerful start, by the way. Like, turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer with Disruption.
That's pretty good.
But Pierre...
I think Pierre is unbothered, really, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yes, so like, he can just go Ral, a bunch of Rituals, Past in Flames, I win the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Although you can't win the game with Ral. Ral is like a very simple way to win the game. You just -8 and you win. All right, look at that. Sajad has had his like best start possible. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think it's the best start possible. A Tormod's Crypt.
Tormod's Crypt way better. Yeah.
Like if he goes Pithing Needle and Tormod's Crypt, then it is very hard.
This is just like the best start of his deck in general. But in this matchup, a Tormod's Crypt might have been better. But here's the Ral. First, Pyretic Ritual gets cast. So that's going to be 3 red mana floating.
They're communicating. We've seen Pierre saying very, very clearly, whatever happens. Okay, no, they're just talking about Ral right now. We've seen on stream Pietro Ottolina roll 4 times the dice for Pierre to an odd. I don't know if you remember at the beginning of today.
It never flipped.
And he lost the game that way because Ral never flipped. Okay, so that's a mountain count. We are splicing onto the Arcane. This is a mechanic as old as many players. As old as many players. Champions of Kamigawa. It's actually my first booster pack. Do you know that?
Really?
He's a Maru Hound of Khan. That was the first card I opened back in 2004.
I opened Donate in my pack, and I'm like, why would I want to give my card to my opponent? What is this?
That's not that good. No, Isamaru made me go for mono white, so definitely a good pickup. So yeah, splice into the Arcane, going from 3 to 6. Storm count goes up. Ral keeps on flipping, keeps on taking damage. And again, there's Pithing Needle, so I don't think, let me check, but I don't think Pierre has a way to deal with, I guess he does. Wish for Prismatic Ending. But anyway, look, let's go. Top 2 cards. Ooh, Past in Flames.
Yeah, this game might just be over.
This game might be over, but also there's no, like with Pithing Needle, there's no payoff. Like Pierre can brick. Like he can just flip like 10 cards like we've seen him doing earlier today and not find a wish. So the game is not over. Let's see, Valakut Awakening, easy shuffling away. Sorry, is he discarding? Actually,
he's taking a bunch of damage.
Is he discarding this ritual to the Valakut Awakening? No, he chooses not to. So he just cycles this Valakut Awakening. Because Valakut Awakening says discard X cards, draw as many cards +1. Sorry, not discard, put on the bottom. Yeah. If it was discard, it would have been a lot better because you can then flash it back with Past in Flames, but it's put on the bottom.
Desperate Ritual ups the storm count to 6. There's 2 red floating, still taking a bunch of damage.
You flipped 5 odds in a row. That's the same dice that he rolled before against Pietro.
Always comes up odd, right?
You should start doing even damage. He's thinking about where this Ruby Medallion should go. He is, yeah, I think that the Spitting Needle definitely saving Sajan. And Pierre is doubling the heartbeat of Sajan.
That is actually pretty wild. Sajan is completely unbothered. Yeah, you can go off, no problem. You know, I already secured my PT invite, so I'm not nervous anymore.
He doesn't even have to roll the dice. Pierre is literally doing everything. Yeah. So sometimes you like roll the dice, keep the mana in track and everything, but no, that's not what he is doing. So
man, I will say Sajan is impressively calm. Not cold. Calm is the word I was looking for. That is very impressive.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Okay, so Past in Flames has been flashbacked, and yes, I believe Pierre has bricked. Has officially bricked. It just revealed a ritual and another Ral.
Has he ran out of cards that can draw him more cards?
Maybe not.
That's
a Valakut Awakening.
The Awakening, right, yes, right. It's not all lost just yet, but
it doesn't have.
We're gonna need to. Yeah, we're gonna need some more help.
4 finally an even flip. So goes to 3 mana. He can spend 2 of them to put on the bottom that Ruby Medallion and draw 2 cards.
Another odd.
Imagine if he takes so much damage that just...
You're just going to die next turn.
Yeah, the opponent just goes make a construct, pump Kappa, attack you for 8, and I win. Anyway, draws 1, draws 2. Let's see what it is. Very important. These cards needs to be good. They are.
Wow, Rent's Resolve. That's good.
Yes, but there's not that much mana. I mean... Okay, that Paratic Ritual cannot be flashbacked because it's been cast after the... See, rolling dice is so fun. I can't believe people want, you know, take away this mechanic.
It's at 11 now.
Yeah.
Facing the Cannoneer, 2 drone tokens.
3.
Another odd, so it goes down to 10.
Okay, reveal the top 2.
This is, yeah, these are gonna have to be some good cards. Otherwise,
Manamorphose.
Manamorphose is good.
1 redraw. All right, we're gonna go up to 3 red mana and drawing a card and flipping another dice.
Storm count is 13, so we're not even close to Grape Shot finishing the game off right
3.
away. Wow, 9 life.
Oh my God. Next roll loss is lethal next turn. If Pierre loses the Darrell again, that's 8 damage on the other side. Oh.
Did he draw anything?
No, he drew a land. Okay, so Pierre can play both a ritual, flashback Past in Flames.
Okay, get enough mana to flash back the Manamorphose again.
He has to roll. He has to roll more dice.
He's got it. Yeah.
Okay, he goes to 4 mana. Goes to 4 mana. Pierre, okay, yeah. He's not gonna miss that. 5 mana, sorry, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. From 3 to 2, and then from 2 to 5.
So John still absolutely calm and collected. So Past in Flames gets flashback.
So the thing with Ral is that usually it doesn't matter that you lose a bunch of dice because eventually you win 1 and then you -8 and you win the game. But the problem is that this.
That's just not gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another.
Okay, so this is officially it. If Pierre loses, like passes the turn, is gonna die next turn to Kappa Cannoneer and the drones. Okay, drawing a card. Okay, Glimpse
is
impossible. So we can go up to 4 mana with this Paratic Ritual.
takes another one.
At this point, I don't think it. I mean, unless he loses 7 dive, but I don't think. Okay, Glimpse the Impossible goes down to 2 mana, 18 spells, so a Grape Shot is going to be lethal here, just if he draws Grape Shot. Okay, let's see. 4. Okay, so Glimpse the Impossible goes in the graveyard, backsided, because that means it can't be flashbacked from Past in Flames. The other 2 cards can. Let's see what it is.
Wow, 2 lands and a ritual. That's not great.
Okay, we still have a redraw from Vren's Resolve. So the combo turn isn't over yet.
We need a counter that would calculate his odds of, you know, still being able to win the game.
So Wish and Grape Shot win. I don't know which other cards win. Let's see. Top 2.
All right, one more redraw.
Metamorphose. So he gets 1 redraw. So from 1 mana, he goes to 2.
It's a lot of mana in Storm Count.
Storm Count is
out there, but
official enough. Draw 2, gets to 2 red. And if this is a land, the game is over. Ooh,
oh my God, another
the sweat. That's insane. All right. Sajad heartbeat has gone down to 50, by the way. I don't know if that's a possible thing.
That is remarkable.
Maybe the watch is broken. Oh, Wish!
There, okay.
That's it.
Do we have enough mana?
Yes, yes, there's 2 ritual to be played. 3 ritual to be played. He found it. Pierre found it.
Okay, okay, well, let me see it.
No, no,
still needs to make sure he doesn't die to Rahl as well in the process.
No,
right?
no, it's over, it's over, it's over. Yeah, that's 22 spells, so 23 spell Wish.
Storm Count is definitely big enough. 1 mana floating.
He dies, but the die roll.
Nothing happens.
Oh, we got Grape Shot, and wow.
Look at the Grape Shot.
Crazy.
There is the Grape Shot that gets discounted thanks to Rahl. Last red mana used, and you're going to take 24 damage. Thank you very much.
And Rahl dealt 14 damage to Pierre, but that was enough. You know, sometimes you have to sacrifice a lot of life total in exchange of a greater good of winning the game with Grape Shot. What a sweat was that game.
That was, there was a lot of last possible redraw happening. But yeah, Pierre was finally able to find the Wish and close out the game with the Grape Shot. Good stuff.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Sajan did everything he could. He played Pithing Needle, played turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer. He had a turn 3 Clock, but that was not good enough because Pierre being on the play was the key. If Pierre was on the draw, probably he wouldn't win because, you know, the attack of Kappa would have just let the Rahl kill you.
Any sideboarding action going on here? You mentioned that this is not a deck that wants to sideboard too much because you need a critical amount of cards to draw more cards, rituals, things like that. Prismatic Ending, wear and tear, anything else possibly?
Yeah, so I would definitely bring in wear tears, all copies of them. Prismatic Ending, maybe not all copies of them. It is important to kill Grafdigger's Cage because Grafdigger's Cage stops Past in Flames. You can also kill things like Pithing Needle or Tormod's Crypt, but I don't know if you want to do that much. You have Brothers Udand, which is a fantastic card.
Okay.
But it's also a very good 1-0 to pick up with your
exactly
Wish.
With the it's that's kind of interesting with how you want to approach the 1-offs in the sideboard. This is not like your typical Saga deck where, you know, bringing some of those in might be okay.
We have this is the main deck again. Has proven to be very, very good for Pierre with the Heroes Hangout, just a couple of Spider-Man cards in this top 8, I guess. Unfortunately, no Avatar cards. Do
we have any Avatar cards in the top 8?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Alexi Pulo was very close with his Yugmoth deck, but lost a couple in a row. He was 10-1.
Okay.
I don't even know if he made it.
We have Storm, Titan, Jeskai Bling. Is there anything?
Yeah, so this tournament awarded 36 Pro Tour invite to the top 36, plus eventual passing down. Like, for example, Guillermo Lupi already being qualified meant that the 37th player got the invite at least, but maybe more, I don't know. So players like Piotr Gogowski are back on the Pro Tour. I mean, he's not on the top 8, but he made it to the top 36. And I see, you know, my friend Alessio Fedi made it back to the PT, which I'm also very proud of. So, you know, this tournament didn't just award 8 Pro Tour invite to the top 8 like the Spotlight Series, but it's a lot more. The Regional Championship are a much more important event because they award 36 Pro Point, and also I believe the total prize pool is $130,000 plus the foil Aerith to part of the day 2, so that is again a very, very good prize pool overall, and these players are playing for the top.
If you are getting the competitive itch watching this live, there is a Spotlight Avatar tournament happening in Lyon, France on January 9th through 11th. So you can head over to my.finfinity.gg and you can take a look at what the calendar looks like, what are we going to be doing for the whole season. All the tournaments are there. You can already pre-register. As we mentioned, there is now also the qualifier for the limited championship that's going to happen in 2027, the all limited tournament with a $500,000 prize pool. I'm super excited for that one. And
if you're not a standard player, you can play limited on Sunday.
Exactly. And the other tournament I'm super excited for is the Team Limited Trios in Brussels. That's, I think, next June?
Yeah, it should be the week after
the Pro Tour
Magic Con Amsterdam. So if you're coming from everywhere around the world, you can come for the Magic Con and stay one more week in the beautiful country of the Netherlands. I guess Brussels is in Belgium, but you can say Netherlands as well.
Looks
like saying that Belgium is not beautiful.
Belgium is beautiful.
That's where we are. Yesterday, I got to go to the Antwerp. But barring the fact that it was exactly 0 degrees, everything else is beautiful.
Yeah. All right, looks like the players are ready for game number 2. So John, again on the play, turn 1.
Much worse.
And nothing else.
Much worse turn 1 than the previous one. But he does have a copy of Damping Sphere in his hand. And Damping Sphere is very strong against Storm, who will bring in Prismatic Ending, will bring in Wear Tear to deal with it.
Okay.
So
Pierre also taking it slow with just a tap land on turn 1. It's not like he really has a lot of turn 1 plays anyway. I think Sajan is working on a mulligan. There's an Urza Saga, but this does not seem like an explosive hand. Obviously, he's pretty happy to see the Damping Sphere.
Yeah, so if he had a third land, this would be exciting because you go turn 1, turn 2 Saga, and then next turn you just make construct.
Okay.
But he's thinking about it.
I mean, can you really afford not to play
Damping Sphere?
The Damping Sphere here?
You can. Pierre is not going to kill you on turn 2.
Well,
he's not. Source,
he's done that before.
He's not. Source, trust me, bro. You know?
Trust me, bro. Yeah, he decides to go for the Saga, plays the Damping Sphere, and at least that's going to make him feel a little safer. Although his heart rate's about twice as high as it was in the previous game. Back to Pierre, who, does he have a turn 2 kill? Definitely not through the Damping Sphere.
No. And not only that, Pierre doesn't have access to a Cyber card to kill that Damping Sphere. So he's just going to cycle a bunch of Ren's Resolve, hoping to find a Wear Tear or a Prismatic Ending, because with that Damping Sphere in play, the deck cannot win.
Okay.
We've seen Pierre beating Graveyard 8. We certainly cannot see him beating Damping Sphere.
Back to Sajan, and does he find a third land? Is that a Mox Opal?
I think that's Pithing Needle. Those masterpieces are hard to see, just like that 2 on the D6.
Man, he really needs some Mana Source here. No, I don't think that is one.
I mean, I think he has Kappa Cannoneer. That's like good enough. It's like there's the Damping Sphere in play. That Damping Sphere is going to buy so much time. Pierre has to dig and dig and dig to find a way to beat that card. Honestly, I can go Pithing Needle on Scalding Tarn. I think I like that.
Okay. Oh, he does have a third land. Never mind.
Oh, wow, he does have a third land. That's the Fiery Islet.
Yep.
As you can see from the glares.
Is that a Chalice of the Void?
No, I believe it's Pithing Needle because we.
That's Pithing Needle?
Yeah. So Pithing Needle, Kappa Cannoneer. I think that's a good hand. I think that's a hand that's good enough. And now it's up to Pierre. He is the one that has to find an answer, because what Sajan has to do, it's exactly like game 1. Just apply pressure. He also has Grafdigger's Cage that I'm sure sided it in.
Yeah.
Grafdigger's Cage stops Past in Flames.
Past in Flames, okay. What does Pierre have this turn? Plays that Scalding Tarn, Desperate Ritual. Might as well use it if it's gonna go away at the end of the turn anyway. So, and let's see if he has anything to actually follow up with. He does have some more Rents results, I think.
We can see how he sided it as well. So yeah, wear tear for sure coming. I'm playing against Affinity. Like, that's not a better target there. You can kill the Urza Saga and the Damping Sphere.
So it's actually engineered explosives. That was the...
Yeah, the card in play is engineered explosives.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Surveil and the passing of the turn, because Pierre cannot cast anything else this turn. I guess that's not true. He can cast Reckless Impulse.
Yes, he has still 3 mana floating.
Yep. But now, as no mana floating, didn't find his wear tear, has to pass the turn.
Yeah, the fact that he fetched the Parlor before playing the Reckless Impulse really tells you that he's looking for the sideboard cards to deal with this Damping Sphere.
Tap 3, take a damage. With a Consort into play, untap. He also has the Boots in play, so drawing a land here lets him...
Yeah, that would actually be a pretty massive swing.
Keep the Boots. Oh, what also he can do is make a construct, get Mox Opal, and use Mox Opal to keep the
That's true.
And that is a very, very significant clock. But I would honestly just put more hate pieces in play first. I would put a Grafdigger's Cage, I would put a Pithing Needle, and then, you know...
Yeah, it's a...
Not necessarily,
it's a decision between, you know, how much can you improve your clock with that Damping Sphere already in play versus am I going to feel much safer if I have Damping Sphere and another piece of sideboard technology against your Eeyore deck, right? If he can make it so that he has a 1-turn clock with the Damping Sphere in play, I would be pretty tempted to go for that.
It's just still hard because Pierre can go tap 2 mana, wear tear, tap 2 mana, exactly those 2 cards in play. Ritual, Ral, 1 mana floating, win the game. So I would play 1 additional hate piece.
Okay. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Grafdigger's Cage or Tormod's Crypt. I think Cage is a little bit better. I don't know, actually. That's not necessarily true. Because if you deal with Cage, I mean, if you deal with the Tormod's Crypt, you can then get rid of the graveyard.
And he does decide to go for the Grafdigger's Cage.
Like, if you get Tormod's Crypt and your opponent kills it, you can sack it in response and get some value. Whereas if they killed Grafdigger's Cage, you can't do anything in response. It makes sense to get your 1-drop because, well, if you draw a 0-drop, it's cheaper.
Is he letting the Saga go?
Yeah, he let the Saga go without floating, with floating mana, but without making a construct. Because I think he wants to play a threat, whether it is Kappa Cannoneer or extra protection, like a Pithing Needle. Let's see what we're doing here. I mean, Sajjad is pondering his options. This is an important turn. We're in his main phase 1 with 1 mana floating. Ooh, what he can do is keep Kappa Cannoneer attack with it.
Does he have enough mana to do that?
Yeah, you can tap those first row, and I...
Oh, he has 1 mana floating, right? Yeah.
That doesn't... No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, yes, he can, because he has a floating mana.
He has a floating mana, yeah. I think he has exactly enough to be able to do that. Take 1 point of damage.
I mean, we've seen Pierre taking so much damage from the Ral that, like, every damage matters. So Kappa Cannoneer triggers, pump itself, and then it's going to become a 6/5 haste, attacking for a total of 12.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good turn. Now you have your opponent's down to 7. You have 2 cards in play, essentially making sure that you can't die.
Yeah, I mean,
Cage isn't, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Pierre winning through Graveyard Hate last game. Well, that's not true. He won through Pithing Needle, not through Graveyard Hate. I'd say Graveyard Hate is stronger than Needle. But now Pierre still doesn't have the thing.
Yeah, I think that there's just nothing, right? There's nothing he can do if he can only cast 1 spell this turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, Martin, and the people that were watching earlier today, Pierre lost the game because he flipped too many Prismatic Ending and just bricked and then died to Prowess that game. But here we see him dying because he didn't find those prismatic ending. So it is very hard to balance how much you want to disrupt your combo deck by adding cyber cards versus you actually need to draw those cyber cards to beat the hate pieces to your deck.
Yeah, finding the real balance in how much you can afford to dilute your deck is certainly you know, a key in mastering the sideboard decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, for those who just tune in, those little numbers under a player's camera are the likes that people at home are voting. So right now, people are definitely voting for Sajan more than Pierre, who's, you know, climbing up.
Yeah, he's catching up pretty quickly, though.
Yeah, game one.
Oh, wow, look, Pierre in the lead now.
Pierre was the fans' favorite, and Sajan was, you know, just 50 likes. Oh.
No, if you're actually just joining, these are heart rate monitors that the players can opt out of. So don't worry, we're not forcing people to do anything. The broadcast team just thought it was a cool idea to add something new, you know, like a new fun thing to the broadcast here. Pierre is still considering his options, but...
Yeah, so the reason why he's considering is that he can go land, splice onto the Arcane, go from 4 mana to 6, and then he can cast some Ritual and find those Wear Tear.
But the Rituals are not going to be super effective with the Damping Sphere in play.
Exactly. He's also thinking maybe you don't have any artifact, and this route keeps me alive. Like if your hand is exactly 2 lands and you top is a land, it's not lethal. But we know that it is lethal indeed.
Jeff is asking where people can vote on the likes, and but
that could be an additional feature, you know, Funfinity. If you're watching, you can do, I don't know, some live rooting for the players.
Pierre decided that the best course of action was to just play Raul and has the turn.
Any artifact to make the Kappa Cannoneer unblockable. We know that there's plenty of artifacts. Sajan is just playing around something, I guess. It could be a weird.
Yeah, I mean, it is an open deckless tournament. It is a good thing to, you know, run through your memory of your opponent's list. Do they have anything they can have here, or can I just easily attack? Yeah. But I mean, Sajan is in such a good position that it doesn't really matter, even if, you know, if this somehow goes wrong.
Yeah, the player on the play was able to win the game, leveraging the advantage of being on the play. Sure. This is a matchup where.
Welcome to Modern.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It's that this matchup, they don't have Force of Negation. So
that's true.
They don't have, I don't know, Endurance, Force of Vigor. Like, they don't have ways to interact with the opponent by being on the draw. So
John picks up game number 2, so we're all evened out here.
We're even out. Pierre will have the play.
Yeah, and that's huge.
There it is. We see players from Austria here with his fully foil deck versus the Master of Storm on the other side.
Are you a big fan of the expeditions and the special arts, or are you more of a old school kind of guy with give me the old borders and old art?
I'd say that I've been playing Magic for a long time. In my life, I've passed every phase a Magic player has. Okay. At the very beginning, I was you know, a student, so I was trying to save you know, budget, and I was always getting the cheaper version of every card. And then, you know, the more I started winning, and the more I like to fold out my deck. And I've got my playset of Mox Opal Expedition at home that I've used a couple of times. I've got definitely a lot of those Expedition. Now, I prefer, you know, to play my deck regular. I've got now, you know, so kind of I've been every type of Magic player throughout my career of 20+ years playing the game. But
since we talked about Lyon, which is the next tournament, January 9th through 11th, there is actually a discount package that you can buy, I believe, throughout this weekend. Right?
Yes, if you want to save some money, you can start by saving 10 euros. Getting the main event package for 110 euros, you will get the main event entry fee, an Avatar Collector booster pack, and a playmat with Avatar characters.
Avatar art, Avatar
art, there it is, the Firebender Ascensio playmat.
Speaking of Avatar characters, let's take a look at the second package you can get. There's one for the main event, one for the side event. So this is the other one. You also get to save a little bit of money here, but you can only do it throughout this weekend. I believe it's only valid till the end of today. So you can head over to my.fanfinity.gg. And what I wanted to mention is there are, I believe it's 8 new Sidewinders. If you head over to ultimateguard.com, there are new Sidewinders with the avatar art. And there is a really, really cool one with Momo being at the center, basically, of the deck box. And it looks particularly great. So I'm really looking forward to picking that one up after the event. Looks like the players are just about to finish their shuffling and mulliganing, but it looks like Pierre is sending it back for a new hand.
Yeah, Pierre doesn't need too much to keep a hand. He needs 2 lands. And that is usually enough because, well, you have so many cantrips. You have, you know, 10 of these cards that just look for other cards. But you do need those 2 lands. That is just a requirement. You can't keep a hand with 1 land. I mean, maybe you can on 6 or 5 cards, but definitely not on 7. Whereas Pierre needs a lot more. Pierre doesn't just need lands and spells. He needs to have a strong start. He needs to have interaction. He can mulligan. He can afford to mulligan down because without that turn 1 Pinnacle Emissary, without that Dumping Sphere, it's going to be hard for his deck to fight the powerful combo deck that is Storm.
We were previously looking at the bracket. We have Storm against Izzet Affinity. We have Amulet Titan Mirror. We have Jeskai Blink playing against Boros Energy, and then we have Boros Energy playing against Izzet Prowess. Who's your favorite?
My favorite to win the tournament is Guglielmo Lupi. Oh, he already won. Yes, he's the...
Wow, so he's still undefeated.
Yeah, he is the most accomplished player in this top 8. He had just won Worlds. He won
Worlds already.
Nice. And qualified to Worlds. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
But he also did very well at the regional championship in Bologna. He, I believe, qualified to the Pro Tour through that. So definitely on a tear of very good results.
That's great. Yeah. Is he a big modern player? Big online player?
He's the one that invented the Omniscience deck that eventually got banned.
Really?
Yes. I've seen, you know, Italian posting about the Omniscience combo deck so early in the standard format, and then now Willow's Awakening is banned. But he's the one, and his team Treccani, who like developed the deck.
That's awesome.
From the beginning.
So is he your favorite to take down the top 8 here?
He is. He's playing what many people qualifies as the best deck in the format. I think Amulet Titan is quite happy to play both against the Jeskai Blink and the Boros Energy, and then, you know, so we only have 1 Amulet Titan in the top 4 because that was just bound to happen, as there was a mirror match of Italians playing Amulet.
Wow, Pierre still shuffling. That's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign. Either he's really wanted to shuffle his deck very much, or he's mulliganing into 5.
I love the meme where somebody says, yeah, if my opponent mulligans, you know, to 6, okay, to 5, yeah, tough luck, to 4, oh my god, you're playing Tron?
Yeah, or Dredge in maybe older formats. But yeah, let's see.
How many cards does Pierre get to work with?
You start with 7. That's the
true.
rules of the London Mulligan.
I love the London Mulligan, by the way. I think that made like the game so much better. It made mulliganing so much easier. It's not as hard on you if you mull to 6 or 5. And let's see how many cards Pierre gets to work with, actually. He's putting...
At least 1 card down.
No, that's 2. That's 3. Oh my god, that's a mull to 4. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the Tron lens to get out of this. And this is a deck that really needs the extra resources, right? You do need just 2 or 3 lands, but you really need all the rituals and all the reckless impulses and ways to draw and see more cards. So he ends up keeping 1 land, Ral, Ritual, and I didn't quite see the 4th card. Sending this on the bottom. I do like keeping 1 land. You can fetch the Parlor. That's gonna let you take a peek at an extra card to hopefully make that 2nd land drop. But yeah, this is not ideal.
Galvanic Blast remained in the deck post sideboard. I'm surprised by that.
Oh, and just land and pass from Sir John.
Actually, that came in from the sideboard. Very surprised to see Galvanic Blast. A blast from the past.
Blast from the past.
It's a card that a powerhouse in Pauper. 1 mana 4 damage very easily with Great Furnace. In this format, Great Furnace is not legal. But you can achieve Metalcraft quite easily thanks to Mox Opal and such.
Yeah, thanks to all the 50 artifacts or so in your deck.
you don't need to play zeros on turn 1. You want to just low roll them in case you top deck a Pinnacle mistake.
That's true. That's a good point. So Pierre does fetch the Elegant Parlor, and that actually allows him to find a second land. So despite the rough start, he still managed to, you know, get a 2-drop into play on turn 2. Raul makes an appearance, and will Sajan find enough artifacts to get Metalcraft for the Galvanic Blast?
The hand looks very colorless on the left side. I see a Tormod's Crypt. I see a Mountain. I don't know if he had a land.
Oh, there's a Damping Sphere as well. This is not looking good for Pierre.
Okay. The Tormod's Crypt. Does he also have Mox Opal? He does not. Because otherwise you can go Tormod's Crypt, Mox Opal, Damping Sphere, in your upkeep, Galvanic Blast, the Raul, but we don't have that.
Yeah, plays the Damping Sphere and passes the turn. So Raul gets to live for a turn, but with 3 cards in hand and Damping Sphere on the table, it is extremely unlikely for Pierre to be able to really do anything.
I mean, without Damping Sphere, Pierre could have gone off this turn, but not like this. But Raul helps a little bit. Start flipping, start rolling.
Rent's Resolve is the play.
No, he chose to go even. He always goes odd.
Never change.
Never change. Flip 2 cards. Is there a land? There isn't.
Yeah, he's looking for land drops here.
Those cards are not good. Maybe that would have been good if the Damping Sphere wasn't there. He could have actually gone off and won the game.
That would have been super impressive.
Even on a I guess, though, there's a Tormod's Crypt in play. Double hate piece from Sajan, who turned from Affinity to We're Prison.
I think he picked up a copy of Memnite, so that's at least going to give him Metalcraft.
A very nice copy of Memnite. Does he have Kappa Cannoneer? He actually can't cast it. He can't go Memnite Kappa because it costs 1 more. Damping Sphere, of course, counts for both players. We'll see. We definitely want to go Galvanic Blast this turn. So he's going to go Memnite and then Galvanic Blast for 2 mana.
I think Pierre is notifying him that perhaps you're holding your hand a little too low. I might be able to see the cards. That's pretty nice of him.
I think that was better because that way we would have been able to see.
We would have been able to see more. Yeah,
so Pierre, please don't do that anymore. Actually, if you want to flip your hand, it's. Ooh.
That Memnite looks like it's coming out of the table.
It does. It looks like it's 3-dimensional. That's crazy. Well,
so
honestly, Martin, that's a good idea. WotC should do cards that come out of the table.
3D cards?
3D cards.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. You just unsleeve them and they come out of the cards. Like, that could be a new idea. Did he just pass?
Yeah.
What are those 2 blue cards?
I think those might be sinking to stupors. I think he might be holding on to having interaction, basically.
Yeah.
That Raul certainly is not as threatening when there's Damping Sphere in play. So I don't think Sajan is in any danger of losing, or probably not feeling too stressed out right now.
No, and I mean, Sajan, it's such a slower pace of game that we've seen the previous one. The previous one we see Kappa Cannoneer come down on turn 2 or 3, and now nothing. Rough flips. And it can actually kill Memnite.
Once the die roll happens, you can no longer respond.
You can no longer respond, but what you can do is you cannot respond now and bounce the Raul flipped. Because there's a spell on the stack. Raul is flipped into play with a spell on the stack.
So what is he going to use? He goes for the Galvanic Blast here. Deals with the Raul.
He wanted to wait those Raul flips because if he keeps on losing life, that's just free damage.
Okay. Pierre uses the mana to play Ruby Medallion. 2 cards left. Pass in Flames is not going to be able to do much here, so that goes into exile. That's actually pretty important.
Definitely. And we're in tap, and there's still no threats. Oh, Thoughtcast.
Thoughtcast.
That's not bad. 2 mana draw 2.
Maybe it's Thoughtcast, actually, the rest of his hand.
He's playing 3 Thoughtcasts total.
It is. He does have 3 Thoughtcasts. That's also not great with the Damping Sphere and not enough artifacts.
Well,
except 2 more lands.
Better than thinking to stupor.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. A lot better than that.
Yeah, play basic Mountain as a land for turn, so no Urza Saga yet. He can't go for Thoughtcast because that would cost 3. And Sejan knows his cards, so, you know, passes the turn. It's such a slow pace of play. 1 mana, draw 2. Sorry, draw 1, get 2 mana.
Yeah, Pierre at least needs to dig deeper into his deck to try to find those cards that remove Damping Sphere before he can even think about going off.
2 mana, Vrans Resolve. Now the next spell will have a tax of 2. Yeah.
Oh, it's a second Past in Flames?
Second Past in Flames, there's 3.
That's not great if that gets exiled.
Pierre can't cast any spells, so passes the turn, man. That Damping Sphere has done such a good job. All right.
Back to Sejan.
Let's see. Oh, we finally find a creature.
But I don't think he has enough artifacts to really take advantage of that. He's going to need to keep playing these awkward Thoughtcasts.
Yeah, the best card that Pierre has to draw, but we don't know if he cited that in or not, is Brothers with End.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That'd be, yeah.
That would kill every non-land permanent into play, even the Ruby Medallion.
So John decides to develop by just casting the Emissary and passing. But Pierre is not really finding what he's looking for.
Yeah, Pierre now can go 1 mana Ral, 1 mana Metamorphose. But the Pinnacle Emissary aren't casted. Yeah, the Mem Knight should probably attack. But it's a very pacifist Mem Knight. It's basically an Ornithopter right here.
It's a mana source.
It's
sort of.
It's pretty to look at
discounter
from this point of view.
It's basically Pierre has Raul and Ruby Medallion, and Sejan has a Mem Knight.
Yes,
they all kind of discount your cards.
That's true. Okay, so we go around, we go Metamorphose, we flip a die. Let's see if he's gonna choose odd or even. He took a damage, he changed again.
He changed, so nothing happens. Takes 1.
Draw a card for Metamorphose.
He found a 3rd land, but it doesn't really do a whole lot.
This turn can't do anything. There's only 3 mana floating, so Past in Flames gets exiled.
Both of the Past in Flames now.
There's 3. There's 3.
Are there 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. There's 3. Okay.
Okay. So draw step. That looks like Pithing Needle. So we're gonna needle the backside of Ral, making a drone.
So John really needs to start cashing in those Thoughtcasts.
Yeah, so the Thoughtcast will have a discount.
How does that work, actually?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to pay 1 blue. Because the mana cost raises for Damping Sphere reasons and then lowers for affinity.
Okay.
If it was a Trinisphere that is explicitly written, then it's different.
Okay.
That's how I would say. I'll see if Twitch chat wants to correct me, but I believe that Sejan only needs to spend 1 mana. He also needs to put a drone into play. Playing Paper Magic, you have to remind your own trigger. Does he have a drone? He looks too calm to me. He didn't get the drone ready. Okay, now there it is. It does not forget the drone triggers. We're naming the backside of Ral again, Leyline Prodigy, and now Thoughtcast is discounted of 6, so the total cost will be 6, so he can only needs to play 1 blue. Yeah, Needle is a good card in this matchup. Nadim the backside of Ral is nice. I would definitely keep that in post sideboard.
So, Thoughtcast is indeed the play. Pierre confirming, yep, I am aware of how this works. I like how both players are using the die to represent how many cards have been cast in that turn.
Yep. Now we can keep on going. He wants to draw Urza's Saga, so he can tap 1 mana to play Thoughtcast again. He hasn't played land for turn. No, you haven't played land for turn. Last turn you had 4, I think. You get me wrong?
I think that's what he's just asking the judge right now. Have I made a land drop?
Exactly, because if he has made a land drop, then he wants. If he hasn't made a land drop, then he wants to go Thoughtcast.
Yeah, but this is not something that, you know, observers or judges are usually keeping track of. I mean, Magic is such a complicated game. There's so many things happening and so many card interactions that this would not be one of the things that I would know.
He cracked the Fiery Islet. Last turn, I believe he tapped out. Yeah. Who knows?
Who knows? Exactly. I think we're just gonna go on a little bit of a break here with the two of us, and meanwhile the judges and the players are gonna be able to figure it out. But I think he had 4 lands last turn. It's good to ask. It's better to ask before you play that land instead of just playing it and then realizing, oh, I played 2 lands in a turn. What are we gonna do now?
Yeah, I think he hasn't played a land yet. But anyway, I've seen Amulet players have like a thing that is like land drop. Like they just put it on the battlefield so they remember they made a land drop. Because, you know, warnings can accumulate if you make these mistakes over and over.
It's funny that they're basically keeping track of everything. They're keeping track of how many cards have been played, what can be played this turn, next turn, mana, storm count. But the only thing that we don't know is how many lands have you actually played.
Paper Magic is a lot harder to play than the digital game that, you know, if you can click on a land, you can cast it. But yeah, so this was the top 8. This is the top 80. That match hasn't finished yet. We've seen Guglielmo Lupi winning the mirror match of Amulet Titan.
Maybe we can put the graphics on the screen with the updated games in the other quarterfinal tables.
We will see Boros versus Prowess later, and on the future match, sorry, it's not on future match, it's on the other tables, Jeskai, Blink versus versus Boros are playing. So those are the decks that we're gonna see today. Again, a super diverse top 8. Most notably, no Eldrazi's. Yeah, there was not a lot of Eldrazi to begin with. Well, 9th place we got Eldrazi Broodskill. That was my pick for the winner of the tournament, Eldrazi Broodskill, and he got 9th, unfortunately. I'm still live for my pick, which was Blue-Red Prowess. Oh no, that was the pick that I would have played. So my pick was for winning the tournament. Amulet Titan, so I'm still live. Still live, and I would have picked Blue-Red Prowess just because it's like a fun deck to play. It's pretty fast, and yeah, there's a lot of play to it. But it looks like the players have finally figured out whether he made the land drop or not, and we can continue. I think they said he didn't make it, but I'm pretty sure he didn't make it. Anyway, continue. I don't think it will matter too much. Valakut's Awakening, that's another way to possibly see a lot more cards for Pierre. That card draws 3. It's good. It's a good draw. It's definitely, because like Pierre now has so much hate to go through. Maybe like not a lot of time. He's at 11. Brothers Udand is the only card that can get Pierre out of this. Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. You just need to ditch your hand and just hope to see Brotherhood's End at the top of your deck. But maybe he didn't side it in. Well, he passed it. I mean, Brothers Udand is a singleton, you know, tool for your wish, so you may not side that in. Oh, you're right. It was just one for the wish. You're right. Okay, so Sachin untapped. He has not made a land for turn. Let's just make it clear. And we see a second Tormod's Crypt. Fiery Islet, so still no Urza Saga. Those Urza Saga are on strike. You know, just tomorrow there's a strike of trains here in Belgium. That's actually a great point. We need to figure out how we get to the airport tomorrow. Yeah, so the taxis are not on strike. Anyway, we're too close to France. You know, whenever you're close to France, the strikes are always a possibility. Kappa Cannoneer is here, and he has the counter. That card is written in a very funny way. I'd say, you know, when you cast your card, triggering the ATB of your own card to put a counter. That's strange, yeah. It was not intuitive, so you have to remind it. I remember when this card came out in the commander deck of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, I just played that deck at a Legacy 4 season, and I was able to go undefeated with that deck. Nobody knew what was going on. People tried to Swords to Plowshare forward 4, and it was just a blast to play 8-cast at that tournament. Definitely a pet deck of mine in Legacy. But then they just unbanned Mox Opal, reprinted Kappa Cannoneer, you know, and that deck is not that different in Modern. Man, shout out to the 4 seasons and Eternal Weekends and all these tournaments where we can still play Vintage and Legacy, because those are 2 awesome formats, and I wish there would be more of that. It's actually happening next weekend in Lucca. I'm super excited, super thrilled about that. You know, WotC, of course, supporting vintage and legacy.
That's awesome.
At least once a year with very cool promos. We have Tendrils entering the Sphere this year. Very excited by that. This time, at this Pro Tour, the promo is a card from Final Fantasy. Can't remember the name exactly, but it's a nice one. Oh,
okay, Wear and Tear.
Finally, Wear and Tear was drawn.
Now we're talking. Delicate's Awakening.
Costs only 1 mana because of the discount of Ral and
Ruby Medallion. Yeah. I think Pierre is doing that still at instant speed.
Yeah, and he ditches every card except one. Can you guess what it is?
I think he actually kept 2.
I think he...
Yeah, I think he kept...
Oh, kept 2.
He only put 1.
Wow.
Oh, wow, another one.
Okay.
So now we're talking. There's, unfortunately for him, there's 2 copies of Tormod's Script. There is...
But not just that, there's also 11 damage on play on the other side. So if Pierre doesn't win the game this turn, he loses this turn.
So it is now or never. Question is, now that you ditched a lot of the rituals, are you going to have enough to go off?
Yeah.
I would be very impressed if Pierre won this game. Through a multi-4 Damping Sphere, a bunch of Tormod scripts in play, that would be very, very impressive.
Okay, we are tapping 1 mana to use the Wear side targeting Damping Sphere. Sajan has 3 cards in hand, but I believe he doesn't have stack interaction. He doesn't play any copy of... 1 copy of Metallic Rebuke, wow. Let's see if he has that card in hand. Sink into Stupor. This can be Sink into Stupor. It is. I think it is. If you have Metallic Rebuke, you certainly tap your permanents. Sink into Stupor, bounce. And now that card costs 3, but with the 2 discount, Pierre only needs to tap a land again. So...
I wonder if there was any consideration to maybe balancing the Ruby Medallion.
Maybe that was the better play. He did kind of play this. Yeah. So one red mana. Again, the tear. What's the word? Where costs are now 2 and a red. The 2 discounts. Oh, actually, Pierre is saying I forgot to flip Ral. Actually, I think he forgot to flip Ral for Valakut Awakening as well. So he should have flipped Ral some additional time. He's apologizing to his opponent, and he's now flipping twice. I believe that is the fix. Or
no, I think they said the 1 trigger can still be on the stack as you're playing an instant. So they resolved that one. Now, Where is resolving, destroying the Damping Sphere, but that taps Pierre out.
Yes, so there are 2 copies of Tormod's Crypt. Pierre has a Wish in his hand. Sajan is at 17.
There's no way he gets through all of this stuff in play. I would be so impressed. What does he even have? He has a land, he has a rich, he has a Wish as well. So he doesn't really need to go off. He just needs to fire off that Wish and pick up that Brotherhood's End.
Well, Brotherhood's End does not kill Kappa Cannon.
That's true. But it would be a start.
Pyretic Ritual brings him to 4. Ral, even if it flips, it doesn't work because of Pitting Needle. So, strong count 4, mana in pool 3. What's the rest of the hand for Pierre? He has a Wish and a Wear Tear. I mean, I don't see a way where Pierre gets out of this. I mean, he can go Brotherhood's End this turn.
Yeah, if he plays Brotherhood End, that may buy him an extra turn, but the problem is he basically uses his entire hand.
And you destroy Ruby Medallion as well. So you untap with Ral, Wearing End, and no graveyard.
Yeah, you would basically need like 15 perfect cards at the top of your deck in a specific order to go off after that.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's taking a sideboard.
Yeah, both the Ral and the Ruby Medallion helped discount that Wear Tear 2 times. So the players have been very careful about it. You can see the Hero's Hangout was sided out. as well as a Past in Flames. So as you mentioned, there's
okay, all of them are gone. There's only one in the. Okay.
Oh, no, that's not true though. There's one.
No, I think it's 3+1 actually. Yeah, there's one in the sideboard for the wish package.
But I don't think that's gonna matter. I have a very hard time believing that Pierre can get out of this.
What other options does he have? Is he thinking of possibly going for something like empty the Warrens?
Have you seen Brotherhood End in this sideboard, or did you decide it in?
Good question. I believe it should still probably be there, but we'll find out.
I think it's in the deck somewhere. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be.
It might actually be in the deck, yeah.
You can see the timer up there. 61 minutes have passed. This match is untimed.
It's yeah, it's been a long turn. It's been a long couple of turns.
Let's say if this was a maybe a real tournament, not a real in the Swiss, in the Swiss, they would have played faster, I'm sure. These two decks are not usually going to time.
Yeah, even if we went to time here, really, the 5 extra turns would have been enough.
What are the decks that are in top 8? You can check it out on the Fanfinity page or also on my Twitter page. I tweeted that earlier before. But yeah, it's 2 Amida Titan, 2 Boros, and then we have a copy of Jeskai Blink, Storm, Affinity, Prowess.
You can actually already check all the deck lists, because this was a tournament with open deck lists. All of that can be found on MTG Melee.
If you go
!RC in the Ultimate Guard Live Twitch chat, you're going to be able to find the link that way.
So he ends up going for Hero's Hangout from the Wish, revealing 2 cards.
Where gets rid of Pithing Needle.
Ralph flips. Oh wow! Wait a second. Wait a second. Did he just find a way? He. What's that number? 8. Oh my God.
So wait.
He was able to go Hero's Hangout, ability on the stack, Wear Tear, kill the Pithing Needle, and then the Ral flips. And now he's able to go, well, you resolve Hero's Hangout, you exile the spell, because I think, I don't know if he played land or not. And now you can -8 Ral, and you can cast every spell for free. So if he finds Grape Shot, he may actually win the game.
Okay. Now we're cooking.
This game is not over. We were talking like if the game was over, but the game is not over. -8 overall. Oh my God. Pierre sees the line. If Sajan would have held that Sink into Stupor, maybe there was a window to bounce Ralph flipped. I don't know though. I don't know. The Sink into Stupor was definitely the most important play of the turn from Sajan. And now we're revealing 8 cards.
Okay.
These cards are played for free. For free. Free.
Ren's Resolve, that's good. Metamorphose is really good.
Pierre Mulligan to 4 this game.
Valakut's Awakening and another Reckless Impulse.
Oh my God.
I think he already played a land though.
He played a land.
But with that Metamorphose, that's fine, because Metamorphose is going to be able to start the ritual chain in case he finds more of those.
He's saying, I don't care about the graveyard, you have a Tormo script in play anyway. Draw from from Ren's Resolve. It reveals a Pyretic Ritual. And now keeps on casting those rituals. Oh my God.
Are we sliding the advantage bar over to Pierre's side now?
Can't believe.
I mean, that's a lot of cards he's going to be able to look at.
I can't believe he's winning this.
There's no way he wins from a Multi-4 through all this.
Multi-4. But the thing is that Sajan never put pressure, never drew Saga, never drew Kappa Cannoneer up until last turn.
Finds a Ruby Medallion and a Ren's Resolve.
Yeah, so now he's going to play the Valakut Awakening.
Just to draw a card.
Put on the bottom the Ruby Medallion.
Oh, draw 2 cards. Okay. It's a Reckless Impulse and a Ritual. I mean, he does need to find a Grape Shot and play enough spells, but I think we're getting pretty close to that territory already.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs 17 spells. It's not that unlikely. It happened in the previous turn.
So the crypts are not actually that impactful.
Previous game, I mean. You can also just go Empty Warners doesn't do anything. He actually needs to win through Grape Shot. Okay, he didn't flip that much mana. He didn't even draw that well. All right, I guess he drew well from cards in hand, but not from the Reckless Impulses. Okay.
Storm count is 14, 15?
He has to remove
he just
mana.
Needs to find a Grape Shot. Is it on the top? No, it's a Ral and Pyretic Ritual. Does he have any more redraws now?
He can play Ral and then do -8 again.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's doing. 1 mana Ral.
What a crazy turn. Storm count is 16.
Player
17. Ritual. So now we're officially in the Grape Shot is lethal territory.
He goes to 0 mana, but then goes up to 3. 7. He always chooses odd, so...
There's so much to keep track of. So Ral gets flipped.
It's on 17. No, wait, what does it mean 7? Isn't Ral supposed to be... Yeah, a lot of... Okay. Oh, he was on 16. He was on 16.
Okay.
Ral. So it goes to minus...
Take a look at 8 new cards. I mean, this has to be it, right? At this point, you're not going to brick.
Okay, glimpse of the impossible.
Double glimpse. There's a Grape Shot. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Did he really? What is going on?
Pierre Liebsch from Germany.
This is the most insane turn of Magic I've seen in a really, really long time.
Started the turn with Dumping Sphere, Pithing Needle, just...
Even Pierre can't believe it. He's like, what just happened?
Really not that much. And the opponent even at 6 Stupor.
What happened this game?
Yeah, he's been on a tear. Finished day 1 undefeated. Finished day 2 first in Swiss. Wins an unbelievable game on a multi-4.
What just happened?
He knows how to mulligan. He knows how to play at a difficult position, and he showed it to the world. To the people that want to be aspiring Storm player, definitely go back, watch day 1 of coverage, watch day 2 of coverage, learn from Pierre Liebsch from Cologne, Germany.
That was the most... Good players come from Cologne, by the way.
Yeah?
Kai is from Cologne.
Oh, wow.
That was the most unlikely victory I have seen maybe ever in coverage. It looked like there is no way he can possibly win. There were so many things to fight through and find the cards, to look at more cards and build the storm count, and your Passion Flames are gone.
We were like talking about random stuff because we assumed the game was over.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden Ralph flipped because he played Wish, Hero's Hangout, Old Priority, Wear Tear Your Pithing Needle.
That's wild. If I'm sitting on the other side of that battlefield, I'm walking away thinking, how did I lose that?
Yeah, I would definitely be thinking where the Sink into Stupor should have gone, because that was the key card that
that might have been the
Sajan was holding. He at least should have thought a bit more about it, because maybe it was the right choice to tax 1 mana there.
Yeah, we're just speculating, who knows, but yeah.
Exactly, but, again, it's important.
We're Magic players, so we like to analyze stuff. Well, again, huge congratulations to Pierre for winning that game, because that was insane. And we're gonna move straight to the backup, well, not backup feature, to quarterfinals number 2. Between Daniel Toledo, who is playing this Boros deck, and he's up against Pietro Octolina, playing Blue-Red Prowess. So this looks like a pretty typical Boros energy list, except for that card in the middle.
Mana
Tide. Yeah.
According to Daniel Toledo, what was the best card of the weekend and why? Mana Tide is very difficult to play against this card.
I did like that there was a Boros deck in, I think it was one of the Spotlight events, where if it's closed deck list, it's even better, right? Here, the players know about it. You're going to see it in the list, and you should maybe make an effort of playing around it, but it still got him insane value throughout the tournament. Pietro here, Blue-Red Prowess, also pretty typical stuff. And we are going to be joining the game for game number 3. So both players are tied at 1-1, and this is going to be the decider for who makes it to the semis.
Beautiful Onslaught Windswept Teeth over there. That's a piece of collection that not many players in the world own. I can tell you that because I love to own those Onslaught foil fetch lands.
I used to have 4 deltas.
Oh my god!
Yeah, but then I lost my deck box at a GP that had the four deltas and a bunch of other stuff, and it was never found. So keep track of your belongings, people.
It was never found. It was never found.
It was probably found, but
it was found by someone.
By someone, yeah.
Anyway, we have the DRC and the bubble. That used to be one of the strongest start in Modern some years ago, and it's still very strong, according to Pietro Oltolina from Italy, Modena, the city of Ferrari. You know that?
Okay.
Whereas Daniel is from Madrid, which is probably the hardest scene of Magic in the world.
I feel like I've seen Daniel's name for a lot of years.
Yeah, he's a player I've played against many times. Always very nice. He top 4'd the RC with Yogmoth, RC Ghent. That was a couple of years ago, the one that Marco De Pio won with Rhinos. He was in that top 4 because I remember playing in the top 4. So definitely no strange to the success scene.
Turn to Goblin Bombardment. That's not exactly a very hard.
Okay, but you want to set up maybe the Ajani. Like he has Ajani in hand. If he goes Ajani, Ajani dies to removal. If you go Ajani, then it's very hard to kill it.
True.
Because you can just suck the cat, flip Ajani.
That is a very slow start though against a deck as fast as is at Prowess. So what does Pietro have here?
Being on the play lets you do that. Lets you develop this also blanked out bombardment. Apparently, those are the rules. If you're sitting on the left side of the feature match, your deck needs to be fully foiled with the maximum version of every card. Those are the rules. So let's see if that will continue in the semifinals.
So Preordain is the play. Surveil puts that card in the graveyard, so we're pretty quickly working towards getting Delirium here. There's an artifact, there's a sorcery, there's a land, so we're one type away.
Well, we can just both face and achieve Delirium here.
True.
But you can also hold the mountain untapped and the lightning bolt to play around Ajani. Because if he both face and attack for 3, Daniel can just go Ajani, creature, 0, kill your DRC.
Wow, and look at that. Pietro kept both cards on top, then played the Dragon Rage Channeler, knowing what the top card is. So the Mishra's Bauble is going to put that 4th type in the graveyard. So these are now 1 mana, 3/3s.
Yeah, and he's going to attack for 3 because it's mandatory and also because it's the right thing to do. And now Daniel untaps, plays Ajani, and with just any other creature is going to be able to kill those. One of those.
Yeah, I don't think he has a 1-drop. He does have a Flage, though.
Yeah, we can just go Flage.
Which is good. That slows Pietro down.
Kill a DRC, ping you for 1, because you can, of course, sacrifice the Flage to the bombardment before the Flage dies. Arena of Glory is very good in combination with Flage whenever there will be a time for it. Honestly, whenever I play Prowess, which is a deck that I play a lot on the stream, people love Prowess, so it's definitely one of the most viewed decks whenever I put it on YouTube. Flage is the card I always lose to, whether it is from Zoo or from Boros. It's just such a pain. Cause
it's just a great card.
Yeah, sometimes you have to decide in Surgical Extraction against Boros, which is something that pains me so much. But it may be correct to do.
So Channeler hits the bin, and does Pietro have any good follow-up?
Pietro has 3 and only hit on a lightning bolt. That's such a reactive hand.
Yeah, both players have a lot of reactive cards, but at least Pietro is able to find the cheap aggressive ones.
Yeah, so he can go. He has a lot of options here.
Yeah, let's see how aggressive he wants to be here. Like, do you play that Slick Shot and the Lightning Bolt to attack for a bunch of damage? Would you rather keep mana up to deal with a possible Ajani?
I think I would play untap land and plot the Slick Shot.
Okay.
So that you hold up mana for Ajani, and you have that powerful play whenever it's the right moment to just win the game with Slick Shot.
Yeah, and looks like Pietro agrees with you. He's going to do exactly that, shock himself with the Steam Vents.
This is game 3. You can see up in the screen next to the flags, next to the life points, the little 1 number.
Stakes are high, so are the heart rates.
Yeah. All right. Again, not in a fantastic draw, but Daniel in the command position? I'm not sure though. His left total is going down. Taps 2 mana, finally plays Ajani, and has access to the Throb and Charm to kill the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Ability on the stack, Pietro will be killing Ajani so that nothing bad can happen to it.
I mean, he also has a Celestial Purge that would deal with the Channeler, so the board is relatively clear for now. What is Pietro thinking about here? Is there an upside to keeping one of the cards over the other?
I think you have to kill it, because if you don't kill it now, there will be a cat and mouse thing where Daniel will not flip, will not sacrifice the cat, but Pietro can just be taxed forever of 1 mana. Also, you get to Surveil, so I'm definitely killing that Ajani now. Daniel is thinking what to do. I think he can... Okay, what he could have done was Throb and Charm, 2 damage to the DRC, and then 1 damage to the DRC with the Bombardment.
Okay.
Instead, he chooses to hold up mana to not die to Slickshot Show Off. I think Daniel played as well. I think if he played my way, it would have been risky to die to that DRC, to that Slickshot.
And Pietro is digging for some more card selection. He picked up a copy of Preordained, so let's see if he's able to find something like an Expressive Iteration, which would probably be the best possible card for this situation.
Okay, so he chooses to play Slick Shot. I maybe would have held a little bit more, because just having Slick Shot plotted makes Daniel play very conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, you can be sure that Daniel has something, considering he just played an untapped Sacred Foundry to shock himself, right?
So maybe that was...
He did find the Iteration.
Okay, so we're gonna definitely keep that. Oh, I think the other card is Eddie Merc Crab. A card that I've played in the Standard Pro Tour earlier this year. Haven't played that in Modern yet. It's a 7 mana card that gets discounted for 5, equal to the number of instant and sorceries in the graveyard, and then is a 5/5 that comes into play tapped and taps 2 creatures at instant speed. That is present in 2 copies in the sideboard of Pietro.
So big attack with the Slick Shot. Is that going to prompt a response from Daniel? I think Daniel's kind of trying to bait Pietro into playing some more spells. Yeah, all right, how much am I taking? Pietro doesn't bite. So there is the Celestial Purge that deals with the Slick Shot, take 3.
Yeah, Slick Shot is now in the exile zone. And Daniel untaps. Daniel is very close to find the 5th type.
I think he can now bring back the Flage. That was exactly the last card he needed. The Parlor allowed him to mill a card, essentially, and that's the 5th card to escape Flage, so that's now going to make it onto the battlefield. That's a pretty big swing.
Yeah, so imagine now if Pietro had Slick Shot plotted.
Yeah.
Like, Daniel cannot move. Daniel cannot make this play.
That's true.
Because Daniel doesn't make this play, kills the DRC, we Annually hit the Flage, and then next turn, Pietro can go Slick Shot, Preordain, Annually Heat, Bolt you, 13 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, Unholy Heat kills the Flage. That obviously gets sacrificed in response to the Bombardment. And do we have any more plays? Daniel's even trying to figure out whether to attack with the cat or not.
The Flage, of course, can be sacrificed to deal 1 damage to the Bombardment. The Elegant Parlor, Surveil to the Graveyard, High Noon, a very important card in these type of matchups.
Wow, and Pietro uses the Unholy Heat to deal with the token as well.
Yeah, he wants to empty his hand. He has not that many lands, and he has a lot of spells to play. He wants to go Iteration, find the 4th island.
Yeah, now he has an interesting decision, right?
He chooses to pass.
Do you fire off the Iteration, but risk not having a second blue source? And looks like he wants to just make sure he can play the 5/5.
This game is very, very close. Very, very close. Oh, yeah. It can be either way. That Flage in the Graveyard, though, is super scary because Pietro just played his Unholy Heat. I would have held that Unholy Heat. Unholy Heat is so important to keep in check with that Flage, which, yes, keeps on doing value and value. Wow, even the Goblin Shaman's foil. All right, time for the Eddie Merc Crab to come into play. 2 mana 5/5, comes into play tapped, taps the Goblin Shaman. So we've seen Blue Red Prowess list play Murktide, we see them play Abhorrent Oculus, we've seen them play Stock Up. Pietro chooses Eddie Merc Crab as a card advantage tool of choice.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's not, again, it's not a common choice. In fact, it's an uncommon choice.
It's an uncommon choice.
Expressive iteration, another uncommon card.
This is three
of a kind.
Four steel cutters.
Super clunky. Super clunky. Does Pietro have a land?
I believe he does, but it's a tapped one.
No.
I think he has Thundering Falls.
Thundering Falls. So it's good that he didn't go.
Awkward.
It's good that he didn't go for iteration last turn. Yeah, wow, 3 core steel cutter. Crazy.
To land in the graveyard. So now he can attack with the crab. That'll put Daniel at 8. That's exactly what's happening. So
that flage doesn't seem like it's close, but it's actually extremely close to come in because Daniel can bin 2 cards, then any fetch lands gets a survey land, bins that card, and
that's true.
No, never mind. There's already 2 survey lands in play, so we can't get another survey lands.
Good point. Good point.
So now we're binning for sure.
Celestial Purge not super useful against the crab here. Yep, bins a fetch land, Bill bins a purge, and what is he gonna draw?
Also Pride and Season Pyro. So he can go now, Season Pyro, Ability on the stack. Nope, no, that doesn't work. I don't think...
Wait, does he have enough to bring back the flage? If he, let's say he attacks with the goblin, that makes him a treasure. He can play the Pyro.
I don't think so.
Get 2 more cards in the graveyard.
Well, I guess if he draws a land off of Pyro.
We need to draw. If you draw a fetch land, I think there is a line that brings flage back this turn.
I think, yeah, so bringing Flage to this turn obviously wins the game because of Arena of Glory is 12 damage. The opponent also has 1 mana up.
Oh wait, but this line requires attacking first, so that wouldn't...
Oh, everything we're saying is going through Daniel's mind.
Exactly, yeah. This is
and
like
in the end, he decides
to
attack with Goblin Shaman, puts a treasure, which I'm sure is going to be foil. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
2 damage, puts Pietro down to 9. The heartbeat has reached 150.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's a record, I think.
So he goes for Ocelot Pride instead, before he plays the Pyro. Then he follows up with the Seasoned Pyromancer.
Ability on the stack is going to be able to go Throb and Charm, kill the Edimar Crab, but Pietro is going to Lightning Bolt the also Pride response so that the Edimar Crab does not die here. Oh well, it does die anyway because Goblin Bombardment will shoot the last point.
That's true.
So Pietro does not have a way to protect his Edimar Crab, and I think the game just took a very, very...
Wow, he goes for it anyways. So he kills the Pride, thanks to Bombardment. That deals 1 to the Crab, and it still finishes it off.
Perfectly executed turn by Daniel Toledo, who finds himself in a completely leading position. Super hard from now on for Pietro to return in this game.
And he found another copy of Flage. So yeah, he's pretty close to being able to finish off the game next turn. Just a Lightning Bolt for Pietro.
This is the quarterfinal. This is the last quarterfinal of the day.
Yep.
And
then we're going to have Simon and Filipa for the semis.
Oh, Simon is back?
I believe so.
All right, love to see that.
Yeah, he is back.
Okay, that's amazing. Horus the Cutter, Lightning Bolt and Season Pyro. The token comes into play equipped. You can't respond by killing it. It's a weird situation where the token just is summoned attached to the Chorus Cutter. You don't have a window to shoot it down.
Well, I thought Pietro was in a really good position, but that iteration was that was just as bad as 3 lands, basically. That was that turn that kind of...
3 lands would have been better. He would have been able to...
Or, yeah, sure. It would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, actually... expressive. But honestly, this matchup is rough. This matchup is rough for the Boros, the Izzet Prowess deck.
The Izzet player, yeah.
Boros Energy is designed to beat on creature decks. Struggles against the combo decks. Daniel will go up against Storm, I believe, in the semifinals, or against Amulet Titan, one of the two. And either way, it will be tough.
It will be tough, yeah, for sure.
Again, at the Pro Tour, Boros didn't have a fantastic time because of so many combo decks. Those combo decks are now going a bit down. Yeah, he's just saying...
Oh, there's a handshake.
Yeah, he's just saying, don't worry about the ruling. I'm just gonna give it to you.
Congratulations to Daniel Toledo, who now secures the qualification for the next 3 RCs, and he's 1 match away from being able to also play Worlds next season.
This is the 2nd time in a row that Daniel Toledo finds himself in the top 4 at the 2 years ago, he wasn't able to win that semifinals. He wasn't able to clinch that super important match which qualifies to Worlds. So let's see if he does it this time. Once again, one slot away from Worlds.
Good stuff, good stuff. Let's hear from the man himself and Maria, because they're now in the interview area.
I'm here with the winner of the quarterfinals here at the Regional Championship in Antwerp, Daniel Toledo. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So Daniel is playing Boras Energy. How did you feel going into this matchup? You're playing against, is it Prowess?
Yeah, I think it's a good matchup, but depends of the dice. So I am the play because I finished the 4 position against the 5. So
right.
I'm comfortable.
You felt confident.
Yeah.
You felt good.
Sure.
Well, it totally paid off, right? So you're not new to the Pro Tour. I know that you've been to some Pro Tours, right? How does it feel now to qualify to another Pro Tour?
Yeah, I played some Pro Tours in the past, but my last Pro Tour was 2 years ago. So I'm very happy to re-qualify for the Pro Tour.
Of course, of course. Well, is there anybody we want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, this is my second time in RC semifinals.
Yeah.
So I try to win the next round and qualify for my first Worlds.
Yeah.
It's a dream.
Of course, of course. Do you have friends? Do you come with friends?
Sorry?
Do you come with friends, a group of friends?
Yeah, a lot of friends.
Okay, yeah. Hello to them. Yes, I forgot to ask you about your spicy tech, though, because I was actually commentating your match with that Manatite, the mirror match.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I played 2 Manatite on my list. I think it's good in the metagame now because the format is very mana intensive. So I think it's good.
Was efficient, tempo trick, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
okay.
And it's better in aggressive deck, so it's perfect for Boras Energy.
Sure, sure. Very solid choice, and well, congrats again. The best of luck in the semis.
Thank you so much.
To the casters.
Good stuff. Shout out again to Daniel and his Manatite technology. I know Twitch had loved it when he was able to use those in the previous matches.
Yeah, whenever I cast Manatite on stream, people just go crazy.
Isn't Force Spike also in Modern?
I don't
that's 7th edition or something.
I don't think so. We have 4 names. Do you want to tell them? I can tell them.
Mm-hmm.
We have Guillermo Lupi with Ami the Titan. He's going to go against Robin Courtiart with Jeskai Blink. On the other side,
so we will have both of them still undefeated. Both of them still undefeated in the tournament.
On the other side, we will have the Storm Master himself, Pierre Liebsch from Germany against Daniel Toledo. So we have Storm versus Boras. So 4 different archetypes in the top 4, Modern at its peak. Very excited for that, but unfortunately it won't be us who will be casting the semifinals.
We're gonna take a super quick break before we put Simon and Filipa back in the spotlight here, and
stay
we're
here,
gonna be back for the finals.
You stay here.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Quick break. We'll be right back.
They did what? Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. The new Avatar, The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is right around the corner, and you, the community, want to know more about it. But worry not. Today, I'm here to break the ice and answer all of your burning questions. Let's waste no time and jump right into the action, shall we? Which characters will be released as Squareos? Well, you can expect all of your favorite Avatar, The Last Airbender characters like Aang, Momo, and even Uncle Iroh over here. But hey, never forget my favorite, the Cabbage Merchant. Isn't he the best? Will there be any special deck boxes for different factions or elements like fire, water, earth, and air? Well, we already have all of our favorite benders over here. We even have fire. But the next factions, well, that is something that will happen in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Malone, how big are the Squareos compared to other cards and figures, and how many cards can you fit in a deck box? Well, these are Return to Earth boulders by Ultimate Guard, so they're the same size as those, and they all fit your typical 100 cards double sleeve commander decks if you need to. So yeah, put them all in there. They're safe. You can shake them around. Nothing to worry about. Safe and protected. as Ultimate Guard always guarantees. Will there be any pre-order promotion or special bundles? Well, once all of these beautiful deck boxes hit the market, you will be able to collect them all, even in this very beautiful upper collector's box where you can fit them all. Does the deck box also fit in other trading card carrying cases or backpacks? Well, as we already said, these are made by Ultimate Guard, so you can be certain that you can put your Ultimate Guard deck boxes into your Ultimate Guard cases. So if you already have one, just put them in there, bring them to your next Friday Night Magic, and get ready to beat your opponents in style. Are the Squaros made of the same materials as Ultimate Guard boulders? Yes. These are Return to Earth boulders. They're almost completely made out of renewable material in Germany. So yeah, I like them a lot, and I must say these are one of my favorite products that I will always keep on using. And now having my favorite characters on them just makes them way freaking better. Alright, we have time for one last question. Can you use your Squaros for something other than trading cards? Of course you can! You can put your dice in here. Of course you can put your tea in there. But there's so many different uses, like... Who put cabbage in my Squaro? Well, my friends, sadly that is all the time we've got for today. But I want to thank this amazing community for all of your cool questions. And if you do have some more, please feel free to ask them in the comment section. We of course hope that you will enjoy these very cool Avatar The Last Airbender Squaros just as much as I did. And if you need any more information, check out the link down below. And you want to know even more? Check out these cool videos.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Regional Championship, and Simon, I cannot stop laughing. Yeah, looks like we now discover why you were disappearing for round 14.
I felt like we were supposed to match.
Yes, so now we're both sleeveless.
I saw this morning, you know, you were wearing this dress, I was wearing my boring old suit, and I don't think it works. I think this is way better. I can see you're a little bit more tan than I am. Maybe the camera can see that as well, but you know that's just how it is.
Oh wow, I have no words. Well, we are ready here for our semifinals, so let's take a look quickly at the bracket as we see what players have made it here to the semifinals. Now, this is for me one of the most important match of the weekend, because the player that wins the semifinals makes it into the World Championship. That's for first and second place. So we see here Pierre playing Ruby Storm versus Daniel Toledo playing Boros Energy, and honestly, I don't know how Pierre won that match. Like, honestly, I was like, okay, Sanjan got it, because Pierre went on Mul to 4, and then Sanjan got a turn 2 Damping Sphere, and I was like, there's no way Pierre can come out from this. So I want to see more of this Ruby Storm deck.
Yeah, honestly, after 1,200 games online with this deck, this might not even have been the craziest comeback that Pierre has experienced with the deck, because he just like knew what to do in that situation. Yeah, sure, I'm facing down 4 hate pieces and only have 4 cards to work with in my opening hand, but you know what? If they don't pressure me, I have draw steps, I have things to draw into, and just maximize the chances to get there. Very impressive stuff from Pierre Liebsch, and honestly, you know, like now might sound like destiny, right? If you get through that game, you know, like
That's
what can
true.
even stop you?
And that's true, and now we have on the other feature match, which actually is going to be the one that we are showing first. It's going to be Robin Courtyard playing the Jeskai Blink deck that was the most played deck of the weekend, and I have here the player profile of Robin. So I really like the thing here. Previous Magic accomplishment before this European Championship, 41st at GP Lyon 2019, which I was there as well.
I was there as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I went 2-3 drop.
Oh, nice. I was probably like similar place as Robin here, who went 41st in GP Lyon. That was Oko GP without. He did not play Oko in that tournament.
That's what surprised me. So I'm curious what he played there, because it says here GP Oko without Oko. So that's very interesting. So why did he choose Jeskai Blink? Because a friend was confident it was a good call for this event, and he was the only Jeskai Blink player to make it here to the semi. I think you owe your friend something after this event, especially if you qualify for the World Championship. Now, what is the best card of the weekend, and why? He says that is Ragavan, because it's an insane opening in the deck that locks off turn 1 plays. I love that. That locks off turn 1 plays. What about you here about Lupi?
Yes, so let me tell you about a name I just learned how to pronounce, Guglielmo Lupi.
Oh, we've been calling him Guglielmo.
Guglielmo is what we've been calling him.
How do you say it?
It's just a normal G, so it's Guglielmo. Guglielmo.
Guglielmo, okay, Guglielmo Lupi.
Yeah, so Guglielmo, also known as Zomhatanva on Magic Online, is the most recent Magic Online Championship winner, and also the creator of the Omniscience deck that was very recently in Standard. Has been kind of championing Team Trecarni with kind of an Austrian-Italian collaboration there, and is someone who's like currently he's helping out us on Team Handshake with our world testing. So a very impressive young player who just is super impressive at understanding like deck building and sideboards and so on. And sometimes with the really good deck builders, it's a great sign for good deck builders is when they recognize that they're not supposed to brew for a specific tournament, that they should just pick the best deck. And that's what Lupi did here, playing Amulet Titan with very few innovations, just straight up Titan and playing it well. And did not drop a match yet in this tournament. 3 draws, 2 of them being intentional.
And I mean, we've seen here Lupi play before, great plays all weekend.
Actually, Robin also undefeated, right?
Yeah,
with 3 draws,
so.
but with only one of them being intentional to get out of the draw bracket after getting 2 unintentional draws in the early rounds. Yeah, so we actually, we're finally going to see who will remain undefeated throughout this tournament in this match here.
And they are ready to start things off. I have to say, Simon, this always makes me super nervous to see who makes a World Championship. And let's see if the art rate starts spiking here. We are seeing a Robin's list here first with this Jeskai Blink. We saw how strong Quantum Riddler has been throughout the weekend. A lot of consigns to memory, which I feel like has also been a card of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. This is this card is going to be very relevant in this matchup, especially. It's one way you can interact with, counter the Amulet, counter the Saga trigger that goes and fetches Amulet, counter the Primeval Titan trigger, or stop a Scape Shift by countering the relevant land, such as a Simic Growth Chamber bounce effect. It also, this deck can just provide a lot of board presence early with the Philia into Quantum Riddler combination, and or even just an early Ragavan ramping up the mana. Those are the kind of starts that Robin's going to look for alongside those consigned to memories to slow down the Amulet deck and kind of win in that like mid-game section. We see here from Guglielmo, who is playing that Amulet Titan list with 4 copies of Malevolent Rumble in the main deck. This is a big dispute among Amulet Titan players. Do you play Explore or Rumble or Split or both? And how many Green Sun Zeniths do you play? And the answer is apparently 1 Zenith and 4 Rumbles, 3 Scape Shift in this deck. Of course, the main deck, Vexing Bauble, that is so important for some of these matchups here. Not too many free counterspells like Subtlety and Force Negation in the Jeskai deck, but there are still 4 copies of Solitude, and being able to shut those off with the Vexing Bauble can be quite important.
Let's see here our plays getting ready. And Simon, I always love to hear you commentate over Amulet Titan, because I know you also play this deck and you get so many insightful, deep analysis of this deck. So I'm glad that we got a chance to cast here this game, which might be the last game of Amulet Titan of the weekend, but maybe not.
But maybe not.
Starting with a Forest here, so looks like Guglielmo?
Guglielmo, yes.
Guglielmo on that play here.
Yes, just starting off with a modest Forest, no Grazer and no Amulet, at least yet. Something that the Amulet Titan decks can do when they play against decks that have the card Prismatic Ending. It's a sorcery speed answer to Amulet. You might just want to hold your Amulet until the turn you're ready to go off. So you go Amulet into Scape Shift on the same turn. And since the Jeskai deck is not necessarily aggressive, now here we start with a Ragavan that might change things a little bit. Since it's not that aggressive, you can potentially make those types of plays. It seems like Guglielmo just doesn't have a Amulet in hand in the first place, and it's quite reliant on this Rumble, it seems. Malevolent Rumble tries to find a permanent off the top. There is an Amulet, there's 2 Amulets,
actually,
and a Titan. So much gas being found off that one. Might just want to pick up the Amulet, but could potentially just pick the Grazer here and ramp towards the Titan naturally. With the Eldrazi spawn and the extra ramp from Grazer, you can just cast the Titan here on turn 4, and it's not very impressive because there will be no untapper. So it's just a Titan fetching up 2 lands, but that may just be good enough, especially if Robin does not have a Solitude.
Yeah, and looks like here Lupi considering and picking up what it looks like the Amulet of Vigor here, but still thinking.
Yeah, so the Amulet actually ramps in the same way because there are bounce lands in Guglielmo's hand. So he would still be able to play the Amulet here on turn 3, and then turn 4 can play the bounce land, sack the spawn, and get to 6 mana for the Titan in hand that way. The main issue with this line is that you then expose your Amulet to a potential prismatic ending, like I mentioned before. So it's possible that Loopy will wait until turn 5 to play the Titan, but that's pretty late, especially facing down a Ragavan that's going to start ramping up Robin's mana situation.
That is true, and we see here Robin ready. Robin dead, turn 1, fetch into a shock, which we see there, the self-damage, very common from these decks, down to 17 life. But against Titan, just attacking here with the monkey before playing the land, and the spawn is going to block the monkey. So Ragavan gets blocked, now playing land for the turn, and just passing the turn with 2 lands open.
Yeah, I love this block from Loopy here, recognizing that it's so likely that Robin will just eventually be able to point a removal spell at that spawn, so might as well just chump block with it right now and ensure that there's no Fable of the Mirror Breaker coming down on turn 3. And Guglielmo draws into kind of the perfect card here. Spelunking is much, much better against Prismatic Ending, and also ramps you straight into that Titan on turn 4. I believe in these interactive matchups, the Spelunking is the better card than Amulet in this matchup. And because he now has, you know, an extra piece of untapper here, can just run out that Amulet into a Consigned to Memory. Doesn't care too much if it gets hit. The question is if there is a Prismatic Ending to answer the Spelunking for 3 mana.
Yeah, I mean, that Spelunking definitely a problem there for Robin, because Consigned to Memory did deal with the Amulet, but Robin needs to find something. Now getting a land here from the fetch. Let's see what land does he choose, and then what follow-up he has on his turn.
Yeah, probably a Surveil land, always eyeing those Flages whenever you Surveil, hoping to get one of those in the graveyard. The question is which one to get. That is a small, minute decision that Robin is going to make sure that he makes correctly now that the clock can no longer punish him with a draw, now that we're in the top 4 here. Remember, by the way, these players, they're playing for a World Championship invite. But there are actually a couple people in this world who already have a World Championship invite. Of course, it's finalists from previous RCs of this go-around. And it is the finalists from the Magic Online Championship, of which Loopy is one of them.
So what you're saying is that for Loopy, he already has the invite.
Yes, he will be at next year's World Championship, regardless of if he wins or loses. Robin will of course be in if he wins, but if he loses, the invite might pass down to him. It passes down to the highest seed, and in the other bracket, there is the first seed, Pierre, playing. So if Robin loses here, he's going to pray that Pierre wins this match so that the invite passes down to Robin. That's kind of what's going on here.
So he kind of has 2 chances to make it to the World Championship.
Yes, exactly. Of course, that's not something that really should play into his mind here, as he just has to play his game of Magic and see what happens. As now the Ragavan comes in, hits the Spelunking, not going to play it, just going to run out this Riddler and Ephemerate. And he does get to do the full combination here. Ephemerate, yet not going to the graveyard, gets to rebound next turn for even more card draw. And Robin gets to keep up 1 mana. But does he have a Consign? He drew a Consign.
Oh, wow.
Yes, actually. So he can
pretty good here.
Yeah, it's really good because it can counter the easy B trigger from this Titan that's going to come down right about now. And if he can find a Solitude or some other answer to Titan, well, he will kind of be out of harm's way in that sense. I do think Loopy actually picked up a second Titan as his draw step for turn here, as he now plays an untapped bounce land. These cards are so much better if they come into play untapped because they produce 2 mana immediately. Returns the forest to hand and gets to play a Titan here. A little bit ahead of curve.
Look at that.
Consign, not countering the Titan, just countering the trigger and leaving Guglielmo with essentially a Colossal Dreadmaw for now, but next turn is going to attack and get even more stuff done. So Robin really needs to find an answer to this, and Prismatic Ending does not count. You can't get up to 6. See here,
Flage here. You kind of needed 2 Flages and mana to cast both.
Yes, that would be one way to... You could actually Flage and Ephemerate it, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that would be kind of a
so you only
way
did
to do
4.
It. Yeah. So it would have been possible if he had, if the ending was like the last copy of Ephemerate in his deck, but not to be in this case.
So things are a bit strange here for Robin because he's in a tough situation. needs to deal with that Primeval Titan, but doesn't have a way to do so yet.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and not that many more draws towards it either. He might just have to stomach one attack from the Titan, but that can be devastating.
That's one thing I don't like. It's my opponent, Titan player, attacking me, starting to get lands and getting chances to combo out.
So it is worth noting that Robin actually has a second, like the third copy, I guess it is, of Consign in hand. So can actually also counter the trigger ability from Titan attacking, and therefore does have a little bit more time to try and find that Solitude. And I think for that reason, the second Titan in Guillermo's hand is going to become a very important piece if it's actually there. I might have missed saw.
Okay, tapping 3 here. We might see there's Flage, there's Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So we see that Fable of the Mirror Breaker here, chapter 1, making a Gobbly Shaman 2/2 that whenever attacks makes a treasure token and just passing the turn. So as you said, leaving that 1 mana up, that can be consigned to memory that we know that is in Robin's hand. Now, if there is a second Titan in end, things are a bit more complicated.
Yeah, this is a nice play from Robin here, just developing out the Fable. The next turn can discard the Flage, and if he finds an Arena of Glory, he's going to be able to haste out that Flage, potentially answering one of these Titans, but Robin does not like to see that second Titan here. He is going to counter the Enter the Battlefield ability, but the other Titan can then rumble in here. It might get double blocked, actually, by Ragavan and Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, we might see that just to get rid of that 6/6. And there it is, the attack. What lands can Loopy get here?
So he might just go for a modest Simic Growth Chamber and Tolaria West, just making, like, essentially getting the ability to make another Titan next turn, especially if he expects the double block to happen. He can't really do anything to prevent the double block because even if he gets Otavera and Simic Growth Chamber to bounce the Quantum Riddler, well, he doesn't actually have enough mana to do all of that. I did wonder if he could have... Yeah, it's actually interesting. He could have played the Primeval Titan with one of his lands untapped. Then he would have been able to get the Otavera right now, but might have not calculated with that third copy of Consign to Memory, or at least decided that it, the upside of floating a red so you can get pay for the haste land was a higher upside than being able to go for an Otavera plus Growth Chamber here. So there's a lot of combinations you can go for. You can even go for the Urza's Cave, which is kind of the, I want to delay my decision and just choose it later. And I even see him here thinking about getting a Forest, which is interesting. I wonder if there's any Blood Moons in this main deck. There is not for the Jeskai Blink deck, so that is not the reason for that Forest being thumped to the front. Maybe it was not really part of the consideration at all. You could also get potentially Mirror Pool here to be able to copy a Titan in the future, but it's pretty risky against the potential Solitude. So this is just a solid line here. You bounce your Tolaria West, and then that's just what it is. A play you can make in this situation here, because right now you actually don't have double blue next turn to transmute the Tolaria West, and you can only transmute Sorcery Speed. So he could have bounced the Gruul Turf so that he was able to next turn bounce the Tolaria West and transmute it.
Okay, here looks like choosing to assign damage to the Riddler, so that means that the Ragavan survives. Now let's see what these Fable can do. We get to discard cards, draw cards. That can put Flage in the graveyard.
Oh, this is why Loopy played it this way. He had the Boseiju in hand. Actually wrote that as his favorite card of the weekend. Boseiju, it bails you out of every bad situation. And this way it gets to kill the Fable of the Mirror Breaker before it gets to discard that Flage and risk that Arena of Glory hasted up Flage. So now Robin's position is much harder. And he's already had his draw step and doesn't actually have an answer for this Titan and can't double block the next one. I will say that, I think my favorite mechanic in the game is double blocking. It's like just in terms of like game design. I mean, I just like love the double blocking assist in this game, and it's so nice to see it actually happen in Modern, because it does not happen that often in Modern. But yeah, if you gotta get rid of a Primeval Titan, you better line up 2 creatures.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And a Riddler dying for that, no big deal. There's Prismatic ending in hand, there's 2 Ragavans, and there's 1 Flage, putting another ending in the graveyard here with the Surveil land. And now, going to attack with both creatures, making a treasure token. That Ragavan is going to be blocked by the Titan and go to the graveyard.
Yes, so Robin has 2 extra Ragavans in hand and can make this this attack for that reason. I do wonder if Loopy is supposed to block the Shaman token for that reason, because like, why would your opponent make this attack? Well, it must be that they just have even more Ragavans. Now gets to do the Prismatic ending on that Splunking here, so Titan not nearly as scary at the moment, and also notably, no double blue to transmute this Tolaria West, as we see right here.
Things getting pretty interesting here. Loopy still has that Urza Saga, there's a Grazer in hand.
Okay, so I would love to see this play here. Attack with Titan, get 2 Urza Sagas, play another Urza Saga. It's not flashy, it's not explosive, but you're going to bury Robin in construct tokens if you make this line.
That is true. Let's see if Loopy goes for that line.
I mean, he might also do something that's way better than that, but...
I feel like I've seen so many times just players win with constructs from the Urza Sagas.
Yeah, it's certainly a thing you can make. I remember, like, you know, when I played against one of the Italian Amulet Masters, Caputi, at some point he did the Titan fetch for 2 Urza Sagas, and I've never seen anyone do that before, and my mind was kind of blown. I was like, wait, you're allowed to do that? But yeah, you are.
Is that a legal play?
It is.
Why are people not doing it?
I mean, it's the Titan searching up like roughly 20 power. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and pretty impressive. Robin is at 13 life right now. This is the first game here of our semi-finals, and there's a World Championship invite on the line, although Loopy is already qualified. And the art rates are going up, as Loopy here has to make a very tough decision. And is the lands that you get with Titan the most difficult decision that you make in this deck?
I mean, probably. It's hard to say because there's so many like different. Like sometimes the land you play turn 1 is the most difficult decision. So it's like it's a whole range of like difficult points about this deck. It is like. I will say, like, once you get through, like, understanding, like, the different, like, modes of things you can do and unlocking the different options, like, that's, you know, like, half the battle done. As we now see here, the Abort Grazer are going to put in that Urza Saga and pass here, but no double blue for Loopy here, because I do believe I was probably a misstep last turn, bouncing the Tolaria West rather than the Gruul Turf.
Okay. And it looks like Robin here, deciding on what to do. Only 1 card in Loopy's end. We know what card it is, but Robin also knows, right?
Yes, he does know that it's a Tolaria West.
It was bounced.
Yeah. And it's actually interesting that like the land that Loopy found, he found the Shifting Woodland, which is a pretty good land to get when you have the Titan already in graveyard and already has Delirium. So this Shifting Woodland is going to become a Titan next turn, and then the Mirror Pool can threaten to copy another Titan. He's not going to be too proactive about doing that because it's going to be risky into a potential Solitude, but you kind of know that Robin cannot have Solitude the way that this game has been going. It might just go for the Flage now after attacking and making those treasures a second time. So gets to kill the Titan with Flage from hand plus Flage from the graveyard, and yeah, Loopy just you know, fast tracking that, putting the Titan graveyard off that very first Flage there.
See, I said some turns ago that he could double Flage as a way to remove the.
Absolutely correct, and it does line up that way.
Now that we have the mana to do so, and those treasure tokens also being pretty handy there. There's the only thing is that there's no Arena of Glory to give Ace to the Flage, which is a bit sad.
Yeah, now actually the play that I was suggesting of making a bunch of Sagas might actually just get out valued by the Flage. So probably good thing that Loopy did not go for that line. Instead going for this line where he can copy a Titan and then potentially he can copy a Titan with Shifting Woodland and then potentially copy it with the Mirror Pool as well. But he drew his Summoner's Pact, and now you see again the heart rate got up here. You know, for both of these players, they know that they're in the semifinals of this big tournament, and it's possible that this Summoners pack, I guess there's no untapper in play, so there's no chance of any looping happening here, any comboing, not in the woodworks here. But you could potentially get a Titan, and you could haste it up through the play we've seen before, where you bounce the handware and replay it as your land for turn. But without the access to the Otavera, oh, he hasn't used the Otavera yet. So actually, it would be pretty nice if he can get Otavera to bounce the Flage.
There's a question that Loopy is making, and I have the information here that the question that is happening is the following. If activating the mirror pool to create a copy of Shifting Woodlands that was copying a Titan, will I have a copy of Titan?
Yeah, and I believe that the answer is... Okay,
I know the answer.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna try and guess.
Okay.
I believe that copying something is a copyable effect. So I believe you do get a token that is the Titan. But I am not 100% sure, because normally when you copy something, you just take the card as is and you just make a print of it. Just so he would just get a second shift.
So your guess is yes?
My guess is that yes, he will get another Titan.
Tweet chat, put your guess. I want to see who's right. You know, I have the information, not because I know, but because the judge told me.
Okay,
Let's
well,
clear
you can
that.
let us know now.
Okay, okay. The answer is yes.
Yes. Oh, man. All right. Okay. I still got it. I still got it.
You still got it,
out there in
Simon.
battle sometimes.
Yes, you can still do some magic. You could actually, you know, do the judge test.
I have been a judge.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I've judged some Legacy events because I didn't play Legacy.
Oh, that's really cool.
Back in the day, when I was like 20.
Imagine going to your Legacy tournament and look, it's Simon Nielsen judging your tournament.
Back then it was just like, you know, this weird lanky kid was judging my Legacy tournament and giving out too many warnings because I thought that's what you were supposed to do.
Oh, you are that kind of judge.
Oh, yeah.
Warnings are that to be given, though.
That's a warning. That's a warning.
Yeah, I mean... we gotta appreciate our judge, though.
Yeah,
Much
exactly.
love to our judge. Much love.
I do love the judges, and I do love how they like kind of like just like the infraction procedure guide is just like updated and become much more like intentional towards player experience rather than being like a very like this like super strict and punishing. You know, frame of rules here. As we now see the Shifting Woodland coming to Titan, and it's coming in here. I wonder if he's just going to get the Otavera, but bouncing the Flage here, not that good of a... Well, and actually, normally it wouldn't be that good of a play, because the Flage would just be able to be replayed, and then could kill the Titan. The thing is, though, there's no Titan in play. There's only a Shifting Woodland.
That's true.
So I wonder exactly what his line is going to be. I think he's probably just going to leave the Flage around because it's actually less scary in play where you can only deal 3 damage. And he might just get the Otavera to play later and use the Mirror Pool right now to make the copy of Titan.
Yeah, considering here what to do, but looks like picking up that Otawara and Bounce Land, bouncing the Otawara into hand. So well played here by Loopy.
Yes, indeed. Someone who hasn't played Amulet for that long necessarily, but just picks up in these decks very quickly. Super impressive player, honestly. Someone to keep an eye out for, you know, come the Pro Tour season. Loopy already played 1 Pro Tour here. Oh, actually the Flage is going to trade with the Shifting Woodland. That makes a lot of sense, because that way you can just get your Flage back right again next turn.
That's true, but it looks like...
This prompts the Mirror Pool activation.
So 1 Titan will be dealt with, but there's going to be another one.
Yes, so we're going to get a copy here that is a Titan indeed. So this one will go and get something else. And this might be the time where you go for the double Saga line, because he's kind of running out of other good options to get. Could potentially just get a Handware Garrison to make sure he can haste later. He can also get some bounce lands and set up for the Summoners Pact to go and grab that Cultivator Colossus, because now 3 copies of Consign has been used already this game. Actually, it looks like 4 in the graveyard. Oh, one of them is a Riddler. With 3 Consigns used this game, the Cultivator Colossus, which is not normally that good of a card in the matchup, becomes much more relevant. And the way you want to set up the Cultivator Colossus is by just getting some bounce lands and then making sure you have more lands in hand. It might actually be the last 2 remaining bounce lands in his deck if he fetches them out right here.
Tough decision here. Very important one that can shape out the root of this game, which is an important one because this is the semifinals of the regional championship. There's a lot of money at stake, as well as invitations. Although we know that Lupi has an invitation for the World Championship, what Lupi does not have is a trophy that says that he's the regional champion.
Exactly, yeah. And he also, I was about to say, he also doesn't have $20,000. He probably does because he just won the Magic Online Championship.
But he can always have 20,000 more dollars.
Yeah, so it's not like a World Championship invite where once you already have 20,000, it passes down
like,
to.
I don't want that.
Yeah. We don't do tournaments like that. Look at your bank account, see your net worth. Yeah, if it's more than the prize winning, then it just passes down.
Yeah.
That would be nice for any student playing the game. You know, you just like finish 41st and then you get the first place prize because everyone else above you, yeah, you just have too much yearly income. So.
Taking a look there at the Lotus Fields. And I think maybe going for the Lotus Field line here.
Okay, that is interesting. I wonder if this is in expectancy of potentially comboing later, or actually, I think this is an expectancy of like the Summoners Pact going to get an Aftermath Analyst next turn, because that will bring back the Shifting Woodland. And this is a thing you can do sometimes if the matchup is slow enough, is you can kind of like perform the loop where you like Woodland Analyst thing, but you don't have the amulet to like repeat it. So instead you're gonna use your untap step as the untapper. So essentially you can do one analyst loop per turn.
Wow.
But you can kind of like slowly generate more and more advantage that way.
Aftermath Analyst is such an interesting card. Actually used to dominate Standard back in the day when the Capenna lands were illegal in Standard.
That deck was sweet. Talk about another deck I regret not playing.
Imagine Titan running one World Soul Rage. The amount of damage that you could deal.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's a lot of cards you can run in that deck that would, you know, be so impressive. Sure. You just like all of the commander favorites. When you have all this mana that the Titan deck has, it could do a lot of dumb stuff.
Ooh, Arena of Glory. Oh, wow. You know what that means? I mean, there is the Otawara, but still.
Remember that this copy token? That is a Titan right now. So the Flayed gets to take that down. Essentially dealing 6 damage to the Titan right here and leaving Guillermo with not that much going on, but he does have the Amulet next turn, of course, from the Ursa Saga. So he will be able to use the Summoners Pact to get the Analyst, and that will potentially be a loop. So as long as he can survive this hit here, now the question is, do you block the Ragavan and prevent it from hitting your Analyst from the top? Because that would be absolute disaster scenario. And he does do that. Takes 8 damage down to 6. You're still safe from a second Flayed here. He's got to make sure that he still has what he needs to combo here. And there's only a Ragavan in Robin's hand. So this might be it. The plan was set up from Loopy here, knowing that he has the Saga on 2, that he'll get access to the Amulet next turn and can then perform the loop. That's why he got the 2 Lotus Fields very brilliantly fought for him, and he just goes and gets here. The Amulet, you can see
he knows what to do.
He knows what to do. He set up this plan. All the thinking on the last turn was to set up the play on this turn.
Yes, and I love to see it executing here the plan now to be able to combo and finish out this game.
So now we see here Summoner's Pact. Does it resolve? Yes, it does indeed.
Aftermath Analyst, that's going to mill 3 cards. And then you get to pay 4 to return all lands back from the graveyard to the battlefield. So let's mill the 3 cards first.
Then here comes the fireworks. Sacrifice the Analyst, bring back all my stuff. Loopy knows there's just no cards in this Jeskai Blink deck that can actually interact with this. Wow, what a crazy
lands.
Game. We've gone through like a lot of Titans entering and leaving the battlefield, a lot of consigns. Flayed being played from the graveyard twice. Now we're here.
Yeah.
Just in the nick of time, Loopy stitches together the combo.
So we do have their sacrification there from the Aftermath Analyst, going to get all those lands into play.
Could you imagine if you had Skewed Mob in this deck?
No. that if we were on Arena, it would crash Arena, because that card used to crash Arena. I think we would just be looping here all day until tomorrow.
Oh, yes, indeed. Indeed. And we would be robbing our opponents of their free will.
Yeah.
I see what I did there? It's the other name. You said Loopy, I said Robin.
I love it, Simon. Your magic puns are getting better and better.
But you haven't punted at all this weekend.
I punt with Maria.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
yeah, I saw a little bit of your coverage, but didn't catch all of it because I was busy.
I saved all my good puns for Maria and Frank Karsten when you abandoned me.
Indeed, yeah, I was so busy figuring out how to remove my sleeve.
Yeah. And now because of that, you get punished with no puns.
Oh, there we go. That was a pun.
True.
True.
Damn it. The old habits sneak on me.
Currently, 2 Besejus residing on the battlefield. They are they're just hanging out there, confused while they're both in play. But you know, there's so many other things going on that yeah, it should be fine. I wonder here if there's anything that Loopy is actually supposed to be concerned with. Like for instance, does he have Delirium yet, or is there any risk to copying something? Oh, he actually drew the Ursa's Cave for turn, so that will make sure that he can get any land he needs to. And he's just explaining to Robin the combo that he's going to perform here. I wonder if he's aware of the thing where you just use the woodland to copy a Titan and then use Mirror Pool to make a copy of that, and that's how you access your infinite Titans. But yeah, this is what's going to happen eventually is we're just going to get as many Titans as possible in play and then haste them all up with that handware battlements.
Honestly, Simon, I am absolutely impressed by this Amulet Titan deck. I'm more impressed that Loopy here has been able to play this deck for a total of, so far, 14, 15, 16 rounds.
Yes.
This is absolutely insane. There are so many different lines, and you have no idea the pressure that is to be here. I mean, you do, Simon, but I'm saying, like, in general, people, the chat, like, we see the art rates here of our players. We do it as a little gig. Of course, the players consent for their art rates to be shown, but at the same time, it shows you how much pressure it is to be here. Some of these players have the art rates of actually doing cardio.
Yes.
On how much stress and pressure it is to be here on the feature match, playing these very complicated decks in an high-level event with a lot of prizes at stake and being watched by thousands of people.
That's exactly what's going on, and the thousands of people wouldn't be happening without you out there in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat. Shout out to YouTube. That is my new favorite mode of watching Magic games. Of course, Fanfinity's YouTube channel is showcasing this live stream as well. And now we go and take a look at Loopy's deck. I think we forgot to talk about the sideboard.
Yes, I mean, I think they will show the sideboard, or we can see it here.
Oh, we already showed it. We just talked nonsense over it.
Yes. So for Loopy's side, he is playing 3 Force of Vigor, 2 Dismember, 2 Elder Gargaroth, the 6/6 creature, very interesting. 2 Fire Sprout, 2 6, 1 Bajuka Bok, 1 Gemstone Caverns, 1 Null Elemental Blast, and 1 Vexing Bubble.
I think maybe the Gargaroth is going to come in for this matchup. Because it seems kind of hard for the Jeskai deck to deal with unless they have a Solitude. Maybe it's risky because of the Solitude thing, but I don't know. It's like if the Jeskai deck plays an Ashiok and you play a Gargaroth, well, you're kind of the one who's ahead.
On the other side, we have also our Robin, a Jeskai Blink player, playing 3 Mystical Dispute sideboard, 3 Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Spell Snares, 2 Rat of the Skies, 1 Ashiok Dream Render, which is such an interesting card against this deck, 1 Damping Sphere, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Surgical Extraction, and 1 Wear and Tear.
Yes, this is a quite a sideboard full of variety here. I believe that Robin is going to bring in the hate pieces, the Damping Sphere and the Ashiok, alongside the ways to deal with Ursa Saga and Amulet in the Wrath Disguise and Wear and Tear. Typically, these Amulet decks, they're going to go lower on their Sagas in the post-board games. They're not going to be as willing to run them out on turn 1 as they are in other matchups, or as they are in game 1. And this means that the Wrath Disguise is going to be a little bit more, little bit more tempered in how good it's going to be. Loopy Loopy's probably also more likely to sandbag his amulets, playing around sorcery speed removal now that it's not just the 3 copies of Prismatic Ending, but also 3 copies of Wrath Disguise as well. Interesting to me will be if Robin decides to leave in the Teferi, which is kind of unintuitive, but I think could potentially be good in the matchup, because it lets these sorcery speed answers to Amulet be played at instant speed. So that even if Loopy sandbags the Amulet, you can still answer it.
That is a good point, Simon, as our players are getting ready here to start, and looks like Robin here on the play, fetching right away. We see Prismatic Ending in hand. Steam Vents, so that's normal 3 damage turn 1 that modern players do.
And, you know, it kind of heralds another turn 1 Ragavan here, but this time on the play, and not something that Loopy can jump block with a spawn token like he could in the last game here. So let's see if there is, you know, the best answer to Ragavan, the biggest butt in the animal kingdom. It is, of course, a Boreal Grazer.
That's true. That 0-3 can block very effectively.
Oh, and it's there.
There it is, everyone's favorite. What is the creature type? Beast?
Yeah, it is because Sloth doesn't exist as a creature type, I believe, in the game.
That's sad.
So it's just the beast.
Everyone's favorite beast that is actually a Sloth.
But it is a beast indeed.
And he's the best 1-mana Sloth in this deck.
Oh yeah, it's a beast 1-mana Sloth.
Yes, there we go, Simon. I love it. We see Consign to Memory in hand, Prismatic Ending as well. There's a Ragavan in play. So we could try to end the Grazer.
Yeah, we could just end its life and get in with the Ragavan. And it might actually be like a reasonable play, because like as it stands, the Ragavan is just kind of out for the count at the moment. And if you want to generate the Crushers and, you know, kind of get ahead on mana so that you can develop your own game plan while leaving up Consign to Memory, well, yeah, you might just like have to make this play. As you now see here, Prismatic Ending finding its target here into this Boreal Grazer, and you know, as much as it is enjoying, you know, I don't know what sort of countryside this is. This looks like it's hanging in front of a mountain.
Yeah, it's floating around.
Time. Yes. No Crumbling Vestige for Loopy. Good thing he has 3 more of those in the deck list.
That's true, and Loopy here playing 3rd land. That is going to be an Otawara, 3 mana now, to be able to play, I believe, 6 maybe?
Yeah, it is 6. And now this Prismatic Ending, you know, it is not going to be able to answer the 6 here. And that is an even bigger blocker for that Ragavan. Wear Tear and Consign to Memory, neither of these answer the red and 6. So, and this Riddler, I think Robin might have been hoping to be able to just play a Riddler this turn off of the Treasures here, but cannot do that anymore. So might just have to like warp the Riddler and see if he can find something else. Potentially just has to pass the turn, leaving up the Consign.
That's true, and D6 is alone with no Ren around, but still a pretty strong one.
It is indeed.
Do you know what's the difference between the Ren and 6 and the Ren and 7?
Oh, wait. I mean, I don't really know, like, you know, whether it's Ren 6, 7, it doesn't really matter, right? 6, 7, 6, 7.
We have that, we saw that Consign to Memory countering the trigger from the Warp ability, I believe.
Yep, exactly.
Make the Quantum Riddler stay around.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened there. And Robin could afford to do this because he drew that second Consign off the Riddler trigger. Otherwise, I believe he would have just let the Riddler stay in exile. But now, you know, he can let it come into play, and this 4/6 body prevents 6 from attacking and generating value through cards in hand here. But that is a Dismember being picked up from the Spelunking trigger there. And there's still the ability to put a land into play from the Spelunking. So if he has an untapped land alongside this, he can actually attack with the 6. And then if the Riddler blocks, you can Dismember it, just like good old combat tricks. But instead he has a Lotus Field, so no untapped land here. Deciding to maybe sacrifice the Handwear and the Bajuka Bug.
Yeah, Bajuka Bog that already did its job by exiling Robin's graveyard. Of course, it's sweeter when there's a Flage around, but...
Yeah, it's very interesting. You might also want to sacrifice the Forest and Bog, leave the Handwear around, in case you eventually play that Cultivator Colossus and want to haste it up. That is a thing that could potentially happen here. Of course, the Cultivator Colossus might be a bit surprised it's still in the deck against all these consigns, but it's possible it just has enough use cases kind of like after the other things have been dealt with.
Drawing card for the turn here, Robin getting an Arena of Glory. We all know that card is great, especially with Flage, but no Flage around this time.
And no graveyard as well, courtesy of that Pachuca box. So quite far away from doing the Flage thing and just leaving the Quantum Riddler back on block so that the 6 doesn't get to attack and retrieve that Pachuca box. We actually see this Vexing Bubble that's been in hand for Loopy for a couple turns now, but finally decides that it's time to play it out here, and Robin can just counter it to prevent the card being drawn, but otherwise the Vexing Bubble doesn't actually do very much, so it makes sense to keep that consign for a more impressive target, as now the 6 rumbles in. Now you know that it cannot get solitude mid-combat, wasting your Dismember.
Nope. So whenever 6 attacks, mill 3 cards.
And Loopy here making clear which pile is the Exile Zone and which is the Graveyard. The one with Handwear, Battlements, and Pachuca Bog is indeed the Graveyard. Now against the mill 3 and return a land from, I believe the mill card can actually return the lands that are already in Graveyard to hand. But now gets access to a Prevail Titan. Okay, I'll mute for a sec.
That is pretty good there. Let's see here how Robin decides to block this.
Yeah, Robin has to think, what is going on? Why would Loopy attack with a 6? Are they that desperate? But here's the block and immediately Dismember. Taking 4 damage. Could have actually tapped the Lotus Field to save the life.
Yes.
Tapping for black, but has other plans with that Lotus Field. Or potentially just wants to play around Mystical Dispute, which is not something that you would normally bring in against Titan, but in case Robin did, it would be a blowout if this got hit by Mystical Dispute.
That is true.
So instead here, actually going to play out the Spelunking. That's another reason, of course, is that you just want to play the Spelunking. From the Graveyard with 6's ability. And gets to draw a card and put in a cave, gain 4 life. So the 4 life from the Dismember gained right back. Loopy misses.
No life miss.
Yes.
No life miss there. Echoing Deeps now in play.
And it gets to copy another land here. So potentially just getting back that Handwear Battlement, it looks like. We can't quite see what was pointed at off screen, but I believe that must be the card, right? It was right next to the Pachuca Bog that we see a sliver off at the bottom of the screen there.
Yeah, Loopy here kind of hiding the Graveyard from us unintentionally. Passing the turn here, and let's see what Robin can do. Honestly, what does Robin need here to come back a bit?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question.
Oh, sorry, Simon.
Okay,
Let me retrace.
So one thing that can happen here is the Ragavan actually gets to attack, right? He has to make a treasure, so there is 5 mana for Robin. I wonder if the best thing he can do is just hardcast a Riddler off that, and then still get to leave up Consign. Like, it might be the best thing. He certainly does need to leave up the Consign because the Cultivator Colossus is getting kind of scary here. But a Riddler to be able to prevent the 6 from attacking and drawing extra cards, actually drawing 2 extra cards. Yeah, I believe Riddler would indeed be the best draw he could have. He could even haste it up with that Arena of Glory.
Riddler. No, Philia.
Philia, okay. Not the worst draw either. Oh, here's what he can do. He can haste up the Philia here with that Arena of Glory. Attack, blink out the 6. And then use Consign to Memory to counter Philia's trigger, stopping 6 from coming back into play.
I love that.
Yeah, this is the interaction that is the reason why this Jeskai Blink deck gets to play 4 copies of Consign main deck. Consign is such a strong hate card against decks like Belcher and Eldrazi, but you can't put 4 copies in your main deck because that would be maniacal. Unless you play something like Neoform, which uses it to counter its own pack triggers, or in this case, combines it with Philia.
There's a Rumble. Would you play that Rumble?
I think yes, because it finds a Riddler. Or it can put a Flage in the Graveyard. I think Rumble is actually a really strong hit here from Robin. So I wonder if we could potentially see a comeback here. Loopy's hand needs to not be very good, especially against that Spelunking here. But yeah, maybe the Rumble here can get into something. Let's see. Look at the top 4, and Robin has to read the Rumble because that's not a card he normally plays with, making sure to know exactly how many cards, and does find a Solitude off this one. That is solid, I would say.
Yeah, Solitude, definitely a solid pickup there from Robin, and yeah, that Eldrazi spawn token is created now. And the monkey doing some trickeries there.
Yeah, so that was the consign, countering the trigger from Filia, leaving that 6 stuck in exile here, as now... oh yeah, Loopy can actually just sacrifice that bubble end of turn, knowing that it's just a Solitude, no white card to pitch in hand. So the bubble doesn't do very much this turn, and you kind of want to draw extra cards so that you can potentially find more lands to put into play with this Cultivator Colossus.
So at this moment, Loopy has that Spelunking, an Otawara, a Forest, a Lotus Field.
Wow,
Oh,
naturally drew the Analyst here, so can't go for the Cultivator Colossus because he drew 2 spells off of those draws.
1, 2, 3.
But hits 2 more lands off this one, so I wonder if there's enough bounce lands in the graveyard now where this Analyst actually makes so much mana that you can still play out the Cultivator Colossus now. That would be pretty sick.
I mean, that looks like there's a lot of lands.
Another play he could have actually gone for is play out this Shifting Woodland, copy the Titan, and give haste with the Handwear Battlement. I guess he couldn't do that because he can't access red without tapping the Lotus Field for red. If he does that, he doesn't have double green without tapping the Shifting Woodland. If it's tapped, then there's no point in giving haste to the Titan. So yeah, couldn't actually make that exact play, but can still use the Analyst here. It's not under that much pressure, so might be totally fine, even if he can't do anything, you know, super good to follow this up. Might still be fine enough.
Still has the Dismember as well to deal with some creature if needed.
Yeah, that could certainly come in handy.
And really thinking there what to do, what lands do I have in my graveyard? It's a very complex one.
Actually, he has enough lands in graveyard because he has the Handwear in the graveyard, right? I think he can actually sacrifice the Analyst, bringing back the lands, copy the Titan, and give the Titan haste. Right? So he would have been able to do that here, decides not to do it. You know, it might be a bit of an unnecessary play. You know, you could just wait and do that later. Of course, you are a little bit more vulnerable to that Solitude in hand right now from Robin, if you make the play that way. But you do set up for a much better next turn.
And Simon, I see here that Robin does have that Solitude, as you said, and enough mana, and that Filia is going to attack. What does it exile? Ragavan.
Just blinks the Ragavan to get a +1 counter. That makes sense to me. It's not a very powerful play here. But yes, you are right that the Solitude Filia combo is active. Robin is going to wait for the first target for Solitude to actually come down. While there's 4 mana up, it doesn't make sense to target this Analyst here. But once the Solitude is in play and has exiled one thing, well, then you can start blinking with Filia and start answering more of Guglielmo's stuff here.
Tough one. And this is the semifinals of the regional championship. The player that wins this will qualify for the World Championship. Loopy actually already qualified through the mocks, right?
Yes, he did indeed. The winner of the Magic Online Championship.
Is it very different to play this deck on Magic Online versus in paper?
Oh, yes. So you solve your Scapeshift, or even your Cultivator Colossus gets a bunch of lands in play, and you have to click all your untap triggers from Amulet. It takes a while. And sometimes it matters which order you stack them in. Because, yeah.
So it's actually easier to play it in paper, you would say?
Yeah, then you have to like kind of keep track of mana and such. But I think it is, well, and also doing the actual loop is much like more click intensive online. So yes, I do believe it's much easier in paper. That's actually why I started playing some FNMs when I was practicing for the Pro Tour, just to get more paper games in with Amulet, because it was so untenable to practice it in Magic Online leagues.
And one thing that I want to notice is that there's 48 minutes on the clock. That means that 48 minutes have passed, of course, because this is the top 8, in this case, the semifinals of the regional championship. There is no time limit. Does that interfere with the way that players are playing this? The fact that they don't have a time constraint?
Yes, to some extent, right? You don't have to like rush yourself to finish out this game. These players will certainly be getting to a draw if Robin wins this game, if it were in the Swiss rounds. And so in order to avoid that, they'll have to speed up everything. But you can just kind of like play normally. You're not supposed to play like slow, and like you're not supposed to be able to figure out everything all the time. But you at least have, you know, a comfortable amount of time to make your decisions in these top 8 games, because they are untimed. And I do like that a lot. One of the more annoying things about playing Magic tournaments is the time constraint and how it sometimes affects how you have to play. It's also very satisfying when you go into like a game 3 with like 3 minutes on the clock and both you and your opponent just play speed Magic and you know, make no thoughts, just play your cards as fast as possible, and then until you get to that timer called, and then you start thinking through the last 5 turns. That is very satisfying when you manage to finish a game that way.
That is true, but we see that Solitude there being played. Loopy does have Aftermath Analyst, can still be sacrificed.
Yeah, very careful to leave up 4 mana here. It's going to be interesting if Robin does something that warrants the response of a Dismember from Loopy. Loopy might actually have to respond with the Analyst, sacrificing, getting back the lands, and then Dismember, so that he doesn't get caught without Analyst in play.
Okay, so acing here the Riddler.
It's the Riddler.
Arena of Glory, that is going to ace Quantum Riddler. That is actually going to draw 2 cards. What cards are those cards? Ashiok.
Ashiok
and Shamo.
Wow, and there's a red floating from this Arena of Glory. Those were huge draws here. The issue is that the Chamo doesn't actually do that much because the Analyst, that you can just float the mana if you're trying to kill the woodland, and then the Analyst can then be sacrificed afterwards. So I wonder if he has to time this in a very specific way, or if he just plays it out right now. Of course, playing out the Chamo here also means that you don't get to play the Ashiok, so it's a bit of a decision here, and the Chamo does cost, I believe, 4 mana here. There's only 1 colorless land in play, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So might just want to spend that mana just to play an Ashiok here. Does have to tap double blue to make this happen, or can tap the remaining lands to play the Chamo, which will have haste. It is still 4 damage in the air, not to forget. That will put Loopy down to 8 life, which is very close to lethal. Actually, like almost the attack for. Actually, if you just play the Chamo here and attack with the with everything, the Failure can blink out the Aftermath Analyst, and that's exactly 16 damage.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He doesn't know that there's a Dismember in hand.
And that Lotus Field can be really handy to being able to use the Dismember without having to pay any life.
Yes, that's going to be quite relevant here. So yeah, Robin still thinking at the current position. I wonder if you know, the players are aware that there is a red floating here, because the question is, like, you could also just play an Ashiok instead of playing out this.
It might. The way that Robin is tapping looks like he's only going to use that mana floating plus 2 mana. So maybe that means that we are going to see the Ashiok Dream Aranda.
Yeah, just playing the Ashiok instead of going for the Chamo hasty here. This is a much safer play against potential top decks from Loopy. But the question is all the trouble already available in the graveyard here? Ashiok resolves, says Loopy, but this is also going to be able to threaten to exile the graveyard.
Yeah, so that means that Loopy needs to sacrifice that Aftermath Analyst.
Which will actually strand the Analyst out of the graveyard.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is a huge play right here. And yeah, Loopy realizes, wow, if I use my Analyst on this, it's gonna get exiled and I won't have access to it anymore. And he will be reliant on winning with this Cultivator Colossus, which is gonna be tough against the board from the opponent right here.
Let's see what happens here. So it looks like activating that ability of Aftermath Analyst, sacrificing it to return all land cards from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And that is going to include some bounce land, a Bajuka Bog, a lot of lands actually.
Oh, can make blue mana with the Vestige. So can actually still do a lot here, potentially bounce the Ashiok.
Tough choice here from Loopy. There's the Spelunking, of course, making the lands untapped. Now we do have that Dismember on the Philia. The last card in Loopy's end is that Cultivator Colossus.
Alongside the Otavera, of course.
Oh yeah, and the Otavera as well.
So yeah, does kill the failure here. This means that the Riddler, which was warped this turn, is not going to be able to be blinked. And now we resolve the Ashiok ability here, milling 4 cards and exiling the graveyard. Gone are those Titans. Gone is that Aftermath Analyst.
Here attacking with everything. So attacking for 7-9 damage. Gaining 3 life and going to exile the top card of Lupi's library because of that Ragavan.
Even more exiling here. I think Lupi might be hoping to draw into a land here so he can play the Colossus and draw even more stuff. Wait.
Oh, but now we can
because of all the colorless lands. Wow, that is sick.
Yeah, so land a treasure from the monkey and a land, and then very well played. We saw there a long time Robin thinking on auto tap, right? And it looked for a bit like to what kind of mana to leave up. Now we know why exactly.
Yeah, making sure to carefully navigate into this position where he now has a Chamo down and able to block as well. This Cultivator Colossus is, it's just not going to be big enough to be able to kill with a single strike from the Henry battlements. So Lupi needs to have a real string of draws here. Potentially Colossus into a Titan. If he has enough mana, that he'll be able to play and haste both of them. It's something that could happen. But this Chamo here, if it takes out the Gruul Turf, might shut off Lupi from accessing red mana if he needs to tap the Lotus Field for green.
Going for the shifting woodlands here.
Okay, not a bad pick either, as you pass back to Lupi here, and he's hoping for a land. That is indeed a land. Okay, the reason he's hoping for a land is that this Colossus is his ticket to potentially win this game. If he's winning, it is because of this card. Can he make it happen? And can he tap his cards in the right way? Of course, the Riddler needs to warp out, and Robin is on top of that particular scenario. He also needs to be at 15, I believe, from the Solitude.
Yeah, so tapping here. Enough mana for that cultivated Colossus, which whenever enters the battlefield, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. If you do, draw a card and repeat this process. How lucky does Lupi need to be here with this Colossus in order to be able to win the game?
It does help a lot that he has Spelunking in play. But he can't just like put those 2 lands into play and draw 2 spells. I don't think that's going to be enough. He needs more mana than this. He actually leaves the other hand where Garrison tapped, which I'm not sure will let him combo into something here, because now he can't haste up a Titan as well, but he draws into a Scape Shift. That is interesting.
Yeah, we have that Urza Saga as well played. We had the Seisho Otawara. There's a Spelunking in hand, as well as a Scape Shift.
Okay.
But it cannot search because of Ashiok.
Oh, true. So you have to haste up the Cultivator Colossus first and attack down the Ashiok.
Ashiok, so strong. He's the dream render.
Yes, it is indeed. Still does have enough mana to go haste up this Colossus and then play Scapeshift post-combat. The question is, can the Scapeshift save him? He is able to go get the Teleria West and go get a Titan. And the Titan is able to get something else. So it is a possible line here, but he goes for Spelunking instead, deciding that he might need more than this. If he goes for Spelunking, he no longer has access to a Scapeshift line.
Okay, so Spelunking here. How big is this Colossus already? 1, 2, 3,
It's
4.
11.
Okay.
Drawing into another Spelunking. Not quite enough.
Shouldn't Robin be at 15?
Yes, I believe he is at 15, yeah.
Because there was some life gain there from the Solitude, I believe.
The Colossus also doesn't have reach, right? But actually, I guess it's kind of fine, right? Because you can block the Solitude and go to 1 from the attack. So you don't really need to win this turn.
Okay, let's hear what Lupi decides to do or is able to do. Passing the turn. Just with this Colossus up. And a little forest. But this Colossus is not little.
It absolutely is not.
A big Colossus, and
11
Lupi down to 7 life.
Oh, a Solitude off the top.
Oh,
but if he uses this on the Colossus...
Lupi gets a lot of life.
Yeah, it does mean that Lupi survives, but it also means that he can't threaten the Ashiok.
I think that Robin needs to go for that play right here, playing that Solitude. Gets to exile that Cultivator Colossus, gaining, I guess, 11 life there.
And it must be it.
Going to 18 points of life now. Robin does have 8 damage coming through from the creatures. Also, there's the Ragavan being able to make a treasure token and exiling the top card of Lupi's library.
Woof. Okay, that is another important piece for making the Scapeshift good if you were able to get rid of that Ashiok. Now even more Mill here trying to hit important one-offs in that deck. There's not many threats left in Lupi's deck as he hits a Gargaroth and that Primeval Titan.
Okay, let's see here what Lupi is able to draw. So there's a Spelunking, there's a Scapeshift, but we know that Lupi cannot get anything from the Scapeshift due to Ashiok's passive ability, that spells and abilities your opponent control can't
make you search
for your library.
All 4 copies of Spelunking in play here. Okay, this actually means that he can bounce the Otavera and bounce the Ashiok.
Okay.
So this does enable a Scapeshift from Guglielmo here, and with Robin at 15, I wonder if he can stitch something together. It might even be something like you get like... But the issue is you can't... I think he does have a Summoner's Pact in hand, right? But you can't Scapeshift into a Pact anymore because you don't have Teleria West. You could potentially Scapeshift into a Mirror Pool, and you can play Gargaroth and copy it, and then haste up both Gargaroths.
That would still not be enough.
No, not for lethal, but that would certainly stabilize. If you have 2 Gargaroths that come into play and attack, that would certainly be a very stabilizing play. The question is, does he have enough mana for all of this? It's a very committal thing. He has 1 blue floating right now. But the Scapeshift also does create a lot of mana when you use it, so it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that he could access this if he does have a second Gargaroth in his deck. He's looking for his graveyard right now to figure out what's left in his deck to even get here.
Very tough spot. A lot of things were already exiled and gone forever to that Ashiok Dream Render. There's that blue mana floating there, represented by the island with the dice, being used now for that auto era, bouncing the Ashiok Dream Render. Now Lupi is able to search his library. That means that he can Scapeshift. But the question is, after so many things got exiled, what can he Scapeshift for?
So he's just going to Summoner's Pact first, see what's available. There is indeed that Gargaroth here. So yeah, he can potentially go for a... There's also the Mirror Pool available. Yes, okay, so both pieces of the playline that I'm describing are available. He should have enough lands in his deck to make this happen. The question is that better than getting a Titan? I believe it is, because it is Reach as well, and Vigilance, so it just leaves more defensive power. But even if he attacks here for 12 and makes 12 more power in terms in bodies, is that enough? Lupi determines that yes, it potentially could be enough. Wow, this is going to be a very exciting turn if he manages to stitch this together. It's going to be quite tricky, resolving the Scapeshift without tapping any of the handware battlements, making sure you have double red as well after everything is said and done, making sure you have colorless to use that Mirror Pool. There's a lot of cards, and there's not that many cards left in Lupi's deck. He also needs to make sure that he has more than 4 cards in his deck when he finishes the turn, because otherwise the Ashiok comes down and mills him out.
And it's been over 60 minutes, Simon.
Yes.
Wow.
This is just game 2, by the way. We can see why both of these players have a draw, huh? Actually have 3 draws. Yeah, none of these players have been defeated in the tournament yet. Both 12-0-3, countering their quarterfinals victory. So it's going to be, none of them are very used to losing in this tournament.
That is true, and Lupi here tapping for mana.
Yeah, so he's just floating mana here, and you see heart rate, steady, steady, as he's floating 6 mana here to play a Scapeshift with 2 in the pool. Needs to make sure he has the right colors floating. This is going to be a very exciting turn.
And it's been such a long day for both these players. We've been live for 11 hours, so these players have been playing for 11 hours today, plus all the hours they played yesterday as well. They must be completely devastated at this point.
So sacrifice all of these lands. Make sure he probably counted the number of lands that were left in his deck. He also got to make sure that he still has enough cards to not get milled out by Ashok. And even if he can leave 10 cards in his deck, he actually makes sure that even if Robin can find a way with the life linking and blocks to survive an extra turn, that he can still that he still doesn't die to Ashok taking down twice. So that's another consideration potentially. So he just needs to get just enough lands to make this play happen. But it's a pretty expensive play to make. You gotta, you have the 2 red for the 2 hand wares. Those are not being touched. He would like to get also activate the Ursa Saga, and then he'd like to play Gargaroth and haste it. So with the lands that are to the side here and the 2 red floating, he still needs 13 mana on top of that. But he counted it out and fetches up these lands, and I believe this is 13 mana, because Loopy is not missing a thing here.
Wow.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
what a
13.
master class on Amulet Titan.
He might actually be 1 short, but yeah.
Let's see exactly what happens here, as I think the players are maybe making a question, or the judge is asking something.
Yeah, he won't actually be able to make a construct here. He's 1 mana short. That's pretty funny.
Oh, wow.
As well, with everything that has happened. But, so it be. Floats a green mana here. Bounces that Boseiju to hand. That could potentially come up as you could hit that Arena of Glory, cutting off some outs for Robin here. So maybe that's what he wants to spend that extra. Then he actually does have enough. If he wants to Boseiju the Arena of Glory, tapping the Ursa Saga, he has exactly enough mana for that play. Yeah, Robin just double-checking, making sure that the mana is correct here. This is a complicated situation. This is not something you could reasonably do with a Magic Online timer ticking down. But in paper, especially in an untimed round, you are able to make this happen. Now floating 2 colorless here, sacrificing the 2 Crumbling Vestige to that Lotus Field. Still has that Mirror Pool up. And as long as he makes sure to leave a colorless floating, he does that. There, taps this 1 for green. So 2 green floating here and a colorless. Plays out Gargaroth. That will potentially make, he needs to also have a trigger from it, but he's just responding to the trigger by doing, wait, oh, he's not hasting it up. He decided to forego the haste and instead make the construct token.
Oh, okay, I see. Why do you think he...
Oh, no. He just packed up... Oh, I see what's going on. So he just packed up all of his mana floating, but then realized, wait, actually, I would like to leave this red floating and tap my Simic Growth Chamber instead. And since no information has been gained, he should be able to make this take back. But this is a position where it's very tight for Loopy. Someone who is used to playing a ton of Magic Online, but doesn't have that much paper Magic experience. So yeah, let's see. We are able to do it like this, yeah. If you catch the mistake fast enough and you don't get an opportunity to... okay, so these are both hasted up. He does need to remember the ETB triggers from these. And he's still well within reach to make the 3/3 beasts from the Gargaroths here, because everything that's happened can happen in response to the ETB triggers.
So attacking here can create a 3/3, gain 3 life, or draw a card for each one of these Elder Gargaroths.
I wonder if we're like figuring out the beast tokens, like where they are right now, or if Loopy has not announced them and is not getting them here, because that would be a big difference maker if he's not getting those 12 extra points of power.
Simon, what is the longest Magic game that you've ever seen?
That I've ever seen?
Or that you know of?
Why is there just 1 beast here? Oh, he gained 3 life and made a beast, and he forgot the... Oh, it's only when it attacks. It's not when it...
No, it's only
enters.
When it attacks or blocks.
I see. Okay,
also
so he gained 3 life and made 1 3/3. Okay, so the library count for Loopy here is going to be very important. Does he have 10 cards, or will the Ashok be able to mill him out in 2 turns?
We will see here.
Also, by the way, Robin's life total is now down to 3.
Somebody's saying that there's a CEDH game that was 11 hours long.
Oh, true. The finals of one of the CEDH championships.
We would miss our flight, Simon.
Absolutely. Well, you wouldn't. You're flying out late tomorrow night.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You would.
Okay, steady here for Robin. Picked up just a land for turn, only has that Ashok, but he needs to make his board able to deal with these Gargarots here. Can potentially line up some nice double blocks into those, and maybe that will be good enough.
And Loopy also has to pay still for the pact.
True, he does still have to pay for the pact. That's actually important to remember here. That was a while ago that pact was cast. And that has not been indicated in any way. Let's see if he's on top of it. Remembers that he does have to do that. He can also make a construct and haste that one out. But actually, the double blocks aren't super comfortable as well for Robin here. He can put 6 power in front of one Gargaroth, 6 power in front of the other one. And even with the Trample and the Beast token attacking, I think he would still survive. The question is, can Luffy also make a construct token with that Saga? And get an amulet to make the construct a 2/2. Like, it's going to be very close to lethal in that case.
Here Robin decides what to do.
Yeah,
looking at the exiled cards.
I believe that if Luffy is able to pay for Pact and also haste up a token, he should be able to do everything, actually. Yeah, the Lotus Field can tap for red to pay for Saga and Handware Battlements. The other 4 lands can pay for the Summoner's Pact. So he can make the token and get the amulet and attack, and he will be 1 shorter lethal.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I'm counting right here.
Oh, wow.
Potentially, potentially it's a bit more than that, because the Solitude, for instance, could block a Beast token instead of blocking a Gargaroth, but it will not be taking out that Gargaroth. So yeah, the big question is here, can the Ashiok come down? And oh, there's also the Riddler that can come in and help stabilize in this position. Still drawing 2 cards, actually. I forgot about the Riddler. That is changing things here in this massive, massive game.
Grabbing a Philly and another Chamo here.
The Chamo can be played off the Treasure, actually. So is able to come down. You can't get rid of double green from Loopy, so he will still be able to pay for the Pact. But you could potentially just kill that Ursa Saga, which denies another construct token and further strangling the amount of power and toughness out of Guglielmo's deck, because he doesn't have that many cards left. He could also just play the Ashok again, make sure that it's still in play, and he does that indeed. I think his win con now is milling out Guglielmo here, who did make sure to leave some lands in his deck here. I wonder how many cards are left in that library.
Doesn't seem like many, but I wish we could have a count like on Arena, you know, that you can just...
Yes, just hover over it and see. All right, pays for the Pact. Loopy is on top of it.
Okay, paying for the Pact, having still that Lotus Field. They're providing quite a bit of mana, but... the Urza Saga now on Chapter 2.
So that was a brief count. Do you check how many were there? The pitch black sleeves makes it a little bit hard to actually count them from the fan out.
I'm sure somebody in chat mathematically saw from the density of the deck exactly how many cards there are.
Also, the fetch puts Robin down to 2. So he will be able to play the amulet. Wait, there's a Saga trigger still happening. It's supposed to tick up.
Yeah, so that Saga should go to Chapter 3.
Yeah, now they need to confer with the judge again to make sure that, like, what the, you know, if Loopy actually, like, forgot the trigger, or if the Saga just goes away, or what actually happens, or if we just rewind until the point where the infraction was made, which is, well, there was a land played while there was a trigger on the stack, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. Like, it's been 72 minutes of this game, and players have been here for almost 12 hours in the venue playing, plus yesterday all day. They are tired. As you can see, their art rates are up. This is a lot of pressure, Simon.
It is indeed. So now the Saga here will make a construct. I think there might just be... Oh. Okay. Making sure to be a bit quiet, because I don't know if Loopy has the headphones on at the moment. This is practically live that we're seeing here. Oh. It's obviously very important that the players don't hear what we're saying.
Oh, that's true. Shh, Simon, let's be very quiet. This is now an ASMR stream. How do you call it? ASMR? ASMR stream, okay.
What did you get for breakfast?
I'm very bad at doing this.
Oh, no, you aren't.
I can't. Sorry, no.
That's like, I think 7 cards in deck there.
That's where I draw the line.
I hope. I hope that none of you turned up your volume after the whisper session, because that would have been.
Yes, and now everyone is saying, honey, I'm watching Magic. I promise, it's Magic the Gathering. I always love bantering around with you, Simon.
It is good fun, as now these 2 Gargaroths get to rumble in and make 2 more 3/3 beast tokens.
So many beasts. Do you ever go for just drawing card or gaining 3 life instead, or?
I mean, I think Loopy might be in a lot of trouble because he chose to gain 3 life on the previous one. Because he is in risk of decking here. And having another 3/3 instead of 3 life is going to make a world of difference here. So it seems that the construct was made, and it seems that it was even given haste, but then actually decided not to attack after all, because it's just not a good enough attack into this board state here. And yeah, I mentioned how I love double blocks, but this is like an actual, factual board stall happening in Modern, which is even cooler with this Amulet deck.
Yes. So many little beasts. Tough one here. And, I mean, Robin down to 2 life.
Yeah, we see why Loopy didn't attack with the other token, the 2 tokens there, because the Chamo could just jump in and eat one of the beasts.
I really wonder how many cards left.
Yeah, I think it was about 7. So it is, Ashok needs to survive for 1 more turn after the one Robin is getting right now, and then it's game over. So blocking like this, you could put the Chamo in front of here, essentially gaining 2 life, but giving up the Chamo instead, like giving the Loopy the opportunity to kill Chamo instead of Solitude. But you are blocking 2 more points of trample.
Tough choice. Looks like a limited game, you know, just declaring your double blockers. Those Solitudes do have lifelink, very important to know, and the Gargaroth has trample.
Oh, Robin is thinking if he should keep both of his flyers here, leaving that Gargaroth around. Depending on what he's drawn, it could make sense to try and pivot into attacking in the air. But he would have needed to draw an answer for that Gargaroth copy. Which is, by the way, that's what the copy token is representing. That's another Elder Gargaroth. Like, this is just crazy. We're seeing Elder Gargaroth, 2 Elder Gargaroths attacking in top 4 of a regional championship in Modern? Excuse me.
At minute 76.
Minute 76 in game 2.
When Simon already showed his off-shoulder and did some ASMR all during this round.
Yes, it's true.
And we still might have a game 3.
And we still might have a game 3. I hope that my throat can handle it in terms of the coughing that I'm doing at the moment.
Yes, yes. I'm glad that you took a break on round 14, because otherwise I think you would be just gone right now.
I would have been like this.
Yes.
ASMR, but just that was the best thing my voice would be able to do.
Insane round, everyone. You need a hot tea after this, Simon.
I do. I have been drinking tea all day. I actually ordered a hot chocolate. On my way out, when I was having my break.
Oh, so lucky, nice.
And then I ordered the hot chocolate, and then I just got hot milk.
Very nice.
From the dispenser. So, yeah, that was a bit of a disappointment.
I mean,
it's healthier.
It's healthier. Yeah. Maybe it's a sign. Blocking here. Okay, so it looks like the Charmot and double Solitude on the Elder Gargaroth and the
and killing both Solitudes. It makes sense to get rid of the lifelinkers, both of them, rather than killing the Chamo and leaving 1 Solitude in play. But it does mean that Robin is now at 8 life and actually has a board that stabilizes against these beast tokens. So Gugelmo needs to draw something like a Primeval Titan to potentially attack for enough here to win the game, but there's just so much more stuff in Robin's hand there with another Chamo and the Ashok that ticks down again. Yeah, this is a pretty funky game.
Pretty funky game as indeed. So we do have now here that Obsidian Charmo in end, Filia as well, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So we are using this Arena of Glory. Something is going to come out with Ace. That's going to be Charmo, I believe.
Oh, I see now the play that Robin was considering, which was to block in a way where he leaves the copy Gargaroth in play, but leaves his Riddler in play as well by just jumping with the Ragavan. It was a possible line he could take there, actually. Then he would be able to haste out the Failure and haste out this Chamo, but he didn't know he would draw Chamo for turn. So didn't know they actually had lethal available through that line. But this is still huge. The Filia can come in and blink out a beast token. The Chamo comes in and deals with one of these battlements.
So that takes care of the land.
Apparently didn't have enough red mana to also play a Fable here. Unless there is a red land, I'm just not seeing them right. There might be a red land still.
Yeah, I think the middle land is a Izzet land.
Like a Steam Vents, yeah. So yeah, there's just so much defense here from Robin, and he's feeling very comfortable here, just playing like, you know, Jeskai Mill with this Ashiok.
Attacking here with Filia, gets to blink something. So attacking here, the Filia, going to blink one of the beasts. That's gone forever. The other beast though blocks the Filia, so that is gone as well. 3 mana, we are going to get that first. Minusing Ashiok. Ooh, two Titans in the exiled. 2 Titan Exile, and now we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Wow.
I think those were the ones that Loopy was hoping to draw into. He just draws an Amulet and has nothing left in his deck. Robin's Jeskai control deck apparently has exhausted all the threats from Loopy's Amulet Titan deck, despite a turn where he played 2 Gargaroths and hasted them up. It was not enough. A crazy game.
Wow. I'm just going to say it out there. Wow, wow, wow. I cannot believe we are going to have a game number 3. That Ashiok Dream Render was just so good all game around, and very well played by both players. I cannot believe I saw an Elder Gargaroth beat down from Titan's side.
Yeah, that was huge. I see the chat mentioning a 3 mana Chamo for only 2 mana, but I was probably a mana floating from that Arena of Glory activation is what happened there. Yes, now these players are, well, they have to gear up for game 3. And for Robin here, this is fighting for a World Championship invite.
Somebody's saying that for game 3 I should dress as you, Simon, but I don't have any.
I mean, we have plenty of Blazers in the building.
Yeah. If somebody wants to bring me a blazer, I can dress as Simon.
If somebody wants to... sorry. For anyone who's wearing headphones right now for the ASMR session, that was just a yelling session by Simon.
Yeah, Simon is going through all the ranges, just testing out the different ranges that these can go. Yeah, I mean...
I was about to just ask Martin and Andrea for a blazer, which maybe someone that I'm looking at right now could ask Martin to borrow his blazer.
Oh my god, have you looked at Martin's size? It will literally be a giant dress on me.
Maybe Andrea's blazer is better.
I'm like 1.55 m and Martin's like 1.95 m.
I also realized I have a mute button. I could just like go and fix this without alerting or hurting anyone's ears.
Simon, you are so funny, as our players here now are sideboarding for game 3. For sure now this is going to be the last game here of our matchup. This is the semifinals of the regional championship. Over 1,000 players came here this weekend to play, and I've heard that we are going to have a spotlight series in January that's going to be in Lyon. So go to my.fanfinity.gg to make sure that you see what events we are having here and register yourself. I think there's also some good deals on the site this weekend only, so be there, join us, have fun, and yeah, I think the format is standard.
It is indeed. I'm certainly going to be in Lyon for that. Looks like there's a ton of exciting events, both for people interested in limited and standard and side events of all different types. So, you know, you want to get those side event vouchers? Well, you have, you know, just a few more hours today. Less than 3 hours to get that offer on Fanfinity's website. As we now take a look here again at that Amulet deck list, gearing up for game 3.
Yeah, and everyone is shouting out there the Portuguese judge. We have Portuguese judges passing around.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Not a lot. No, Portuguese players unfortunately not doing too well here this weekend. I'm sad. I always love to have a Portuguese player on the top 8. Maybe next time.
You know, I'm also rooting for Lupi because he was in my Final Fantasy draft, like not Final Fantasy, in my fantasy draft for this event, the caster picks. I don't know if we've gone over actually and seen the results of the caster picks yet.
We don't want to see that, Simon. Oh. We don't want to see it. Okay. I might have the lowest points that anyone ever got, ever. I did really bad. But I think you did very well, though. I think your theory of players that are already qualified for the Pro Tour will do better was correct.
Potentially. I mean, if we like compare win rates, it's probably like a wash. But it was at least fun to you know, take a look at it in that sense.
Yeah. You know, I want the game to go to 99 minutes, so I can be like, these players have 99 problems, but the time ain't one. Let us know, Twitch chat, YouTube, how many minutes do you think this game is going to take? So take your guesses. I will say 99 minutes.
99 minutes. Yeah,
that's my prediction.
I think it'll be more than 100. I think it absolutely could be more than 100.
Somebody's saying 8 minutes, someone will move to 3. Wow.
Okay, I mean, that works as well.
Okay, so we're starting 86 minutes already on the clock as this is game 3 here. And now we have Lupi on the play very fast here with that Grazer in Bajuka Bok entering tapped. Nothing to exile though.
Yeah, Bajuka Bok not doing that part of its ability. All right, we now see Ragavan come down here, and it is being challenged by that Boreal Grazer in this moment.
Yeah, Spelunking, such a great card in this Titan deck. Little Monkey not going to attack much here. And we see that Elder Gargaroth.
Yeah, you can actually play Simic Growth Chamber into Elder Gargaroth here, pick up that Crumbling Vestige, and just play out that one. Instead of going for Escape Shift, that's potentially risky, into a Consign. Just playing out the Gargaroth here, and yeah, that's not something you can Consign from Robin's side. You can Solitude it, however, and that might be the answer that Robin is sitting on right here.
Yeah, I mean, 6/6 for 5 mana. Vigilance, Reach, Trample. And let's see here if Robin is able to Solitude that.
Yeah, so the Gargaroth is not what's going to win the game here for Lupi this time around, but it's also kind of just a distraction, honestly.
That is true. I mean, it's something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible.
Ghost Vacuum going into the graveyard. That's a soft hate piece for the combo from Lupi's deck. And now there's a second Solitude being picked up, which means you don't have to pitch that Philia. That was actually, I think, the decision there for Robin. Do you get an untapped land and just play the Philia, but then you don't have any other white card to play that Solitude? Now just picked up that second white and can now just do the Solitude, play a Fable, or still pass with Philia up again, depending on what you feel like. The Ragavan still solidly locked down behind that wall of Sloth.
Yeah, all depends on what you're feeling and Philia-ing.
In the moment,
yes,
yes, exactly.
Terrible. Solitude here, going to pitch the Philia. Philia is now exiled. Yeah, and okay, Frank is giving me some stats, and I know they're going to be interesting. So let me read it here. I checked, and this could get close to the longest best of 3 match ever. But according to Mark Rosewater, the finals at the first Pro Tour 96 between Loconto and Lestri would be a marathon event. Loconto was playing a white-blue milestone deck, while Lestri was playing a white-green Hernham deck. Armageddon, wow. Both slow controlling decks. The finals stretched out on and on. All in all, the finals lasted 4 hours. 4 hours. And that was after the judges decided to make it 2 out of 3 instead of 3 out of 5.
That is incredible. Could you imagine being the judge like, okay,
you know,
this is now the first game. We're just gonna change the rules and make it best of 3. Go to sideboard, please.
Yep.
With the Millstone deck against the against the Ernham Jin Armageddon deck, which was a nice green-white deck back at the time.
Yeah, we might have here then, after that, the longest recorded Magic game, best of 3 in history.
This is, however, this is Robin being tapped out to play the Fable here. This is Loopy tapping 4 lands, floating mana to play Escape Shift. This is Loopy potentially being able to do the combo here through, like, because there's nothing that Robin can have. He doesn't play free spells other than Solitude, and Solitude doesn't interact with Escape Shift kill. So this game, in contrary to the one we just saw, is just gonna finish here on turn 3. 4, I guess it is.
Let's see then what that Escape Shift can do if Loopy is able to just combo out here.
4 lands, gonna get Lotus Field, Simic Growth Chamber, Tolaria West. He still has all the pieces left in his deck. He might, I see him thumb past the Lotus Fields. He might have a different plan for this one.
Okay.
He has a second Escape Shift, so he could use the first one just to generate a bit more mana. Okay, I'm just gonna check if there's anything he's supposed to play around here from the Jeskai Blank side.
We know about Solitude.
Surgical Extraction.
Okay.
1 copy of Surgical Extraction is what's going through Loopy's mind right now. Can he get enough resources so that he can combo through a Surgical Extraction? If he generates enough mana, if he just gets 4 Crumbling Vestige on this turn, and then plays the second Escape Shift. He also has to make sure he has Delirium, actually. I guess the combo naturally gets you Delirium, so that's not that much of a concern. But if the Surgical hits the Escape Shift, or the Summoner's Pact that's going to be gotten later in the combo, removes that from the graveyard, you could actually end up without Delirium. So that's why he's eyeing that Urza's Saga right here. But if he's able to get up to the loop with... he needs to get to the loop with enough mana that he can copy the Analyst twice. He could potentially pair on a Surgical. He might also go for a completely different line, where he, for instance, goes for, let's say, a Cultivator Colossus in this situation, which is much safer against a card like Surgical, rather than going for the loop here. So he's just going for some lands that are involved in the loop on this turn here. He has 1 green floating. He's going to copy a Crumbling Vestige, it seems like.
Yeah, and I have to say, Simon, here art rates are going up as
yeah, they are indeed.
Does perform.
Loopy knows that he's performing a loop that can potentially win the game as long as he doesn't mess it up. Here's the second Escape Shift here to turn these 4 lands into something else.
And the insane thing is that Loopy is already qualified for the World Championship. That means that even if Loopy wins, there's going to be a pass down, and Robin can actually be also world qualification, depending on how the other semifinal goes.
It's going to be between Robin and Pierre for that pass down, depending on who loses the quarterfinals. So if Pierre wins the quarterfinals, the other one, or the semifinals, I mean, the other semifinals, that means Robin will actually get into the World Championship as he's 3rd seed, but Pierre was 1st seed, and if he loses the semifinals, he will be invited to the World Championship. So that puts actually, if Loopy wins here, that puts Pierre in a really good spot. Because no matter what happens, he will actually be invited to the World Championship.
That is true.
Okay, so here we see, that's the classic loop. Lotus Field, getting Tolaria West, getting the Analyst, going infinite here. Wow. Classic loop. Lupi was just going for it with extra protection because of that second scape shift. And that was a turn 4 kill after a marathon game that ended with Titan being milled out by Ashok.
Simon, Lupi just looping away for this great, amazing win that we saw here. Now the question is, who is going this World Invitation passed down to? This is crazy. Like, okay, there were over 1,000 players qualified for day 1, right?
Yes.
How many were qualified for the World Championship?
There were only 2 eligible players in the world to play in this tournament who were already qualified for Worlds. Because it's only the 2 finalists from the Magic Online Championship. So there were 1 player in the whole room who were already qualified for Worlds.
Wow.
It's the only scenario where there would be a pass down. And that's how good Guillermo Lupi is. He makes this happen.
Very well played. Now take a look at our caster fantasy drive before we go to the last game of the other semi-final to see exactly who will win. As you see there, Simon, my team is down, but yours is up.
Yeah, that is, you know, that pick there. I suspected that my fellow casters wouldn't recognize that name as the winner of the Magic Online Championship, but you know, luckily I had my finger on the pulse there, and of course, was gonna pick up my. You know, my big hope here in the young Italian Magic Online champion. So yeah, that was nice to see. We also saw Alexi Polo, the other person to make day 2, playing Yawgmoth. Lost in round 3 on camera, lost in round 12 on camera, lost another time, so didn't quite make top 8, but did double up on that Pro Tour invite as well. So those were the 2 people that I relied on, and they brung home the money for me.
Congratulations, Simon. Let's have some W's, Simon, in the chat. Still, congratulations for your winning on the Caster Fantasy Draft. Very well done right there. Good job. Now we are ready to go right away to game number 3. So we are going to skip ahead to the last game of the other semi-final. And this is going to be Pierre playing the Ruby Storm deck, which I was quite impressed by in the quarterfinals, versus Danielle Toledo playing the Boros Energy deck. First, we have here the list from Danielle Toledo, the Boros Energy deck that we've seen before. This one with the Manatites that did pretty well.
Yeah, the Manatites are probably going to be quite important in this matchup, especially if you're on the play and can play 2 1-drops and then leave up the Manatite for a 2-mana Storm Enabler or cost reducer. I mean, like Rel, Ruby Medallion, or Artist Talent. If you can Manatize any of those, it's going to be a lot more trouble for Pierre. And also remember, it's open deck list, so even if he doesn't have the Manatize, can still leave up the mana, and Pierre might have to respect it. So kind of like, just by having 2 copies in your deck, you create kind of this phantom. If you only play 1, it's much more likely that people jam into your bluff anyways, but with 2, yeah, they might play more around it. See here, Pierre, you know, 1,200 games with this deck on Magic Online, one of the Storm grinders. This deck has not, you know, is not a super big player in the metagame, but it already took down a regional championship in Australia, New Zealand region, and is potentially set up to take down yet another one. A massive, massive victory last round for Pierre, and nothing can maybe stop him here. Here's #1 seed going into top 8 here. X1 in the tournament actually picked up a loss, but not as many draws as Lupi and Robin did.
And as you said, even if Pierre ends up losing, he will qualify for the World Championship. So I think the question here is whether Danielle or Robin will be the other invitation for the World Championship.
Ooh, and this is a mulligan to 6 1-lander for Pierre here. He needs to fetch up a Elegant Parlor and Surveil, and he needs to hit the land drop right now.
I've seen Pierre win on a multi-4 where the opponent played a Damping Sphere on turn 2, so I believe in anything now.
But have you seen the opponent play a Ragavan?
No,
we also
I did not.
Talk about the sideboard here, because post-board this matchup gets so much better for Boros. They have Wear and Tear to answer the Ruby Medallions, as well as a complete blowout of a card in the silence effect from Orim's Chant, which will, something that Daniel can do in mid-combo from Pierre, can play the Orim's Chant, fizzling the combo, and then potentially buying that extra turn it takes to attack for lethal. It is important, however, that you don't exchange too many threats for these pieces of interaction, because then things happen like they did in the first game, and that's actually a missed land drop for Pierre. No land drop on top there for Ragavan to steal, so there's another chant here for Pierre to draw that land, but this is dire straits now.
Yeah, let's see here what Daniel is able to do. That Ragavan turn 1 being so good there, and Pierre just missing out on lands. We might have a fast one here. So now we have that Guide of Souls.
It's only going to be a fast one if there is enough pressure, and there is the mountain for Pierre here. But Daniel actually sitting with both Wear Tear and Galvanic Blast here, so can answer both a Ral and a Ruby Medallion. So it's going to be tough for Pierre here. Going to try and play out the first cost reducer. These are so important for making his deck function, as all of his deck costs 2 mana essentially, and he needs his deck to cost 1 mana for it to work.
That is true, and I mean the card does give the name to the deck, so it must be a good one. Now getting rid of that, of course, with that Wear and Tear. Now we do have Guide of Souls and that Ragavan. Ocelot Pride being played here by Daniel, which is going to try to get fast cats, and of course gaining the life from the Guide of Souls, so immediately that will be able to get a cat in the end of turn. Now I do see there as well on Boro's side there's Orim's Shunt in Daniel's hand. Creating a treasure, ooh, exiling the Ral.
I wonder if you want to play the Ral. It's like attacking for 1, right? You can potentially flip it, and then it can deal direct damage. I don't know, it might be fine to play. Taking 2 damage, and is he indeed going to play out the Ral? No, he's just gonna pass here and have the treasure and the mana up to both play Orim's Chant and the Galvanic Discharge. So that he's just much more safe here. And drawing that Ocelot Pride is really big, because that means that the clock just becomes lethal so quickly. With Pride and Guide of Souls. Oh, there's even the White Remand in hand here for Daniel Toledo. Reprieve, indeed. So that's another really annoying card for Pierre to fight through. And if these cost reductors keep dying, well, it's not going to be very easy for Pierre to combo off here. He's considering if he should go for a Ritual, then into Ral, and then try and go off on this turn, but deciding that, no, he does have the time, he can play it slow. There is a second Ral in hand. So the Galvanic Discharge comes in on this one. Now there's an attack here for 5. Ooh, this Ragavan is interesting. You could potentially just play this out to get an extra energy, as that will lessen the clock by a turn. But maybe Daniel already did the math and sees that this doesn't make a difference. He'll still have lethal next turn. Attack for 5 now. Generate some cats with the Ocelot Pride. Put counters next turn.
City's Blessing as well.
So I believe this should get City's Blessing, yeah. Because of the treasure. Oh, and hitting the Past in Flames, not the most strong card when Pierre is struggling for mana at the moment, but is a strong piece of the combo if he were to go for it. So yeah, using the Orim's Chant to buy an extra turn could potentially be enough for him to seal the deal here. He might even go for it in the upkeep to prevent any sort of sweeper or interaction from being played on Pierre's side. Here we see the Ocelot Pride trigger makes a cat. That is the City's Blessing being online. That is 2 cats being made, 2 energy being generated. That means there's 7 power in play, plus the trigger from Guide of Souls is exactly 9 next turn. Pierre Leach has been playing his heart out with his Ruby Storm deck, but now a prepared Boros opponent with all the right pieces to disrupt him, as well as, very, very importantly, as well as a clock, is enough potentially to take him down. Can he beat an Orim's Chant here? You cannot play any spells on this turn, and here's the counting from Pierre. This is counting up. Daniel punts out. This is exactly 9 damage, and that is
wow! Congratulations there. That means that both of them actually are qualified for the World Championship.
It does mean that Daniel Toledo gets into the World Championship. He had to win this match to get there. Pierre didn't. He is first seed in Swiss, and the pass down from Guglielmo Lupi will pass on to Pierre. So
congratulations there.
Going to the World Championship in 2026 off of this tournament. Very well deserved for both of these players. Coming so far, knowing their decks so well. I love modern Magic. I love modern tournaments. I don't care what my voice will be like tomorrow.
Oh my God, Simon, be careful.
Oh, sorry.
No, with your voice, I'm just scared for you.
Okay.
It's a lot of emotions.
Yes, it is. I just like to see people who know their decks well and do well in these tournaments. That's always what happens in modern tournaments. It's people who are passionate about their decks, and that makes me passionate. Is that a crime? Then arrest me.
Nobody's going to arrest you.
Okay.
You're safe, Simon.
Okay.
And it's case to say that cats don't like the rain, but they love the storm. So let's take a look here at Daniel Toledo having interview with Maria after winning these semifinals here.
I'm here with the winner of the quarterfinals here at the Regional Championship in Antwerp, Daniel Toledo. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So Daniel is playing Boros Energy. How did you feel going into this matchup? You were playing against, is it Prowess?
Yeah, I think it's a good matchup, but depends of the dice. So I am the play because I finished the 4 position against the 5. So
right.
I'm comfortable.
You felt confident.
Yeah.
You felt good.
Sure.
Well, it totally paid off, right? So you're not new to the Pro Tour. I know that you've been to some Pro Tours, right? How does it feel now to qualify to another Pro Tour?
Yeah, I played some Pro Tours in the past, but my last Pro Tour was 2 years ago, so I'm very happy to re-qualify for the Pro Tour.
Of course, of course. Well, is there anybody we want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, this is my second time in RC semifinals.
Yeah.
So I try to win the next round and qualify for my first Worlds.
Yeah.
It's a dream.
Of course, of course. Do you have friends? Do you come with friends?
Sorry?
Do you come with friends, a group of friends?
Yeah, a lot of friends.
Okay, yeah. Hello to them. Yes, I forgot to ask you about your spicy tech, though, because I was actually commentating your match with that Manatite, the mirror match.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I played 2 Manatite on my list. I think it's good in the metagame now because the format is very mana intensive. So I think it's good.
Was efficient, tempo trick, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
okay.
And it's better in aggressive deck, so it's perfect for Boros Energy.
Sure, sure. Very solid choice, and well, congrats again. The best of luck in the semis.
Thank you so much.
To the casters.
Thank you so much, Maria and Daniel, for the interview. And now we are close to getting to the final, which is going to be Daniel Toledo on Boros Energy versus Lupi Guglielmo on Amulet Titan. Any predictions, Simon, on who might take down these finals?
I think Sombatanfo is unstoppable. I believe in him now. It's also a good matchup for him against Boros Energy. I wonder if the Manatites are going to come into play. That's what if Boros wins, I would like to beat off the Manatites.
Thank you so much, Simon, for this amazing weekend casting alongside with you. It just passed so fast, and you've been doing such an amazing job, even though your throat hasn't been helping you. I don't know how you endure through this. You should be a 3-mana 3/4 because you are endurance.
Indeed.
Thank you so much, Simon. And that's going to be it for me and Simon. But don't worry, because after a short break, you are going to have Andrea Mengucci and Martin Juza commentating these amazing finals here for the Regional Championship Antwerp. See you next time.
See you in Lyon.
Hello, I'm joined here in the interior area by Emma Manholt. She's a community manager from Funfinity. Hello, Emma, so nice to have you here.
Oh, wonderful to be here, Maria. Thank you so much for getting me in the couch. I'm so excited. This RC Antwerp has been incredible. We've got so many people here. The games have been so good on stream. And thank you so much for doing these interviews. You've been smashing it.
Thank you for having me, of course. But we are here to talk all about the upcoming event, the Spotlight Series, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it's going to happen from the 9th to the 11th of January next year.
Yeah, indeed. It's just a couple of weeks away. Yep, the first weekend after New Year's. So we hope to see you all in France, Lyon. It's going to be the main event is a 50K open event, and the top 8 qualifies to the Pro Tour.
Amazing.
We've seen so many people there. New players qualify and get their first steps in on that pro circuit.
Yeah, and it is very exciting because here at the RC you need to qualify through a local game store or whatnot. Like, it is a very difficult path to the Pro Tour, while here you can just enroll to the Spotlight Series event and just like that get a Pro Tour invite. I mean, just, have your chances like that. Why not?
There is going to be some stiff competition, absolutely.
That's for sure, but it is like a direct path to the Pro Tour, which is amazing, absolutely.
So we hope to see you all there, but not just our competitors. We have some fun additional side events for just the people that enjoy.
For anybody, right?
Yeah.
Could you talk us through the side events?
Of course. So first off, if you are interested in the side events, make sure to check my.fanfinity.gg. All the information is currently up there. You can already register for these side events. So take a look. We've got some interesting packages, especially today, up until 10 o'clock tonight. Get that early bird discount in, and you can pick up some packages. Those packages include vouchers that you can use for any side event, including some of the special ones that I'm going to highlight in just a moment.
Those are just a great value, so just don't sleep on that, snatch that, and we'll see you in Lyon, hopefully.
Well, we're Magic players. We love value. Value is the best thing after card draw. Don't you agree?
But card draw is a value, you know?
Like, card draw is great.
Yeah. Same thing.
Card draw is a great thing. We all love it.
Yeah.
Well, another thing to love is our Friday gauntlet events.
Wow.
So these gauntlet events qualify you to the RC. So if you want to play in our upcoming RC events, join us on Friday. Register for these gauntlet events.